Once again, ladies and gentlemen, requesting your cooperation. Kindly take your seats. We'd like to begin with day 2 of Ideas of India in just a couple of minutes. So if you could please take your seats and remember to put your mobile phones on silent. Thank you.
Disruption. Ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026. In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026.
डिस्रप्शन के इस दौर में आइडियाज तय करेंगे न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर। दिग्गजों से जानिए दुनिया किस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रही है। आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया समिट 2026 में abplive.com पर।
In times of disruption, ideas shape the new world order. Join the leading minds as they share ideas on what the world is becoming at ABP Network Ideas of India Summit 2026.
डिस्रप्शन के इस दौर में आइडियाज तय करेंगे न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर। दिग्गजों से जानिए दुनिया किस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रही है। आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया समिट 2026 में abplive.com पर।
डिस्रप्शन के इस दौर में आइडियाज तय करेंगे न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर। जुड़िए दिग्गजों के साथ जो बताएंगे भविष्य किस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। देखिए आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया समिट 2026 abplive.com पर।
डिस्रप्शन के इस दौर में आइडियाज तय करेंगे न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर। दिग्गजों से जानिए दुनिया किस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रही है। आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया समिट 2026 में ABP Live।
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of ABP Ideas of India Summit. What a wonderful morning it is. Let's begin with a huge round of applause and get the energy going. Thank you so much. Now, yesterday on day one, we ended on a high note, quite literally king size high with Shah Rukh Khan himself. Through the day, we got an insight on the India-US trade deal from Union Minister Piyush Goyal ji. We also heard from the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra about his vision for the state, and distinguished international voices spoke to us about the disorder in the global order. Truly, day one was power-packed with ideas and inspiration. Let's take a look at a quick recap. Welcome to Ideas of India 2026. What a beautiful day to start the summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ideas of India 2026. A major ally in the United States seems to turn inward. Neighbors in the subcontinent are restive. A thaw with China belies much ice, and trade deals with the US and the EU would bring about an urgent need for domestic reform.
His key understanding of international relations and how that relates to the US-India relationship.
US-India relationship is by and large shaped by geopolitics. In that bipolar world, India and the United States definitely had a rocky relationship.
Was that we shouldn't look at war in terms of weaponry and armies, because that's not how war will be fought in the future.
The US will continue the containment policy against China, but mainly it's not a geopolitical content, technology content.
हो क्या रहा है? गुजरात ऐसे सुर्खियों में ड्रग्स को लेकर पिछले 3-4 साल में रेगुलरली बना हुआ है. What's going on?
मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि ड्रग्स पकड़ना ये अपने आप में बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग काम है. इसके लिए मेहनत लगती है, गोलियों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है.
कहाँ तो आप IIT के छात्र और अचानक से आप कृष्ण भक्ति की राह पर चलने लगे.
I was always curious about death. तो इसलिए मृत्यु का कोई हल है क्या, इसके विषय में मैं सोचता रहता था. I was very intrigued by that.
People in India say, don't Americans see what this man is doing? How come he's still popular enough to stay in office?
Polling is not looking pretty for President Trump.
No,
He's at the lowest. I think he's 36%.
AI से संभावनाएं ज्यादा हैं या चुनौतियां ज्यादा पैदा होने वाली हैं?
AI से संभावना और चुनौती दोनों आएंगी. मैं ये नहीं मानता हूँ कि AI जॉब खाएगा. AI जॉब बदलेगा.
मजा आ रहा है. मैं भी सुन रही थी. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी हियर फर्स्टली. और हम यहाँ पर आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया के को सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं. न्यू इंडिया इज ब्यूटीफुल, इट्स ग्रोइंग रैपिडली. मुझे लगता है हम मैदान फतेह करने आए हैं. अब न्यू इंडिया है.
मुझे ये था कि मैं अपना खुद का एक आइडेंटिटी बनाना चाहता हूँ. अगर आज मैं बॉर्डर नहीं करता तो शायद सुनील शेट्टी को लोग याद ही नहीं करते, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट फिल्म है मेरी जिंदगी का.
आज की तारीख में the topic of discussion worldwide is, where does India stand in the new world order?
We have a very good neighborhood first foreign policy for the last 10 years, and I think it has been successful.
First thing we have to do is understand the psychology of our neighbors.
Developed states make a developed nation.
Yep.
And a developed nation without ethical and moral fabric has no meaning. You know, Mr. Naidu, once he gives a word, it gets done. And I'm here to get the job done.
I think AI is the biggest idea of our times.
हर घर में माँ बाप बोलते हैं, पढ़ोगे लिखोगे तो बनोगे नवाब और खेलोगे कूदोगे तो बनोगे गवार. पर आपके घर में तो उल्टा हो गया.
पापा का यही था, अगर स्पोर्ट्स में जाएगा, खेलेगा, अच्छा खाएगा, फिट रहेगा, थोड़ा मोबाइल से दूर रहेगा.
हमारे फिल्मों से, स्पेशली हिंदी सिनेमा से, गांव गायब हो रहे हैं.
हमारे देश में कितनी खूबसूरती है, कितनी एकता है, पर जब हम ऐसी कहानी देखते हैं, आई थिंक इट रिमाइंड्स यू ऑफ द स्पिरिट.
थैंक यू ABP नेटवर्क हमें यहाँ बुलाने के लिए.
क्योंकि यहाँ मैं देख रही थी ना, अब मीम्स चलने लगे हैं कि बीजेपी इतने नीचे तक पेनिट्रेट कर गई है कि अब महाराष्ट्र के स्कूलों में जाओगे तो क्लास मॉनिटर भी बीजेपी का मिलेगा.
नहीं, अभी तो हम अमेरिका के चुनाव के ऊपर थोड़ा फोकस कर रहे हैं. नहीं, हमारे पास
स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट दिल्ली में मौजूद है
जी।
वो स्ट्रेटेजी तैयार करते हैं और जो स्ट्रेटेजी वो तैयार करते हैं उसमें मदद के लिए हम लोग होते हैं। जैसे 2 तारीख को मैं बंगाल जा रहा हूँ, बंगाल में मुझे कार्यक्रम दिया गया है, तो जहाँ मुझे भेजेंगे वहाँ मैं जाऊँगा।
आज हम विश्व की सबसे तेज गति से आगे बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था है। ये सब चीजें जब देखते हैं तो ध्यान में आता है कि भारत तेजी से एक विकसित भारत, एक समृद्ध भारत बनने की तरफ बढ़ रहा है।
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Badshah of Bollywood, the one and only King of Kings, King Khan, Shah Rukh Khan.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Megha. And thank you, the Sarkar family, Mr. Sarkar, Rup Sarkar. Thank you, ABP, for having me. It's a big honor in the presence, in the esteemed presence of the Honorable CM Saab, Fadnavis ji, Namaskar sir, and all the other guests. Shashi sir is here, everyone is here. Good evening to you. And रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में कभी-कभी हम सबको थोड़ा सा एक बूस्ट चाहिए होता है. You know, we need some vitamins. हम लोग जो हैं आगे बढ़ सकें, कुछ कर सकें. So the 2 vitamins of life, I truly believe, are courage and enthusiasm. And आज जिनको हम ऑनर करने वाले हैं स्टेज पे, that set of people actually stand for courage and enthusiasm. So the first set of people, a wonderful set of people who believe that courage is not the absence of difficulty or an obstacle, but it is the will and desire to overcome it at whatever cost. And when we have seen these sports people, just these wonderful human beings compete, you see that it is courage in motion.
That's what we mean when we say we end it with a bang, ladies and gentlemen. This wraps up Day 1 of Ideas of India 2026. Day 2 is going to be equally packed. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I'm Radhika Bajaj, signing off for Day 1 of Ideas of India Summit 2026. Thank you. Well, what an amazing, powerful Day 1 it was. And Day 2 is going to be equally packed. Day 1 was about the what and who. Day 2 is going to be about the how. How does India navigate a world that is increasingly volatile? And where exactly do we stand in the global pecking order as we move towards 2047? These are just some of the questions we are answering today, but we would like to begin today with a note of appreciation for all our partners and supporters. IOI 2026 is co-presented by Adani Enterprises, co-powered by Gallant Group of Industries. Our partners include the Gift Studio and RPSG Group Company, Jack Olive Oil, SD Paints Limited, Seco App, JK Super Cement Limited, the Tata Power Solar Roof, JSW MG Motor India Private Limited, Adamas Tech Consulting, our official partner, Shanti Gold Associate Partner, Apollo Tires Limited, empowering partner, Mittal Electronics, jewelry partner, PNG Jewelers, beverage partner, Hamdard Food India, special partner, International Institute of Hotel Management, knowledge partner, Sharda University, smart cooling partner, Panasonic. Our tourism partners are Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development Corporation Limited, Goa Tourism and Gujarat Tourism. Our state partners are Government of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra Government, Government of Punjab and Government of Chhattisgarh. And finally, our energy partner, GAIL India Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for all our partners and supporters. We now come to the first session of the day. Today, every global capital from Washington to Tokyo is talking about the India moment, the Indian moment. We have the demography, we have the digital stack, and we have a seat at the high table. But is this advantage India? Is this a permanent shift? Or is this a fleeting window of opportunity? To help us separate the hype from the hard reality, we are joined by one of the most respected voices in international relations. He is a man who decodes the complex chessboard of global diplomacy with surgical precision. Please warmly welcome onto the stage Professor of International Relations at King's College London, Shri Harsh V. Pant. Can we please have you on the stage, sir? And steering this conversation today is a veteran who has been decoding the many ideas of India over many decades. Let's welcome our chair, Veer Sanghvi. Good morning. Welcome, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is our waking up session, so I hope we'll wake you up. Shall we start with the obvious question, which is that there was a time, say 3 years ago, when we thought India really had everything going for it. We defied the Americans when it came to buying oil from Russia, and the Americans didn't seem to mind. We were looking at Pakistan with contempt. We saw it as a state that had become a pariah, an outlaw, a terror state. Nobody took it seriously. And we thought that because China was the problem for the United States, and we were the obvious bloc that could stand against China, the world needed us. Now, all of that has changed somewhat. I don't think India is still what India always was, but it's changed in terms of global dynamics, in terms of the individuals we're dealing with. Professor, do you think it's changed that dramatically?
First of all, thank you, Veer, and thank you, ABP, for having me here. I would say that, look, things, of course, keep on changing. Change is the only constant. And of course, international politics has changed so much in the last, just in the last 2 years, that it's very difficult to comprehend what was going on before or think about the trajectories that were there before. But I think a lot of things still stand. India is still seen as a land of opportunity, which we have seen by the quoting of so many world leaders just in the span of last 2 months who have come here and who will be coming here. Canadian Prime Minister will be here today. So I think there is a change everywhere, and everyone is responding to the Trump moment in global politics, Trump 2.0 moment. Trump 1.0 moment, everyone thought we have captured, and I think there, perhaps the assessment in India was that we have understood Mr. Trump, and it would be seamless in Trump 2.0 as well.
And he's our pal, I think, was the general view.
There was a sense that he can be disruptive, but he would not be as disruptive to India as perhaps he would be to other countries. Now, in fact, that has not happened. But these are still early days. We have to still navigate the 3 years of Mr. Trump in office. But most of the underlying factors that you talk about, whether it's the China factor, whether it's the Indo-Pacific, whether it is India's economic rise, India's political stability, India's demographic dividend, India's tech leap, I think all of those things still stand. And India seems to be still playing to that advantage with what we have seen so far. And I think what perhaps this crisis has done is to also awaken us to the need for those much needed reforms. Now, we talk of a reform express these days, but I think that has also come as a response to something, which is that these reforms are needed because if India has to protect and project its interests, if India has to make sure that its voice is heard, then those reforms that perhaps should have happened much earlier are being done today. And I think that's why you see a lot of activity as far as India's outreach to the world is concerned and world's outreach to India. So I think Mr. Trump is a factor. He will remain a factor. He's as much of a factor as far as Indian policy is concerned as it is for others. The good thing I think there is that we are not a treaty alliance partner to the US, so there is a difference. We still can hedge our bets, but I do think that this is a moment where India needs to reflect. And what he has done is he has shaken up some of these lazy assumptions that we had about how things would continue to be what they were in the past. And that perhaps has been the wake-up call, wake-up moment. And that should serve us well and should give us advantage if we continue to use this moment to our advantage.
Let's just talk a little bit about India and America. The calculations we had about why America needed us, I think, surely are still valid. And yet, the way Trump talks, they don't really need us. What do you think happened?
I think American domestic politics changed. And in some ways, there is a shift in domestic politics everywhere. And Trump is a manifestation of something much deeper in America. And some of these tendencies, which we saw, for example, even under Biden administration, they've continued. Such as this idea that, look, we need, that America needs to focus more on its domestic capacity building. So when Mr. Biden came to office, he took a leaf out of Trump 1.2 and he said that, look, my foreign policy is going to be about American middle classes. This is an extraordinary statement for an American president to make in the post-Second World War era, where Americans have always defined their foreign policy in a global context. Right. Here he was saying that, and this was a reflection of the fact that politics was favoring Mr. Trump and his supporters were the voice of a new America. So that new America, I think, is in some ways contrasts with the new India that we talk about. India wants to look out. India wants to engage. India wants to work and see make its partnerships better and more robust. America is pulling back. And this is exactly the opposite of what used to happen in the past. America used to reach out to us and we used to say, no, we are non-aligned. We can't end up in an embrace with you. So I think in that sense, what Indians used to say to the world, that look, our domestic politics is what it is. There is a consensus in India that we don't want to be an alliance partner to anyone. And that still holds, by the way. In a sense, what is happening in America is also a reflection of American domestic politics. Where they are challenging global economic norms, they are challenging globalization, they are challenging how economic interdependencies need to be looked at, and they are challenging their old relationships. I mean, India still is far off, but look at what is happening in Europe. NATO, Japan, Australia, they are trying to figure out what happened to our treaty alliance partner. So we are in a very different world in that sense. And I think India, because it was in some ways still removed from American mainstream strategic thinking, it still has that strategic space to maneuver. And I think that perhaps is the space that India should continue to hold.
So there's a suggestion in what you're saying that, yes, of course, it's Trump, but it's more than Trump. It's a change in the American mood. So is this here to stay? Are we going to have to recalibrate our attitude to America?
I think somewhat we should be, there is a need for a recalibration in the sense that if America continues, if the Americans and American body politic continues to be driven by some of these inner drivers that Trump has put on the table, and then I think the relationships and the engagement with America will have to be transactional. And if we use this word in a manner as if the world was not transactional before, but I think what Mr. Trump has done is he has put his cards on the table. It's a much more transparent transactionalism, and you have to be prepared for it. That this is the way you have to engage with the US. Every other country is doing it, and India cannot be an exception. So, because America still retains this, in some ways we talk of bipolarity, multipolarity, but look what Mr. Trump has done. Single-handedly, he has shaken up every single assumption around the world order. I think the session here is about the new world order, and that argument inheres in Mr. Trump's vision of what the world is. And so, by and large, I think this is a time when a lot of those challenges and a lot of those assumptions will have to be questioned, and India, given India's growing role, will have to take a different response. See, when during the Cold War, we were marginal to global discourse. We were a weaker country. And when you are a weaker country, you take, you have the luxury of taking recourse to things like morality, international law, international institutions, because they are weapons of the weak in international relations. Today, the world and major powers are talking a language, a discourse of interests, and it's very transparently declared. And I think India today is at a place with its rate of growth, with fastest growing major economy, with this idea that we want to be a rule shaper, not a rule taker. I think all those issues mean that India will have to also speak a language which is going to be much upfront about what its interests are and protect them and push for them. Because in the context of Cold War and post-Cold War, the dichotomies don't work. There is a difference here. And I think that India needs to acknowledge.
I agree, but do you think we've handled Trump right? Do you think some of this could have been avoided if we'd handled Trump differently?
I'm by and large as an Indian, I think our response to Trump has been very dignified. We have not, if you look at, for example, some of the things that other leaders have done, given him crowns and tiaras of gold and genuflecting before him, I think by and large, India's response has been very cautious. It has been firm about our red lines. We have been firm about our red lines. And I think this clarity that, look, even if you do things, even if you say things which many in India will find abominable, but Indian government will take a measured response. So we have not gone out of our way to annoy him, because we know that India and America partnership will have to outlast Mr. Trump. So you cannot be in a situation where you destroy the very basis of that relationship. It's a relationship that is unique. It's top down and bottom up at the same time. And I think that relationship, if it has to continue, then a certain degree of restraint on India's side should pay off in the long term. But certainly in the short to medium term, there are going to be inflection points that India will have to navigate. And I think we are trying to do that to the best of our abilities. Given what has happened to other countries, particularly American allies, I don't think we have done that badly.
Okay. You say that the world is going to be transactional. If you want something from America, you have to give it something in return. And you have to know that unless you do that, nothing is going to happen, because this is now open. So explain Pakistan to me. What does Pakistan have to offer America? Why does Trump appear to love Pakistan?
Well, I think if one were being facetious, one could have said, this nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize was one thing that they could have done, that they tried to do. But by and large, I think what the Pakistanis have done is to play to his ego. And Pakistanis are very good at it. They have had a long history of working with the American establishment. And in some ways, India's growth, India's rise, and America's investment in India's rise over the last few decades should be seen as an anomaly. Because by and large, throughout the Cold War, our experience with the US has been that with Pakistan, they have had a very upfront relationship, a very deep relationship. So the bureaucracies are connected.
I think people forget the stand America took in 71
war. So yes, I mean, this is, and these are ultra realists, Kissinger and Nixon. And Pakistan's role in opening China to the US. I mean, these are phenomenal shifts that happened in American foreign policy thanks to Pakistan. So there is certainly a historical memory there that can be operated, and the bureaucracies will fall in, state and the Department of State War, which is now called Pentagon, will fall in line. But I think India, I don't think has much to worry on that front, partly because if you have the kind of economic disparity between India and Pakistan that exists today, then ultimately India's economic weight would speak out for itself. And in that sense, holding certain red lines as far as India is concerned has been good for India. Now, if you think of Operation Pahalgam, initially all the hullabaloo about how the narrative war is being won by Pakistan, if you see how the narrative is being shaped today and how the realities are coming out today, it's very clear that India's performance in Operation Sindoor was quite good. And in some ways, it put Pakistan on the defensive. Now, that I think one of our chiefs said that ultimately in wars, results have to be shown on the ground, not in the narrative engagement, which in some ways is a reflection that today Pakistan, with all the challenges that it faces, has to focus on Afghanistan. So what is happening in the last 2 days in Afghanistan, on the Afghanistan-Pakistan frontier, is a reflection that Pakistan has too many challenges and it has not been able to grapple with those challenges effectively. And as a result, India can be rest assured that the opportunity that India presents will far outlast the challenge that Pakistan has become to the regional and global order. And I think in some ways that should be our policy, that let it see how this pans out.
Do you think we pay too much attention to Pakistan as Indians?
Absolutely.
We're a little too obsessed by them.
Absolutely.
And they're globally a bit of an irrelevance. It's just unfortunate we have them as a neighbor.
It is very, I think our focus should be, China, China, China. And I think our focus, unfortunately, in the large part of public discourse is Pakistan.
Yeah.
And that takes away from the real challenge that India faces. And this is both positive and negative. Positive insofar as the leaps, you had a session with the Chinese scholar yesterday, and the kinds of technological advancement that China has made should be a lesson for us. The kind of investments they have made in higher education should be a lesson for us. The kind of, looking inwards and building domestic resilience and capacity should be a lesson for us. And we should learn and move on, take a measure of what China is up to. Rather, our focus all the time is on Pakistan and Pakistan's ability to create nuisance. Still, it weighs too much on India. So I think this idea that if you make Pakistan relatively redundant in your foreign policy, that certainly should be the mantra, and that should be the guiding principle of Indian foreign policy, because that ultimately will yield us dividends, which I think are in sync with this idea that India should emerge as a significant power or a developed country by 2047, if that is something that we strive to do.
But our obsession with Pakistan suits China, right? We are obsessed with a mosquito when there's a tiger crouching at our doorstep.
Absolutely. I think this idea that from the very beginning that China had, that look, India should be boxed in as a South Asian country. And now we have ourselves to blame for boxing ourselves in South Asia because we don't want to get out of this mindset. I think things have changed. There is a realization that India now is not simply a South Asian country, but an Indo-Pacific country. That in itself gives a centrality to India in the maritime and the regional discourse, which perhaps a South Asian, Indian Ocean power by itself would not have done. So I think there is a shift happening. There is a recognition that Chinese capabilities, Chinese growth is a real challenge, which we have to acknowledge and we have to work with in some ways. But certainly, if for China, nothing suits it more than India getting bogged down in this India-Pakistan binary. And therefore, I think the damage that Mr. Trump has done is to bring Pakistan back in the discourse. And in some ways, not fully, but in some ways, bringing the India-Pakistan hyphenation back, which may or may not last, but this damage from India's perspective has been somewhat extraordinary.
Let's talk, enough time on Pakistan. Let's talk about China. You're dealing with a country that is economically much stronger than you, technologically more advanced than you are. How do you cope? What do you do?
I think that one is that, look, there is no alternative to building domestic capacity and domestic resilience. Internal capacity building, internal reforms, internal, whether it's military, diplomatic, human resource, or capability, that we really cannot outsource to anyone, and that should be the number one priority. Even as we try to leverage China, for example, because China is a big economic power, it is your neighbor, it is one of our largest trading partners. So in some ways, we have to leverage that. We have to ensure that China India continues to be invested in Chinese growth story and vice versa. But I think there are certain critical sectors where India needs internal resilience. Okay. And those cannot be outsourced to Chinese, and we can't be over-dependent on China. It came to us much late, this realization. When COVID happened, for example, the whole pharmaceutical industry was seen as dependent on Chinese APIs. So I think that problem certainly still exists. But the other, I think, aspect is that we need to be more upfront about the kind of partnerships we need. Because
give me an example.
I think US is a good example. The West is a good example. And I think this India-EU partnership, which, it took us 2 decades to finalize the trade deal. Now, of course, there are good reasons why it happened, when it happened. But in a sense, the partnership with the West is going to be pivotal in building domestic capacity in the country. But because there is also Cold War hangover in India, where anything to do with West is seen as bad. So, during the Cold War, non-alignment was largely negative, that we will not partner with the West. Today, I think in some ways, when we say multi-alignment, for example, this is a more upfront acknowledgement that without partnerships, we cannot build domestic capacities and domestic resilience. And therefore, whether it is a partnership with EU or whether it is a partnership with Russia on critical sectors like energy and defense, those partnerships will have to be will have to be created and curated and nurtured. But I think ultimately there should be an acknowledgement that those partnerships remain key to building those capacities that we need to confront or take on China with. After all, China did exactly the same. If you go back to Chinese history, Cold War history, what did China do? It was a partner of the Soviet Union. It conveniently moved, we were talking about Nixon and Kissinger, conveniently moved to the US. And then now America blames China for buying technologies, stealing technologies, IP protection, etc. I think in some ways, being nimble is perhaps very underrated. Ideological fixation cannot be the motto in any foreign policy, and therefore the more partnerships we have, it gives us greater leverage in managing some of the challenges, but also in building critical elements in managing China. Because without that, I think if you think that everything can be done on our own, that certainly is not something that will allow us to map out the China challenge in the near future.
I've heard people in the Foreign Office say over the years that the West is, effectively a bloc. The Americans take the lead and the rest of NATO follows. Now, for once, that's not true any longer. So you think that's an opportunity for India?
Absolutely. And I think a lot of the things that we are witnessing these days with Europe and the momentum in Europe that has happened, the first Trump administration made Europe realize that they need to think of life beyond Washington. And I think the second Trump administration made it very clear that Europe needs to act. And I think they've started finally acting like the kind of capabilities that they have. It will take them a lot of time. When they say today that we will build domestic defense capabilities, it's a long way off given how far they have come. So I think in that sense, it is going to be a slow process. But it is important for Europe, and it is good for India that we have a Europe that is more strategically autonomous, that is not taking its cue from Washington, and that can decide foreign policy based on merits of what the requirements are at the moment. And therefore, we have seen this uptick in India-EU relationship. And that is also true, by the way, in India-Canada relationship. Yep. From Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney, if you see the change and the shift, a lot of it has to do with Mr. Trump and what he's trying to do in the Western Hemisphere. So his visit today to India and the way he has shifted the discourse on India-Canada relationship is a tribute perhaps to Mr. Trump. So we owe him some gratitude also in terms of how things have changed in various world capitals in India's favor.
Now, you've said that while the ascension of Mr. Trump to the presidency is in some ways a reverse for India because of the manner in which he functions, because of his mysterious affection for Pakistan. But it's also a huge opportunity for us because everybody in the world is worried about him and people are taking us more seriously and are looking to us in the future. Is that fair?
I think so. I think, sometimes we underestimate ourselves and we think that, look, because our relationship with the US is going through a particular phase. There is Pakistan, there is trade, there is all kinds of statements coming out. There is the issue of immigration. We don't have any cards to play. But I think this is a moment for India. If we are upfront about what we want from the world, I think the world is willing to reciprocate because everyone is in the same boat. Everyone is recalibrating. Everyone is looking at a Washington that is more inward-looking, that is not there as a security provider, as an economic guarantor that it used to be. So in some ways, it provides an opportunity, and in some cases, for example, in the Indo-Pacific or in Europe, you see a number of partnerships developing which were inconceivable a few years back. So
give me an example.
So I think in the context of Indo-Pacific, if you see India, Australia, Japan, Korea, all these countries where India was present, but India was not looking at these relationships strategically. Similarly with Europe, we were present. I mean, look at Germany. I mean, German Chancellor's visit earlier this year to India is a reflection of what the changes that are undergoing in Germany. Germany wants to become a strategic player. They want to become a geopolitical player. They had given all that up after Second World War for good reasons. Now that they are waking up to their strategic potential, it also gives India an opportunity to recalibrate, to work with Germany, for example, on their immense defense capabilities. The labor mobility pact that India is signing allows us to look beyond the US. Most of our youth, most of our middle classes in India used to look at America as the final frontier. Today, the world is opening up and they are embracing India, from Japan to Europe to Germany to Canada. Labor mobility is a big deal. Yeah. And I think in that sense, the texture of our strategic partnerships is changing from economics and trade to also labor and tech. And I think these are the drivers of future geopolitics, and this should position India well in a landscape where demography is going to be a problem, where tech is going to be a problem, tech inequality is going to be a problem, and where talent is going to be in short supply. So I think in those senses, India provides certain assets which very few other countries do, and India is also one of the few countries that can bridge. It's very interesting if you see how many countries are there in the world that are members of Quad and that are members of BRICS. I mean, it's a very unique combination that you have, and the world apart, continues to buy it. I mean, they are not pressurizing us to say, look, you have to get out of BRICS if you want to deal with Europe, or you have to get out of Quad if you want to deal with BRICS. I think the world recognizes that India offers something unique. Indian proposition is unique, and if that uniqueness can be converted into a strategic advantage, then this is India's moment.
Okay, so that gives me the perfect cue for the sort of question that anchors like asking and academics hate answering, which is, you're saying you have a perfect cue. If they made you foreign minister tomorrow, what are the 3 things you would do?
Well,
I told you it's not the kind of question.
No, that's a very, very... no, I think, in some ways, the challenge for India remains, first of all, how do we conceptualize China in our foreign policy?
Okay.
And I think, in any case, if I'm an academic writing a book on Indian foreign policy, it's striking how everything revolves around China.
Yeah.
You take any issue, from economics to trade to supply chains to technology to our partnerships, you will have to have a section which will start the China problem. So in a sense, getting China right is perhaps the biggest issue in front of India. Now, what does right mean? It means that you continue to work with China wherever possible, but also you have to build those critical capacities that will not make you over-dependent on China. Where China cannot come to us and say, look, I'm turning off these rare earths, and therefore you have to behave in this manner.
I'm going to interrupt you, though I asked you through. You've suggested throughout, and we haven't discussed this fully, you're saying that the answer to handling China is not just looking outwards, it's looking inwards. That the reason they are where they are is because they made the right reforms in higher education, in technology, in being not so dependent on the world. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. I think all power flows from the domestic rather than external. I mean, the rest of the world can help us. Yeah. But ultimately, we have to find our own source of our strategic aspiration. And that source exists inside India, not outside India.
So that would be the first thing you would do. I'm going to sort of, because you're running out of time, suggest the second thing you would do would be to recognize that the nature of American foreign policy is more and more influenced by domestic policy, and it's therefore going to be more openly transactional, so deal with it.
Yes, I think it and not only America, I think the rest of the world is moving in a direction where everyone wants to talk a language of power and interest. And I think we should be more comfortable in talking about power and interest, which we have not been. We are slightly uncomfortable when it comes to power. I know previous ministers have said that, look, we are very uncomfortable when it comes to hard power. So I think in some ways, as the nature of the world changes, we have to continue to change. And finally, since you asked the third one, I think let's make Pakistan irrelevant in our foreign policy by not talking about it constantly.
Yeah, what happens if they launch a terrorist attack? We can't ignore them.
Then we respond. But I think it can't be the driving principle of Indian foreign policy that we have to tackle. You can create a deterrence model vis-a-vis China and that vis-a-vis Pakistan, and I think that should take care of Pakistan for the foreseeable future. Because if you get distracted with Pakistan, then I think a lot of the things that you want to build and that you want to curate and create in India, that will certainly become a sideshow, which should not happen.
So look beyond Pakistan, handle China, accept that foreign policy in the world has changed, and finally treat this whole Trump thing as an opportunity because the rest of the world is now more interested in India.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for summing it up so nicely.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
At the start of this session, Mr. Sanghvi said that this is a session that's supposed to wake us up. I think indeed it has, because it asks us to reflect, who is it that we want to focus on? The mosquito or the tiger? It's up to India to decide that. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for a wonderful session. Can I request Mr. Umain Thomas, Group CEO, Adamas University, and Mona Jain, President Revenue ABP Network, to kindly join us on stage and present Professor Pant with the memento from Ideas of India 2026. Thank you so much, Professor Pant, for giving us time. And thank you, Mr. Sanghvi, for steering the conversation. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. So just a reminder, we have been all over social media. We've had such an epic closing for day one yesterday with Shah Rukh Khan and Devendra Fadnavis ji on this very stage. So social media is buzzing with ABP Ideas of India. And if you'd like to buzz with us too, interact with us, remember to use the hashtags ABP IOI26 and ABP Ideas of India. So those are the hashtags that you must use. दोस्तों हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं अब हम अभी दुनिया के नक्शे पर भारत की ताकत की बात कर रहे थे पर अब बात हम सॉफ्ट पावर की करेंगे और ये सॉफ्ट पावर कहाँ बसी है हमारी कहानियों में हमारे सिनेमा में While the blockbusters chase the 1,000 crore club, there is a parallel revolution that is happening. A cinema that is raw, sometimes uncomfortable, but it's always deeply, deeply human. These are the directors who don't just want you to watch, they want you to feel the pulse of a changing India. To discuss how to win viewers without losing your soul, we have three of the most exciting voices in modern cinema. The man who gave us the gritty reality of Titli and the visceral Agra. Please put your hands together for Kanu Behel. Please join us on stage. We'd also like to welcome a filmmaker exploring the intersections of humanity and technology, director of Humans in the Loop, Aranya Sahai. A very warm welcome. Keep that applause going for the visionary behind the hauntingly beautiful Undercurrent, a filmmaker who knows exactly how to navigate the depths of storytelling. Let's welcome Christo Tommy. And to moderate what's going to be a masterclass, we have someone who has worn many hats: actor, producer, aviator, activist, and a true student of the craft. Let's welcome to the stage Gul Panag.
Thank you, Radhika, for that fantastic introduction. Half my job's done. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be back here and on this absolutely fantastic panel with three directors who have pushed the envelope, not once, but multiple times, and are definitive of how India is telling its stories. While Radhika did give an introduction, I want to very quickly take you through the three very, very talented filmmakers we have on stage with me today. Kanu Behel is the director of Titli, Agra, and more recently Dispatch. He's made films, and as films are now being called, content. Known for their raw, unsparing gaze at family, masculinity, and social structures. His cinema consistently challenges comfort zones while remaining rooted in emotional truth. Aranya Sahai, he's the director of Humans in the Loop, as Radhika just told us. His work sits at the intersection of ethics, labor, and the future of work with deep social inquiry and scientific storytelling. And he's going to tell us just exactly how that works. Last but not least, Christo Tommy. Christo's use of personal conflict to reflect broader social moral tensions, the kind of investigative work that his documentary series Curry and Cyanide did, and of course his approach to filmmaking, which leaves viewers with complexity of what they have watched rather than resolution. Resolution is perhaps an easier way of storytelling, that you finish watching and you feel like, I know what happened. But what's, to me, very exciting as a viewer is to keep thinking about it rather than seek resolution. So my first question to all three of you, and I'll begin with Christo. All three of you have made films that are not traditionally easy or conventional by any means. How do you think about winning viewers today? Is it about accessibility? Is it about honesty? Does one pander to what the viewer wants? How do you go about thinking of the viewer when you write?
Thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be on this panel with these amazing filmmakers and Gul. So thank you so much. Very happy to be here. I think the scenario has changed immensely over the last few years with the coming of the OTT platforms and COVID and the abundance of reels now. Even while I'm watching films in the night, like watching TV, I have one hand on the phone, and the moment the film gets a little boring or lacking, my hands move on to this YouTube reels or Instagram reels. So I think that is a pandemic that is affecting all of us. And as a filmmaker, I'm very much aware to it. I'm very much conscious of this thing that is happening all over the world. So it has become much more challenging for us now to kind of produce cinema that grabs the attention of the viewer. And what is also challenging, I felt, is that post-COVID, it was a bit difficult to bring people into the theaters because everybody know that in 30 days time, in 45 days time, whatever the film is going to be available in your home, and you can watch it from the comfort of your home without, with just a subscription fees and not wasting like 1,000 rupees on the ticket and popcorn and all this stuff. So how do you ensure that people are so excited that they come into the theaters to watch the film knowing that this film is going to be available in your home in 30 days? And also, while they're watching the film, how do you keep them hooked? And today's audience has watched all the shows, all the films that is happening around the world. They have seen The Money Heist, they have seen Squid Game, they have seen all these international shows. And then when they're watching your film, they are comparing it to that level. They are, they would rather say that I would rather watch a Money Heist or a Squid Game than watch this. So it has become a lot challenging for the filmmakers today to come up with stories and tell it in such a way that is engaging and gripping. But I think every decade, every time in history offers a certain kind of challenge to filmmakers, and it only helps us to make our craft better and devise a craft in such a way that we want to tell the stories that we want to say, we want to tell the stuff that we want to say, but tell it in a way that the audience is engrossed in it, audience are captivated by it. So that is something that I'm very much aware. Also, while coming out of the film school, we all want to do, we are coming with very idealistic views of what the world is and what cinema is, what theater is, what this industry is. But over a period of like 8 years of trying to make my first film, getting the finances, getting into the theaters, getting it to the platform, I've realized that you have to be open to the sensibilities of the audience. Or it's finally the audience who would watch the film, who would react to it. And it is for them you are making the film. And if they do not want to come out and watch the film, whether in theaters or any platform, then what is the point of making a film in itself? So that is a bigger journey that I've learned over the years, that finally it's audience who is the god. And you have to kind of find a way to make your stuff exciting for them. At the same time, not lose your vision, not lose your voice, so that you tell what you want to say.
Thanks, Christo. I think I do want to come back to trying to make my film for 8 years, but in some time. I'd like you to come in on this, please.
Thank you, Christo, and thank you, Gul, for that wonderful question. Thank you to the ABP family for having me and represent Humans in the Loop. I think talking about my experience with Humans in the Loop, broadly to answer your question, I always and I will always approach this from the perspective that you give the audience something new every time, something distinct every time, but you make it familiar. So with Humans in the Loop, the film was about an Adivasi woman who begins interacting with AI in Jharkhand, which some might call as a high concept idea, right? How do you usko dhalein kaise? How do you make it into something which is more palatable? So the story really in the film is about a mother and a daughter. The emotional storytelling between a mother and a daughter makes the backbone of that kind of storytelling. And on that backbone of storytelling, on that string of storytelling, I can hang a lot of things that I want to say about tech, about philosophy, about scientific storytelling. So, and I take from filmmakers like Denis Villeneuve, I love Arrival. I take from, say, an Interstellar or even a Kubrick, where they've done an emotional storytelling, but they've had things to say on that. So they've made it palatable. So more and more, that's what I seek to do with my films.
Thank you. Kanu, with your body of work, with the sheer quantum of experience you've had, could you also layer your response to the, how do you write with keeping in mind the viewers, to the changing viewer? I mean, Christo touched upon it and said that today your viewer has access to not just what he or she is watching in terms of what's coming out of India, but the very best of the world. How then have you seen this journey of the viewer from, back in the day when you were working with Dibakar and on LSD, and today? I mean, it's been a journey. Can you also incorporate that, the changing demands, the nuances of the viewer itself, and how you cater to that and take into account how to write and make films with that perspective now?
So I have a very simple answer for this, which is that you don't look at it. You can't look at it. I think...
Sorry, I have to interrupt you. You don't think about the viewer when you write?
In a way, yes, and in a way, no. For me, I am the first audience myself. If I'm interested in it, I have enough faith that there are enough people out there that are interested in it. So I'm, first of all, my own audience, right? Because as you said, the audience is changing all the time. And especially now, we live in times where things are changing so fast that I'd rather spend my time looking inwards as that centered, organic, anchored audience myself, rather than looking out and trying to find, oh, what do people want to see? So I always treat myself as the first audience and say, okay, what am I interested in talking about, in the sense that what would I feel like listening to? What is not being spoken out enough about? And so I see a space there where I'm going like, why is no one talking about this? So this is personal to me. So which brings me to the other half of what my check becomes for whether I should do a film or not, which is, for me, the more personal you get, the more universal you are. So the best way to reach the largest audience possibly is to get to the most personal, universal layer within you. So that becomes one, where I say, okay, this is starting with a personal urge that I have or a personal experience, but it has a larger meta, it has a larger connection, it has a larger relevance in the world that we are in today. And the moment I make that connection between the personal and the universal, I go like, okay, there's a film here, possible. So that's one. And the other is, you are the audience yourself. If you want to see it, then everybody wants to see it.
I think that's very poignant. You break it down to the most universal, emotional layer that I think is relatable for everyone. I think that's very interesting. Now, how does algorithm fit into all of this? In an age where platforms reward looks, instant gratification, not perhaps slow burn, and also this now making content which is attention proof, that you can be scrolling on your devices and yet be engaged in what you're watching. How do you protect nuance and the complexity without actually losing the visibility of the big picture as a storyteller? I'll let you take that first, because it's a continuation of what you just spoke about.
I think, thankfully, we are still a few years away from AGI. Everyone keeps talking about AI, but AGI is not here yet. So we'll know. The next big breakthrough really is AGI. And
you want to talk a little bit about AGI?
yeah, so I mean, I'm not an expert and I don't know much. I try to keep myself up to date, but AGI is artificial general intelligence as opposed to AI, which is probably the rudimentary version of where this world can eventually take us. So I think once AGI enters algorithms, then hopefully art has more of a chance, because hopefully AGI might be slightly smarter.
And I think it'll be easier for AGI to help you find audiences that think like you.
Possibly.
And which is what the hope is. That's very interesting. How about you, Rania? How do you look at this?
I don't.
Okay.
And I don't want to. Really, because the thing is that a lot of times we think that what does an audience want, and you reduce it and you minimize it to an algorithm, and it's not like that. You know, it is a lot
You
of
can't
times.
disregard the algorithm. It's a reality.
No, you can't disregard it altogether. But a lot of the greatest pieces, and I'm not talking about art, a lot of the greatest pieces, even on OTT, a Squid Game or anything, was actually first coming from a personal storytelling, from some things that somebody wanted to write.
Which is what Kanu also said. I mean, it has to be personally vested.
Yep.
I guess also just to add to it, they're most of the successes that we see on OTT are in spite of the system, in spite of the data rather than because of the data, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Squid Game is a great example. Or even say a Scam 1992. All of these are examples where people wanted to set out to tell a story themselves, and then the algorithm took them on. So it's not the other way around. Always.
So I guess what the algorithm is doing is it can, so far, that's why I was saying AGI, so far it can only tell you what has worked, and hence it will take you towards more of what has worked. Whereas what really sets where we are going is in spite of the algorithm.
Absolutely.
In that sense.
Yeah. Very well said. So what is your experience in this? I mean, and how was your experience with Undercurrent? Keeping this perspective of making a film, writing a story, and did you think about how the audiences would view this, how the algorithm would view this?
While making Undercurrent, I had complete freedom, creative freedom in that respect. Of course, I did think about how would the audience receive this film, because it's basically about two women waiting in a flooded house, waiting for the floods to kind of subside for the funeral to happen. And this is not a very commercial or a massy idea as such. And everybody involved in the film right from the beginning, including the producers, had a fear that how would the audience, or the mass audience for that matter, receive this film. And going by the previous trends, this film should not do well in the theaters, or should not do well on the platform. But I think for me, while making the film, I wanted to make it in an engaging way, in an interesting way. And I approach this film as an emotional thriller, so to say, so that it will keep the audience hooked. It will keep the audience asking questions like, what will happen next? I did not want it to be indulgent. I didn't want it to be a film such that only a few people would enjoy. So I was very much aware of the fact, right from when I was writing the script to editing to doing the music, I want to hook the audience. I want to be them part of this experience. I want to keep them thrilled through this experience. I don't want them to feel bored through this experience. But yeah, just to
thank you for that.
yeah.
Sorry, you were saying something?
No, I something to take from Christo and actually just explore it a little more. That, a lot of times we think, or the algorithm question actually boils down to the question is that, are you catering to an audience? Does the audience know what they want? A lot of times the audience does not know what they want.
Absolutely.
Right?
Most of us don't know.
Yeah,
We are being fed.
Yeah, and we are only doing approximations. And if you're doing approximations, then might as well tell a story that you in your gut feels correctly about, right?
Yeah, I mean, who would have thunk that Nolan would do Batman the way he did?
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Because if you had asked the algorithm what Nolan's version of Batman should be, they would have probably referenced to the Jack Nicholson version of
Yeah,
very
true.
and that'd be more of the same.
Which is what's interesting. That means we're thinking out of the box and not shutting the box. So I have one. I mean, I really want to talk about the challenges of distribution for independent filmmakers. But before we come to that, and I want all three of you to very quickly tell me the answer to a question, and there's a point and a B point. All of you have made films that are, I won't call them issue-based, but address issues. Where do you draw the line between making a point about the issue that you're talking about and letting the story breathe. That's A. And B is, how do you leave an emotional doorway open for the audience when the audience is watching something which you are telling as a storyteller and they disagree with it? How do you allow them to build empathy? So one, how do you make an issue-based film, or how do you tackle an issue without it become pontificating? And B, how do you deal with the audience? I mean, what kind of an emotional doorway of empathy do you leave open when you're telling them something which may not be palatable? Would you like to go first?
या तो सबसे पहले तो डायडैक्टिक तो हो ही नहीं सकता. हम लोग एड फिल्म तो बना नहीं रहे. We are at the end of the day trying to tell you a story. So I think the best way to tell that story is emotionally, and emotional investment and empathy. You have to build some sort of empathy for the character. Um, um, so yeah, you can't. I think you can't take that position of saying, at least I don't. I make an honest attempt to not try to be on a pedestal and say I'm just 45. So I'm also experiencing life. I'm growing. I'm also understanding the world. And if that's my truth, how can I take a position where I'm in my film saying, I know this, this is it, now I'll tell you. So automatically, if you're looking inwards, your position is, okay, this is what I'm talking about. मुझे इसके बारे में इतना ही पता है. ये सवाल है, इतने से थोड़े एक दो जवाब हैं.
बाकी open to interpretation.
Right. बाकी सवाल हैं, अब आप तय कीजिए. That's the kind of approach. And to the second part is, I feel like the moment, I feel like I don't want to take that burden. Most of my characters are really difficult to empathize with. So I don't try to take that burden of, oh, I have to make you like him or her. The point is, आप craft wise एक दो चीजें डाल देते हो craftily, which help. But my own belief is personally that the moment the audience is in the position of the protagonist that you have picked, they are already in that position. वो हैं वहाँ पर.
Aranya, your take on these 2 points quickly.
I think, especially with Humans in the Loop, the idea was about, talking about AI. AI is very, very extremely looked upon as dystopic. We're moving towards a scenario where more and more jobs, and especially when I started writing, those were the only conversations that were there. But as I was working on this film, I realized that there is a scope to reclaim AI from, say, the tech companies or just the government, and for centering humanity and having humanity collective control over these things that are going to affect all of us. Now, the easier route would have been to completely go and, just paint algorithms and paint AI in a negative light. But I didn't do that. I went in a more, I wouldn't say positive, but I went in a more hopeful scenario where humanity can reclaim. So how I did that, I think I just front and centered the humanity. I front and centered the mother-daughter story. A mother who's grown away from her daughter, and she feels, and an Adivasi mother, right, who feels like there is life around everything. She feels like there's life in the rocks, there's life in this. But so when she looks at an algorithm, she feels like maybe there's life in this also. So once she's growing away from her daughter, she kind of grows closer to AI, right? And in that interaction, the challenge then became, and the conflict then became, does sort of, will this algorithm ever see through an Adivasi indigenous perspective? So in that sense, I think I made sure that I front and centered the mother-daughter story. And that's how.
And that was the human connect.
That was the human. You front and center humanity, and I think that should be the way of storytelling.
Christo, your thoughts on this, right? When you address an issue in a film, how do you prevent it from becoming the bigger idea and being didactic? And of course, how do you address the fact that you want to be able to instill empathy despite the disagreement that the viewer may have with your perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, usually I don't start my film or the writing process with the idea that I want to tell a specific, talk about a specific issue or talk about a specific viewpoint. I would rather get excited by the story that I'm saying, or the characters, or a specific situation or something like that. Now in Undercurrent, for example, it was about a woman who had an illicit affair where her husband is dying. So this is not a very acceptable thought, especially for a male, like a patriotic society like Kerala. And for a mass audience, they would not kind of identify with this character. But the idea was that to tell the story in such a way that the audience kind of roots for this character. The audience may not agree with what she's doing, but they would feel an emotional resonance with her, saying that, oh, I do not agree with what she's doing, but I understand why she's doing what she's doing. So that is my job, I think, as a storyteller, to kind of, if I'm taking out characters that are difficult for the audience to kind of resonate with, then to kind of make them understand them, to kind of make them resonate with them, even though they don't agree. So that is what I always try to do with my films. And then again, a lot of times I let the story kind of breathe and take a form in itself to kind of tell me what it's trying to tell me. I am not kind of trying to put a POV onto the film, or kind of put a statement at the end of the film saying that, okay, this is what I want to say. Right. I want the emotion to breathe. I want the audience to feel that emotion. And through those emotion, if they get something great, but I want them to rather feel that emotion more than anything
lack
else.
of resolution. I mean, so, I want to move away from emotions and non-tangible things to what is really tangible, the business of cinema and the challenges of independent filmmakers and distribution. There are incredible films being made out there, but we don't get to see them. And OTTs were supposed to fix that. Do you want to talk about your journey with Agra? And then I'd like, both Aranya and Christo to come in on that. And I want the audience to think about this, because this is what I want to be the lasting thought, that there are great filmmakers out there who are pushing the envelope, who are opening the box, but distribution is a real challenge, and in some cases it's not. So I'd like you to go first with this, please, with your Agra story.
Yeah, so it was a 8-year-long journey from the day I started writing the film to the day it came out in the theaters. It was a 100-screen release, but there was not a single PVR or a Cinepolis. So effectively, the 100 screens that I got were unreachable, and were, even for the people who were interested in the film, they couldn't go and watch it. So I decided to speak up about it, and fortunately it got picked up by the press, and beyond that, it has led to so far 120 independent filmmakers coming together. We are on the cusp of forming a group now, an independent filmmakers body now.
I think that deserves a very, very big hand. Affirmative action when faced with a challenge, rather than just saying, "Ye to aise hi hota hai."
Yeah, so that the happy part of the process was that the film, whatever happened to the film, but it sort of became like a diving board for all of us to start the process of coming together. And so that's happening. But yeah, the challenges are there.
Would you also like to touch upon, I mean, I should have mentioned this, theatrically and getting through to the OTT ecosystem as well? And Aranya, I want you to come last in this, because I know you have a slightly different take on this, and Christoph spoke about 8 years to make his film as well. So would you like to just add a little bit about how the access of distribution is not just with theaters and theatrical releases, but beyond that, perhaps?
Yeah, so I mean, that's been the slow. We all talk about Hindi cinema being in decline, right? But we never really truly address why it's in decline, and the reason and it's similar reasons with Hollywood. The mid-budget film has completely gone out of vogue. So the smaller budget films have been asked to fuck off, if I can say that. They've been long, 5 or 6 years ago, they were said, okay, you are not part of this ecosystem. You are not allowed here. Go find some other alternative, which was supposed to be the OTTs. So the smaller film exited first. The mid-budget film then couldn't find its feet because suddenly the cinemas were too expensive, and one single visit meant too much to spend. So the event film came in. But it's a dying system. We are seeing that system fail now, because the event film, you cannot feed the audience only on gulab jamuns. You know, they need nutrition, they need other, the palate has to be full. So if you're only going to give them gulab jamuns, they can only have one or two, and that's what we are
They'll
seeing.
get diabetic very quickly.
Sorry?
They'll get diabetic
Yeah,
very quickly.
they'll get diabetic really quickly. So that's what is happening now in the theatrical space, which is, I mean, in India now, the model somehow in the OTT space, they are trying to recreate the exact same failing model that they are seeing in the theatrical space, but somehow they feel like idhar kaam karega.
Yeah, kaam karega.
Haan.
Christo, do you want to come in on this? We're running out of time, but I do want to hear Aranya's take also on this. So your journey, the challenges of distribution, both theatrical and OTT.
So with Undercurrent, like when I was trying to make the film, I wanted to finish the film and then take it to the festivals and go to the markets and things like that. But strange to say that once I completed the film, my film did not get through to any of the major festivals, and did not make it even to the festival in Kerala, for that matter. So, but then luckily we had a good theatrical release, and it had a great release across the world, not just in India, and it did really great numbers for a female oriented film. So I think I felt during my journey that whatever you want to do, whatever the kind of film that you want to do, you have to be also kind of realistic to understand, okay, this is the market that this film would thrive in. There is no point in me saying that, I want to make a specific kind of film and it should do well in the theaters, or I want to do a specific kind of film and it to do well in the festival circuit. You have to be aware of what, specific market wants, and you have to kind of prepare yourself for that. So that was the journey I think I had. And I also realized for me, the biggest joy is seeing your film in the theaters and seeing the reactions of the people. So the first day when my film was released, I remember still the joy of seeing that Book My Show getting orange and then becoming red. And I don't think anything else can replace that. So I'm very clear in my journey forward that those are the kind of films that I want to make to be widely seen from the audience, widely seen by the masses, not just in Kerala, but everywhere around the world. But again, like as a filmmaker, I want to tell the stories that I want to say, keep my vision intact. But again, have a wider accessibility factor there. And also distribution for my film was very specific because even my producers were afraid of how to kind of position it. Because again, like I told you, it's a female-centric film. It talks about funeral and death, and it's about mourning. And
I mean, why female-centric films should be an issue is subject for a different panel. But I do want to talk about that some other time. But yes, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, because getting funding for such a film also was very difficult. And then everybody was scared how it would do well in the theaters, because everybody thought, okay, this film was for the OTTs. But then it really did great numbers in the theaters. And before the film released, we would send it to TV channels and such, and a lot of people hesitated in buying it. But after the film got released and major television channel picked it up, and then they sent a message later to my producer saying this film has done great numbers, better than even the so-called traditional commercial comedy films. So I think it's about, for me personally, the journey is about connecting with the audience, and that is where I have got the most reward from.
Thank you for that. We're out of time, but definitely would love to hear your bits on the distributional challenges or lack of.
No, challenge is there. Like, there's no difference. It's a very challenging job to get your film out there, especially as a small film, as an independent film. What we did was, we premiered the film in Mumbai Film Festival in 2024. And for 1 or 2 months, you just have to, I just ended up pulling everybody's sleeve key. What can we do? How can this film reach a certain way? Can this premiere at a bigger international film festival? Will that affect? When none of that happened, I realized I can't waste and I can't let the destiny of my film be determined by this European, American film festival space, neither by people who are, who don't understand this kind of a film yet, right? So we started to do a lot. We did 2 screenings every week for the next 1 year. Right, so I screened it at India International Center, Bangalore International Center, National Film Archive of India, and India is still structured in a way where a small filmmaker can go and do this campaign for a year for very little money.
You fought for your film.
Yes, I mean as does everybody, but we ran it like a political campaign in the sense if you don't have money, you have time, right? You give your film a year. And because of that, because of those screenings, at every screening, I would invite, say, 40 journalists. 10 would turn up, 2 would write about the film. But those 2 writing about the film gave me enough momentum to release the film in September 2025. There, we didn't have a large release. We had literally 1 screen in Mumbai, right? Because that's the kind of money we had to pay upfront. But what started to happen was, because of that momentum for a year, that show started going houseful. And because of that, PVR then got involved.
Added shows.
Yeah, and added shows. So we scaled up from 1 show in Mumbai to 100 shows across 15 cities. And that gave us the momentum to eventually come on Netflix, and through the help of my executive producer, of course, who's Kiran Rao.
Kiran, of course. That's incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big hand for this panel? Christo, Aranya, and Kanu. And it's so heartening to see in an age where we chase likes and numbers, that there are people who are fighting it out to tell the stories that mean something and resonate for them. Thank you so much for being such a fantastic audience. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What a wonderful, what an enriching conversation this has been. It certainly is not easy to find a distinct voice as a filmmaker in the times of algorithms and AI, but aren't we grateful that they have found their voice? And what AI certainly can't replace is their perseverance and their imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. I request you to please remain on stage as I invite Kapil Batra, CFO, Navi Mumbai International Airport Limited. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Prabhat Mahapatra, COO, Navi Mumbai International Airport, and Shumanta Datta, CEO, ABP Network. Please join us on stage to present a memento from Ideas of India. And a big round of applause for Gul as well for steering this conversation so masterfully. I think we can keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. A wonderful session this has been. We'd like to thank all our speakers once again, and a quick photo op. Can I request all our guests to please join in for the picture? Thank you so much. Kanu Behel, Aranya Sahai, and Christo Tommy. And thank you once again to our chair, Gul Panag. We look forward to having you back later on stage, Gul. Thank you, gentlemen. What a fascinating session, and the nuances of storytelling and getting that film out there. In fact, आज cinema की और भी बहुत बातें होने वाली है दोस्तों. Towards the evening, we will have 2 powerhouse performers on this platform of Ideas of India. Pankaj Tripathi ji will be joining us, as will be the man who has been 25 for the last 40 years, Anil Kapoor. He's going to be on this platform as well. So exciting conversations to look forward to, including the one that we are just about to begin. दोस्तों, भारत के डेमोग्राफिक की बार बार बात की जाती है, पर क्या हम हमारी यूथ को सही गाइडेंस और प्रिपरेशन दे पा रहे हैं? Are we equipping them to be leaders and change makers? ये बहुत अहम सवाल है, और हमारा अगला सेशन यही सवाल आंसर करता है. We have a veteran who has spent decades shaping the minds of the next generation. Please put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor of Adamas University, Suranjan Das ji. Please join us on the stage. और उनसे काफी सारे आउट ऑफ सिलेबस सवाल आज पूछने के लिए हमने चेतन को बुलाया है. चेतन, वेलकम टू द स्टेज as well, and it's over to you.
Hi, sir. So you've been vice chancellor at lots of universities. Did you something scary about meeting, principal's office? Do you get people? Do you do discipline stuff also?
Well, I make a fundamental difference between academic administration and general administration.
Acha.
Academic administration is always bottom up. It is always participatory management.
Okay.
So I have discipline, but I've always interacted, and that has worked.
Okay. नहीं नहीं आप
I have been
शरारती बच्चे हैं आपके कॉलेज में?
Sorry?
शरारती बच्चे आते हैं? नहीं.
See, I mean, when I was in Jadavpur University, I've been get out for 50 hours, 55 hours.
50 hours?
For 2 days.
Why?
But,
What did they want?
well, I thought there were a lot of legitimate demands because when I was a student, I was also in student politics. When I was in Oxford, I was the president of Oxford University Students' Union, the third person from South Asia to be. But some of the demands I couldn't fulfill because there I had to look to the government support and so on.
Okay.
But I always interrogated, and that
Okay.
helped.
I'll come back to education, but you know, I saw your resume, and actually you are done a lot of work on Southeast Asian relationships,
South Asia,
foreign
yeah,
policy.
yeah.
So thoda I'll get greedy and ask you one or two questions. That especially because Ideas of India conference, there's been a lot of sessions on foreign policy. Of course, we have had big experts come here, but आपकी भी मैं राय लेना चाहता हूँ. You know, I've been noticing, we have many neighbors. We have Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, China. If you count, there's Burma also, Maldives, sort of maritime neighbor. Little bit border with Afghanistan also, which is okay. So, I want your view, but जहाँ तक मैं देख रहा हूँ, सबसे कोई ना कोई पंगा हो रहा है.
Yes and no. I mean,
how do you rate out of 10? Let's say you are a teacher also. So grades, okay?
Yeah.
1 to 10 CGPA. Our relationship with all our major neighbors.
Well, I think 9 out of 10.
With Pakistan?
Even with Pakistan. Because
Oh.
we have not been drawn into a
Sir, आप बड़े
provocative
liberal marks दे रहे हो.
because it's very difficult to say anything on foreign policy after Harsh Pant. But I would say that one of the basic features of India's relationship with the neighboring countries is that we have a civilizational link. And that civilizational link needs to be fostered. And if we can foster that, there could be miracles. Can I give you one example from
Hanji.
my own experience? See, I've been quite involved in what was called the confidence building measures, even at the height of Indo-Pakistan conflict. So once I was going to Islamabad for a conference, confidence building measures. Now, you cannot take a flight directly from Delhi to Islamabad. You have to go to Lahore and then Lahore to Islamabad. So I took the flight from Delhi to Lahore. And when I went to, the clearing desk to get the boarding card for Islamabad, I was told that you have to go back, pay a fees because in Pakistan, you have to also pay a domestic fee. I said, I don't have Pakistani rupee. And if I have to change the dollars, I'll miss the flight. So just behind me, there was a beautiful looking Pakistani girl with a card glass English accent. So she asked me, why are you from India? What are you doing here? I said, I've come to for a confidence building workshop. So she said, don't worry. I'll pay the fees. You go ahead.
That
So-
was just your charm.
No, not at all. Not at all. No, not at all. I mean, I always think.
Sir, आपने hint ही नहीं लिया. Okay. Yeah, so you're saying at a people level, it's still, of
Exactly.
course, at people level, but I'm saying
Exactly.
diplomatically, you are seeing, of course, Pakistan though is a known, like almost permanent conflict situation. But even in Sri Lanka, there were moments we were very good friends. Even in Bangladesh, now we are
Sure. trying
trying to repair it.
Sure.
Even Nepal had this anti-India
Sure.
little bit.
Sure.
China, of course,
Sure.
things are not super great, right?
Sure.
I mean, is it inevitable? मतलब, are we like कि हमारे सारे neighbors गरीब हैं, not China, but all the others, and are we like the guy who bought the Honda in the slum? अभी अब ऐसे ये people don't like us, or is it like we are so good that we can't be liked, or is it something with our policies, or is this inevitable, and should we try for friendship, or या फिर डंडा लगा के ही हम रहे कि like ध्यान से रहो, we are India?
See, I view foreign policy at two levels. One at the state-to-state relationship and the people-to-people relationship. I mentioned there's a very great civilizational link between India and neighboring states. So if you adopt a people-to-people relationship, the story is completely different when you take into account the state-to-state relationship. And I would say that if there was no big power intervention in the area, there would have been perfect relationship between India and the neighboring states, even with Pakistan, because India has not played into the hands of a provocative Pakistan. So India has a lot of goodwill for the general people of Pakistan. I'll give you a story from my own experience. I was roaming around the bazaars of Islamabad And, at that time, there was a great onion crisis in Pakistan. India exported onion to Pakistan. And the people were saying, see, we talk of fighting India, but India is saving us. So I would always say, if there was no big point intervention, particularly American intervention, there would have been much better relationship between India and the United States. Even
You
Pakistan.
think India-Pakistan, in your view, it's because विदेशी ताकतें हमारी
Sure.
लड़ाई करवा रही हैं?
That is one major factor.
Oh,
one major
okay.
factor.
I would love to, this is very interesting trajectory, but I have very few time with you and we have to talk about education.
Yeah.
And India-Pakistan discussion, so you can
Yeah.
have a whole conference on it. So let's talk about education. You're looking at higher education, you look at many top universities, you have your own university now. What do you think of the future of higher education? The average youth, what's going to happen? There's some new policies that have come. What are your views on that? Very quickly, then I will have follow-up questions on that.
Let me first begin by breaking a myth. Everybody makes a critique of Indian higher education, but you have to place it in the context of the colonial rule that we had. And I would say, compared to the countries which won independence almost at the same time that India did, which in history we call the period of decolonization, India has fared much, much better in terms of higher education compared to our neighbors. According to the latest Global Innovation Index, India ranks 4th among the 132 countries that have been viewed, and first amongst the Central Asian and South Asian states. I can cite other examples. So, and Government of India, I would laud the Government of India for taking advantage of this rise of the skill in Indian higher education to introduce certain structural reforms. So the first generation of reforms in education sector has been completed. Now we have to go in for the second generation of reforms, which includes striking a fine balance between the pursuit of excellence, access, equity, internationalization, and adoption of what I call an adaptive pedagogy. We need a fundamental pedagogical revolution. That is the need of the hour.
Okay. You have been a liberal arts background person, historian. India, I don't think parents say, I don't know, maybe some parents do, but like society I grew up in, everybody says science लो, commerce लो, नहीं तो at least like do engineer, doctor, CA, ये सब बनो. Why should someone study liberal arts? लोग कहते हैं job ही नहीं लगती है. History honors क्यों करना है? You know, yeah, आपने किया है, I know, sir. That's why I'm asking you. Because geography honors or even like I think these are great subjects, sociology. But people say there is like, it's a useless degree. Is it a useless degree? And what would you say to people, parents whose kids, like, they are pushing them to not do liberal arts?
Well, it's not a useless degree. I mean, if you go to the West now, there is a fundamental throwback on liberal arts, humanities, etc. And that is also coming to India. We need liberal arts, the pursuit of liberal arts, to destroy what I would call technological determinism. You need ethics to have a good technology. You need an inculcation of cultural values to have good technology. We are speaking on skill education. We need an interrogative generation so that skill could be effectively used in the teaching and learning process. You need humanities and liberal arts to match technological advancement to what I call global citizenship. We are now no longer speaking of national citizenship. We are speaking of what Martin Osborne, the famous American philosopher, said, we need to create students who will be global citizens. So there is requirement to drive a qualitative match between technology and the pursuit of liberal arts and humanities. And I can assure you, things are changing. People are now getting interested in liberal arts and humanities. And as in the West, the problem with India is that we very often adopt Western methodologies at a time when Western methodologies have been already discarded in the West. Now we have the Western people in the West throwback to humanities and liberal arts that will come to India.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll be a very boring world if we only had accountants and engineers.
Sure.
I can tell you
Sure.
that. I have moved from the world of science to liberal arts, sort of. So
Sure.
I do kind of agree with you. We need everything. But there is this other guest in the room these days called AI,
Sure.
which is coming.
Mm-hmm.
All the more you are in higher education, the biggest question is intelligence is becoming commodity very soon. It's every year, it's getting cheaper, better. On a little phone, you can tell, please write this about our neighboring relations, give an analysis. I can ask him the biggest maths problems, check these accounts, give me whether it's a good investment or not, whatever. It's already happening and it's only going to get better. Doctors, people are putting, I put, yesterday my mother did some medical tests. I just uploaded it to ChatGPT and I said, please analyze this. It gave full, like it just read the PDF, 20 pages and instantly did. I do why padna kyun hai, sir? Kyun padhe?
See, first of all, I do not view education as a commodity. Technology is a commodity, education is not. I make a fundamental difference between teaching and learning. AI can introduce teaching, but it cannot make you learn. There's a quality difference between the two. I mean, I'll give you some simple examples. AI has a lot of positive things like that. It enables to integrative learning, personalized learning, so on. But you need people to put inputs into AI. If you don't put right inputs, the end result will be disastrous. I was reading an article the other day where it was shown that in America, for example, there has been an incremental rise of racism once AI became popular. Because the people who are putting inputs, they are doing it with a certain biases. Similar thing is happening in India. So, yes, we would use AI, but as a communicative tool, as a complementary tool, but not at the cost of direct teaching. We should introduce what is called blended learning. So if that is the way, AI can be a wonderful helper.
But a lot of people study to get a job. Now, will AI take jobs? I mean, like companies like Infosys, TCS, Cognizant, their stock is at 5-year lows now. In last 1 month, they've lost 20-25% of their value. 1 year, more than a third. These are big companies who used to come to campuses, take away so many engineers. I remember right from my time to even now, they come and take by the lakhs. Now, there are technologies like Claude, like lots of them, which just what these kids were trained to do for 1 year, Infosys would teach them coding. Then they come and turn things into code. Now that's being done by AI very fast, right? Maybe they won't go bankrupt, these companies, but they may not grow. They may not need so many new people, right? Yesterday, there was a news of this guy, Jack Dorsey, company called Block, which is like a razor pay, kind of like a payment. He fired 40% of the people, 40% in one go, 4,000 people, 10,000, 4,000 jobs gone. The stock went up 24% in one day. So now other companies are like, oh, if we fire people, our stock goes up. CEOs like, I get more bonus, I can buy my wife more diamonds. So let me just do this. What is going to happen to all these higher education, which you will deliver very well using all these hybrid AI thing, but they go out there and there aren't any white collar jobs. Higher education, usually people do higher education to get white collar jobs.
No, I don't believe in that.
Okay.
Education does not only produce white collar jobs. I say if the right education, that's why I make a distinction between teaching and learning. If you can provide the learning element to a student, they can cope with any jobs. The problem in particularly Indian higher education has been, we had been a victim of colonial education. We had been a victim of a process where there was no matching of the higher education with industrial needs. Now that is happening. For example, I give you my example from my own university, Adamas University. Adamas University, apart from introducing an excellent teaching learning process, we are the first private state university in Bengal, which was accredited by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council with the highest A grade. What we have done is, along with Adamas University, we have also partnered in technology called Adamas Tech. So what we do, we provide AI for all the students. As a result, a student in history or politics or economics, they also know basic knowledge of AI. So they know how to use the knowledge of history and politics and sociology for AI. So therefore, they are getting good jobs because you need people to also to provide the information. You need people to provide the rich and diversified database. Without that, AI cannot deliver the things. The problem was that traditionally there was a disjunction between higher education and technology, and higher education and industry. Once that gap can be addressed, I'm sure the problem that Infosys is suffering will not happen. It's true that 45% of the students who go out, they are not fit for immediate jobs in the industrial sector. That will change definitely.
All right. Thank you, sir. I think that's all we had time for today, but thank you for your views on a very wide range of subjects.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
Thanks
you
a
for
lot.
coming and
Thank
thanks
you
for
very much.
helping Ideas
Thank
of
you.
India.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Das, and thank you for saying कि जब AI और technology की बात होती है, liberal arts and humanities matter. That is so important. We need ethics to run our technology. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Kindly stay on the stage as I welcome Yash Mehta, CEO of ABP Education, and Kushan Chakravarti, CFO of the ABP Network, to please present Mr. Das with a memento from Ideas of India. Let's have a huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. The big takeaway from this conversation: technology is a commodity, education is not. Thank you very much, Chetan. Look forward to having you back later. दोस्तों, एजुकेशन से हम अब रुक कर रहे हैं सिनेमा की तरफ एक बार फिर, एंड व्हाट अ पावर हाउस परफॉर्मर वी हैव अमिट्स अस. दंगल की छोरी से लेकर कटहल की जाबाज पुलिस ऑफिसर तक, हमारी नेक्स्ट गेस्ट ने हमेशा साबित किया है दैट बीइंग अ सुपरस्टार इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट बीइंग लाउड, इट्स एक्चुअली अबाउट बीइंग ट्रूली ऑथेंटिक. इस इंडस्ट्री में काफी लोग हैं जो फॉर्मूला पे स्टिक कर जाते हैं, बट शी डांसेस टू हर ओन ट्यून्स एंड उफ हाउ वेल शी डांसेस. उनकी जो इमोशनल रेंज है वो एक मिसाल है. वेदर इट इज द क्वाइट स्ट्रेंथ इन पगलेट और द शार्प ग्रिट इन जवान और हर sheer presence in Mrs. She has a way of making every character look like she was born to play it. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the X factor in the new age cinema. Put your hands together for Sanya Malhotra.
शानदार पहचान बनाने वाली एक्ट्रेस है सान्या मल्होत्रा, जिनकी मुस्कान में सादगी है, अभिनय में गहराई है. जोरदार तालियों के साथ इनका स्वागत कीजिए. और ये तालियां इसलिए भी नहीं रुकनी चाहिए कि अभी जो 25 फरवरी बीती है, सान्या का बर्थडे था, तो हम सबको बिलेटेड हैप्पी बर्थडे विश करना चाहिए. जोरदार तालियां.
थैंक यू प्रतिमा.
इस बर्थडे सबसे अच्छा गिफ्ट क्या मिला सान्या को?
बड़े सारे गिफ्ट थे. पहले तो 2 साल से मैं एक स्पोर्ट्स कार्निवल करना चाहती थी अपने बर्थडे पे, क्योंकि मुझे वर्कआउट करना बहुत पसंद है. तो मैंने कहा मुझे क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है, पार्टीज मैं करती नहीं हूँ, जल्दी सो जाती हूँ. तो मैंने कहा मैं अकेले क्यों सफ़र करूँ, मैं अपने पूरे परिवार और फ्रेंड्स को साथ में सफ़र करवाऊंगी. एंड वी डिडंट सफ़र, आई एम जस्ट किडिंग, बट वी प्लेड अ लॉट ऑफ गेम्स एंड इट वाज सच अ फन डे. उसके अलावा मैं एक नए घर में मूव हो रही हूँ, एंड आई एम मूविंग माई पेरेंट्स फ्रॉम दिल्ली टू मुंबई, so which is really special, and I cannot wait to fully move there. It's a big step in my life, and I feel really proud. As you said, Delhi से मुंबई तक, it's been a very good journey, and I'm really grateful.
आपकी 3 फिल्म्स को नेशनल अवार्ड मिला है. दैट इज जस्ट कमेंडेबल. जोरदार तालियां एक बार हो जाए. एक्टर आप हैं, डांसर आप बेहद कमाल की हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योर भी हैं. कुछ रह गया है जो सान्या मल्होत्रा ने नहीं किया है या वो नहीं करना चाहती?
मैं सब करना चाहती हूँ. जैसे मैं एक्टिंग में अक्सर बोलती हूँ कि मैं ऐसा कोई रोल नहीं है जो मैं ट्राई नहीं करना चाहती. कोई मुझसे पूछता है व्हाट्स योर स्पेस, व्हाट डू यू लाइक टू डू एज एन एक्टर, एंड आई टेल देम आई लाइक टू डू एवरीथिंग. I want to experiment with my characters, and similarly in my life, I think I do not want to be set in a box because I hate being comfortable. I think मैं जहाँ comfort में फंस जाती हूँ तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि there's no growth in it. You need to keep taking challenges and taking risk in your career to grow.
दंगल जैसी हिस्टोरिक हिट के साथ आपके करियर की शुरुआत हुई, पहचान मिली, उसने अपॉर्चुनिटीज को आपके लिए इजी बनाया या फिर मुश्किल पैदा की? क्योंकि होता है ना कि पहला अगर फिल्म सुपर डुपर हिट हो जाए तो एक्सपेक्टेशंस बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाती हैं. उसके बाद हमने इस इंडस्ट्री में ऐसे भी देखा है कई सारे लोगों को जिन्होंने पहला हिट दे दिया, उसके बाद वो कहीं ओझल हो गए, गायब हो गए, और हम सोचते हैं कि अरे यार उस एक्टर ने इतना अच्छा पहला हिट दिया, उसके बाद वो पता नहीं कहाँ चला गया. तो ये एक प्रेशर रहा दंगल के बाद?
दंगल के बाद बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज आई, बट दंगल वाज अ काइंड ऑफ फिल्म विच हेल्प्ड मी प्रूव माई सेल्फ एज एन एक्टर, क्योंकि वो एक ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस थी. उसके लिए मैंने रेसलिंग सीखी, बाल कटवा लिए, एंड इट काइंड ऑफ मेरे लिए मेंटली आई न्यू दैट फॉर ऑल द कैरेक्टर्स दैट आई एम गोइंग टू गेट इन फ्यूचर, एक तो वो उनमें मेहनत अलग होगी, बिकॉज द काइंड ऑफ लव दैट वी गॉट फॉर दंगल वो एक टेस्टिमनी थी कि हमने मेहनत करी और ऑडियंस उन कैरेक्टर के साथ रिलेट कर पाई और फिल्म के साथ रिलेट कर पाई. तो वो मेरे माइंड में एक कंडीशनिंग बन गई थी एज एन एक्टर. बट टू बी ऑनेस्ट, क्योंकि मैं इस इंडस्ट्री से नहीं हूँ, तो मुझे डर था कि शायद, डर नहीं था, ये कहूँगी कि मुझे भरोसा नहीं था कि लाइफ इतनी बदल जाएगी दंगल के बाद. बट आई नो आई डिड गेट मोस्ट ऑफ द अपॉर्चुनिटीज बिकॉज माई डेब्यू वॉज दंगल. तो वो भी बहुत ही बड़ी चीज़ होती है किसी के लिए जो इस इंडस्ट्री से नहीं है. उनको मतलब प्लेटर पे चीज़ें नहीं मिलती. हमने मेहनत करी, अपने आप को प्रूव किया, एंड आई विल कीप मेकिंग श्योर कि मुझे कोई भूले ना मेरी परफॉर्मेंस.
नहीं, मुझे नहीं लगता आपको कोई भूलेगा. यहाँ पर सबकी मुस्कान बता रही है कि वो बहुत एंजॉय कर रहे हैं. मैं अगर आपसे ये जानना चाहूँ कि एक बड़ी सफलता जब आपको शुरुआत में ही मिल जाती है, इंडस्ट्री में एंटर करते ही, तो एक डर भी होता है कि जिस तरीके का किरदार, जिस तरीके की भूमिका आपने निभाई है, कहीं उसमें आप टाइपकास्ट होकर ना रह जाएं. ये आपको लगा कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि ऐसे सिमिलर रोल्स में करती रह जाऊं, कहीं इस बॉक्स में मुझे ना देखा जाए कि हाँ
ना,
नहीं, क्योंकि आपके किरदारों ने तो ये साबित कर दिया, आपकी तमाम फिल्मों ने साबित कर दिया, क्योंकि आपने इतनी वर्सेटैलिटी है वो हमने आपकी फिल्मों में देखा है. लेकिन ये उस वक्त लगा था कहीं मैं टाइपकास्ट ना हो जाऊं इंडस्ट्री में?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, क्योंकि मैंने, एज आई सेड, बिकॉज आई एम नॉट फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री, मेरी आई हैड नथिंग टू लूज. सो मुझे लगा कि अब चलो दंगल के लिए बाल कटवा लिए तो किसी और फिल्म के लिए कुछ और भी मेहनत करनी पड़ी, तो मैं आई एम रेडी टू डू इट. बिकॉज व्हेन यू डोंट हैव एनी बेस, then you're like, yeah, it's okay, I can take more challenges, I can take more risk with my career and the roles that I want to pick. मैंने कभी नहीं सोचा कि मुझे कोई टाइपकास्ट कर सकता है, क्योंकि ये मेरे दिमाग में ही नहीं है. एज एन एक्टर आई हैव ऑलवेज पुश, चाहे वो दंगल के बाद आई डिड फोटोग्राफ with Nawazuddin Siddiqui and Ritesh Batra, which was a completely different character. It required me to channel some emotional depth, you know. उसके बाद बधाई हो happened, उसके बाद पटाखा which was completely opposite of दंगल, जिसमें दो बहनें मतलब एक दूसरे के बाल नोच रही हैं, गाली गलौज कर रही हैं, वो भी कैरेक्टर अलग ही था. तो I kept pushing myself to see कि क्या मैं as an actor ये कर पाऊंगी या नहीं कर पाऊंगी. और I think I have also been very lucky that I have gotten to work with some amazing directors, जिन्होंने मुझे पुश भी किया और मेरे कंफर्ट जोन से मुझे बाहर भी लाया. क्योंकि मैं पटाखा की बात कर रही थी, जब मैं पटाखा के लिए ऑडिशन दे रही थी तो मुझे हल्का सा डाउट था, और मुझे ये डाउट नहीं था, मुझे ये था कि भाई मैं विशाल जी को खुश कर दूं, क्योंकि विशाल भारद्वाज जी अगर
वो आसान नहीं था. आपने तमाम इंटरव्यूज में इस बात का जिक्र भी किया है, वो इजी नहीं था.
क्योंकि वो मुझे बधाइयों के सेट पे मिलने आए, उन्होंने बोला यार ये तो बहुत शांत सी लड़की है, कैसे करेगी ये चिल्लाने वाला.
दिल्ली की लड़की को लेकर इतनी बड़ी गलतफहमी.
बात तो बिल्कुल सही है. ये हमारे अंदर इनेट है.
तो कैसे हुआ फिर ये जो आप कह रहे हैं ना कि विशाल भारद्वाज को बहुत डाउट हुआ कि यार ये तो इतनी शाई सी लड़की है, ये कैसे?
कुछ नहीं, ऑडिशन दिया. आई ऑल्सो पुश्ड माई सेल्फ. दिल्ली वाला जगाना पड़ा, क्योंकि आसपास तो हमने ऐसे कैरेक्टर्स दिल्ली में बहुत देखे हैं, और मैं तो अपनी बहन से लड़ाई वैसी करती थी. तो ये
तो दंगल में भी काम आया होगा ना? इस दंगल में भी काम आया होगा. घर में तो बहनों में, भाइयों में दंगल होते ही रहते हैं.
जी, पर दंगल तो मतलब बहुत टेक्निकल रेसलिंग थी. उसके लिए तो 1 साल हमने रेसलिंग सीखी उस कैरेक्टर के लिए. ये जो पटाखा वाली रेसलिंग थी, इट डजंट रिक्वायर एनी प्रैक्टिस. ये सिर्फ हाथ वाथ मारो, जहां पड़ जाए वो सही.
अच्छा, जैसा कि मैं बात कर रही थी, आपको कभी टाइपकास्ट होने का डर नहीं सताया, लेकिन उसकी शायद एक वजह ये भी है कि आपने बहुत वर्सेटाइल रोल चुने और आपने ये तय किया कि मैं अपने लिए एक अलग मुकाम हासिल करूंगी. मुझे एक बॉक्स में बंद होकर नहीं रहना है कि मैं सिर्फ इसी तरीके के रोल्स कर सकती हूँ. उसके लिए इंडस्ट्री को भी उतना ही पुश करने की जरूरत है कि वो एक एक्टर को एक ही तरीके के रोल में ना बांधे, या कलाकारों की जिम्मेदारी ज्यादा है कि वो इस टाइपकास्ट होने से कैसे बचे?
पता नहीं, मैंने कभी ऐसा सोचा नहीं कि मैं होंगी, तो मेरे दिमाग में ये कभी आया नहीं. और मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी वैसी ही मिल रही हैं जिसपे मैं एक्सपेरिमेंट कर सकूं. एज आई सेड अर्लियर, आप टाइपकास्ट तभी होगे जब आप अपने कंफर्ट से बाहर ना आना चाहो. कि मुझे पता है कि ये फिल्म इट वर्कड in the past, so I should be doing that sort of cinema now. That I never think. it's something that I naturally, it's organically, I don't think like that. So maybe
रिस्क
that could
लेना
be the
जरूरी
reason.
है, मतलब
Yeah, yeah.
आपके हिसाब से रिस्क लेना जरूरी है। और
बिल्कुल।
कहते भी हैं बॉलीवुड में जिसने रिस्क नहीं लिया उसने तो एकदम मतलब गिव अप ही कर दिया। आपको
Yeah,
रिस्क
but
लेना
life
पड़ेगा।
में क्या है, एज एन एक्टर आप कुछ भी बन सकते हो ना, उसकी एक्साइटमेंट अलग है कि किसी दिन आप डॉक्टर हो, किसी दिन आप कुछ और हो। मतलब वो वैसा, मतलब इट रियली एक्टिवेट्स योर इनर चाइल्ड। और मैं बचपन में बहुत हर 2 सेकंड में अपना करियर बदलती थी। आई थिंक आई वाज बोर्न टू बी एन एक्टर। सो व्हेन आई एम गेटिंग दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी टू एक्सपेरिमेंट विद माय कैरेक्टर्स, एंड व्हाई नॉट।
आपको अपने करियर की अगर 3 फिल्में ऐसी चुननी हो जो आपकी कैरेक्टर को डिफाइन करती हैं, आपको एज ए एक्टर डिफाइन करती हैं, वो कौन सी होंगी?
कटहल, पगलेट, मिसेस, ये 3 फिल्में मेरे दिल के बहुत करीब हैं। पगलेट तो मैं was a very risky choice for me as an actor, because at that time a lot of people told me that this will be your solo lead, and I think you should work with more actors, build your audience, and then venture into a solo lead. I'm glad I didn't do that, because that film really changed a lot for my career, and it gave me a lot of confidence कि अगर script अच्छी है तो I can make it work with my performance, with my मेहनत। मैं कुछ भी करूँ, मैं वो film, I'll make sure that it does well. And then Kathal happened, which at that point, you know, I never look for, जब मैं काम कर रही होती हूँ तो मैं validation का नहीं सोचती हूँ, चाहे वो awards के through हो या कुछ भी हो। My only motive as an actor, I am sure ये काफी actors और directors के mind में होता होगा, our motive is to entertain the audience. पर उसमें meaning भी होता है, तो वो अलग ही, मतलब you get attracted to such films and such characters and stories. So when Kathal came, वो इतना ब्यूटीफुल सटायर है, 2 कटहल खो गए हैं, बट उसकी आड़ में एक पुलिस इंस्पेक्टर खोई हुई लड़कियों को ढूंढ रही है। दैट होल story and the message behind Kathal was so special that I could not, I'm so grateful that Guneet thought that I can be a part of it. So these sort of films and these sort of stories I naturally get drawn to, and I'm glad that Paglet kind of set that thing for me. It gave me a confidence कि अच्छी story हो, अच्छा character हो, so back it. Don't think about anything else. You will get the validation that you want from the audience, which is the ultimate validation for me as an actor.
कोई भी मूवी चुनते वक्त क्या चीजें आपके दिमाग में सबसे ज्यादा होती हैं कि मुझे ये मूवी करनी है तो क्यों करनी है? क्या सोचती हैं आप?
स्टोरी अच्छी हो, एंटरटेनिंग हो, क्योंकि जब मैं सुन रही होती हूँ या मैं पढ़ रही होती हूँ तो मैं एज एन ऑडियंस पढ़ रही होती हूँ। मैं ये सोच के नहीं पढ़ रही होती कि मुझे इससे क्या मिलेगा, क्योंकि मैंने दंगल से एक चीज़ सीख ली थी। मुझे याद है नीतीश सर ने मुझे बोला था कि यहाँ पर बॉलीवुड में काफ़ी लोग सोचते हैं कि इस फिल्म से मुझे क्या मिल रहा है, इंस्टेड ऑफ एज एन एक्टर व्हाट एम आई कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग टू द फिल्म और द स्क्रिप्ट। सो दैट हैज़ ऑल्सो स्टेड विद मी, एंड I do many of the films thinking कि मैं as an actor how can I elevate and how can I do better for the script and the character. चाहे वो सैम बहादुर हो, चाहे वो दंगल हो, क्योंकि आप ड्यूरेशन देखेंगे तो इतना लंबा ड्यूरेशन नहीं है उन कैरेक्टर्स का, बट I know I can contribute to the story. I know with my acting and my मेहनत I can make that character unforgettable. तो वो मैं सोचती हूँ जब मैं कोई भी स्टोरी सुन रही होती कि क्या am I being entertained, and if there's a special message to it, it becomes really, I think it's really important to me. वो मुझे अलग ही, I get drawn to such stories, चाहे वो कटहल हो, पगलेट हो, मिसेस हो।
सान्या अपने काम में इतनी शानदार है, इसका एक एग्जाम्पल है कि आपको जो किरदार आप निभा रही होती हैं उसकी बैक स्टोरी आप खुद तैयार करती हैं।
जी।
ये कैसे आपने शुरू किया, क्यों शुरू किया, इससे क्या मदद मिलती है आपको?
ये काफी एक्टर्स करते हैं, एंड इनफैक्ट अ लॉट ऑफ थिएटर एक्टर्स डू दिस। और मैंने ये सीखा गीतांजलि कुलकर्णी जी से, जिनके साथ मैंने फोटोग्राफ करी रितेश बत्रा की, एंड हम रीडिंग कर रहे थे स्क्रिप्ट की, और मैं अपनी स्क्रिप्ट और अपने नोट्स लेके पहुंच गई जो मैंने थोड़े बहुत बना रखे थे, बट गीतांजलि केम इन हर कैरेक्टर्स अटायर, और उनके साथ साथ वो एक प्लेलिस्ट लेकर आई जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि मेरा कैरेक्टर ये गाना सुनता होगा गाँव में, और ये गाँव से ये वो खाती होगी। सो शी हैड एवरीथिंग प्रिपेयर्ड कि उसको खाना क्या पसंद था, वो गाने क्या सुनती थी, वो साड़ी कैसे पहनती थी, वो काम कैसे करती थी। और वो फिल्म में मेरे हाउसमेट का कैरेक्टर कर रही है, तो वो बैठेंगी कैसे, वो पायल की आवाज़ कैसे आएगी, एवरीथिंग शी हैड नोटेड इट डाउन, And this was a film right after Dangal. So Dangal mein wrestling really helped me to get into the character. But for photograph, I wanted some emotional thing. And after when I saw her doing that, I thought that my character also needs a backstory, which was really helpful. And I got into the character so much that it took me months and a film like Paglet to get out of that character that I played in photograph. I love doing it. एक आप memory bank बनाओ एक character की, आप उसकी life में घुस जाते हो. And when you're shooting, you don't have to even think about any of your life experiences, क्योंकि वो अलग ही होते हैं आपके character. They are different human beings altogether. So I love creating a backstory for almost all my characters.
बातें मैं आपसे बहुत सारी करना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि
बातें मुझे करना बहुत पसंद है, आप देख सकते हैं.
लेकिन मुझे लगता है उससे ज्यादा पसंद आपको डांस करना है और हम सबको आपका डांस देखना. मुझे लगता है कि मतलब आई स्क्रॉल योर इंस्टाग्राम जस्ट टू सी योर डांस वीडियोस.
बहुत सुबह
You're
सुबह
amazing.
आप लोग मेरा डांस देखने तो नहीं आए होंगे.
अरे कौन कौन देखना चाहता है सानिया मल्होत्रा का डांस भाई? अरे देखिए.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
मतलब they love your dance और स्पेशली मैं अगर अभी आपके लेटेस्ट चार्मर में जो आपने डांस परफॉर्मेंस दी है सानिया, कमेंडेबल.
Thank you.
और दिल मतलब मैं जो कमेंट सेक्शन पढ़ने गई तो लोगों ने कहा आपने कहीं ना कहीं दिलजीत दोसांझ को ओवरशैडो कर दिया. That's a huge thing to say. तो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस की बहुत तारीफ हो रही है.
No, let me add to that. It's very kind of him that he gave me that platform and he took a step back because I could see it on set as well, that he was letting me be in the forefront. So all thanks to him. He's a wonderful performer. वो तो मतलब हमें globally he's making India proud, and it's such a huge it was such a huge opportunity for me to be starring in a music video with him. I love his song. और मैं तो उनकी गानों पे ऐसी रील्स बनाती थी. तो उस म्यूजिक वीडियो से पहले we did an ad together and he told me वो आपने किन्नी किन्नी पे रील बनाई थी, वो किन्नी किन्नी सॉन्ग हिट हो गया आपकी रील की वजह से. और मैंने कहा सर ठीक है, फिर मुझे म्यूजिक वीडियो में भी ले लो, मैं वो भी हिट कर दूं. तो मतलब मजाक में सोच रही थी, मैंने बोला नहीं. दिस वाज ऑल माय.
तो क्या पता ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी आए कि आप साथ में कोई फिल्म भी कर ले.
या बिल्कुल. मैं ही इज अ वेरी गुड एक्टर. आई होप आई गेट टू वर्क.
पंजाबी आप बोलती?
बिल्कुल नहीं. मैं समझती हूँ क्योंकि मैं मल्होत्रा हूँ दिल्ली से, बट मैं नहीं बोल पाती.
कोई बात नहीं. चलिए इससे पहले कि हम सवालों के सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ाएं, मुझे लगता है एक डांस परफॉर्मेंस तो बनता है. अगर सानिया यहाँ है और डांस नहीं हुआ तो फिर वो इनकम्प्लीट रह जाएगा. चर्चा तो चलती रहेगी. अरे आप हील्स में इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म कर सकती है तो साड़ी इज नथिंग फॉर यू.
ठीक है.
ठीक है. कैन वी हैव सम म्यूजिक?
मुझे डांस करना बहुत पसंद है. मैं 2-3 और गानों पे कर दूंगी क्योंकि आप सबने हाथ उठा लिया था.
हाँ तो ये होने वाला है. बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर इट. हाँ मतलब आपको लगा
मुझे बोला था कि मुझे बोलने के
हमने
लिए
लिस्ट
एज अ स्पीकर.
तो हमने गाने भी तैयार रखे हुए हैं. मतलब दैट इज योर फर्स्ट थिंग ना. प्यार, पहला प्यार तो आपका डांस ही होगा.
पहला प्यार मम्मी पापा. पहला प्यार मेरा एक्टिंग है वैसे.
ओ तो अगर मैं ये सवाल पूछूं तो फिर वो नाइंसाफी हो जाएगी कि अगर आप एक्टर नहीं होती तो क्या होती?
फिर मैं डांसर होती.
अच्छा.
पर मैं एक्टर तो जरूर होती क्योंकि बचपन से सपना देखा है. ऐसे कैसे नहीं सपना पूरा करती है.
टीवी, ओटीटी और बड़ा पर्दा, इसको लेकर लगातार चर्चा चलती रहती है. नए मौके ओटीटी ने दिए, नए अवसर दिए हैं, नए कलाकारों को जन्म दिया है कह सकते हैं. आपके हिसाब से क्या बेहतर है? क्या कंपैरिजन ड्रॉ करना जरूरी है?
ना, फॉर मी देयर इज नो कंपैरिजन. चाहे मेरी फिल्म ओटीटी पे हो या थिएटर में आए, दे ऑल वर्क रियली वेल. मैं कंपैरिजन नहीं करूंगी क्योंकि ऑल्सो ओटीटी रियली चेंज्ड माय करियर. Because the first film that got released for me on OTT was Ludo. It was received so well. और क्योंकि कोविड का टाइम था, बाहर लोग जा नहीं रहे थे, तो वो एक बट आई थिंक अपॉर्चुनिटीज तो बड़ी ही हैं. स्टोरीज और कैरेक्टर्स के साथ एक्सपेरिमेंट भी बहुत कर सकते हैं आप OTT पे, बट आई लव बिग थिएटर फिल्म्स यार, आई लव गोइंग विद माई फैमिली एंड माई फ्रेंड्स, तो उसका भी चार्म अलग है. So I don't sit and compare these two
चूंकि
platforms.
दिलजीत के गाने पे आपने परफॉर्म किया, आप बता रहे हैं बहुत अच्छी शख्सियत है, तो दिलजीत से ही जुड़ा एक सवाल मेरा है कि वो देश के जितने ज्वलंत या फिर बड़े मुद्दे हैं उस पर बड़े मुखर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम बॉलीवुड में अब कम देखते हैं. बॉलीवुड पहले ज्यादा बोलता था, बॉलीवुड अब ज्यादा शांत है व्हेन इट कम्स टू मैटर्स जो जिस पर लोग उन्हें सुनना चाहते हैं. सान्या क्या सोचती हैं, क्या बड़े विषयों पर कलाकारों को बोलने की, अपनी राय रखने की जरूरत नहीं है? क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग रिलेट करते हैं कि शायद देश में कोई बड़ी रेप की घटना हुई हो, उस पे ये एक्टर कुछ बोले, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, मैं सुनना चाहता हूँ. आप क्या सोचती हैं?
सबको बोलने का हक है, पर क्या सब सुनना चाहते हैं?
क्यों नहीं? अपने पसंदीदा एक्टर्स को जरूर सुनना चाहते हैं. और
हाँ,
इसीलिए
there are times you get,
हाँ.
आप उसको सुनते भी हैं और कई बारी बहुत सारे लोग आपको चुप भी करवा देते हैं. So where are you even talking this about? I think वो सोशल मीडिया पे बात करना, मुझे लगता है कि सबको बोलना चाहिए. Everyone should have their thoughts, and everyone, because we have platform, we have so many people following us, people should say what they want to say, but also not care about what other people are saying.
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है किस वजह से बॉलीवुड नहीं बोल रहा है? क्रिटिसिज्म के डर से कि क्रिटिसाइज किया जाएगा, या फिर उन्हें भी एक बॉक्स में रख लिया जाएगा, अच्छा ये इस आइडियोलॉजी से है, ये इस आइडियोलॉजी से, इस वजह से बॉलीवुड खामोश?
ये तो मुझे पता नहीं कि वो लोग क्यों नहीं कर रहे, because I would go and talk about what I want to talk about on my social media without caring, because I post whatever I feel like posting and I never get stopped because what other people think.
इस पर तो जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सारे एक्टर्स जिनको आदर्श मानते हैं लोग, वो चाहते हैं कि अगर देश में कोई बड़ी घटना घटी है तो वो उस पर अपनी राय रखे, और उससे कहीं ना कहीं एक मैसेज भी जाता है. अगर मैं सिर्फ एक एग्जाम्पल के तौर पर कह रही हूँ, कोई धार्मिक मुद्दा है, उस पर उन्माद फैला हुआ है, और अगर एक ऐसा एक्टर है जिसकी बात लोग सुनना चाहते हैं और उस पर वो अगर कुछ ऐसी राय दे दे जिससे माहौल शांत हो जाए, लोगों को समझ में आ जाए कि ये सब फिजूल के झगड़े हैं, तो उन्हें बोलना चाहिए.
मैं एक बात बोलूं, social media has made things really unserious. Even if someone has a good point, there are times which is when people don't want to receive it. So, and it's so sad that within a few days, within a few hours, we would even forget about what is important. Because the algorithm is such. Matlab wo, I would want people to talk about their minds and about their hearts openly. वहाँ तो कोई break होना ही नहीं चाहिए. But the sad part is, कहाँ बोल रहे हो आप? सोशल मीडिया पे, जहाँ वो आपका पोस्ट कहीं चला जाएगा, फिर लोग आगे बढ़ गए हैं, फिर कुछ और करने लग गए हैं, which is really sad, to be honest. It's really sad कि जो important चीजें हैं वो भी एल्गोरिदम में कहीं फंस गई हैं. जिन मुद्दों पे बात करनी चाहिए, मुझे ये भी लगता है कि न्यूज़ चैनल्स भी जो चीज़ ट्रेंड कर रही है वही दिखाएंगे ना. वो जैसे ही ट्रेंड चला गया, then you would not know that important topic will go somewhere which we would even not know. So it's sad that we are making things really unserious with times, whether it's social media or whether it's television.
Right platform की कमी है, आप मान रही हैं? सही प्लेटफॉर्म की कमी है, ये कह रही हैं?
I think sensitivity has gone down, for sure. We are less sensitive and we are less empathetic. और वो बहुत ज़रूरी है, चाहे वो किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म पे हो. As a news channel, you have that opportunity, and I hope none of us just like jump on trends and be like, ये अभी ट्रेंडी न्यूज़ है तो हम इस पे फोकस करते हैं, ओ पर ये चला गया, चलो इस पे फोकस करेंगे. So I think even if you have a good point, it's sad that it only stays for a few days, and after a few days something else happens and people forget about the important things.
देखिए, लेकिन 4 बार से मैं आपको किस जगह पर ले आई, क्योंकि मैं इस विषय पे बात करना चाहती थी और मेरा संस्थान इसकी अनुमति मुझे देता है कि हम ऐसे टॉपिक्स पे भी कॉन्वर्सेशन करें जो कुछ लोगों को अनकंफर्टेबल लग सकते हैं, लेकिन वी नीड टू टॉक अबाउट दिस इश्यूज. तो ज्वलंत मुद्दों की बात हो गई. अब आपके कुछ अपकमिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स के बारे में हम जरूर जानना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग एक्साइटेड हैं. व्हाट नेक्स्ट सान्या जो करने वाली हैं, जिससे हमें सरप्राइज करने वाली है?
मेरी एक फिल्म आ रही है टोस्टर विद राजकुमार राव, और एक फिल्म आ रही है बंदर विद बॉबी देओल जी, और मैं बाकी फिल्मों के लिए शूट कर रही हूँ. अभी मार्च में शुरू हो जाएगा मेरी भाग दौड़.
तरीके के किरदार अब आप और करना चाहती हैं, जिन मौकों की तलाश आपको अभी है?
जो मैंने अभी तक किया नहीं, आई थिंक आई वुड लव टू वेंचर एंड डू समथिंग, अ नेगेटिव कैरेक्टर।
अच्छा,
क्योंकि
ये तो
आई
नया
गेट
रेवोल्यूशन है।
ड्रॉन टू कैरेक्टर्स जिनको मैं पसंद करती हूँ, बट आई वुड ऑल्सो लाइक टू एक्सपेरिमेंट विद अ कैरेक्टर जिसको मैं पसंद नहीं करती हूँ, क्योंकि वो प्ले करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है फॉर एन एक्टर, बिकॉज आई थिंक फॉर एन एक्टर यू नीड टू एम्पथाइज विद वट एवर कैरेक्टर्स दैट यू आर प्लेइंग। और मैं वो करना चाहूंगी, कुछ ऐसा जिससे मुझे नफरत हो।
डायरेक्टर्स, आई होप आप सुन रहे हैं।
वो सुन चुके हैं।
अच्छा, सही जगह पर आपकी बात जा चुकी है।
हाँ।
ऐसे किरदार में हम आपको देख सकते हैं।
हाँ, शायद।
शायद। अच्छा, ठीक है, कुछ सवालों के जवाब यहाँ पर मिल रहे हैं। आपके साथ रैपिड फायर राउंड भी हम करना चाहेंगे, ऐसे तो
बिल्कुल।
आपको छोड़ेंगे नहीं, लेकिन उससे पहले क्या डांस परफॉर्मेंस एक और होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि आपने कहा कि अब
हाँ।
इतनी तालियां मिली हैं तो ऐसे तो मैं
आप
आपको
लोग
नहीं
भी
जाना।
आके डांस कर सकते हैं सैटरडे मॉर्निंग पार्टी।
तो हो जाए, कैन वी हैव सम म्यूजिक?
ब्रेक पे उठा के डांस करवा देते हैं, फिर एक सीरियस क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, फिर डांस करवाते हैं, फिर एक सीरियस क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे।
सीरियस क्वेश्चंस नहीं होगा क्योंकि अब रैपिड फायर राउंड।
ओके, ठीक है, ये वार्म अप था बिफोर रैपिड फायर, ताकि मेरी सांस फूल जाए।
चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। तो ये सवाल जो है ना, इस पे लड़ाइयां हो जाती हैं। जो पहला सवाल मैं आपसे पूछने जा,
पता था, मैं बोल ही रही थी।
बॉम्बे या दिल्ली?
ओ, गोवा।
डिप्लोमेटिक आंसर।
नहीं, अब मैं दिल्ली मुझे पसंद है, मुंबई भी बहुत पसंद है, अब मैं कहीं और जाऊंगी, मैं गोवा जा रही हूँ।
क्योंकि इस बहस का कोई अंत नहीं है, ये अभी तक नहीं हो पाया है। दिल्ली के लिए दिल्ली बेहतर, बॉम्बे के लिए बॉम्बे।
दिल्ली तो मतलब घर है मेरा, बट नाउ आई एम ऑल्सो मूविंग माई पेरेंट्स फ्रॉम दिल्ली टू मुंबई, सो अब घर तो मम्मा पापा से बनता है मेरे लिए, तो नाउ इट्स मुंबई।
तो अब दिल्ली जाना नहीं होगा जो पेरेंट्स
होगा, क्योंकि मेरी मासी मामा सब वहां रहते हैं, अगर मैं नहीं गई तो फिर नाराज हो जाएंगे।
बड़ा पर्दा या ओटीटी ज्यादा क्या एक्साइट करता है?
सब। एक्टिंग।
एक्टिंग। एक रोल जो आप करना चाहती हैं, अगर किसी नेता की ऊपर कोई बायोपिक बन रही हो, कोई पॉलिटिकल बायोपिक, तो किसका किरदार निभाना चाहेंगे?
मैंने ना बहुत बायोपिक्स कर ली हैं, तो मैं थोड़ा ब्रेक लेना चाहूंगी। एज आई सेड, आई वांट टू एक्सपेरिमेंट विद मोर कैरेक्टर्स। I have done many. I think I've done 4 biopics, if I'm not wrong. Yes, I've done 4. तो उस पे एक ब्रेक लगाते हैं, और ये 4 साल बाद मैं इसका आंसर दूंगी आपको।
ठीक है, एक रोल, एक डायरेक्टर, ड्रीम डायरेक्टर जिसके साथ काम करना चाहती हैं, अभी मौका नहीं मिला है।
अभी मौका नहीं मिला है। संजय लीला बंसाली सर।
ओके। ये सवाल हमने वैसे पूछा है आपसे पहले भी, लेकिन स्टिल आई एम आस्किंग, डांस या एक्टिंग, अगर एक को चुनना पड़े तो?
एक्टिंग।
वाह। आपकी नजर में सबसे बेहतरीन डांसर कौन है, क्योंकि आप खुद बहुत अच्छा डांस करती हैं?
नौरा फतेही।
सॉरी?
नौरा फतेही।
ओके ओके। अगर आपकी जिंदगी पर एक फिल्म बने तो उसका टाइटल क्या होगा?
क्यूट।
दैट यू आर। रोमांस, एक्शन या कॉमेडी, पसंदीदा जॉनर की अगर हम बात करें?
सब।
सब पसंद है, कोई एक चुनना पड़े?
थ्रिलर।
थ्रिलर। ड्रीम को स्टार?
ड्रीम को स्टार, तब्बू। तब्बू जी के साथ काम करना चाहूंगी।
ओके। फेवरेट चीट मील?
चीट मैं करती नहीं, मैं जो मन करता है मैं खाती हूँ।
तो सबसे ज्यादा क्या पसंद?
चीट करता है?
सबसे ज्यादा क्या पसंद है?
राजमा चावल, छोले भटूरे, समोसे।
तो यहाँ आपका दिल्ली का प्यार निकल आया ना आखिरकार। आपने वड़ा पाव नहीं बोला।
वड़ा पाव भी ठीक है, पर उससे ज्यादा मुझे वो पसंद है, मिसल पाव।
ओके।
हाँ, मिसल पाव। पानी पूरी भी पसंद है मुझे, जबकि ये दिल्ली वाले बहुत उदास हो जाएंगे कि इन्होंने गोलगप्पे नहीं बोला, बट आई लाइक पानी पूरी एज वेल।
राइट।
कैंसिल हो गई मैं दिल्ली वालों से। आने नहीं देंगे।
अच्छा ठीक है, बहुत मजेदार आपके साथ ये सेशन रहा, लेकिन पता नहीं क्यों मेरा मन नहीं भर रहा है। आप बहुत थोड़ा थोड़ा डांस कर रही हैं, मतलब मजा नहीं आ रहा है, मतलब माहौल नहीं बन पा रहा है।
गाने चाहिए।
कैसे गाने चाह रही हैं
आप लोग बताएं, कोई आके मेरे साथ डांस करना चाहे तो, अगर स्टेज पर
कोई आना चाहता,
आप आना चाहते हो?
प्लीज कम,
प्लीज कम, प्लीज ज्वाइन मी, प्लीज कम कम कम।
ऐसा मौका आपको मिलेगा नहीं वापस। आइए।
किस पे करें फिर? गाना भी सोच कर आओ जल्दी जल्दी, चलते चलते सोच लो। आँख पे।
आंख,
ठीक है,
वो
we'll play
परफॉर्मेंस
आँख।
भी क्या हम ये अरेंज कर सकते हैं?
हाँ, अभी मेरी एंट्री पे आँख ही चलाया था, तो है इनके पास गाना है, आई नो। अरेंज नहीं करने की
बड़ा
जरूरत।
ध्यान दिया आपने।
मैं एकदम आँख।
समय हमारे पास बहुत कम बचा है, तो एक सवाल जो रह गया, जो मुझे पूछना
देखा,
था।
मैंने कहा था डांस ब्रेक सवाल, डांस ब्रेक सवाल।
अच्छा, वो सवाल ये है कि पूरा बॉलीवुड तो अब साउथ का रुख कर रहा है।
ऐसा है क्या?
मतलब नॉर्थ इंडिया छाया हुआ है साउथ में, ज्यादातर जो एक्ट्रेसेस बहुत बेहतर कर रही हैं। आपका कोई जाने का सीन?
अभी तो नहीं है, पर जाना
करना
चाहूंगी।
चाहेंगी?
हाँ, एज आई सेड अर्लियर, आई लव एक्टिंग, चाहे वो किसी भी लैंग्वेज में हो। कैरेक्टर अच्छा होना चाहिए, स्क्रिप्ट अच्छी होनी चाहिए, बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे स्क्रिप्ट इज अ रियल हीरो।
अच्छा, बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि दंगल से पहले जब आपका वो वेटिंग पीरियड चल रहा था, तो आपको साउथ की फिल्म का ऑफर आया था, जो आपने मना कर दिया।
मना नहीं किया था। आई थिंक आई वॉज वेटिंग फॉर, आई टेल यू वॉट, because I said this in an interview and people got really upset that I said no to a South film. I don't want to say no to a South film. When I asked them to give me a script, they said, we don't give scripts to actresses. And I never said that in that interview. People got really upset कि आपने South की movie नहीं करनी, मुझे करनी है, but कोई मुझे अगर बोल रहा है कि हम आपको script नहीं देंगे क्योंकि आप एक actress हैं, तो ठीक है, मैं भी नहीं करूँगी।
नहीं, इस बात पर तो अड़ने की जरूरत थी।
तो इसलिए मैंने ऐसे उड़ते उनको बोल दिया कि नहीं, अब मैं एक बॉलीवुड फिल्म कर रही हूँ और मैं 1 साल के लिए बिजी हूँ। और वो शायद एकदम विद इन अ मंथ इट गॉट ट्रू एज वेल, बिकॉज आई गॉट दंगल एंड फॉर अ ईयर वी डिडंट डू एनीथिंग एल्स। वी कुडंट बिकॉज वी वर बिजी प्रेपिंग फॉर द कैरेक्टर एंड शूटिंग।
तो अब अगर मौका मिला तो आप जरूर जाएंगी साउथ की फिल्मों में भी, हम आपको देखेंगे।
जी, मैंने पिछले साल भी मणिरत्नम जी के साथ काम किया on just one song, but I hope I get to work on a proper film with him or even with Atlee sir, that matter.
बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ इस मंच पर आने के लिए।
Thank you.
सानिया,
Thank you everyone.
Wonderful session.
You guys were really sweet and kind. Thank you for watching my dance performance.
Thank you so much, Sania, for
Thank
being
you.
such a sport and indulging us. Please give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Sania Malhotra. Requesting you to please stay on stage, Sania. I'd like to invite Saikat Datta, Vice President Sales, ABP Network, and Gautam Datta, National Sales Director, ABP Network, to please join us on the stage and present this brilliant performer with a memento from Ideas of India. We wish Sania every success. चाहे उनकी आने वाली फिल्म्स हो, टोस्टर, बंदर, or the negative character you want to play. Sania, we really hope it happens to you. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you, Pratima, for a wonderful conversation. दोस्तों, भारत में we are all sports lovers, we are all movie lovers, और जो खास करके sports lovers हैं इस room में, they will know that there is a specific kind of silence that happens in a stadium right before a jump or a shot. It's not really the absence of noise. It's actually the presence of absolute focus. Our next two guests have lived that silence. They haven't just fought against world-class competitors. They have fought against physics, against fate, and against the countless no's that the world threw at them. These are actually our champions, the IOI champions who were honored by Shah Rukh Khan and the Honorable Chief Minister just last night. Our session now is titled Courage Under Fire. Let's put our hands together for two icons of Indian sport. The man who cleared 2.08 meters to take the Paris gold, Praveen Kumar. Let's welcome Praveen to the stage. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका Praveen. And alongside him, let's welcome the woman who redefined Indian shooting with the historic third Paralympic medal in 2024, Avni Likhara. A huge round of applause for our champions. I also request ABP's Dibangji to please join us on the stage to lead the conversation. Dibangji, हमारे साथ जुड़ जाइए स्टेज पर. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आप दोनों का. We look forward to hearing your stories.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं दिबांग और बेहद खास मेहमान, तो बेहद खास खिलाड़ी, दो गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट जिन्होंने भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाया, भारत की शान बढ़ाई. आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आइडियाज़ ऑफ इंडिया में. एबीपी नेटवर्क का बहुत खास कार्यक्रम है. तो प्रवीण, अवनी से शुरू करें. अवनी, 2012 में एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ और उसके बाद से एक तरीके से आपकी जिंदगी बदली. क्या क्या हुआ?
पहले तो गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी हियर. I was just 11 when our family met with an accident. और हम लोग धौलपुर जा रहे थे and the car kind of toppled 3-4 times and I was lying in the back seat. And that's how I got the spinal cord injury. और मुझे paraplegia हो गया and then the whole life kind of changed. Like in seconds, I was on a wheelchair now. Starting 6 months were on, I was on like total bed rest, and then I was just at home for like 2 years, and after that, my family, they kind of supported me, and that's how the life went ahead after that.
ये जो एक्सीडेंट है उससे पहले आप स्पोर्ट्स में इंटरेस्टेड थी, कुछ स्पोर्ट्स करती थी?
No, not at all. I was not at all into any sports. I was into other curricular activities like dancing and singing and जो भी स्कूल में होता है, but mostly पढ़ाई. That's it.
इन्होंने कहा है कि डांसिंग और सिंगिंग, आप अगर तालियां बजाएंगे तो मैं इनको सिंगिंग के लिए कहूंगा. अभी नहीं, थोड़ी देर बाद में, तब तक आप गाना सोच लें. पर आप ये बताइए कि आपके पेरेंट्स ने आपको कहा कि करना है, या आप तो लगता है कि मोबाइल फोन देखती रहती होंगी कि अब तो, या आईपैड में देखते रही, क्या माहौल था घर का, वो पूछ रहा हूँ.
तो like I said, I was homeschooled for 2 years और मुझे लगा कि शायद मेरे पेरेंट्स को इतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा होगा कि मैं घर पर फ्री हूँ, तो they thought okay, वापस स्कूल में एडमिशन कराते हैं. then in 2014 I again went back to school, and उसके बाद में because they wanted me to live as normal as possible, तो मेरे स्कूल में, I was from KV, तो वहाँ पे स्पोर्ट्स का काफ़ी कल्चर है and everyone was participating in some sport or other. And I would just, like, my house is just beside the shooting and archery ranges, so summer vacations में my parents, they kind of took me to the shooting range, and that's how it started. So it was more like their idea.
पर शूटिंग अपने आप में तो बहुत एक्सपेंसिव किस्म का खेल है, और काफी भारी, उसके राइफल काफी भारी होती है. तो कैसे शुरुआती क्या मुश्किलें आई, कैसे उस पर पार पाया?
जब स्टार्ट किया था तो डेफिनेटली उस टाइम पे भी राइफ़ल एक राइफ़ल ही 1.5-2 लाख की आती थी एंड इनिशियली इतना इन्वेस्ट करना वो भी इफ़ यू आर नॉट श्योर कि यू वांट टू गो अहेड विद दैट सो वो डिसीजन लेना बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट था एंड स्पेशली बिकॉज़ उस टाइम पे इतनी नॉलेज नहीं थी कि हाउ पैराशूटिंग वर्क्स इतने स्पेशलाइज्ड कोचेस नहीं होते थे बिकॉज नॉर्मली दे स्टैंड एंड शूट एंड बैठ के शूटिंग करने में राइफल में मॉडिफिकेशंस बहुत होते हैं व्हीलचेयर शूटिंग की एक डिफरेंट व्हीलचेयर होती है एक्सेसरीज डिफरेंट होती हैं किट डिफरेंट होती है एवरीथिंग कुछ भी इंडिया में अवेलेबल नहीं है एवरीथिंग वी हैव टू इम्पोर्ट इट सो वो सब उस टाइम पे उसके बारे में पता करना देयर वर अ लॉट ऑफ ट्रायल्स एंड एरर्स बहुत सारे जुगाड़ जो इंडियन मेड करे एंड इट वाज इनिशियली इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट बिकॉज द रेंजेस जहाँ पे मैं जाती थी वो भी व्हीलचेयर एक्सेसिबल नहीं थे तो माय पेरेंट्स दे इंस्टॉल्ड अ रैम्प देमसेल्फ ताकि मैं जा पाऊँ सो एवरीथिंग वाज लाइक दैट
और उसके बाद आपने पहले कंपटीशन में हिस्सा लिया और क्या हुआ उसी में मेडल मिल गया
सो हम हमारे स्कूल से एक रीजनल गेम्स टूर्नामेंट था जो कि लाइक it was not like for especially for para athletes it was competition between like able-bodied athletes and there was no category as such so yes I participated with other able-bodied athletes and I won a gold in that competition
बहुत अच्छी बात है कि बम्बई में लोग ताली बजाते हैं मैं आपसे ये पूछ रहा हूं कि और जैसे ये गोल्ड मिला उसके बाद क्या घर वालों से माँ बाप से इस तरह का प्रेशर था कि इस बार तेरे 4 रह गए थे 4 करेगी तो तेरे को ये मेडल मिल जाएगा तुम एक और अच्छा मारोगे तो गोल्ड भी मिल सकता है इस तरह का घर में बातचीत होनी शुरू हो गई उसके बाद बस एक आ गया ऐसा
नहीं दैट टाइम तो इट वाज नॉट दैट सीरियस जब मैंने पहली बार शूटिंग शुरू करी थी तो दे वर हैप्पी कि पहले मैच में ही गोल्ड सो दे वर लाइक वेरी सपोर्टिव कि ठीक है लेट्स डू अहेड आगे भी इसको कंटिन्यू करते हैं मैं उतना इंटरेस्टेड नहीं थी शूटिंग में बिकॉज इट वाज अ लॉट एंड मैंने कभी स्पोर्ट्स को उतना ट्राई भी नहीं किया था बट या दे वर प्रीटी सपोर्टिव
और उसके बाद क्या हुआ कहाँ पलटे ये घर वाले
not that much I guess but of course जैसा a lot of kids can relate to that कि उनकी parents भी they kind of get very attached to their dreams and their whatever they are competing in, be it studies or be it sports. So yeah, my parents, because they were so much into, because my mother, she used to travel with me in each and every competition. And like I said, my father, it was his dream that I play. So they were too much into it. So yeah, unko, of course, if your child faces any failures, it feels personal to them also.
और उसके बाद आपने कौन सा बड़ा आपका टूर्नामेंट इवेंट था पहले के बाद
after that I started competing in nationals and then my first international was in 2017 and that was my first ever World Cup. I went to UAE and I competed with other elite athletes like Rio Paralympics gold medalists and in my first competition I came second. I won a silver. So that's how I think that was the point when I thought, okay, I'm going to take shooting seriously.
और उसके बाद 2018 का साल है साल के बारे में हम बात करेंगे उससे पहले प्रवीण मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाह रहा था कि आपने कैसे तय किया कि मुझे स्पोर्ट्स करनी है
ये स्कूल टाइम की बात है 2015-16 तो मैं एक अकेला बच्चा था डिसेबल जो कि सीबीएसई स्कूल में पढ़ रहा था और उस टाइम पे मैं कोशिश करता था कि मैं बाहर जाके खेलूं दोस्तों के साथ फ्रेंड्स के साथ तो वो मुझे अपने साथ खिलाते नहीं थे और जब मैं टीचर्स को बोलता था तो स्पोर्ट्स पीरियड में तो वो भी मना कर देते थे क्योंकि बोलते थे कि कोई इंजरी हो जाएगी तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी आपको आगे फ्यूचर में तो मेरा माइंड ऐसा था कि जिस चीज़ को मुझे करने से रोका जाए जो मेरा मन करता है कि मैं खेलना चाहता हूँ तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि मैं खेलूँ। तो फिर मैंने प्रिंसिपल सर से और अपने फैमिली से बोला कि मुझे ऐसे खेलने नहीं दिया जाता है स्कूल्स में। तो उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया, उन्होंने टीचर्स को बोला। मेरे को सर वॉलीबॉल खेलना बहुत पसंद था स्टार्टिंग से। तो मैं वॉलीबॉल के लिए फर्स्ट टाइम मैं जब स्पोर्ट्स सर के पास आया तो उन्होंने मुझे मना कर दिया, क्योंकि वो जो टीम थी वो एबल बॉडीज की थी और मुझे उसमें खेलना था उनके साथ। तो उन्होंने मुझे बाहर निकाल दिया, बोला कि मैं तेरे को नहीं खिलाऊंगा, नहीं तो ऊपर से मेरे को डांट पड़ेगी कि आप डिसेबल पर्सन को आप एबल बॉडीज में खिला रहे हो, अगर इसके ऊपर कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगी तो कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेगा उस चीज़ की। तो फिर मैंने सर प्रिंसिपल मैम को बोला जाके, तो प्रिंसिपल मैम ने उनको कॉल किया और उनको बोला कि आप एक बार देख लीजिए इनका। तो प्रिंसिपल मैम को पता नहीं था कि वो जिसके लिए आप वो कॉल कर रहे हैं वो डिसेबल पर्सन है। तो फिर उनके पास कॉल आया, मैं उनके पास पहुंचा तो उन्होंने बोला कि ये डिसेबल पर्सन है, इनको आप इसकी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कौन लेगा अगर हम इनको टीम में लेंगे तो मैंने उनको बोला सर कि मैं रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेता हूँ, अगर साइन कहीं पे करना हो तो मैं वो भी कर दूंगा, कि अगर इंजरी होती है कोई, मेरा आगे जाके अगर कोई फ्यूचर में कोई प्रॉब्लम आएगी तो उसका जिम्मेदार मैं रहूँगा। मैंने कम्पीट किया उनके साथ। मैं सीबीएसई क्लस्टर तक टीम के लिए सिलेक्ट हुआ एबल बॉडीज के साथ। मैंने उसमें कम्पीट भी किया। उसके बाद फर्स्ट टाइम 2015 में स्कूल गेम्स हो रहे थे हाई जंप के, तो हाई उसमें एथलेटिक्स इवेंट्स चल रहे थे सारे। तो मुझे चूज करना था कि मुझे पता चला एक दिन पहले कि अपना इवेंट होने वाले हैं एथलेटिक्स के। अब मेरे को उसमें इवेंट कौन सा चूज करना है मुझे ये नहीं पता, क्योंकि मैं पहले वॉलीबॉल खेलता था और मुझे बस स्पोर्ट्स खेलना पसंद है, इसीलिए मैं आया कि भाई मुझे भी कम्पीट करना है एबल बॉडीज के साथ। तो मेरे फ्रेंड्स ने बोला कि तू स्पाइकर है, मैं सर स्मैश मारता था वॉलीबॉल में और डिफेंस भी करता था, दोनों चीजें करता था, तो तू एक बार जंप करके देख, हाई जंप ट्राई करके देख। तो वो एक लकड़ी का डंडा लेके आए 3-4 फीट का, उन्होंने दोस्तों ने लगाया और पहले वो चेस्ट तक लेके गए, वो मैंने क्रॉस कर दिया, फिर वो शोल्डर तक ले गए, फिर मैंने दोबारा क्रॉस कर दिया। तो उन्होंने बोला कि तू यार इसमें ट्राई कर। अब सर वहां पे प्रॉब्लम ये आई कि सर जो सिलेक्शन था वो 2 वीक पहले ही खत्म हो गया था, और वो कल का इवेंट है मॉर्निंग में 8 बजे का। मैं आज सर को बोल रहा हूँ सर मुझे कम्पीट करना है एबल बॉडीज के साथ, कि बेटा किस इवेंट में करना है कम्पीट में, सर हाई जंप में करना है। फिर वही प्रॉब्लम आई कि उन्होंने वापस मेरे को ऐसे ही भेज दिया कि नहीं उसमें नहीं कराऊंगा मैं बिल्कुल भी, उसमें पैर मुड़ने का चांस होता है, अगर मसल्स फट गई, फ्रैक्चर हो गया तो फिर कैसे कम्पीट करोगे आगे, और भी अपने वॉलीबॉल को कैसे ध्यान दोगे। फिर मैंने प्रिंसिपल मैम को, फिर वो दोबारा मेरे को वही चीज करनी पड़ी, फिर मैंने खुद दोबारा से रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेना। फिर मैंने जब उसमें कम्पीट किया तो मेरा हाई जंप का पहला गोल्ड था एबल बॉडीज में।
क्या बात।
उसके बाद मैंने सीबीएसई क्लस्टर खेला, उसमें मेरा गोल्ड आया एबल बॉडीज में। फिर सीबीएसई नेशनल खेला एबल बॉडीज के साथ ही, उसमें भी मेरा गोल्ड था। और जब फर्स्ट टाइम इन खेलो इंडिया हुआ था 2017 में न्यू दिल्ली में जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम, मैंने एबल बॉडीज में उसके साथ कम्पीट भी किया है वहां पर।
और उसके बाद जो बहुत बड़ा साल आपकी जिंदगी में आया वो 2018 था, और आप बहुत खास व्यक्ति से मिले, आपके कोच डॉक्टर सत्यपाल सिंह, जो इस समय यहाँ मौजूद हैं। सत्यपाल जी आप खड़े हो जाएं जहाँ। हाँ, ये यहाँ डॉक्टर सत्यपाल सिंह है। तो सर ने क्या कहा आपको?
मैं फर्स्ट टाइम सर से 2018 में 26 अगस्त को मिला था इवनिंग में 5 बजे जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम। मैं सर के पास आया, सर ने मुझे बोला कि कौन सा इवेंट करते हो। मैंने बोला सर मैं हाई जंप करता हूँ, और मैंने सर सीबीएसई नेशनल में मेरा गोल्ड है, मेरा पर्सनल बेस्ट 1.85 मीटर है। सर ने बोला कि कौन सी टेक्निक से करते हो। मैंने बोला सर टेक्निक्स तो मुझे पता नहीं है कौन सी टेक्निक्स होती है हाई जंप में, पर मैं आपको दिखा सकता हूँ कि मैं कैसे करता हूँ। सर ने बोला कि चल ठीक है। तो वहाँ पे डिकैथलॉन वाले एथलीट्स जिनके 8-10 इवेंट होते हैं वो compete कर रहे थे, तो वो हाई जंप का ट्रेनिंग कर रहे थे, सॉरी। तो मेरे को वहाँ पे लेके गए, तो सर ने उनको हटा दिया, उन्होंने बोला कि मैं तुमको हाई जंप दिखाता हूँ, तो अभी ये हट जाओ, ये बच्चा अभी जंप करेगा। तो मैंने उसमें 180 जंप किया सीजर टेक्निक। तो सर ने वहां पे बार रुकवा दी, स्टार्टिंग वहां से 170 से स्टार्ट हुआ था, तो 180 पे उन्होंने बार रुकवा दिया। उसके बाद उन्होंने बोला कि एक काम कर तू, अभी मैं एशियन गेम्स के लिए जा रहा हूँ, एशियन गेम्स से जब मैं वापस आ जाऊंगा तो मैं 15 अक्टूबर को वापस आऊंगा, तो 16-17 अक्टूबर को यहाँ पे आ जाना। और मेरी फैमिली को बोल दिया कि अगर इसके खाने पीने का या इक्विपमेंट का जो भी खर्चा रहेगा, रहने का, वो सारा मैं करूंगा, आपको कोई टेंशन लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो मुझे अपने पास ही रख लिया।
और उसके बाद जो बड़ी बात हुई वो आप 2019 की बात हुई। 2019 पर मैं आऊंगा बाद में, उससे पहले आता 2018। तो 2018 बहुत मुश्किल साल रहा अवनी। क्या हुआ वो बताइए और कैसे आपने वो मुश्किलें पार की?
सो लाइक आई सेड 2017 में मैंने मेरा डेब्यू करा था और उसके बाद मैंने 2 वर्ल्ड कप खेले और एक मतलब माय फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड कप वाज अ सिल्वर देन अ ब्रॉन्ज एंड देन आई स्टार्टेड कम्पीट। पहले मैं आई यूज्ड टू कम्पीट इन 10 मीटर्स ओनली, देन आई स्टार्टेड कम्पीटिंग इन 50 मीटर्स। और 50 मीटर वाली राइफल इट्स हेवियर देन 10 मीटर, वो डिस्टेंस भी लॉन्ग है, इट्स आउटडोर ऑल्सो। तो वो सब साथ में मैनेज करना, प्लस उस ईयर मैंने 4 या 5 इंटरनेशनल मैचेस खेले एंड आई डोंट नो व्हाट वाज हैपनिंग विद मी। मेरा किसी मतलब मैं फाइनल में जा रही थी बट मेडल्स नहीं थे एंड यू नो बैक टू बैक इवन इन एशियन गेम्स जो कोटा कॉम्पिटिशन्स थे, वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप थी एंड व्हेन यू स्टार्ट गुड एंड देन यू गो डाउन इट टेक अ लॉट ऑफ टोल ऑन योर मेंटल हेल्थ ऑल्सो। तो उस टाइम पे आई वॉज इन माई 11th स्टैंडर्ड आई गेस और मैंने सोचा कि नहीं अब मुझसे शूटिंग नहीं होगी तो लेट्स जस्ट फोकस ऑन स्टडीज़ एंड I was also, you know, I've always been fond of education and I wanted to do law and go into that field also. So I thought कि let's just stop this and go there. But then again उस time पे मुझे I guess मेरी family and everyone around me they said कि it's okay, अभी भी you know हमें कोटा जीतना होता है पैरालंपिक्स के लिए, तो there's still one more year 2019, you can still try, अभी भी तुम्हारे पास 1 साल है and that's with that because बहुत बार जब आप कंटिन्यूस बहुत सारे फेलियर्स फेस करते हो तो यू लूज अ लॉट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस। बट देन एवरी टाइम व्हेन आई वाज गोइंग देयर मैं बस ये सोच रही थी कि आज जो मैं गलती कर रही हूँ आई एम गोइंग टू राइट दैट डाउन एंड आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू रिपीट दैट अगेन। बट देन नेक्स्ट मैच में कुछ और डिफरेंट, कुछ और डिफिकल्टी, कुछ और गलती हो जाती थी।
तो बहुत रोई?
Yeah, definitely. When you are at that age, you know you feel very sad कि you're doing a lot of things, सब कुछ तुम सही कर रहे हो, every time you're coming back, you're working on your mistakes, and then also तुम अगली बार जा रहे हो और वो नहीं हो रहा है, and when you face that like 4-5 times, you kind of like feel like okay मुझे करना ही नहीं है अब। But then the support that I got and I did a lot of mental training exercises because shooting में mental training बहुत important होती है। तो with the physical training I started working a lot on my mental training as well and that's how I was able to win a quota in 2019।
और फिर आया टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स, यानी वो ओलंपिक्स जो कोविड के साए में हुआ।
So in 2019 when I won the quota I thought okay finally I got the quota, now I'm going to go to Tokyo, I'm going to compete and I was very happy but then again COVID happened और सब कुछ बिल्कुल ऐसे everything came to halt और मुझे ऐसा लगा कि you know nobody knew आगे क्या होगा, पैरालंपिक्स होंगे नहीं होंगे। But then I thought okay अभी मेरे पास 1 साल है तो let's just focus on training क्योंकि जब आप compete करते रहते हो ना आप ट्रेनिंग पे उतना ध्यान नहीं देकर आपका ध्यान बहुत ज़्यादा आउटकम्स पे चले जाता है, रिजल्ट्स पे चले जाता है, मेडल आएगा नहीं आएगा। तो जब आपको 1 साल मिलता है सिर्फ अपने बेसिक्स पे काम करने के लिए तो यू फील लाइक ठीक है लेट्स जस्ट वर्क ऑन माई सेल्फ एंड दैट्स हाउ जब मैं टोक्यो में गई भी आई जस्ट वेंट देयर to gain the experience because at that time I was kind of like an underdog. Nobody knew if I could win a gold. I could even win a medal, but I got 2 medals in Tokyo itself in my first Paralympics. So that only happened because...
और गोल्ड मिला?
हाँ जी, so when I went there, I was very nervous and that day also it was so nerve-wracking competing with other athletes. I was just 19 and everyone... Shooting is a game of longevity. So people around the age of 45, 50 were also competing, and they've been competing since ages. So I felt like, okay, it's difficult, it's not happening. And I went there, and हमारा qualification round होता है, and then top 8 athletes go to the final. So I was 7th in qualification, and I was like, okay, nothing bad can happen now. I'm already 7th. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मैं 8th आ जाऊंगी. Okay, इससे ज़्यादा क्या ही हो सकता है? So I thought, okay, let's just go there, and I was just saying myself, focus on the process, focus on the process. And हमारे 24 shots का final होता है. So by 23rd shot, I got to know, okay, the gold is going to be mine. But then at the last shot also, I was like, let's just do this side. And I shot a 9.9, which was a decent score, but but when I got out and I got to know, I made a world record and a Paralympic record with a gold, and it was my first gold ever internationally, that too in Paralympics.
हिम्मत नहीं छोड़ी। 2 साल पहले जो लड़की रो रही थी कि मेरे कुछ नहीं होगा, उसने फिर गोल्ड मारा, और गोल्ड अगर मिलता है तो फिर लोग गाना गाते हैं ना, तो गोल्ड जिसने मारा वो गाना गाएगा। 2 लाइन सुना दे किसी गाने की।
Okay, because like
वो मेरे दिल के चैन वाला गाना नहीं सुनना है।
Okay, so because like I met Shahrukh sir yesterday, and I was like starstruck, and so I want to I can sing a song of his. If you all can help me, because I'm very nervous. ये दिल दीवाना दीवाना है, ये दिल दीवाने ने मुझको भी कर डाला दीवाना। दिल की खता भी है क्या, दिल को पता भी है क्या, इस दिल लगी के सिवा दिल ने किया भी है क्या। थैंक यू।
जो 2018 में इनके साथ हुआ वो एक तरीके से 2019 में आपके साथ हुआ, यानी आपको लगा कि अब मैं ये खेल छोड़ दूंगा, उसकी क्या वजह रही?
मैं सर 2019 में जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, जो मेरा पहला इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन था पैरा का, वो स्विट्जरलैंड में खेलने के लिए गया था। मैं जिस क्लास में गया था वो कैटेगरी मेरी T42 कैटेगरी थी। हमें सर एथलेटिक्स में हर एक स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स को कैटेगरी दी जाती है, उसी कैटेगरी में के हिसाब से हमें इवेंट दिए जाते हैं, हमें उसमें चूज करना होता है कि हमें कौन सा कम्पीट करना है। तो मैं T42 क्लास में गया था, तो उसमें मेरा हाई जंप इवेंट था जिसका वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड 1.95 मीटर है, और उसमें क्या हुआ, स्विट्जरलैंड में मेरी कैटेगरी चेंज हो गई, मुझे T44 क्लास दे दी, जो कि जिसका वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड 2.19 मीटर है, और जो कि पैरालंपिक्स में हाई जंप की सबसे हार्ड कैटेगरी है। तो सर सारी चीजें टूट चुकी थी, मुझे अभी भी याद है। शाम को 5 बजे मेरी कैटेगरी डिसाइड हुई और मुझे बोला गया कि तुम्हारा T44 क्लास हो गया है, और अभी आपको T44 में ये कंफर्म क्लास है, इसमें दोबारा रिव्यू नहीं होगा। तो सारी चीजें टूट चुकी थी माइंड से। मैं वापस आया रूम पे, और मेरे को अभी भी याद है सर, एक विंडो थी सामने, उसके पार्क था। मैं सर रात को 8 बजे के आसपास मैं अपना डिनर वगैरह करके मैं वहां पे बैठ गया, और मॉर्निंग में 5 बजे तक ऐसे ही बैठा रहा, सोचता रहा कि यार आगे स्पोर्ट्स में क्या होगा। जो मैंने सोचा था वो सब चीज मतलब सब खत्म हो चुका है, क्योंकि T44 कैटेगरी का जो मेडल स्टार्ट हो रहा था वो 2 मीटर प्लस से था, और मैं जिसमें ट्राई कर रहा था वो 1.95 मीटर उसका वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड था, और उसमें ही मेरा उस टाइम पे जो पर्सनल बेस्ट था वो 1.85 मीटर था।
क्या T42 वो होता है जब आपका पूरे पाँव में डिसेबिलिटी हो, और अगर नी के नीचे डिसेबिलिटी हो तो वो T44 है। तो T42 से आप T44 पहुंचे, और फिर आपको लगा कि तो दुनिया खत्म, और फिर सर आए सीन में। क्या कहा उन्होंने?
मेरे आंखों से आंसू निकल रहे थे उस टाइम पे। तो मैं 8 बजे तक सोया नहीं, 5 बजे तक सुबह। तो 5 बजे सर की कॉल आती है मेरे पास कि आ जाओ, हमें वार्म अप करना है। मैं बिना मुंह धोए, मेरी आंखों के नीचे ब्लैक ब्लैक जम गया था आंसुओं की वजह से। तो मैं सर के सामने पहुंच गया। सर ने मेरा फेस देखा, वो समझ चुके थे कि वो रात भर क्या कर रहा था। तो सर ने मुझे पहले वार्म अप वगैरह कुछ नहीं कहा, वॉकिंग पे मुझे ले गए और मुझे बोला कि बेटा अगर कोई भी चीज हमें आसानी से मिल जाती है तो उसकी अहमियत हमारी कम हो जाती है। अगर हम उसे मेहनत करके पाते हैं तो उसे बहुत संभाल के रखते हैं। अगर कोई बात नहीं, मुझे पता है तू परेशान है, T44 क्लास तेरी हो गई है, कोई बात नहीं। अगर तू बहुत सारी चीज तेरे माइंड में ऐसी लगेंगी, टूट चुका है, सब कुछ खत्म हो रहा है, लेकिन जहां खत्म होता है वहां से एक नई स्टार्टिंग भी होती है। मुझे बोला कि तू अपना 1 साल मुझे दे के देख। अगर 1 साल में तू अपनी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं बढ़ा पाएगा, या फिर हमारा टोक्यो पैरालंपिक्स आ रहा है, अगर तू उसके लिए क्वालिफाई नहीं होगा तो मैं तुझे नहीं बोलूंगा तू वापस आके स्पोर्ट्स कर। तो मैं उसके बाद मैं जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप से आया तो मैं वापस गांव चला गया, सर को बोल के कि सर मैं गांव जा रहा हूँ, थोड़े दिन वहीं रहूंगा। तो फिर मैं 4-5 महीने तक वापस दिल्ली नहीं आया ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए, क्योंकि मैं अपने माइंड को प्रिपेयर नहीं कर पाया कि मुझे दोबारा से हाई जंप करनी है। फिर फैमिली ने फोर्स किया, फिर मेरा OGQ स्पॉन्सर है, उसने मेरे को बोला कि एक बार ट्राई कर ले। फिर सर की डेली कॉल आती थी कि अभी क्या कर रहा है, बाहर कहीं ट्रेनिंग करने गया नहीं गया। तो उसके बाद मैं 4-5 महीने मेरा माइंड सेट चेंज हुआ। मैंने वो सोचा कि अभी हाथ में तो वैसे भी कुछ नहीं है, सब कुछ हार ही चुका हूं, तो एक बार कोशिश करने में कोई हर्ज नहीं है। तो मैं वापस ट्रेनिंग पे आया, फिर सर ने मेरी दोबारा से ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट कराई।
फिर आपको मेडल मिला टोक्यो में?
जी सर।
और फिर मेडल मिला पेरिस में। पेरिस का कैसा रहा मेडल?
जो सर टोक्यो का जो सिल्वर मेडल था, मेरा पहला पैरालंपिक्स था, तो उसमें मेरा सिल्वर आया था। उसमें भी सर ये प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी कि कोविड था, हमारे पास ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए ग्राउंड नहीं था कहीं पे, तो हम पार्क्स में कर रहे थे। मुझे 3 बार कोविड भी हो गया था इसी कारण, और उसकी वजह से मैं 15-20 दिन रेस्ट पे भी था। फिर वापस ट्रेनिंग करने आया, फिर 1 महीने बाद फिर हो गया। और जब मैं मेरा 1 महीना बचा हुआ था सर टोक्यो पैरालंपिक्स के लिए, तो उससे पहले मुझे 15 दिन पहले इंजरी हो गई। मैं मॉर्निंग में उठा था तो मेरी जो हील है तो वो बेड में पीछे लग गई, और वो उसमें क्या रहा सर कि अंदर जो मसल्स थी वो फट गई अंदर से, जिसकी वजह से मेरा 15-20 दिन तो मैं पूरा रेस्ट पर रहा। तो हमें और टेंशन हो गई कि यार अब कैसे हील होगा ये। फिर हमने OGQ से बात की, स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया से बात की कि हमारे साथ ये प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। तो फिजियो से हमें ये सारी चीजें मिले कि उसको धीरे धीरे उसको हील कर दिया। उसको 90% वो हील हो चुका था, लेकिन जब मैं compete करने के लिए गया वो 10-15% फिर भी था कि वो खड़ सकता था वापस से पेन। मेरे को स्पाइक्स जो मैं पहन रहा था अपने पैरों में, वो मेरे को फील हो रहा था कि वो अंदर कुछ चुभ रहा है। मुझे अभी भी याद है सर, मेरे टोक्यो वाले इवेंट में बारिश हो रही थी और पलकों से पानी ऐसे झर रहा था नीचे से। बार जो थी हाई जंप बार, वो ऐसे दिख रही थी पूरी। और उसको हम जो टेक ऑफ एरिया था, उसको क्लीन करके वाइपर से वो क्लीन कर रहे थे, हम फिर जंप कर रहे थे। तो वहां पे डर लग रहा था कि अगर पैर मुड़ गया हल्का सा भी तो वो फ्रैक्चर हो जाएगा, टूटे बगैर वो मानेगा नहीं। फिर 1-2 जंप हमने स्टार्टिंग की, तो उसके बाद माइंड में था कि डर था वो निकल गया। फिर सर ने मुझे बोला था इवेंट से पहले कि बेटा पैर टूटे, चाहे तूफान आए, चाहे बारिश कितनी भी हो जाए, अपने को यहाँ पे पर्सनल बेस्ट देना है। चाहे तू 4th हो 5th हो जाए, उससे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। मैंने वहां पे 2.07 किया विद न्यू एशियन रिकॉर्ड, और वहां पे मैंने सिल्वर मेडल जीता।
और आपने गोल्ड जीता फिर आपने पेरिस में, और जब गोल्ड जीत लिया उसके बाद घर वाले खुश हुए?
सर घर वाले बहुत खुश थे। मैं उन्हीं के लिए ये सब चीजें कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मैं तो मेरी जो जर्नी थी
गोल्ड आ चुका है तो घर वाले ये भी कह रहे हैं कि शादी करो या ऐसा कुछ?
हाँ सर, अभी बोलते हैं कि शादी करनी है, कब करनी है।
तो क्या कब करनी है?
मैंने सर सोचा है कि मैं 2028 के बाद सोचूंगा सर शादी कर लूं।
क्यों?
क्योंकि सर स्पोर्ट्स के साथ मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैं अभी दोनों चीजों को संभाल पाऊंगा। मेरे को स्पोर्ट्स की रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज ज्यादा पसंद है उस चीज में जाने से। तो अभी मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं अपना पूरा फोकस 2028 LA तक मैं स्पोर्ट्स पे ही रखूं।
अभी ये घर वाले कितना टेंशन कर रहे हैं आपकी लाइफ में?
जितना सबके घर वाले करते हैं।
आपके पेरेंट्स यहाँ पर हैं, अगर आप लोग खड़े हो जाएं तो। अरे तुम्हें यहीं छोड़ के चले गए? ये रहे यहाँ पर। प्लीज गिव अ बिग हैंड टू फादर। मान लीजिए जी। तो आपकी अम्मा हमेशा आपके साथ रहती हैं?
हाँ जी, मोस्टली।
ये ज्यादा टेंशन दे रही हैं कि फादर ज्यादा देते हैं?
आई थिंक दोनों मिलकर देते हैं।
अभी तक आपने क्या सोचा है कि आप कब तक ये स्पोर्ट्स कंटिन्यू करेंगी? क्योंकि शूटिंग तो ऐसा स्पोर्ट्स है कि लोग 60-60, 65 साल तक निशाना लगाते रहते हैं। आपका यह ऐसा इरादा है?
सो जब मैं टोक्यो में गई थी एंड देन आई वन अ गोल्ड एंड अ ब्रॉन्ज एंड देन इट वाज लाइक आई सेड आई वाज एन अंडरडॉग। तो some people thought कि okay एक बार तो हो सकता है, it's okay, next time let's see what will happen. Then I went to Paris and then again I won a gold. So उसके बाद में that goal was for myself, I guess, to prove to myself that if I can do it once, I can do it again. But now LA is going to be my third time. And to keep myself motivated, I am trying to focus on other things as well, like I'm doing LLM and I'm doing a lot of things which will keep me motivated and which will keep the fire in me alive, so that if I can go 4th, 5th, 6th time, then also I'll be going there with the same fire. Otherwise, when a lot of people have just one goal, and when they achieve it, they are just go somewhere else. They don't know what to do. So for me to maintain that focus, I think I have to try other things so that I can keep the fire alive.
वो फायर कम तो नहीं हो रही है?
So like I said, I guess failures are very much important, and I feel आप जितना fail करते हैं आप बहुत सारी चीजें सीखते हैं, and also failure can keep the fire alive. So if I am not winning, I'm at least learning some or the other thing and keeping my fire alive.
प्रवीण, आखिरी सवाल, और देखिए टाइम बिल्कुल खत्म हो गया टाइम से। तो मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ कि अगर आप स्पोर्ट्स जब छोड़ेंगे तो आपने सोचा है कि फिर किस तरह की जिंदगी जिएंगे, क्या करेंगे भविष्य में?
सर पहले तो मैंने यही सोचा है कि अगर मैं स्पोर्ट्स में 10 साल बाद अपना ख़त्म करता हूँ तो मैं सर उन एथलीट्स की हेल्प करना चाहूँगा जिनको सर ऊपर जाने में, नेशनल इंटरनेशनल जाने में प्रॉब्लम होती है, लाइक फाइनेंशियल हो या फिर उनको अच्छी गाइडेंस की ज़रूरत है, कोच की ज़रूरत है, जो कि मेरे कोच साहब ने मेरे साथ किया है स्टार्टिंग फेज से ही, कि मुझे पूरा संभाल के रखा है। और मैं भी सर जो गरीब लोग हैं जिनका जो स्पोर्ट्स करना चाहते हैं और आगे अपना अच्छा करियर बनाना चाहते हैं, मैं उनकी हेल्प करना चाहूँगा सर।
प्रवीण और अवनी मेरे ख्याल से ये अच्छे स्पोर्ट्समैन नहीं है बल्कि बहुत अच्छे इंसान भी साबित होते हैं। इनकी सोच भी बड़ी अच्छी है और जरूर तालियां बजनी चाहिए इनके लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
तालियां सभी कुछ कह रही हैं हमारे चैंपियंस के लिए, तो मुझे और कुछ बोलने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग अस योर टाइम। प्लीज स्टेज पर बने रहें। मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी स्टेज पर रोचिता डे, डायरेक्टर श्री लेदर्स, एंड राजीव खांडेकर जी, सीनियर एग्जीक्यूटिव वाइस प्रेसिडेंट एबीपी न्यूज। कृपया स्टेज पर आएं और हमारे चैंपियंस को ऑनर करें विद अ मोमेंटो फ्रॉम आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया। हर मैदान ये चैंपियंस फतेह कर चुके हैं, भारत का परचम लहरा चुके हैं। वी आर सो प्राउड। Thank you for your hard work and thank you for your perseverance. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge, huge round of applause for our champions. एक बार फिर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद and thank you Dibang ji also for a wonderful conversation. Dosto, it's time to take a break for lunch. We have a lunch break till about 2 p.m. We will see you back in this hall. Many more fiery, inspiring sessions are coming up. So see you right after lunch at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is our waking up session, so I hope we'll wake you up. Shall we start with the obvious question, which is that there was a time, say 3 years ago, when we thought India really had everything going for it. We defied the Americans when it came to buying oil from Russia, and the Americans didn't seem to mind. We were looking at Pakistan with contempt. We saw it as a state that had become a pariah, an outlaw, a terror state. Nobody took it seriously. And we thought that because China was a problem for the United States, and we were the obvious bloc that could stand against China, the world needed us. Now, all of that has changed somewhat. I don't think India is still what India always was, but it's changed in terms of global dynamics, in terms of the individuals we're dealing with. Professor, do you think it's changed that dramatically?
First of all, thank you, Veer, and thank you, ABP, for having me here. I would say that, look, things, of course, keep on changing. Change is the only constant. And of course, international politics has changed so much in the last, just in the last 2 years, that it's very difficult to comprehend what was going on before or think about the trajectories that were there before. But I think a lot of things still stand. India is still seen as a land of opportunity, which we have seen by the quoting of so many world leaders just in the span of last 2 months who have come here and who will be coming here. Canadian Prime Minister will be here today. So I think there is a change everywhere, and everyone is responding to the Trump moment in global politics, Trump 2.0 moment. Trump 1.0 moment, everyone thought we have captured, and I think there, perhaps the assessment in India was that we have understood Mr. Trump, and it would be seamless in Trump 2.0 as well.
And he's our pal, I think, was the general view.
There was a sense that he can be disruptive, but he would not be as disruptive to India as perhaps he would be to other countries. Now, in fact, that has not happened. But these are still early days. We have to still navigate the 3 years of Mr. Trump in office. But most of the underlying factors that you talk about, whether it's the China factor, whether it's the Indo-Pacific, whether it is India's economic rise, India's political stability, India's demographic dividend, India's tech leap, I think all of those things still stand. And India seems to be still playing to that advantage with what we have seen so far. And I think what perhaps this crisis has done is to also awaken us to the need for those much needed reforms. Now, we talk of a reform express these days, but I think that has also come as a response to something, which is that these reforms are needed because if India has to protect and project its interests, if India has to make sure that its voice is heard, then those reforms that perhaps should have happened much earlier are being done today. And I think that's why you see a lot of activity as far as India's outreach to the world is concerned and world's outreach to India. So I think Mr. Trump is a factor. He will remain a factor. He's as much of a factor as far as Indian policy is concerned as it is for others. The good thing I think there is that we are not a treaty alliance partner to the US, so there is a difference. We still can hedge our bets, but I do think that this is a moment where India needs to reflect. And what he has done is he has shaken up some of these lazy assumptions that we had about how things would continue to be what they were in the past. And that perhaps has been the wake-up call, wake-up moment, and that should serve us well and should give us advantage if we continue to use this moment to our advantage.
Let's just talk a little bit about India and America. The calculations we had about why America needed us, I think, surely are still valid. And yet, the way Trump talks, they don't really need us. What do you think happened?
I think American domestic politics changed. And in some ways, there is a shift in domestic politics everywhere. And Trump is a manifestation of something much deeper in America. And some of these tendencies, which we saw, for example, even under Biden administration, they've continued. Such as this idea that, look, we need, that America needs to focus more on its domestic capacity building. So when Mr. Biden came to office, he took a leaf out of Trump 1.2 and he said that, look, my foreign policy is going to be about American middle classes. This is an extraordinary statement for an American president to make in the post-Second World War era, where Americans have always defined their foreign policy in a global context. Right. Here he was saying that, and this was a reflection of the fact that politics was favoring Mr. Trump and his supporters were the voice of a new America. So that new America, I think, is in some ways contrasts with the new India that we talk about. India wants to look out. India wants to engage. India wants to work and see make its partnerships better and more robust. America is pulling back. And this is exactly the opposite of what used to happen in the past. America used to reach out to us and we used to say, no, we are non-aligned. We can't end up in an embrace with you. So I think in that sense, what Indians used to say to the world, that look, our domestic politics is what it is. There is a consensus in India that we don't want to be an alliance partner to anyone. And that still holds, by the way. In a sense, what is happening in America is also a reflection of American domestic politics. Where they are challenging global economic norms, they are challenging globalization, they are challenging how economic interdependencies need to be looked at, and they are challenging their old relationships. I mean, India still is far off, but look at what is happening in Europe. NATO, Japan, Australia, they are trying to figure out what happened to our treaty alliance partner. So we are in a very different world in that sense. And I think India, because it was in some ways still removed from American mainstream strategic thinking, it still has that strategic space to maneuver. And I think that perhaps is the space that India should continue to hold.
So there's a suggestion in what you're saying that yes, of course it's Trump, but it's more than Trump. It's a change in the American mood. So is this here to stay? Are we going to have to recalibrate our attitude to America?
I think somewhat we should be, there is a need for a recalibration in the sense that if America continues, if the Americans and American body politic continues to be driven by some of these inner drivers that Trump has put on the table, and then I think the relationships and the engagement with America will have to be transactional. And if we use this word in a manner as if the world was not transactional before, but I think what Mr. Trump has done is he has put his cards on the table. It's a much more transparent transactionalism, and you have to be prepared for it. That this is the way you have to engage with the US. Every other country is doing it, and India cannot be an exception. So, because America still retains this, in some ways we talk of bipolarity, multipolarity, but look what Mr. Trump has done. Single-handedly, he has shaken up every single assumption around the world order. I think the session here is about the new world order, and that argument inheres in Mr. Trump's vision of what the world is. And so, by and large, I think this is a time when a lot of those challenges and a lot of those assumptions will have to be questioned, and India, given India's growing role, will have to take a different response. See, when during the Cold War, we were marginal to global discourse. We were a weaker country. And when you are a weaker country, you take, you have the luxury of taking recourse to things like morality, international law, international institutions, because they are weapons of the weak in international relations. Today, the world and major powers are talking a language, a discourse of interests, and it's very transparently declared. And I think India today is at a place with its rate of growth, with fastest growing major economy, with this idea that we want to be a rule shaper, not a rule taker. I think all those issues mean that India will have to also speak a language which is going to be much upfront about what its interests are and protect them and push for them. Because in the context of Cold War and post-Cold War, the dichotomies don't work. There is a difference here. And I think that India needs to acknowledge.
I agree, but do you think we've handled Trump right? Do you think some of this could have been avoided if we'd handled Trump differently?
I'm by and large as an Indian, I think our response to Trump has been very dignified. We have not, if you look at, for example, some of the things that other leaders have done, given him crowns and tiaras of gold and genuflecting before him, I think by and large India's response has been very cautious. It has been firm about our red lines. We have been firm about our red lines. And I think this clarity that, look, even if you do things, even if you say things which many in India will find abominable, but Indian government will take a measured response. So we have not gone out of our way to annoy him, because we know that India and America partnership will have to outlast Mr. Trump. So you cannot be in a situation where you destroy the very basis of that relationship. It's a relationship that is unique. It's top down and bottom up at the same time. And I think that relationship, if it has to continue, then a certain degree of restraint on India's side should pay off in the long term. But certainly in the short to medium term, there are going to be inflection points that India will have to navigate. And I think we are trying to do that to the best of our abilities. Given what has happened to other countries, particularly American allies, I don't think we have done that badly.
You say that the world is going to be transactional. If you want something from America, you have to give it something in return. And you have to know that unless you do that, nothing is going to happen, because this is now open. So explain Pakistan to me. What does Pakistan have to offer America? Why does Trump appear to love Pakistan?
Well, I think if one were being facetious, one could have said, this nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize was one thing that they could have done, that they tried to do. But by and large, I think what the Pakistanis have done is to play to his ego, and Pakistanis are very good at it. They have had a long history of working with the American establishment, and in some ways, India's growth, India's rise, and America's investment in India's rise over the last few decades should be seen as an anomaly. Because by and large, throughout the Cold War, our experience with the US has been that with Pakistan, they have had a very upfront relationship, a very deep relationship. So the bureaucracies are connected.
I think people forget the stand America took in 71
war. So yes, I mean, this is, and these are ultra realists, Kissinger and Nixon. And Pakistan's role in opening China to the US. I mean, these are phenomenal shifts that happened in American foreign policy thanks to Pakistan. So there is certainly a historical memory there that can be operated, and the bureaucracies will fall in, state and the Department of State War, which is now called Pentagon, will fall in line. But I think India, I don't think has much to worry on that front, partly because if you have the kind of economic disparity between India and Pakistan that exists today, then ultimately India's economic weight would speak out for itself. And in that sense, holding certain red lines as far as India is concerned has been good for India. Now, if you think of Operation Pahalgam, initially all the hullabaloo about how the narrative war is being won by Pakistan, if you see how the narrative is being shaped today and how the realities are coming out today, it's very clear that India's performance in Operation Sindoor was quite good, and in some ways it put Pakistan on the defensive. Now, that I think one of our chiefs said that ultimately in wars, results have to be shown on the ground, not in the narrative engagement, which in some ways is a reflection that today. Pakistan, with all the challenges that it faces, has to focus on Afghanistan. So what is happening in the last 2 days in Afghanistan, on the Afghanistan-Pakistan frontier, is a reflection that Pakistan has too many challenges, and it has not been able to grapple with those challenges effectively. And as a result, India can be rest assured that the opportunity that India presents will far outlast the challenge that Pakistan has become to the regional and global order. And I think in some ways that should be our policy, that let us see how this pans out.
Do you think we pay too much attention to Pakistan as Indians? We're a little too obsessed by them. And they're globally a bit of an irrelevance. It's just unfortunate we have them as a neighbor.
It is very, I think our focus should be, China, China, China. And I think our focus, unfortunately, in the large part of public discourse is Pakistan.
Yeah.
And that takes away from the real challenge that India faces. And this is both positive and negative. Positive insofar as the leaps, you had a session with the Chinese scholar yesterday, and the kinds of technological advancement that China has made should be a lesson for us. The kind of investments they have made in higher education should be a lesson for us. The kind of, looking inwards and building domestic resilience and capacity should be a lesson for us. And we should learn and move on, take a measure of what China is up to. Rather, our focus all the time is on Pakistan and Pakistan's ability to create nuisance. Still, it weighs too much on India. So I think this idea that if you make Pakistan relatively redundant in your foreign policy, that certainly should be the mantra, and that should be the guiding principle of Indian foreign policy, because that ultimately will yield us dividends, which I think are in sync with this idea that India should emerge as a significant power or a developed country by 2047, if that is something that we strive to do.
But our obsession with Pakistan suits China, right? We are obsessed with a mosquito when there's a tiger crouching at our doorstep.
Absolutely. I think this idea that from the very beginning that China had, that look, India should be boxed in as a South Asian country. And now we have ourselves to blame for boxing ourselves in South Asia because we don't want to get out of this mindset. I think things have changed. There is a realization that India now is not simply a South Asian country, but an Indo-Pacific country. That in itself gives a centrality to India in the maritime and the regional discourse, which perhaps a South Asian Indian Ocean power itself by itself would not have done. So I think there is a shift happening. There is a recognition that Chinese capabilities, Chinese growth is a real challenge, which we have to acknowledge and we have to work with in some ways. But certainly, if for China, nothing suits it more than India getting bogged down in this India-Pakistan binary. And therefore, I think the damage that Mr. Trump has done is to bring Pakistan back in the discourse. And in some ways, not fully, but in some ways, bringing the India-Pakistan hyphenation back, which may or may not last, but this damage from India's perspective has been somewhat extraordinary.
Let's talk enough time on Pakistan. Let's talk about China. You're dealing with a country that is economically much stronger than you, technologically more advanced than you are. How do you cope? What do you do?
I think that one is that, look, there is no alternative to building domestic capacity and domestic resilience. Internal capacity building, internal reforms, internal, whether it's military, diplomatic, human resource, or capability, that we really cannot outsource to anyone, and that should be the number one priority. Even as we try to leverage China, for example, because China is a big economic power, it is your neighbor, it is one of our largest trading partners. So in some ways, we have to leverage that. We have to ensure that China India continues to be invested in Chinese growth story and vice versa. But I think there are certain critical sectors where India needs internal resilience. Okay. And those cannot be outsourced to Chinese, and we can't be over-dependent on China. It came to us much late, this realization. When COVID happened, for example, the whole pharmaceutical industry was seen as dependent on Chinese APIs. So I think that problem certainly still exists. But the other, I think, aspect is that we need to be more upfront about the kind of partnerships we need. Because
give me an example.
I think US is a good example. The West is a good example. And I think this India-EU partnership, which it took us 2 decades to finalize the trade deal. Now, of course, there are good reasons why it happened, when it happened. But in a sense, the partnership with the West is going to be pivotal in building domestic capacity in the country. But because there is also Cold War hangover in India, where anything to do with West is seen as bad. So during the Cold War, non-alignment was largely negative, that we will not partner with the West. Today, I think in some ways, when we say multi-alignment, for example, this is a more upfront acknowledgement that without partnerships, we cannot build domestic capacities and domestic resilience. And therefore, whether it is a partnership with EU or whether it is a partnership with Russia on critical sectors like energy and defense, those partnerships will have to be will have to be created and curated and nurtured. But I think ultimately there should be an acknowledgement that those partnerships remain key to building those capacities that we need to confront or take on China with. After all, China did exactly the same. If you go back to Chinese history, Cold War history, what did China do? It was a partner of the Soviet Union. It conveniently moved, we were talking about Nixon and Kissinger, conveniently moved to the US. And then now America blames China for buying technologies, stealing technologies, IP protection, etc. I think in some ways, being nimble is perhaps very underrated. Ideological fixation cannot be the motto in any foreign policy, and therefore the more partnerships we have, it gives us greater leverage in managing some of the challenges, but also in building critical elements in managing China. Because without that, I think if you think that everything can be done on our own, that certainly is not something that will allow us to map out the China challenge in the near future.
I've heard people in the Foreign Office say over the years that the West is, effectively a bloc. The Americans take the lead and the rest of NATO follows. Now, for once, that's not true any longer. So you think that's an opportunity for India?
Absolutely. And I think a lot of the things that we are witnessing these days with Europe and the momentum in Europe that has happened, the first Trump administration made Europe realize that they need to think of life beyond Washington. And I think the second Trump administration made it very clear that Europe needs to act. And I think they've started finally acting like the kind of capabilities that they have. It will take them a lot of time. When they say today that we will build domestic defense capabilities, it's a long way off given how far they have come. So I think in that sense, it is going to be a slow process. But it is important for Europe, and it is good for India that we have a Europe that is more strategically autonomous, that is not taking its cue from Washington, and that can decide foreign policy based on merits of what the requirements are at the moment. And therefore, we have seen this uptick in India-EU relationship. And that is also true, by the way, in India-Canada relationship. Yep. From Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney, if you see the change and the shift, a lot of it has to do with Mr. Trump and what he's trying to do in the Western Hemisphere. So his visit today to India and the way he has shifted the discourse on India-Canada relationship is a tribute perhaps to Mr. Trump. So we owe him some gratitude also in terms of how things have changed in various world capitals in India's favor.
Now, you've said that while the ascension of Mr. Trump to the presidency is in some ways a reverse for India because of the manner in which he functions, because of his mysterious affection for Pakistan. But it's also a huge opportunity for us because everybody in the world is worried about him and people are taking us more seriously and are looking to us in the future. Is that fair?
I think so. I think, sometimes we underestimate ourselves. And we think that, look, because our relationship with the US is going through a particular phase, there is Pakistan, there is trade, there is all kinds of statements coming out, there is the issue of immigration. We don't have any cards to play. But I think this is a moment for India. If we are upfront about what we want from the world, I think the world is willing to reciprocate because everyone is in the same boat. Everyone is recalibrating. Everyone is looking at a Washington that is more inward-looking, that is not there as a security provider, as an economic guarantor that it used to be. So in some ways, it provides an opportunity, and in some cases, for example, in the Indo-Pacific or in Europe, you see a number of partnerships developing which were inconceivable a few years back. So
give me an example.
So I think in the context of Indo-Pacific, if you see India, Australia, Japan, Korea, all these countries where India was present, but India was not looking at these relationships strategically. Similarly with Europe, we were present. I mean, look at Germany. I mean, German Chancellor's visit earlier this year to India is a reflection of what the changes that are undergoing in Germany. Germany wants to become a strategic player. They want to become a geopolitical player. They had given all that up after Second World War for good reasons. Now that they are waking up to their strategic potential, it also gives India an opportunity to recalibrate, to work with Germany, for example, on their immense defense capabilities. The labor mobility pact that India is signing allows us to look beyond the US. Most of our youth, most of our middle classes in India used to look at America as the final frontier. Today, the world is opening up and they are embracing India, from Japan to Europe to Germany to Canada. Labor mobility is a big deal. Yeah. And I think in that sense, the texture of our strategic partnerships is changing from economics and trade to also labor and tech. And I think these are the drivers of future geopolitics, and this should position India well in a landscape where demography is going to be a problem, where tech is going to be a problem, tech inequality is going to be a problem, and where talent is going to be in short supply. So I think in those senses, India provides certain assets which very few other countries do, and India is also one of the few countries that can bridge. It's very interesting if you see how many countries are there in the world that are members of Quad and that are members of BRICS. I mean, it's a very unique combination that you have, and the world apart, continues to buy it. I mean, they are not pressurizing us to say, look, you have to get out of BRICS if you want to deal with Europe, or you have to get out of Quad if you want to deal with BRICS. I think the world recognizes that India offers something unique. Indian proposition is unique, and if that uniqueness can be converted into a strategic advantage, then this is India's moment.
Okay, so that gives me the perfect cue for the sort of question that anchors like asking and academics hate answering, which is, you're saying you have a perfect cue. If they made you foreign minister tomorrow, what are the 3 things you would do?
Well,
I told you it's not the kind of
no,
question.
that's a very, very... no, I think, in some ways, the challenge for India remains, first of all, how do we conceptualize China in our foreign policy?
Okay.
And I think, in any case, if I'm an academic writing a book on Indian foreign policy, it's striking how everything revolves around China.
Yeah.
You take any issue, from economics to trade to supply chains to technology to our partnerships, you will have to have a section which will start the China problem. So in a sense, getting China right is perhaps the biggest issue in front of India. Now, what does right mean? It means that you continue to work with China wherever possible, but also you have to build those critical capacities that will not make you over-dependent on China. Where China cannot come to us and say, look, I'm turning off these rare earths, and therefore you have to behave in this manner.
I'm going to interrupt you, though I asked you through. You've suggested throughout, and we haven't discussed this fully, you're saying that the answer to handling China is not just looking outwards, it's looking inwards. That the reason they are where they are is because they made the right reforms in higher education, in technology, in being not so dependent on the world. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. I think all power flows from the domestic rather than external. I mean, the rest of the world can help us. But ultimately, we have to find our own source of our strategic aspiration, and that source exists inside India, not outside India.
So that would be the first thing you would do. I'm going to sort of, because you're running out of time, suggest the second thing you would do would be to recognize that the nature of American foreign policy is more and more influenced by domestic policy, and it's therefore going to be more openly transactional, so deal with it.
Yes, I think and not only America, I think the rest of the world is moving in a direction where everyone wants to talk a language of power and interest. And I think we should be more comfortable in talking about power and interest, which we have not been. We are slightly uncomfortable when it comes to power. I know previous ministers have said that, look, we are very uncomfortable when it comes to hard power. So I think in some ways, as the nature of the world changes, we have to continue to change. And finally, since you asked the third one, I think let's make Pakistan irrelevant in our foreign policy by not talking about it constantly.
Yeah, what happens if they launch a terrorist attack? We can't ignore it.
Then we respond. But I think it can't be the driving principle of Indian foreign policy that we have to tackle. You can create a deterrence model vis-a-vis China and that vis-a-vis Pakistan, and I think that should take care of Pakistan for the foreseeable future. Because if you get distracted with Pakistan, then I think a lot of the things that you want to build and that you want to curate and create in India, that will certainly become a sideshow, which should not happen.
So look beyond Pakistan, handle China, accept that foreign policy in the world has changed, and finally treat this whole Trump thing as an opportunity because the rest of the world is now more interested in India?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be back here and on this absolutely fantastic panel with 3 directors who have pushed the envelope, not once, but multiple times, and are definitive of how India is telling its stories. While Radhika did give an introduction, I want to very quickly take you through the 3 very, very talented filmmakers we have on stage with me today. Kanu Behel is the director of Titli, Agra, and more recently Dispatch. He's made films, and as films are now being called, content. Known for their raw, unsparing gaze at family, masculinity, and social structures. His cinema consistently challenges comfort zones while remaining rooted in emotional truth. Aranya Sahai. He's the director of Humans in the Loop, as Adhika just told us. His work sits at the intersection of ethics, labor, and the future of work with deep social inquiry and scientific storytelling. And he's going to tell us just exactly how that works. Last but not least, Christo Tommy. Christo's use of personal conflict to reflect broader social moral tensions, the kind of investigative work that his documentary series Curry and Cyanide did, and of course his approach to filmmaking, which leaves viewers with complexity of what they have watched rather than resolution. Resolution is perhaps an easier way of storytelling, that you finish watching and you feel like, I know what happened. But what's, to me, very exciting as a viewer is to keep thinking about it rather than seek resolution. So my first question to all three of you, and I'll begin with Christo. All three of you have made films that are not traditionally easy or conventional by any means. How do you think about winning viewers today? Is it about accessibility? Is it about honesty? Does one pander to what the viewer wants? How do you go about thinking of the viewer when you write?
Thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be on this panel with these amazing filmmakers and Gul. So thank you so much. Very happy to be here. I think the scenario has changed immensely over the last few years with the coming of the OTT platforms and COVID and the abundance of reels now. Even while I'm watching films in the night, like watching TV, I have one hand on the phone, and the moment the film gets a little boring or lacking, my hands move on to this YouTube reels or Instagram reels. So I think that is a pandemic that is affecting all of us. And as a filmmaker, I'm very much aware to it. I'm very much conscious of this thing that is happening all over the world. So it has become much more challenging for us now to kind of produce cinema that grabs the attention of the viewer. And what is also challenging, I felt, is that post-COVID, it was a bit difficult to bring people into the theaters because everybody know that in 30 days time, in 45 days time, whatever the film is going to be available in your home, and you can watch it from the comfort of your home without, with just a subscription fees and not wasting like 1,000 rupees on the ticket and popcorn and all this stuff. So how do you ensure that people are so excited that they come into the theaters to watch the film knowing that this film is going to be available in your home in 30 days? And also, while they're watching the film, how do you keep them hooked? And today's audience has watched all the shows, all the films that is happening around the world. They have seen The Money Heist, they have seen Squid Game, they have seen all these international shows. And then when they're watching your film, they are comparing it to that level. They are, they would rather say that I would rather watch a Money Heist or a Squid Game than watch this. So it has become a lot challenging for the filmmakers today to come up with stories and tell it in such a way that is engaging and gripping. But I think every decade, every time in history offers a certain kind of challenge to filmmakers, and it only helps us to make our craft better and devise a craft in such a way that we want to tell the stories that we want to say, we want to tell the stuff that we want to say, but tell it in a way that the audience is engrossed in it, audience are captivated by it. So that is something that I'm very much aware. Also, while coming out of the film school, we all want to do, we are coming with very idealistic views of what the world is and what cinema is, what theater is, what this industry is. But over a period of like 8 years of trying to make my first film, getting the finances, getting it to the theaters, getting it to the platform, I've realized that you have to be open to the sensibilities of the audience. Or it's finally the audience who would watch the film, who would react to it. And it is for them you are making the film. And if they do not want to come out and watch the film, whether in theaters or any platform, then what is the point of making a film in itself? So that is a bigger journey that I've learned over the years, that finally it's audience who is the god. And you have to kind of find a way to make your stuff exciting for them. At the same time, not lose your vision, not lose your voice, so that you tell what you want to say.
Thanks, Christo. I think I do want to come back to trying to make my film for 8 years, but in some time. I'd like you to come in on this, please.
Thank you, Christo, and thank you, Gul, for that wonderful question. Thank you to the ABP family for having me and represent Humans in the Loop. I think talking about my experience with Humans in the Loop, broadly to answer your question, I always and I will always approach this from the perspective that you give the audience something new every time, something distinct every time, but you make it familiar. So with Humans in the Loop, the film was about an Adivasi woman who begins interacting with AI in Jharkhand, which some might call as a high concept idea, right? How do you usko dhalein kaise? How do you make it into something which is more palatable? So the story really in the film is about a mother and a daughter. The emotional storytelling between a mother and a daughter makes the backbone of that kind of storytelling. And on that backbone of storytelling, on that string of storytelling, I can hang a lot of things that I want to say about tech, about philosophy, about, scientific storytelling. So, and I take from filmmakers like Denis Villeneuve, I love Arrival, I take from, say, an Interstellar or even a Kubrick, where they've done an emotional storytelling, but they've had things to say on that. So they've made it palatable. So more and more, that's what I seek to do with my films.
Thank you. Kanu, with your body of work, with the sheer quantum of experience you've had, could you also layer your response to the, how do you write with keeping in mind the viewers, to the changing viewer? I mean, Christo touched upon it and said that today your viewer has access to not just what he or she is watching in terms of what's coming out of India, but the very best of the world. How then have you seen this journey of the viewer from, back in the day when you were working with Dibakar and on LSD, and today? I mean, it's been a journey. Can you also incorporate that, the changing demands, the nuances of the viewer itself, and how you cater to that and take into account how to write and make films with that perspective now?
So I have a very simple answer for this, which is that you don't look at it. You can't look at it. I think...
Sorry, I have to interrupt you. You don't think about the viewer when you write?
In a way, yes, and in a way, no. For me, I am the first audience myself. If I'm interested in it, I have enough faith that there are enough people out there that are interested in it. So I'm first of all my own audience, right? Because as you said, the audience is changing all the time. And especially now we live in times where things are changing so fast that I'd rather spend my time looking inwards as that centered, organic, anchored audience myself, rather than looking out and trying to find, oh, what do people want to see? So I always treat myself as the first audience and say, okay, what am I interested in talking about, in the sense that what would I feel like listening to? What is not being spoken out enough about? And so I see a space there where I'm going like, why is no one talking about this? So this is personal to me. So which brings me to the other half of what my check becomes for whether I should do a film or not, which is, for me, the more personal you get, the more universal you are. So the best way to reach the largest audience possibly is to get to the most personal, universal layer within you. So that becomes one, where I say, okay, this is starting with a personal urge that I have or a personal experience, but it has a larger meta, it has a larger connection, it has a larger relevance in the world that we are in today. And the moment I make that connection between the personal and the universal, I go like, okay, there's a film here, possible. So that's one. And the other is, you are the audience yourself. If you want to see it, then everybody wants to see it.
I think that's very poignant. You break it down to the most universal, emotional layer that I think is relatable for everyone. I think that's very interesting. Now, how does algorithm fit into all of this? In an age where platforms reward looks, instant gratification, not perhaps slow burn, and also this now making content which is attention proof, that you can be scrolling on your devices and yet be engaged in what you're watching. How do you protect nuance and the complexity without actually losing the visibility of the big picture as a storyteller? I'll let you take that first, because it's a continuation of what you just spoke about.
I think thankfully we are still a few years away from AGI. Everyone keeps talking about AI, but AGI is not here yet. So we'll know. The next big breakthrough really is AGI. And
do you want to talk a little bit about AGI?
yeah, so I mean, I'm not an expert and I don't know much. I try to keep myself up to date, but AGI is artificial general intelligence as opposed to AI, which is probably the rudimentary version of where this world can eventually take us. So I think once AGI enters algorithms, then hopefully art has more of a chance, because hopefully AGI might be slightly smarter.
And I think it'll be easier for AGI to help you find audiences that think like you.
Possibly.
And which is what the hope is. That's very interesting. How about you, Rania? How do you look at this?
I don't.
Okay.
And I don't want to. Really, because the thing is that a lot of times we think that what does an audience want, and you reduce it and you minimize it to an algorithm, and it's not like that. You know, it is a lot of times.
Disregard the algorithm. It's a reality.
No, you can't disregard it altogether. But a lot of the greatest pieces, and I'm not talking about art, a lot of the greatest pieces, even on OTT, a Squid Game or anything, was actually first coming from a personal storytelling, from some things that somebody wanted to write.
Which is what Kanu also said. I mean, it has to be personally vested.
Yeah.
I guess also just to add to it, most of the successes that we see on OTT are in spite of the system, in spite of the data rather than because of the data, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Squid Game is a great example. Or even say a Scam 1992. All of these are examples where people wanted to set out to tell a story themselves, and then the algorithm took them on. So it's not the other way around. Always.
So I guess what the algorithm is doing is it can, so far, that's why I was saying AGI, so far it can only tell you what has worked, and hence it will take you towards more of what has worked. Whereas what really sets where we are going is in spite of the algorithm.
Absolutely.
In that sense.
Very well said. So what is your experience in this? I mean, and how was your experience with Undercurrent? Keeping this perspective of making a film, writing a story, and did you think about how the audiences would view this, how the algorithm would view this?
Well, making Undercurrent, I had complete freedom, creative freedom in that respect. Of course, I did think about how would the audience receive this film, because it's basically about two women waiting in a flooded house, waiting for the floods to kind of subside for the funeral to happen. And this is not a very commercial or a massy idea as such. And everybody involved in the film right from the beginning, including the producers, had a fear that how would the audience, or the mass audience for that matter, receive this film. And going by the previous trends, this film should not do well in the theaters or should not do well on the platform. But I think for me, while making the film, I wanted to make it in an engaging way, in an interesting way. And I approach this film as an emotional thriller, so to say, so that it will keep the audience hooked. It will keep the audience asking questions like what will happen next. I did not want it to be indulgent. I didn't want it to be a film such that only a few people would enjoy. So I was very much aware of the fact, right from when I was writing the script to editing to doing the music, I want to hook the audience. I want to be them part of this experience. I want to keep them thrilled through this experience. I don't want them to feel bored through this experience.
You were saying something?
No, I something to take from Christo and actually just explore it a little more. That, you know, a lot of times we think the algorithm question actually boils down to the question is that, are you catering to an audience? Does the audience know what they want? A lot of times the audience does not know what they want.
Absolutely.
Right?
Most of us don't know.
Yeah,
we are being fed.
Yeah, and we are only doing approximations. And if you're doing approximations, then might as well tell a story that you in your gut feels correctly about, right?
Yeah, I mean, who would have thunk that Nolan would do Batman the way he did?
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Because if you had asked the algorithm what Nolan's version of Batman should be, they would have probably referenced to the Jack Nicholson version of
Yeah, very
you know, and
true.
there'd be more of the same.
Which is what's interesting. That means we're thinking out of the box and not shutting the box. So I have one. I mean, I really want to talk about the challenges of distribution for independent filmmakers. But before we come to that, and I want all three of you to very quickly tell me the answer to a question, and there's a point and a B point. All of you have made films that are, I won't call them issue-based, but address issues. Where do you draw the line between making a point about the issue that you're talking about and letting the story breathe? That's A. And B is, how do you leave an emotional doorway open for the audience when the audience is watching something which you are telling as a storyteller and they disagree with it? How do you allow them to build empathy? So one, how do you make an issue-based film, or how do you tackle an issue without it become pontificating? And B, how do you deal with the audience? I mean, what kind of an emotional doorway of empathy do you leave open when you're telling them something which may not be palatable? Would you like to go first?
Yeah, तो सबसे पहले तो didactic तो हो ही नहीं सकता. हम लोग ad film तो बना नहीं रहे. We are at the end of the day trying to tell you a story. So I think the best way to tell that story is emotionally, and emotional investment and empathy. You have to build some sort of empathy for the character. So yeah, you can't. I think you can't take that position of saying, at least I don't. I make an honest attempt to not try to be on a pedestal and say, I'm just 45. So I'm also experiencing life. I'm growing. I'm also understanding the world. And if that's my truth, how can I take a position where I'm in my film saying, I know this is it, now I'll tell you. So automatically, if you're looking inwards, your position is, okay, this is what I'm talking about. मुझे इसके बारे में इतना ही पता है. ये सवाल है, इतने से थोड़े एक दो जवाब हैं.
बाकी open to interpretation.
Right. बाकी सवाल हैं, अब आप तय कीजिए. That's the kind of approach. And to the second part is, I feel like the moment, I feel like I don't want to take that burden. Most of my characters are really difficult to empathize with. So I don't try to take that burden of, oh, I have to make you like him or her. The point is, आप craft-wise एक दो चीजें डाल देते हो craftily, which help. But my own belief is personally that the moment the audience is in the position of the protagonist that you have picked, they are already in that position. वो हैं वहाँ पर.
Aranya, your take on these 2 points quickly.
I think, especially with Humans in the Loop, the idea was about, talking about AI. AI is very, very extremely looked upon as dystopic. We're moving towards a scenario where more and more jobs, and especially when I started writing, those were the only conversations that were there. But as I was working on this film, I realized that there is a scope to reclaim AI from, say, the tech companies or just the government, and for centering humanity and having humanity collective control over these things that are going to affect all of us. Now, the easier route would have been to completely go and, just paint algorithms and paint AI in a negative light. But I didn't do that. I went in a more, I wouldn't say positive, but I went in a more hopeful scenario where humanity can reclaim. So how I did that, I think I just front and centered the humanity. I front and centered the mother-daughter story. A mother who's grown away from her daughter, and she feels, and an Adivasi mother, right, who feels like there is life around everything. She feels like there's life in the rocks, there's life in this. But so when she looks at an algorithm, she feels like maybe there's life in this also. So once she's growing away from her daughter, she kind of grows closer to AI, right? And in that interaction, the challenge then became, and the conflict then became, does sort of, will this algorithm ever see through an Adivasi indigenous perspective? So in that sense, I think I made sure that I front and centered the mother-daughter story. And that's how.
And that was the human connect.
That was the human. You front and center humanity, and I think that should be the way of storytelling.
Christo, your thoughts on this, right? When you address an issue in a film, how do you prevent it from becoming the bigger idea and being didactic? And of course, how do you address the fact that you want to be able to instill empathy despite the disagreement that the viewer may have with your perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, usually I don't start my film or the writing process with the idea that I want to tell a specific, talk about a specific issue or talk about a specific viewpoint. I would rather get excited by the story that I'm saying or the characters or a specific situation or something like that. Now in Undercurrent, for example, it was about a woman who had an illicit affair where her husband is dying. So this is not a very acceptable thought, especially for a male, like a patriarchal society like Kerala. And for a mass audience, they would not kind of identify with this character. But the idea was that to tell the story in such a way that the audience kind of roots for this character. The audience may not agree with what she's doing, but they would feel an emotional resonance with her, saying that, oh, I do not agree with what she's doing, but I understand why she's doing what she's doing. So that is my job, I think, as a storyteller, to kind of, if I'm taking out characters that are difficult for the audience to kind of resonate with, then to kind of make them understand them, to kind of make them resonate with them, even though they don't agree. So that is what I always try to do with my films. And then again, a lot of times I let the story kind of breathe and take a form in itself to kind of tell me what it's trying to tell me. I am not kind of trying to put a POV onto the film, or kind of put a statement at the end of the film saying that, okay, this is what I want to say. Right. I want the emotion to breathe. I want the audience to feel that emotion. And through those emotion, if they get something great, but I want them to rather feel that emotion more than anything
Lack
else.
of resolution. I mean, so, I want to move away from emotions and non-tangible things to what is really tangible, the business of cinema and the challenges of independent filmmakers and distribution. There are incredible films being made out there, but we don't get to see them. And OTTs were supposed to fix that. Do you want to talk about your journey with Agra? And then I'd like, both Aranya and Christo to come in on that. And I want the audience to think about this, because this is what I want to be the lasting thought, that there are great filmmakers out there who are pushing the envelope, who are opening the box, but distribution is a real challenge, and in some cases it's not. So I'd like you to go first for this, please, with your Agra story.
Yeah, so it was a 8-year-long journey from the day I started writing the film to the day it came out in the theaters. It was a 100-screen release, but there was not a single PVR or a Cinepolis. So effectively, the 100 screens that I got were unreachable, and were, even for the people who were interested in the film, they couldn't go and watch it. So I decided to speak up about it, and fortunately it got picked up by the press, and beyond that it has led to so far 120 independent filmmakers coming together. We are on the cusp of forming a group now, an independent filmmakers body now.
I think that deserves a very, very big hand. Affirmative action when faced with a challenge, rather than just saying, "Ye to aise hi hota hai."
Yeah, so
of day 2 of Ideas of India. अपने अगले रोचक सेशन पे जाने से पहले एक बार we would just like to remind you about our partners and our supporters. IOI 2026 is co-presented by Adani Enterprises, co-powered by the Gallant Group of Industries. Our partners are the Gift Studio and RPSG Group Company, Jack Olive Oil, SD Paints Limited, Seco App, JK Super Cement Limited, the Tata Power Solar Roof, JSW MG Motor India Private Limited, Adamas Tech Consulting. Our official partners are Shanti Gold Associate Partner, Apollo Tires Limited, Empowering Partner Mittal Electronics, Jewelry Partner PNG Jewelers, Beverage Partner Hamdard Food India, Special Partner International Institute of Hotel Management. Our Knowledge Partner is Sharda University, Smart Cooling Partner Panasonic. Our tourism partners are Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development Corporation Limited, Goa Tourism and Gujarat Tourism. Our state partners are Government of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra government, Government of Punjab, and Government of Chhattisgarh. And finally, our energy partner, GAIL India Limited. Let's give all our partners a bit of energy and kickstart what's going to be a fascinating conversation to watch. दोस्तों पिछले साल इस साल भी हमने बड़े पर्दे पर धुरंधर की कामयाबी देखी. You know, the sleek operations, the high octane chases, the clear cut heroes and villains. पर आज कुछ बदलने वाला है. Because we're going to step out of that cinema hall and into the corridors where these stories are actually born. The real deal. We have the ultimate men in the shadows. एक तरफ वो जिन्होंने भारतीय इंटेलिजेंस की दिशा तय की है. दोस्तों जोरदार स्वागत करिए former Raw Chief A.S. Dulat साहब. Please join us onto the stage, sir. Please join us on the stage. और दोस्तों ये काफी स्पेशल बात है, बहुत स्पेशल बात है कि सरहद के उस पार से joining us virtually former ISI Chief Lieutenant General Asad Durrani साहब. A very warm welcome to him as well. और ये काफी पेचीदा बातचीत है, so we could only think of one person who could lead it, and that is of course Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Please welcome him with a round of applause. And he is of course someone who understands the nuance of every word spoken between nations. So fascinating conversation.
Dulat Sahab, I think he can see you even from your seat right here. Aaiye baithe. And wonderful to see you all here. This is an amazing opportunity to have a dialogue with two former spy masters, ours and theirs, as the saying goes. We have A.S. Dulat and General Asad Durrani. They're basically born 7-8 months apart in undivided India. They went on to become heads of their own country's national intelligence organizations. And some of you may know they actually wrote a book together called Spy Chronicles, RNAW and ISI, The Illusion of Peace, which of course, I think got Durrani Sahab into more trouble in his country than Dulat Sahab got into trouble in ours, because he was not allowed to leave Pakistan, etc., and was prosecuted. But anyway, they're both together here now to talk to us. And I think I want to ask them both the same question to begin the conversation. And that is, you know, the subtitle of the show is Locked in a Deadly Embrace or something. And my question is, the narrative from the Indian side over the last quarter of a century at least, and you could go right back to 1989, 1990, when the phenomenon of terrorism started hitting us. The narrative from the India side is, we are the country that sees the merit in having peace with Pakistan. We are focused on our development, on our growth. We don't want to waste our attention, our resources on an unproductive and futile conflict with those guys. Therefore, as far as we are concerned, we want peace. But every time we sincerely make an effort for peace, we find on the other side either a partner unready for peace or unwilling and unable to prevent those who want to thwart peace. So example after example, we all know the stories. Vajpayee Sahab goes to Lahore in 1999, makes that conciliatory speech from the Lahore minaret. What happens? Kargil follows within a few months. You have the extraordinary years of peace initiative after 2611. The Pakistan foreign minister is in Delhi to sign a liberalized visa agreement, and 2611 happens in Mumbai, 166 Indians and foreigners killed. Modi goes to Nawaz Sharif's birthday and granddaughter's wedding, much bonhomie, exchange of gifts and so on. What happens within 3 weeks? An attack on India's airbase in Pathankot. Every single peace initiative from India, as the Indians see it, has been betrayed, undermined, or destroyed by willful terrorist action from Pakistan, which the government or the authorities they're talking to from India, from Delhi, prove unable or unwilling to prevent. So they say, what's the point talking peace with Pakistan? Dulat Sahab, what is your answer? Can we ever move away from this logic? Is peace even a prospect?
Absolutely, we must never give up on peace. It's something that should be natural to our two countries. We were one once upon a time. And I can tell you, being a Punjabi and a Sikh, that if you go to the Punjab, there is a very strong feeling that we should, open up with Pakistan and have better relations with Pakistan. So it's not as if nobody wants peace with Pakistan. And even if we go to Kashmir, I'm not a Pakistan expert. Let me state that at the outset. But over the years, I've developed friendships with Pakistanis, and General Durrani is a very special case. That's how we two mad guys wrote a book together. It has never happened, and I can assure you it will not happen in the next 1,000 years.
But you have not responded to my summary of the narrative as we see it. How would you dispel if you were advising an Indian Prime Minister today who believes exactly what I have told you? How would you tell him why it's worthwhile to talk to Pakistan?
I would advise the Prime Minister in the same way that I had advised a Prime Minister that I had the privilege to serve with for 5.5 years, which was Prime Minister Vajpayee. 2 years in the RNW and 3.5 in his PMO. And he himself believed, I didn't have to tell him anything because I couldn't, he was too big. But he himself believed that this permanent confrontation with Pakistan had to end. And he did his very best. As you know, he took that bus to Lahore. Kargil happened. And despite Kargil, we invited the general to Agra. Unfortunately, the summit failed.
Yep.
And I can tell you that Vajpayee came back very disappointed from Agra because he was hoping that something would come about in Agra. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. And because of that, we wasted 3 years. And then what does Vajpayee do? He goes to Srinagar. The last time that I can think of a Prime Minister going to Srinagar and making a political speech, this was April 2003. He goes to Srinagar and he tells the Kashmiris there in a public meeting that I have stretched out my hand for friendship twice with Pakistan, and twice Pakistan has let me down. But I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it 1/3 time. And he did it. He went for the SAARC summit in January 2004. He went to Islamabad. And that was a very successful visit.
Yeah.
And but unfortunately, Vajpayee came back and lost the election. And that was the end of Vajpayee. But the story
Manmohan Singh
doesn't...
continued the story.
That's what I'm saying. Dr. Manmohan Singh was even more committed to peace with Pakistan.
That's right.
And he tried his best. But somehow the best was not good enough.
No,
if you
that's
ask
not true.
me...
It was good enough from our side. It wasn't.
No, it was not good enough from our side. Let me say this, that there was a huge window of opportunity in 2007. And I think we missed out on that. Because Musharraf, and let me say this very clearly, that no other Pakistani leader was as reasonable as Musharraf was, despite Kargil or in spite of Kargil. He said not once but repeatedly that whatever was acceptable to Kashmir and Kashmiris would be acceptable to Pakistan. Now this is a big thing for a Pakistani leader, a prime minister or president to say. And he said this. And he was waiting for Dr. Manmohan Singh. I can tell you that what we call the Hurriyat, the separatist leaders, their last visit to Pakistan was in February 2007. And when they came back from Pakistan, the message they came with was that Musharraf wants peace. He's ready for peace. And not only the separatists, I remember Umar Abdullah making 2 visits to Pakistan. And he came back and especially had lunch with me and said, I don't know what we are waiting for because Musharraf is very keen on peace. I said, you should go and tell the Prime Minister. He said, I've told the Prime Minister. And every time I met the Prime Minister, I got the same impression that Dr. Manmohan Singh was very keen.
He was.
He was. And as you know, while demitting office, he said it was almost done. And let me just add to that, you know, his envoy to Pakistan, Sati Lamba, wrote a book.
Yeah.
And at the launch of that book, which was released posthumously, There were about half a dozen diplomats who had served in Pakistan, and without exception, all of them said, we need to engage with Pakistan. So there is the answer.
Okay, so that was my view as well, but I'm not sure that I can persuade anybody else. Let me turn to General Durrani. He's been listening patiently to us from Pakistan. Durrani Sahab, could you please react to the same narrative that I began this conversation with? In other words, what would you as a Pakistani say to a skeptical Indian leader who says, how can I talk peace with Pakistan when you are unable or unwilling to control the terrorists who can destroy that peace? What would your answer be, sir?
I will not react to this question. I will not suggest anyone come up with a narrative so that I can present a counter narrative, because that never perishes. But what I can actually agree with is, it's not easy between the two countries to make this. And that is where Mr. Dulat has already set the stage correct. And in the book, if my assessment was, there is a good reason why it doesn't happen, because changing the status quo requires a huge amount of price. It costs. Peace has a cost. Compromises have to be made. And if one side or the other or both are comfortable with the status quo, they think they can manage it, they can, handle an odd episode here and there, they will not pay that price, because that price is often greater than the price of conflict. Haven't we seen that for the last about 7 decades? Every time something happens, we can manage it. We can fight, we can cover. But on the whole, if someone were to say, but these are the conditions for peace, now let me ask actually you and the audience, is there anyone in India who is prepared to make that type of a compromise that will bring about the peace?
Yes, sir. So the question is exactly what you said is what Narendra Modi was prepared to do in December 2015, January, February 2016. You may remember, he had a kind of Nixon in China moment where the most hawkish party that was against Manmohan Singh going to Pakistan, when the prime minister of that party went to Pakistan. But what happened? You rewarded him with an attack on an Indian airbase, and he still followed it by calling Nawaz Sharif and saying, why don't you join the investigation, which is exactly what you're implying. Why don't we deal with the problem together? So in other words, his assumption was, since he could not believe that Nawaz Sharif would have connived in this attack, he said, surely Nawaz is on my side in solving this problem. Let's work together to figure out who did this and act against them. That is the way we would solve a problem together. Now, if you're telling me, sir, that that is the way forward, tell me, what would you say to Narendra Modi after he has been betrayed when he allowed Pakistani ISI to come into an Indian airbase, and they went back and said in the Pakistani media, oh, the Indians have done it to themselves. Why would any Indian leader trust this method that you're suggesting?
Again, we are drifting in that direction where Mr. Modi will say one thing and I'll talk about Pulwama. It is not the way to forward. A couple of suggestions that were made were, regardless of your position, find out that common minimum denominator and start from there, build up the big edifice based on that. It may be a little chat here and there, a trading one. Bus was once run and it was doing fine. Find out why it was stopped. And that is where I say the people, especially in case of India, if the price of conflict is more affordable, then we can do it. Small country, big and stake, not quite satisfied with the status quo. So that type of a price he will not pay. In fact, what Modi has done us a great favor by upsetting the capital cards. He has moved that level of status quo to another level, which is becoming unmanageable. One can see what happens in Kashmir. And every time these things happen in Kashmir, people on this side may find a reason to rejoice. That actually it is proving time and again that regardless of what India would do, especially with this muscular policy of Modi Sahab, things backfire movement comes back again. My colleague, my friend, my comrade in arms, Mr. Dulat, has always said, whenever we act like this, Pakistan is back in the game. So that is the reason why we would say much better to be back in the game than be outside the game. Except for one thing, that is that we do feel for the people of Kashmir more than I suppose the Indians do. And that is why whenever there is a problem in which there is discomfort, there is a problem, there is a reason for us to get upset and find out, beside the solution, at least the management part can proceed so that the people are in a position where they can get on with a particular arrangement which may be between them and the Kashmiris or on our side to work. No one has to then after that actually intervene because the people involved are then getting into the act without prejudice to any country's position. If that does not make any headway, then I can also talk about other examples which you made, but that is not going to help. What is absolutely going to help in this matter is that if you think that at this particular moment there is that small little movement that can set us going, with so much turmoil all over, it might, one day bring about that result that you people are hoping for, Mr. Dulate, and we, of course, are desperate.
Let me ask Dulat Saab to comment on that. I must admit I'm not totally convinced, even though I come from an opposition party that has historically wanted peace and dialogue with Pakistan. I can see, I'm afraid, the merit in those who say, how can we possibly talk to these people when this keeps happening to us? Unless there is a concrete assurance that the authorities in Pakistan, by which you have to be both the civilian and the military, are genuinely decided that terrorism is not a permissible option and they will work with us to prevent terrorism against us. Until there is such an assurance, how can any responsible Indian leader accept that there is a basis, a viable basis for dialogue with Pakistan?
As I explained earlier, Prime Minister Vajpayee and
forget Prime Minister Vajpayee. Tell me about Prime Minister Modi today.
Yeah,
we've got all these intervening years of history.
Yeah, the problem today is politics. That is why we can't move forward with Pakistan. Let me put it bluntly.
No, but the problem has got all these intervening
incidents
since Vajpayee Saab's time.
Let me come to Kashmir, because I know Kashmir a little better than Pakistan.
Okay.
I've been watching it for 40 years. Now we did away with Article 370. There was the abrogation, and that happened in 2019. So it's almost 7 years now. And we keep saying that Kashmir is normal. There's normalcy in Kashmir. But what kind of normalcy do you have in Kashmir when every 100 yards in Srinagar you need a policeman?
But why is that possible? Why is that necessary? Because you
because of I agree, it's because of Pakistan. But the point is, why don't we consider and listen to what the Kashmiri leaders have to say? Dr. Farooq Abdullah, by far the tallest leader in Kashmir, has said emphatically over and over again that terror will not go away unless we engage with Pakistan. So the point is, what we have been saying, and you are right, sir, that terror and talks can't go together. So let us talk about terror. What is the problem in talking about terror or engaging on terror? Or what is the problem in just talking to your neighbor? We don't talk. There's no conversation taking place today.
Dulat Saab, I have even written an op-ed in the Indian Express.
I saw that.
That's
what's encouraging me now.
I believe that not talking is not a policy, but I can understand why we're not talking. What I am looking for...
We are not talking, sir, because of politics.
Yeah, but I'm looking for something from the Pakistani side, and I'm not getting it yet from General Durrani, something that will encourage me to talk. In other words, General Durrani Sahab, you've heard what General Dulat has said. There are people in India who want to talk, but what can you give us to make us feel that we can reconcile, we can change our mind about not talking? Can you give us some public assurance that Pakistan is against terrorism against India? We have a perception that Pakistan is only hostile to terrorism when it is attacking Pakistan. But when terrorism attacks India or Afghanistan, Pakistan is cool with it. that Pakistanis are often sponsoring it, financing it, encouraging it. Now, you need to give us something. You've got, for example, mountains of evidence against the people who planned 26/11/2008. Not one person has been convicted or punished of anything in Pakistan. Not one headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed or Lashkar-e-Toiba has been legally shut down, proscribed, their leaders arrested. Can you show us some tangible indication that convinces me as an Indian that I should talk to Pakistan?
Again, wrong place, wrong step to take. Once one is sincere about talking, there are so many ways on the back channel, of the secret channel, that keep the dialogue going. These arguments are one has to make, then of course you will find a counter argument. But every time on everything, if you think tons of evidence, I can produce a very thick book written by a German, a Jew to Jew. It's such a thick book that it will hurt you if it falls on your book. And it is all about Bombay. It's all about deficiencies in the case. It's all about actually what people in technical terms call the false level. Satyamar Malik came up and said he was telling people that this is happening, and they said, let it run. Hum Pakistan ko blame karte. Come on. This is not the way to go about these things. If you're going to talk about, one story or the other and not get on with that particular point that both of us recommended in the book, Kashmir instead of a point of conflict can become a bridge between the two countries. If you use little bit of sense, not talk about conditions, not about what the others would say, that will come in the meantime, something would take place. And one will come to a particular point, one would say, well, it seems that right now, at least the Kashmiris can live with it, and the Pakistanis and the Indians will also come galloping up. Now, this is the way to go make peace, not by, asking the others, now, aapne kya kar lenge, aapne kya karna hai, kuch bhi nahi karna. We will find out at the end. Ultimately, once the peace takes place, both of them would have to give up some of it. Otherwise, there would be none.
Fair enough. All right. So we have to give up something. They also have to give up something. One of the questions that comes to mind is, at bottom, India is a status quo power. We are happy more or less with the way things are, though we claim officially POK. At bottom, the perception is no one in India is going to stir to do anything about it, provided we are left alone on our side of the LOC. Pakistan, on the other hand, is not a status quo power. It's a revisionist power. It wants something it doesn't have. It wants control of the Kashmir Valley. Now, the question is, when the two starting positions are so fundamentally irreconcilable, what do we talk about, Dalat Sahab?
No. There's no question of Pakistan taking over the valley or wanting the valley. I think that's a dream that's long been lost. You can ask General Saab that. And I can take you back to 2001 when, when 9/11 happened. And Bush read the riot act to Musharraf, that either you're with us or you're against us, kind of thing. If you're not joining the war against terror, then you're not with us. And the Kashmiri reaction was that if these guys can't look after themselves, how the hell are they going to look after us? They're good for nothing. So Kashmir has gone out. Pakistan has gone out of the Kashmiri mind.
Yeah.
But we keep bringing it back because we do nothing in Kashmir. We don't want to. Now I give you another example. 2019 happened. The abrogation happened. I was at a Lit Fest in Chandigarh, what they used to call the military
Lit Fest. I was invited there. I couldn't.
And there was Ram Madhav sitting next to me. And Ram Madhav said, don't worry, we've given an assurance. Statehood will be returned shortly. Now it's 7 years. And poor Omar Abdullah keeps crying and keeps coming to Delhi. I think he's given up hope now. He realizes what Delhi is all about, that he's not going to get statehood. The Kashmiri realizes he won't get statehood. That's the reality, I'm telling you.
Now that will change. I think for whatever reason the government is holding on to that as a lollipop to be given later. But I spoke in Parliament on that occasion, And I took very much the stand that this should not be denied. But let me just move back to General Durrani for a minute and ask him the same question I just asked General Dulat. Do you feel that in terms of what Pakistan wants out of this, that there could be a viable starting point short of a change in the territorial arrangements? Do you think that Pakistan would be prepared to give up its fantasy that the present line of control is not the de facto or the de jure, beg your pardon, final line, and that Pakistan still has hopes of a border readjustment? Because if there is that in the back of Pakistan's mind, no one in India would be prepared to talk seriously, and that's something you have to understand. General Durrani, sir.
Again, putting the preconditions first and then it's talking about starting. That will not happen. No one here in the right frame of mind will say, well, here it is, we forego this much, let's see if we can talk. You can talk by talking about cricket or weather or whatever else, don't put any precondition. Here will come as the toilet proceeds. Because that is where we made both of us, and another very important point in that book, that some people are so strictly status quo, not only status quo, strictly status quo, that even if the situation was to improve between the two countries, like it was happening when the bus started, they'll get upset, they get worried. That, good Lord, Kashmir is getting more breathing space, Pakistan, throwing its weight about, finding a little more relaxed. Now, we must nip this evil in the bud. That type of a thing happens. It's practical. You belong to South Bloc, ask them. South Blocs how they think about it. And then you'll find out how difficult it is to actually start a thing right from a premeditated position. It will come. It may happen. It may surprise both of us because things turn out to be much better than we expected, or as gradually probably people will find that this is the way to go. 70 years, a couple of things have been tried, it didn't happen. Try that without those things, try it for another 7 years, you might find there is a difference, otherwise you can always go back. What's the big deal?
Quite right. Quite right. So let me just phrase this slightly differently. You are aware, sir, because your own former Foreign Minister Kasuri published a very detailed account of it, and as General Dulat said, our own Special Envoy, Mr. Lamba, published an account of it, that the two governments came very close in 2007-8 to an agreement on the way forward. Do you think that those proposals agreed in the back channel between the two governments, or between Dr. Manmohan Singh Special Envoy and General Musharraf Special Envoy, which then became unviable when General Musharraf's political position became untenable in Pakistan in 2008. Do you think that those elements could be the basis for starting a new conversation, or are those completely unrealistic and out of date today, 18 years later?
Well, the 4 points were quite reasonable. The Kashmiris on the other side actually were hoping that something will come out of it. The way of presenting was not very good. It should not have come from Pakistan. I mean, then the other side would think that there may be something more in it when we read it. But talking about, those 4 points and the result is they were so important. If we were so close to a particular breakthrough, then they would not have ended just because Musharraf left. Not Musharraf only. It was about Kashmir, it was about the two countries. One would have picked up the thread from there and says, okay, we do not know what they agreed for, but now we can carry out a more transparent process. We find out what will happen. It did not happen. People did not even respond to those. Although the points were, I think my comrade in arms, Mr. Dulat, is a bigger fan of those 4 points. I can find 1 or 2, but I still would say at least that was something on the table, and 1 or 2 points could have been proceeded upon, but they did not.
But why didn't they, sir? Because of 2611. 2611 happened in 2008. I mean, I think again there is a little unwillingness to see. There was definite willingness on Dr. Manmohan Singh's part to proceed even in the post-Musharraf era, and the body language coming out of the Zardari government was very positive. But then 26/11 happened, and clearly very many elements of the Pakistani establishment would have had to participate in what happened there.
Since you would not give up, then I suppose you are forcing me to talk about certain things that happened before that, after that.
Please, talk about it.
I will once again resist it and say, please do not provoke that, because even when Nawashi went for the coronation of Modi the first time, he went there against, he took great risk, and he was attacked by your foreign secretary. Now, these things can be talked about, and then you will find out that Modi's landing to attend the granddaughter marriage was not out of any goodness of heart. He'd badmouthed Pakistan in Dhaka and Kabul, and now he was there just to show. Regardless of I do, these people will receive. That is why I said these are not the arguments we shot. If you think that it has not worked, find out something else, and maybe you can have some hope. As far as the timings are concerned, timings are very important, and that is where one says people keen to keep the status quo will scuttle these efforts just at that time when it was
as far as timing is concerned, I wrote in a book many decades ago that the problem with India and Pakistan is they shout cease and fire at different times. But anyway, Dullah Sahab, how would you react to the same question of whether the Kasuri Lamba revelations constitute a viable basis for dialogue, or whether they are now overtaken by events?
Definitely, they were a basis for dialogue and taking things forward. But now I don't think anybody is willing to talk about Musharraf's 4-point formula or whatever it was. Basically, there is only one point, and there is only one way that there can be a settlement. You know, if you talk to the Kashmiris, he says, I want a full and final settlement to Kashmir. There is no full and final settlement, let me tell you. It will never happen. But there is a way to settle, and the settlement is on the line of control. All you need is 1 point. You don't need 4 points. You settle on the line of control, you'll have peace for the next 15 years. And this is what Farooq Abdullah has been saying.
If we are willing to do that, are the Pakistanis willing to do that and surrender their public claims?
Well, when Musharraf said 4 points, this is what it meant. This was the crux of the whole thing. The rest was only cosmetic, you know.
But the cosmetics were important. They
were important.
Joint,
they could have happened, coming and going and trade. And
joint institutions.
Yeah, that's okay. That was easy. But the basic thing is, we can only settle on the line of control. And it can happen, it should happen.
Right, sir. Okay, let's not go into these existential issues on which you and I and General Durrani cannot solve it right now. Let me turn a slightly different subject. The two of you wrote a book together. And it raises a very good question, which is, do you think that you spies understand each other better than we politicians do, and that certainly generals do across the borders? Are you perhaps in a better position to resolve our misunderstandings than the politicians are?
That's a beautiful question. It's a great question that I would love to answer, because you know, you mentioned 26/11, and a lot of things happened after 26/11. There was a lot of apprehension in the West that these two nuclear mad countries might go to war and things like that. And that's when the Track 2 started, initiated mostly by the United States and Britain. And to begin with, all and sundry, everybody was invited, and I attended some of those Track 2 meetings. And then the military people said we should have an exclusive Track 2. So there was a military Track 2 between India and Pakistan. And then my friend General Durrani suggested that if there can be a military Track 2, then why not an intelligence Track 2? And the intelligence Track 2 actually brought out the most honest and truthful results. Now, I'm not saying that spooks can solve everything. Spooks are there only to advise at best. The settlements have to be made by people like you, sir, by politicians. But I can make a suggestion to you now, having read your op-ed, this thing in the Express. that if you are prepared to go to Pakistan, I'm willing to accompany you. And let's go and check it out there.
Let's go and check it out. I think we'll have to ask Mr. Modi first whether he'd like that or not. Durrani Sahab, would you like to answer the same semi-irreverent question? Are you spies and intelligence officers better equipped to take understanding forward than perhaps we politicians are, or than generals are in the army?
And I'd like to answer this question, but let me also, talk about a later thing first. Someone from RAW is scuttling, sabotaging our present dialogue. And they keep disturbing me by their messages, by interfering with my voice. I hope you are listening me loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Then ignore them. I'm being distracted by your own organizations, people who are working. But as far as the trust is concerned, the reason is simple. Why people in the spy business, or intelligence business, why is it something called quite different? Become more honest and become more trusting, because they cannot afford to tell lies. They were to lie, then of course, the next operation, or that is the CN on the own side, may cause more damage than otherwise it is done. Examples, how the CIA always, comes up with W in written force. They have to put themselves in the shoes of the other people, and that's why develop some sort of an apathy, colitis in the terms that you use, development. And that is why they like to talk about certain things. They know the other people know what the situation is. There's no point lying to them. You can lie to the politician, you can lie to the public, but not to the intelligence man.
That's
interesting. That is already told him, but this is what the Indians think about you, this is what they're going to say. Why don't we come out clean? That's it.
Thank you. That's a good way of looking at it. Acha, Dullat Sahab, one question that comes to mind is, obviously in this age of technology, technology must have come into intelligence gathering, surveillance, interception, all of that very much more than in the days when you were heading RNAW, but I'm sure you're up to speed with all that's going on. So assuming that both sides are doing a lot of technological snooping on each other, what about human intelligence? Is there still, are there Pakistani spies in our midst? Are there our spies in their midst? Can you tell us what you think?
Oh, sure there are. Definitely there are. And they get caught every now and then. There is a...
But it doesn't hit the headlines.
There is a Kulbhushan Yadav who's been in Pakistan for so many years now. And I remember Kasuri Saab visiting Delhi, I think must be about 10 years ago. And Kasuri Saab said to me, isn't there somewhere that we could start talking and talking sense with each other? I said, go back and release this fellow, Kulbhushan Yadav. What is he there for? He's been there long enough.
Well, they've sentenced him to death, as you know.
Yeah. So coming back to my suggestion that why don't we go to Pakistan? You're the politician. You have to get Modi's permission. And
I'm changing the subject, Dullat. How do you see the Doval doctrine? And is it different from what has gone on before in terms of the overall intelligence approach to Pakistan?
Well, I can tell you what the great M.K. Narayanan has said about this. And, he was our big boss.
Indeed.
And, of course, Ajit was his greater favorite. I was just a hanger-on. But he used to say that if I want to offer a carrot, then I'll send Dullat to Srinagar. And if I want to use the stick, then it'll be Ajit Doval.
There you are.
But coming back to what I
mentioned... both two sides of the same coin.
Same coin, yeah. And we've both been good friends. We work together. We think differently, but that's all right. That happens. It happens everywhere all the time. But let me remind you that I was mentioning this spooks dialogue that started. Ajit was a part of that spooks dialogue.
Oh, was she?
Yeah. For 2 or 3 years, till 2014 came about. And I knew that he was in for bigger things and he would quit. And he left. Rightfully so, because he had to become NSA. But coming back to the doctrines, as you call them, General Saab mentioned Satpal Malik. When I met Satpal Malik, I went up to him and to introduce myself, and I said, I'm so-and-so. He said, Daulat Sahab, you are well known. Your doctrine is well known in Srinagar.
General Durrani, what is your perception, sitting where you are, of India's security and intelligence approach and doctrine, as it were, towards you, towards Pakistan?
The things look so bad that it will be the right time to start. That's one way to look at it. But if we are not likely to get any worse, like the turning point did come last, this.
What about the Malik on your side? Not our Malik, but yours, General Asim Malik.
Oh, the other side also. I mean, but did not hide that particular thing. One knows that is the least that one can say or reveal to you is that here people know what people on the other side have said. And after that, the decision seems to be whole thing is proper. And it has reached that stage where either we keep another status quo at another level or try to think of something else. Out of box, can one start with, etc. etc. So that being the conclusion, especially on your side, I think the time is right to restart something, but in a different manner.
General Sahab, is there a constituency for peace in Pakistan, or has it shrunk in the last decade or so?
It's shrinking, no doubt about that. But people are not waiting forever. Like in your case, I'm told that first of all, there were people who were very enthusiastic, and now a couple of people, a couple of names, you can count them on one hand finger.
Gee.
They still be there. But here again, yes, they were shrinking, and after last 3 years of the show, they've shrunk even more. To get their interest back may be more difficult. To short it out.
Daulat Sahab, how would you answer that question about us? Is our constituency for peace shrinking in India?
Oh, there's hardly a constituency left now.
That's right.
Where is the constituency? It's all politics, That's why I keep repeating politics. Unless you put politics aside, I don't think there's any scope for diplomacy anywhere. And I think we need to look at that, not only Pakistan. I think we're having problems Bangladesh now after Sheikh Hasina left. And I think the whole neighborhood needs to be looked at.
Would you be in favor of resuming non-political, non-governmental contact with the two countries? For example, resuming cricket, resuming visas for Pakistani singers, actors, musicians. I mean, this is one possible way of creating a constituency for peace.
I'm all for it. Visas is the easier way. I mean, it's been long overdue. We should get high commissioners back, open up a bit. Cricket is more difficult. I mean, what is the point of playing cricket if you can't shake hands with each other?
So if we're playing, we should shake hands.
Yeah, so I think we shouldn't play cricket at all. It's better not to play than not to shake hands. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not cricket.
Exactly. Well, on that too, I have written in articles. I'm afraid I've nailed my colors to the mast.
Let me remind you, sir, that it's the Brits who taught everybody cricket. And in Britain, in England, till 1963, there used to be a distinction.
Gentlemen and players.
Gentlemen and players. And it was the time of Ted Dexter,
right,
who was a gentleman, who agreed that they could do away with that distinction and call them all cricketers. Very soon, I don't think we'll have cricketers left.
Oh, I think you're being too much of a pessimist. General Durrani, sir, in Pakistan, would you say there would be any support for a resumption of, shall we say, non-political, non-governmental contacts between the two peoples, easier visas, easier travel, sporting exchanges, cultural exchanges, artists, musicians? Is there any support for that kind of thing on your side of the border? Or would it be a suicide for any politician to suggest that?
Depends on whom you send. Now I'm just thinking of a particular book that India decides to feed, to talk to Pakistan. It consists of Vishnuddullah, Patil Kak, Mani Shankar, and so forth. I mean, such people, if they say that they are coming, they may come by any means. They'll find people here lined up to receive them. So find out the right type of people. So that's actually a very old Afghan principle. not only Jirgas and so on. Jirgas may accomplish something, but if there are people who have credibility on both sides, if they go and knock at their doors, half the battle is already won. Because it cannot be said go, cannot be said go get lost.
Sir, but you know from the Nixon in China moment that it is precisely the hardliners who have most credibility as peaceniks. If people have been peaceniks when it's not fashionable to be peaceniks, and they go, who will listen to them when they come back? That is the question, sir.
So send Duval, and Duval, if you want that type of a breakthrough, send him. We'll find out what happens to him to the process. But as far as that principle is concerned, yes, a political hardliner may find making concessions easier. But that again is, neither here nor there. We will not do that. People who have, for a period of time, tried peace, for all people who had peace at heart, Desai, Chandrasekhar,
Okay, sir.
And a couple of others who are, I forget.
Okay, well, we have just 1 minute left. Let me ask you to give us a final sort of 2-sentence message to the Indian people at the end of this conversation. What would you like to leave us with? We just have 1 minute left in the time. Please, General Durrani. And then I'll turn to you, Dalat Sahab, for your 1 sentence back.
I don't have to give a message to the people who already know the problem is. They know that in this equation, the initiative or the onus of trying a breakthrough is of their government. And their government, since it's not going to do that, so their first guns have to be turned towards them and says, stop. Now that is the message. You can tell your people, force your government to move, there will be enough responses.
Thank you, General Durrani. General Dulat, Mr. Dulat, my good friend, do tell me, what would you want to end this conversation with if you were conveying a message to your good friend, General Durrani, from here?
Let me end with a quote from my favorite poet, Aga Shahid Ali, the renowned Kashmiri American
And
poet.
an old friend of mine from my university days. Passed away, sadly.
Yeah, it's sad. He says in a short poem, his latest book of selected poems is just out, called The Last Speaker. And there's a short poem there called Farewell, in which he says, if only somehow you could be mine, what is it that would not be possible in this world? Now, this he wrote in the context of the exodus of the Kashmiri Pandits from the valley in 1990. But General Saab will remember that we use this as an epigraph in our own book. And that's how the book starts. I think General Saab has disappeared. But the whole idea of this book that we wrote was to somehow promote peace between the two countries, to make people think that peace is possible. And that's where I would end. And I think peace is possible. I agree with you entirely that I'm not the best guy to go to Pakistan because, I'm regarded as too much of a peacenik. My doctrine won't help. I think, and there is a story to it. I don't know why General Saab is not there. He's away.
No, he's there.
Okay, he's here, but he's
still
not
there.
there. Okay, General Saab will remember this story. Once in one of our sessions, the Pakistanis complained that nothing was happening, nothing was moving forward. And it was just when Ajit had just left us. So I said, there is a way forward. And I said, you should invite Ajit Doval to Lahore. And they said, well, that's not a bad idea, but what if he doesn't come? So I said, there's a batchmate of his here, present here. KM Singh was there. And I said, KM can check up. And KM checked up. And Ajit was willing at that time to go to Lahore.
Which year was this?
It would be 2014.
Before or after the election? No, it's a serious question.
I don't remember that. But he was very keen, maybe 2015. So
Okay.
it would be after the election. But he was a big dad then. And he was ready to go to Lahore. And we conveyed the message. And I know General Ehsan from their side said, great, this should be no problem. But it didn't happen. So Pakistan backtracked, I would say. Not that, I mean, it had to be decided at a high level, but Ajit was not invited to Lahore.
No, it is one of the tragedies that there's always one side willing to make peace when the other side is not, and vice versa. I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there. Our time is up. Thank you very much, General Asad Durrani. Thank you very much, Mr. Hezbollah. And thank you all for listening so patiently.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tharoor. Thank you. Always a pleasure, sir.
Always a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a fascinating conversation this has been. कहा जा सकता है कि उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है, and I'm hoping that there can be, the realization that there can be a common denominator for peace between the two countries. But for now, a huge round of applause for our speakers and for Dr. Tharoor. बहुत shukriya. I request you to remain on stage as I invite Mr. Jagwinder Patyal, roving editor, ABP News, and Rajneesh Ahuja, Executive Vice President, ABP News and ABP Majha, to kindly present Dulat Sahab with a memento from Ideas of India.
How do we get Mr. Durrani his little thank you gift?
We'll find a
ship
way.
it to Pakistan.
We'll find a way.
Thank you, General Durrani.
Thank you so much. And this has been such a coup for us, I think, at the ABP platform, to have Dulat Sahab and Durrani Sahab together. Not something you see very often. बहुत धन्यवाद. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, Durrani Sahab. I can see you're still watching. बहुत शुक्रिया आपका.
रहिए सब लोग.
Thank you so much. Once again, I can say this is not something we get to watch very often. So such a privilege it has been to have these two gentlemen together. दोस्तों आगे बढ़ते हैं और beauty industry की बात करें तो there are billions of dollars that are being spent on what we put on our skin. But we are spending very little time thinking about the chemical messengers that actually run through our veins. अगर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्लांस में बात की जाए तो if the human body is a complex machine, it is the hormones that we could call software, controlling everything from our mood and metabolism to how fast we age. Our next session asks a provocative question. Can hormones help you live longer? Can we master our own internal biological clock? To guide us through this medical frontier, we have one of India's most decorated medical minds, a Padma Bhushan awardee, and a global authority on endocrinology, Dr. Ambrish Mittal. Please join us on the stage, Dr. Saab. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause. Dr. Mittal has a presentation for us, after which we'll have our chair, Gul, join us on stage. Here's your clicker, Sir.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's a strange situation to be in after a very exciting session which had me spellbound too, and suddenly to move from India, Pakistan to something that's happening within our bodies. So I hope there is some interest in our own bodies. And of course, I believe everyone is interested about being youthful and living longer. I'm not claiming to come with the final answers here, but I hope to have a good conversation. So the idea is, can hormones help us live longer? Well, it's not a yes or no answer, but we know that there's a big question. The question has arisen because our life expectancy now is around 70 years, 2 or 3 years more in women, less in men. The fact is that our life expectancy in 1947 was 31 years. So we have a huge population that is rapidly growing, which is in the 65 plus or 70 plus age group. And that's where the problem. So while we've managed many aspects of nutrition, infection, vaccination, so many things to help our people live longer, they're also living longer at the risk of being exposed to many of the conditions we never saw before, because there weren't that many older people. So health span is very important. Living longer alone is not enough. You need to live healthy. And I think that's the key. Living healthy is the important thing. If you live to be 90 and the last 5 years of your life you're spending in and out of the ICU, it's not a great idea. Not that we can prevent it always. On the other hand, if you live, till 85, but you actually live healthy till 84 or 85, then that's probably a better option. So health span is very important than just the number of the lifespan. What are the number of healthy years that you've lived? And there are only 3 aspects, and Gulpanag and I will discuss those. One is GLP-1, which everyone talks about. Ozempic and Mounjaro, semaglutide, tirzepatide, all that stuff, which is changing the way we look at health and disease. Hormone replacement therapy, for a long time a no-no, but there are some changes there. What about testosterone replacement for men in their midlife? That's also a subject that is really important, and I get a lot of requests for both HRT and testosterone replacement. And what will be our key takeaways? I've already defined this. So sorry, I'll not be academic, but we need to know that estrogen is produced in our ovaries, in women, obviously, and its production actually just falls at menopause. So unlike in men, where there's a very slow process, estrogen coming from our ovaries rapidly declines at menopause. So women have an event in their life, which is the menopause. It's also not a one-day event, over a few years, but definitely they have a sharp drop in estrogen. Now, till they have estrogen, they're protected from many conditions. Even heart disease is far lower in women, and one of the reasons they are thought to live a little longer than men is the estrogen that they live with. So, but unfortunately, fortunately, the way nature designed is that there is a sharp drop and it goes to 0 almost at menopause. So this is important to understand. The other important part is that can we do anything about it? It's a natural human process. Why should we interfere with that? Well, there has always been an attempt to use estrogen in women who are at menopause. Does it make sense? We can use estrogen alone, or we can use it another hormone called progesterone. But there is no doubt that not all menopausal women are the same. Some have a very difficult time with symptoms, with hot flashes, with night sweats, and we keep getting these requests for treatment. And clearly estrogen is the only thing that really works there. So if you have a sharp drop in your estrogen accompanied by these symptoms, estrogen may be the answer for you. Mood changes, sleep, all these things can respond to estrogen, which means for a few years that you use it, around menopause, you may have a decline in these symptoms, or actually quite a dramatic response in these symptoms. There are other things that women often look at, cosmetic things which we're not discussing now, maybe we'll have it in the panel. But very importantly, the reduction in osteoporosis. Now, some of us, when I started working in this field 25, 30 years ago, no one spoke about osteoporosis. India में नहीं होता है, ऐसे कुछ नहीं है, osteoporosis क्या होता है? But we realize that it's quite common in India. All of you, if you scratch your brains, think of elderly people in the family, would have had somebody who's had a hip fracture or, has been bedridden because of fracture. Think of people in their 70s and 80s. It's not uncommon at all. It's quite common in India. And estrogen clearly protects the bone. The moment our estrogen level goes down at menopause, calcium leaks out from our bone. So that's another area where there's not too much controversy about estrogen. But there are other things. It's not that simple. Otherwise, we would all be there. The important part is that when you use estrogen, you're also worried about side effects. The side effects which will be discussed are in a particular, the whole phobia about estrogen is linked to breast cancer. Uterine cancer is managed, but breast cancer can be a huge phobia, and we'll discuss that. Also, the fact is that if you use estrogen in younger women, you're pretty safe as compared to what was considered unsafe earlier. And why I'm saying that, the study that based all of this is the Women's Health Initiative, which followed up women. And this study was released in 2001 or 2. And I think the important part it showed was that there were increased risk of breast cancer, increased risk of blood clotting. Those are not good side effects. But the fact is the mean age of women in that was 63. Now, the moment you sift the data, and now you have follow-up till 2024 on that. And even at that time, a lot of us, including, I can say myself, in international forum, some of my Australian colleagues used to fight all the time that don't diss HRT for this reason. Because it has not shown anything adverse in women at 50, 51, 52, 53 in that same group. It's only because the mean age is high, that's why you're getting an adverse impact. So the fact there could be an age stratification where estrogen or hormones can be used or should be used for benefit and not in the older women. So a very simple thing to answer that was that till your vessels are still healthy, estrogen works, blood vessels. You know, as we grow older, vessels go thick and hard, and then estrogen may not work and may even be counterproductive. So that's theory, but that's how it's been explained. We already spoke about these, and we can discuss this as we go along. So in 2025, why are we having this session? Why didn't I go straight on the weight aspect? Is because FDA has changed the label for estrogen. And it said that women are being deprived of choice, deprived of the benefits of HRT based on data which is misinterpreted. Data is very much there and is very correct. But the fact that if you look at younger women within in their category, in their criteria, 10 years of menopause, they actually have a lot of benefits. So that option should be kept open and don't dismiss HRT. They've removed the label. They've removed the black box warning on that saying that no, can cause this, etc. Because there is a difference in that. And also, when we look at younger women who've undergone surgery for their ovaries and uterus, the benefits are striking. So if someone at 40 has undergone surgery and ovaries are not there, they're dramatically benefit by use of estrogen. So that's one, again, age. The younger the age, the more the benefit. So even mortality reduction has been shown in that very clearly. So the sentence the FDA used, and that's why I'm saying this, clinicians have systematically underprescribed HRT because of an overestimation of risks stemming from outdated non-age stratified data. I mean, those are strong words, but those are the words of the FDA. So, and very quickly, just 2 lines about male testosterone hormone. And you know that there is no event like menopause, there's no andropause, there's nothing that happens in men, but there is a slow decline in testosterone. And it can have many, many things. We somehow connect testosterone just to libido and sexual function. But a low testosterone can impair your working capacity in many ways. Fatigue, tiredness, muscle strength, bone strength, all that can be affected. So quite clearly, testosterone, which is produced from the testes, also from other glands, we won't go into all that, but is very important for reproduction, very important for sexual function, but also important for a lot of other body functions, which especially muscle and bone, which we tend to forget. And therefore, TRT is also, TRT as we call it, testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, is also very much there and in use. And you can see there is a slow decline in male sex hormones, as you can see here. Gradually the decline, the pointer is not showing, doesn't matter. So when you have symptoms of fatigue, tiredness, non-specific symptoms, maybe decreased libido, and you demonstrate clearly via a blood test that the testosterone is deficient, and that's a key point, and we'll discuss that. What does testosterone deficiency, how do you define it? Then you may be a good candidate for testosterone therapy under monitoring of your physician or endocrinologist. I think this is incredibly important because you can't do it randomly. The problem in testosterone is that people are taking it completely randomly. Those who actually require it don't take it. Those who don't require are pumping themselves. Every gym you go, every bodybuilding sort of competition you go, and I get so many youngsters who are still in their 30s and they've taken astronomical doses of testosterone. And now their testes have shrunk, their sexual drive is gone, and now they're getting married, and now they don't know what to do. And they take like 5 to 10 times the advocated dose of testosterone because you're using it for a different purpose. I'm talking purely of maintaining health. So testosterone therapy, where it should be used, again, is not being used, and where it should not be used is being excessively used. There are issues about prostate there, and we can discuss that, but in one line, prostate issues are almost now negated. If you've done a baseline prostate exam, testosterone doesn't really cause prostate cancer. So that's one important point. And the last 1 or 2 minutes are what everyone's talking about these days. So I switched it around and put this at the end, and that is the weight loss drugs, as you call them, and that was the title of book that we spoke about, The Weight Loss Revolution. GLP-1 agonists, in common parlance, you know them as Ozempic and Mounjaro and Wegovy and semaglutide and tirzepatide for us, for doctors, right? So these drugs have clearly changed the way we manage chronic health conditions, both in terms of prevention as well as treatment. And while everyone may think it is just, oh, they produce a lot of weight loss, and that's why they're great drugs, actually they are health modifying drugs. They do much more than produce just weight loss. And weight loss alone cannot be the criteria for evaluating these drugs. So that is wrong. Of course, they produce weight loss, which is fantastic. We never had tools to help people lose weight earlier, but we do now. So we had either diet, lifestyle, or we had surgery. We had nothing in between, a whole vacant area in between. And that's where these drugs fit in, if required. And definitely they have changed the way, and I predict that they will change the way that human health is managed. Not to take away from the basics, but these drugs have added a great deal. So huge amount of discussion and editorials on will they actually increase our lifespan? We don't know that yet. But let me tell you a few things here. Whenever you're treating disease properly, if you treat your diabetes properly, maintain your numbers at target, if you treat your blood pressure properly, if you treat your cholesterol properly, you're already increasing your lifespan very significantly. So we should not forget disease management is one very important part. Prevention is very important, but if you have a condition, you need to manage it. Sometimes people say, oh, I do everything right, so I don't care about my numbers. Not correct. So disease management is the basis. And then why GLP-1s have become important? Because they reduce the risk of heart attacks. They reduce the risk of fatty liver. They actually treat fatty liver. They reduce the risk of kidney progression, kidney disease progression. So it's all of that we are looking at, and that's where longevity talk, not just the weight going down, which is what has taken the world by storm, and people are injecting themselves and managing all kinds of stuff. So that is the major question. All these things we've discussed, these three aspects, all have side effects. All you need to understand the side effects, talk to your doctor, do it under medical supervision always. So this is a picture, and I'm ending here, which I took on my morning walk last Sunday, I think. This Sunday it looks difficult because tomorrow is a meeting also. But this is right outside my house, and these are so the sun at this time seems delightful. February sun in any case is good. This is a phenomenon called komorebi in Japanese, where the sunlight comes through the trees. And isn't it wonderful? Same sun, you go out at 12 noon and you'll say, oh my God, what is this? So the thing is, everything depends on the timing, and everything depends on how you do it. If you do things at the right time, the right way, you will get a lot of relief. If you do them at the wrong time, you may face a lot of difficulty. I don't think I'll go on further. I'll now open it up for discussion. I think Ms. Panag would probably take it forward.
Thank you so much. This has already been fascinating. I've been hanging on to every word. HRT has been painted like a villain for so long. So good to have some of those myths shattered. Gul, can we please request you to carry on the conversation? And such an interesting one this is. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Gul with a round of applause.
Thank you again, Radhika. And Dr. Mittal, it was absolutely fascinating hearing you speak. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Mittal is also a Padma Bhushan. And it is indeed an honor for me to be sitting here and doing a private yet public consultation with him. So I'm very, very happy. And since I've taken the route of consultation, Dr. Saab, you know, my first question is for the women in the room, and I'm happy to see that we're about 40% women, and maybe only 10% of the age group where this conversation will be relevant, but the ones who are not in this age group should also be listening to this conversation, the young ladies at the back. There's a lot of chatter suddenly about HRT. There's, you know, as Radhika just said, for the longest time, HRT was a villain, and you demystified that because of the sampling, the sample sizes, and the age profile and the mean ages of the original samples that led to the conclusions, which, as you said, many of you fought. Sort of villainized HRT. And women were denied the benefit that could come from hormone replacement therapy. I'm actually going to lead in with a different question. How come suddenly everybody is talking about HRT? Is it because of the Netflix documentary? Is it because of the fact that it's all over everybody's Instagram? Or is it because pharmaceutical companies are now finding yet another target group that they were very happy to ignore for 45, 50 years, because all research dollars in women's health pretty much ended at childbirth. So what happened to woman's life after childbirth, after she was of reproductive age, no longer mattered, because the entire research dollars in medical healthcare were going into taking care of men. So on that premise, why are we suddenly talking about HRT? Do you think the pharmaceutical companies have something to do with it? Is it marketing? Is it identifying a new age group? What is going on?
I think that's a great question, and certainly pharma have their own ways. So, but I don't think this particular aspect right now could be pharma driven. I don't know if any hidden sort of movements that I'm not aware of, but the fact is as follows. In the 90s, when I was still young, and an endocrinologist, and HRT was, in the US, was 100%. Like when I was in Boston, if you didn't prescribe HRT to someone at menopause, you had to give an explanation why. So in India, it never picked up that way, but that's how it was. It is one study that threw it out, and the Million Women study, and two studies, you can say, Women's Health Initiative in 2001-2, that just threw it out. So in typical US fashion, either everyone gets HRT or HRT is a villain. So, and there were plenty of us, as I was saying, who were saying that, look, I mean, I don't know how you're interpreting this. It doesn't make sense. So the reasons for HRT revival and the FDA removing the warning are as follows. Number one, the fact that the data was analyzed in 2024 and clearly showed that women in their 50s or within 10 years of menopause did not get into any trouble at all, had considerable benefit. So that's first. The second that happened was that the molecules changed in the sense that we were using much cruder estrogen and progesterone now. Now we have perfect estradiol, I mean the same hormones that are present in the body, and micronized progesterone. So the use of these two, some of the side effects you're getting around. For example, the clotting side effect and others, even breast cancer, dramatically down if you use these newer molecules, which are not that new, which have been around for 10 years at least. Right. The third is the route of administration. That is, if you use it transdermally, you are able to avoid that whole clotting axis that goes through the liver. Meaning, what I'm saying is, estrogen has been associated with increased clotting. But if you use dermal patches, then you avoid that. So this data was accumulating over the years. Plus, the FDA took a step of reviewing the WHI data. So therefore, it's still not a blanket thing. It's not like the 90s. But the right hormone at the right time, by the right road, should not be denied to women who are suffering.
And by the right practitioner.
That obviously is a challenge.
I want to interrupt you, Dr. Saab, here. I'm seeing a lot of practitioners on women's health reach their target audience through forums like Instagram, where it's challenging to verify their antecedents and also to find out whether they are peer-reviewed and what their peers think of them. So for me, while I'm very happy as a woman that HRT has entered the conversation and it's being spoken about at a forum like this, what also makes me a little concerned is that today, the dosage, the quantity, the category, the quality of the hormone replacement is being prescribed by women who are struggling, are looking for solutions, and sometimes finding them online through online consultations, by doctors who are perhaps not endocrinologists.
So I think that's my pet peeve, actually. We are struggling with this. Not endocrinologists, not even doctors. You don't know who's telling you what on Instagram.
Somebody says have creatine. Somebody has. I mean, apart from the hormone bit.
Yeah,
but
everything.
The not knowing the physician who's prescribing this to you just because you're so desperate to find some solution to your challenges. You know it's so challenging for women to navigate this phase of their lives, perimenopause
Absolutely.
and menopause, that any help seems like help. And then it comes in the form of, I don't want to use the word quack, but it comes in the form of pop support.
So I think
By
it's
Instagram.
quackery. I mean, you're being kind. I think it's just plain quackery. I think it's illegal. It shouldn't even be done. And you've seen China has, for example, now tried to, I mean, China is different, of course, tried to regulate even those who give nutrition advice on
Women's
Instagram, and also definitely health advice. You need to, otherwise you can be hauled up. So what I'm saying is that yes, Instagram and such social media channels, which are actually very good for disseminating information, but the ability of the reader to distinguish is very limited. So I'll add one point here. Number one is all the three drugs we're going to talk about, all three should be prescribed ideally by a trained endocrinologist, if not by a senior physician or gynecologist.
We're still talking about HRT.
HRT, testosterone,
We'll
and
come back to that. I
GLP-1.
want to
But
just
all of them,
isolate
all of
HRT
them,
for the
yeah.
moment.
So all of them have to be prescribed by them. The challenge, however, is the way the world is going, and with AI and all these platforms coming in, it will be impossible to implement that. That's what I see. I keep saying it has to be implemented, regulation. But I think it's going to be increasingly, I'm just sharing this. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be increasingly hard for people to implement strict regulation in medical. So we will have, as specialists, as doctors, to come out with simpler algorithms, take away the complexity and say, okay, these are the criteria by which, you know, people can still go ahead with HRT with just a physician or maybe, you know, whatever. Whereas if anything more than that, you need to see an endocrinologist. I mean, I'm just saying, this is the way my mind is working, because it's impossible to keep up with the information that patients bring these days. Yeah.
I'm going to come back to regulation in a bit, but very quickly, I want to address the elephant in the room, the red carpet elephant, the fact that today you're seeing that GLP-1 drugs have moved from diabetic clinics to red carpets, where when a metabolic drug becomes a lifestyle drug, does medicine lose control of the narrative?
Yes, it already has. It already has.
And should healthy people just wanting to take a shortcut to looking better be using GLP-1 drugs purely for aesthetic longevity?
Well, absolutely not. Maybe I sound like an old fogey, but no. I mean, that's not the way it's supposed to be. These are drugs that were developed for diabetes, but are also very good for weight loss. Because
weight loss in order to achieve better
health,
physical parameters and better health.
Yes. Defining obesity as a disease, which the WHO did in 1997. Above particular cutoffs of weight, obesity is labeled as a disease. So you treat a disease, right? And then you need medication, you take medication from your doctor. That's it. As far as we are concerned, it is not an aesthetic drug, but it's already out of control. You're absolutely right. And it is a challenge to control. But the fact is that when you're treating someone with GLP-1, you're controlling their blood sugar, you're treating their fatty liver, you're protecting their heart, you're protecting their kidney disease progression. But to do that, there's always a risk-benefit ratio. For someone to lose a few kilograms, 3 or 4 kilograms before her daughter's wedding, or this lady who I saw just last week, who is all of 45 kilograms. And she wants to be 42 because she was that in college. She's now 50. I mean, what do you do? This is like bizarre.
That's where we're seeing that the medicine bit has ended and the enhancement culture has begun, where we're creating a generation that believes pharmacology can actually replace discipline. I mean, and we were talking about this in the lounge, Dr. Saab, that there is no supplement for clean eating, regular exercise, and good sleep. These are the lifestyle choices we need to make, not maybe choose pharmacology, which is now the new replacement for discipline lifestyle.
So there are two aspects to that. Number one, when you talk of longevity, the best hacks are the same that we were told from childhood. Eating healthy, exercising regularly, sleeping well, not smoking, no alcohol, and of course, reducing your stress as much as you can. Trying to maintain an ideal body weight. These are the lifestyle hacks. Probably you are the best example of that. So these are the lifestyle hacks that won't change. We are looking at the fact that some people cannot control their cravings genuinely. One of the challenges I have is that, and I'm sure she's not like that, but people who are like Gul actually look at every fat person with a certain degree of disdain and khata bahut hai, aise bolte hai, willpower nahi hai. But that blaming has to go because some of them genuinely have a problem. They have a problem in their brain wiring. They cannot control their cravings, and that's why these drugs are so successful.
So you spoke about hacking, Dr. Saab. Is biohacking real? I mean, can you biohack and become a more youthful version of yourself or at 60 than you could potentially have been, let's say, 20 years ago today? I mean, for a fact, I think the way we see aesthetics today has changed dramatically. Today's 60-year-olds are not the 60-year-olds of 20 years ago. So, is biohacking a reality? And is being able to use hormones to supplement your lifestyle, in whether it's HRT or it's GLP, a part of biohacking?
I suppose yes, but I don't agree with it, but I do think yes, because that's what is happening. As I said, I am conservative in this. I'm a big user of GLP. Reasonable.
But you won't give me a GLP pen, even if I'm your friend and I befriend you.
No. It's all my friends who are creating problems for me, or their wives, because they want to get into their,
So only the wives want to look better. The men are happy with the way they
men
look.
are actually not very bothered. Sometimes I find men who will come and say, you're 120 kilograms, you need to do something. Quite fine. I feel fine. I don't feel anything.
They would rather go for TRT.
That's a separate story.
Yeah, but I want to hear that very quickly. So they're okay with being 120 kgs, but they would rather go for testosterone replacement therapy as a shortcut, right? So it's instant gratification world where you don't want to exercise, eat right, sleep well, abstain from the things that could damage your body, but want quick results through GLPs. And similarly, you don't want to lose weight, but I'll take TRT.
So again, if you used in the wrong person, TRT, testosterone is not a great drug, but it is an amazing molecule which gives us a lot of power to help our patients who are truly deficient. So one example, and you hit the nail on the head when you're saying, even when you treat people with GLP and if they lose a lot of weight, their waist goes down, then testosterone also improves actually. So testosterone is also linked to our metabolic health. But keeping that aside, there are still a very substantial number of people, maybe 20% in some studies, who in their midlife, men, who have fatigue, tiredness, loss of libido, loss of interest in everything. And when they measure their testosterone, which has to be measured at 8 a.m. in a fasting state by a particular technique, sorry to be technical, but it has to be like that. Otherwise, you get all wrong results. If it is low and you have these symptoms, it can really help you. So nothing wrong with that. Preserve your muscle. You know, Indians don't have muscle mass.
We can do strength training.
Of course, that is a given. So this is an important point for both these things, which you said. And I missed emphasizing that. So one is that, the hacks we talked about, but also the fact that if you're on any of these drugs, so if you're on GLP-1, if you're on Ozempic or Mounjaro, you choose to go down that path, a doctor agrees you're a candidate, please do not do it without proper lifestyle measures, which includes, in particular for GLP-1, enough protein in the diet, and not just the kind of exercise people like I used to do, walk or yoga. You have to do strength training. You have to add that. Why this talk of strength training? Suddenly in India, everyone's talking about strength training because people are losing weight.
And muscle mass and bone density.
Absolutely. So because people are losing weight now, you lose weight. So
You have loose skin.
if you are 100 kilograms, let's say someone is 100 kilograms, and you become 80 kilograms with the help of GLP-1 drugs, you lost 20 kg weight, fantastic. You're feeling better, your sugars are fine, everything is good. But you've lost about 4 or 5 kg muscle, by the way. So unless you do that initially, when you're starting out in the phase of rapid weight loss, incredibly important, we actually for the first time have started giving exercise prescriptions.
Right.
You know, that you please jolly will have to report what you've done. And the same thing about protein. Another thing about protein, we are also sometimes very stuck. Our traditional diet, हम तो घर पे खाते हैं और हम तो vegetarian हैं. The two standard answers that are here. Nothing wrong, both are good things, but you have to ensure adequate protein. Even in that, you have to ensure. So if you're not going to do that, you're not a candidate for these drugs.
So, you know, Dr. Saab, we're actually out of time, but I do want to speak about two things. Regulation, and we'll do that in 1 minute, and then I have a quick rapid fire where you're only allowed to answer in 10 seconds. But regulation, the promise of eternal youth is that scientifically honest and commercially seductive. And we regulate food labels, we regulate drugs for disease, but should there be clear regulatory category for enhancement medicine? And should practitioners on social media, going back to the earlier conversation, should practitioners be brought under, I wouldn't say stronger, but more severe regulatory controls? Could you quickly answer that so we can dive into the rapid fire?
In one line, the drugs are under regulatory control. Drugs that we are talking about, all, if the laws are followed, they cannot be they shouldn't be
And
misused.
the practitioners?
But the other part, the supplements and all that is going on for youthfulness, because they are classified as nutraceuticals and others, they are not under any regulatory. So there should be more control, there should be more discerning dissemination of information. So the drugs, let me say very clearly, technically speaking, theoretically speaking, all drugs are under control actually. You can't just pick up a GLP-1 and use it, technically speaking.
Even if you're friends with Dr. Mittal. Okay. All right. Before we end this, very quick.
I'm not aware of any of this. None of the questions are planned. and now there's a rapid fire.
And now for the surprise. Okay. 3 rapid fire questions. 1 hormone that's overhyped.
Cortisol?
I thought you were going to say testosterone. Okay.
No. Cortisol.
1 hormone that's underused. Okay. Can you quickly give me a 1-line explanation as to why is cortisol overhyped?
Because circulating levels of cortisol do not reflect accurately our stress levels. Either cortisol is associated with disease, which is different. But nowadays people are saying, oh, my cortisol is high, that's why it's happening like that. So you don't know. I mean, what level is high and what level is not high.
Mental and physical stress could
raise the cortisol.
Like running a marathon raises your cortisol.
So in principle, the physiology is correct. Physical and mental stress will raise the cortisol. But which is the level that is high?
Right.
When do you...
We don't know.
People are just using all kinds of numbers.
1 hormone which is underused.
I think actually both the sex hormones, estrogen and testosterone in India. I'm talking
Underused.
Indian context, they're underused.
Okay. Last question. Is 80 going to be the new 60?
I don't know. That's what everyone's talking about. The idea is to do our best what we can for our health and have our doctors do the best too. But yes, it has changed, as you said, from when I was a kid to now. And I guess most of the change has happened at the moment because of better nutrition and better disease management. So hopefully don't neglect your disease. Follow the basic lifestyle hacks. Ask your doctor if you're a candidate for any of these. Then maybe 80 will be the new 60. Who knows?
Well, here's to hoping that 80 is the new 60. Thank you so much, Dr. Mittal. It's been delightful talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Such an informative session this has been. I request you to kindly remain on stage as I welcome Sarita Kaushik ji, Executive Editor of ABP Bhaja, and Sanjay Roy, Senior Vice President, Distribution and Admin. Kindly join us on stage and present Dr. Mittal with a memento from Ideas of India. Let's have a louder round of applause, please. So much relevant information that has been shared in this panel, shared so effectively by Gul Panag. Thank you so much. दोस्तों, हेल्थ से अब हम इकोनॉमी का रुख कर रहे हैं और भारत में आत्मनिर्भर इकोनॉमी की चर्चा काफी सालों से हो रही है। और अगर आत्मनिर्भर इकोनॉमी की बात करें, इट इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट मेकिंग इन इंडिया, इट्स अबाउट द वर्ल्ड wanting what we make in India. To understand how we bridge that gap, we have a man who has quite literally been the chief architect of Brand India, from Incredible India to Make in India, and leading the G20 as our Sherpa. Please put your hands together and warmly welcome to the platform Shri Amitabh Kant ji. Kindly join us on stage, sir. A very warm welcome to you. And I'm also very pleased to welcome our chair, senior journalist, Sandeep Chaudhary ji. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for our esteemed speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I have with me a very special guest, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Needs no introduction, but it will only be fair on my part to remind our viewers of certain idioms, phrases that have become a part of folklore. When you talk about Kerala, God's own country, Amitabh Kant. We talk about Incredible India. That was again the wordsmith, Amitabh Kant, at play. We talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. We also talk about Make in India. Again, Amitabh Kant. And we're going to talk about it. But before we start talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, the biggest news of the day today is attack on Iran by the US and by Israel, and the retaliation by Iran. They've attacked the air bases in Bahrain. Now the larger picture of this summit that we are trying to showcase is, and understand, is the new world order, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Now, what does this flare up in the Middle East mean for the new world order?
So firstly, we are in the midst of conflicts. I mean, not merely in Iran, in the heart of Iran. We've seen a war going on in Europe for the last over 4 years. We've seen a conflict in Middle East, and now in the heart of Iran. And I think this is a joint operation by Israel and America. The Israelis have gone in first. And obviously the aim is, and objective is very clear, that there should be a regime change in Iran. The consequences for the rest of the world are severe because there'll be lack of predictability and consistency. But more than that, there'll be huge impact on oil prices. And you have a scenario where the Russian oil is getting choked out, you'll have the Iranian oil getting choked out. And for energy-dependent countries like India, we import almost about $180 billion worth of fossil fuel. That has severe implication for us. We have a vast segment of Indians living in Iran, so it has severe implications. But from a world order, one basic three things. One is that the period of stability post-World War II has come to an end. We should be absolutely clear. Number two, the complete irrelevance of international organizations like United Nations and Security Council, and much later the World Trade Organization, which was in many ways given an impetus by the United States itself. So the end of multilateral institutions in the post-World War II era. And thirdly, I think the complete breakdown of global supply chains across the world with the coming in of massive tariffs, and the Trumpian tariffs has led to. But in the midst of all this, there's a third force which is very critical, and I think we need to recognize this, which also has an implication in terms of what has been done by the American administration. And Anthropic today is the rise of We are in the midst of the biggest rise in productivity simply because of data, machine learning, and AI. And AI will transform lives of citizens across the world. It will transform many other areas because it's a general purpose technology across many sectors. So you've seen what the American administration has done on Anthropic, which which has said that it will not participate in the Department of War's attempt to use its AI models for the United States. These are challenges. We'll be in the midst of several critical challenges.
Mr. Kant, you are hitting the nail on the head. The 3 points that you've raised are absolutely relevant, and I'd rather you elaborate on the second point. Is the world order, rule-based world order, a thing of the past now? There are no rules. खुला खेल फर्रुखाबादी हो गया है क्या अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर? जिसकी लाठी उसकी भैंस. Is that what we're looking at now?
So the challenge is that globalization as we had known it will radically alter itself into friendshoring, into trust-shoring, into complete reliance of working with countries where you have trust in technology, trust in terms of strategic interests, and you will see alliances which will be both bilateral and regional, which will be based on trust. The challenge is that global growth is at its lowest. Global supply chains that enable vast segments of population being lifted above poverty line. China had seen this. You've seen scorching praise of growth in China based on global supply chains. We've seen over 320 million people being lifted in India itself largely because of the growth impetus we've had on the basis of trade. Now, if trade gets impacted, that means it'll be a different world. Global growth will slow down. Sustainable development goals will slow down. There'll be a huge impact on segments of population across the global south. Make no mistake about it. And this, to my mind, will create large inequalities in the global society. It will be a very inequitable society in the coming days.
I'll come to this is a very important point, the disruption in the global supplies. I'll come to that. But our Prime Minister just came back from a visit to Israel. And we see Israel, along with the US, attacking Iran. Iran is also retaliating. Where does India stand? And here, I want you to go back. You're still very young, but you were younger in the 70s when you were in Delhi University and in also the JNU. The world was divided into two parts. It's a Cold War era when you were in college and doing post-graduation. There was a US camp and there was a Russian camp. But there was also a non-aligned movement, which was led by India. Where does India stand today? We are friends with Israel. We have a friendship and we have this trade deal with America. Iran is our traditional ally, somebody who's willing to supply oil in rupees till about 2017-18, when we stopped buying it. Where does India stand in this evolving world order, new world order?
No, I think from our objective, our perspective must be very clear that we are a $4 trillion economy. Our objective is that we should become a $30+ trillion economy by the time we become 12047. That's the objective the Prime Minister set for a Viksit Bharat. And we should be very clear that this means that India needs to grow at about 9x. Its GDP must grow 9x, its per capita income must grow 8x, its manufacturing must grow 16x. That's the challenge for India. Only 3 countries in the world have been able to do it. Japan, Korea, China in the past. If India has to do this, then India needs to be in partnership with many parts of the world. India needs to be in partnership with West Asia. India needs to be in partnership with East Asia. India needs to be in partnership with the developed part of the world, Europe and America. And what you're seeing is alliances, India's FTA with Europe, India's coming trade deal with the United States of America, our own relationship with Japan, Australia, the trade in recent times, we've had a FTA with many other countries, but we continue to have very good relationship with both UAE and Saudi. So India needs to work with many partners across the world to be able to export and to be able to maintain its strategic interests in several regions.
But before I come to that, this is another aspect. You said we are a 4 trillion economy, the 4th largest economy in the world. We talk about this. We've set a very ambitious target of becoming a developed nation by 2047. And we should be able to do that. But is there also the other side of the coin, Mr. Kant, which is, हम चौथी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था तो जरूर हैं, तीसरी भी बन जाएंगे. Is that more a function of our population? Why do I ask that? Is प्रति व्यक्ति आय per capita GDP, isn't that a much better indicator of the progress any society or country is making? और प्रति व्यक्ति आय में हम 142वें हैं दुनिया में.
प्रति व्यक्ति आय भी बहुत आवश्यक है और इसीलिए हम कहते हैं कि हमें जो बढ़ावत करनी है उसमें जीडीपी को भी बढ़ना आवश्यक है और प्रति व्यक्ति को भी बढ़ाना आवश्यक है. और इसीलिए हम कहते हैं कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, क्योंकि भारत की जो ग्रोथ हुई है आप पिछले 3 दशक में, वो सारी ग्रोथ जो हुई है उसमें 65% सर्विसेज की ग्रोथ हुई है. सर्विसेज उतनी नौकरियां नहीं क्रिएट करता है. तो जो भारत का फोकस अब आ रहा है वो कि आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस कीजिए, आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ाइए, कॉस्ट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस कम कीजिए और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के थ्रू नई जॉब्स क्रिएट करिए. उसके बिना बहुत मुश्किल होगा ग्रोथ विद जॉब्स. पर इसके साथ साथ क्योंकि एक्सपोर्ट्स, जो भी कंट्री की जिसकी भी ग्रोथ हुई है, जापान, कोरिया, चाइना की, ये सब एक्सपोर्ट्स पर ग्रोथ हुई है. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के साथ इनकी एक्सपोर्ट्स हुई है. तो हमें एक्सपोर्ट करना आवश्यक होगा और ग्लोबल मार्केट्स को पेनिट्रेट करना बहुत जरूरी है इसके लिए. और तीसरी चीज मेरे विचार से, क्योंकि अभी आपकी 46% जनसंख्या कृषि क्षेत्र में है, तो अगर किसी भी देश में 46% जनसंख्या कृषि क्षेत्र में नहीं है और आपकी प्रोडक्टिविटी एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र में काफी कम है, तो अगर उसको बढ़ाना है तो आपको कृषि क्षेत्र में आपकी जनसंख्या को निकाल के अर्बनाइजेशन में डालना जरूरी है. इसलिए मेरे विचार से सबसे आवश्यक है कि हम स्मार्ट अर्बनाइजेशन करें, सस्टेनेबल अर्बनाइजेशन करें. और जो अर्बनाइजेशन होता है उससे इनोवेशन आता है, उससे ग्रोथ डायनेमिक्स होती है और उससे मेरे विचार से नई जॉब्स निकलती हैं. सो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लेड अर्बनाइजेशन जो हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं शिंड्रा बिटकिन में या धोलेरा में नई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सिटीज बना के जहां वॉक टू वर्क है, वो आवश्यक है इस देश को. और मेरे विचार से अगर 500 मिलियन लोग, अगर 50 करोड़ लोग अगले 5 दशक के अंदर रूरल एरिया से अर्बन एरिया में आएंगे तो आपको कम से कम 500 शहर 1 मिलियन पॉपुलेशन के नए बनाने आवश्यक हैं, जो कि हर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की भी जिम्मेदारी है.
उसमें क्या किसान कहीं मजदूर तो बनकर नहीं रह जाएंगे, उस पर आऊं. पर उससे पहले आपने और बड़ा जो खाका खींचा था 10 साल पहले, अमिताभ कांत जी, जब आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात करते हैं तो मेक इन इंडिया, वो शेर, स्टैंड अप इंडिया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, और उसमें आपने एक बेहद ही बेहतरीन एक खाका, एक नक्शा, रोड मैप तैयार किया था कि 2025 तक द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग टू द जीडीपी वुड बी 25%. उस वक्त 16% हुआ करता था लगभग. आपके पास फिगर्स मेरे से बेहतर होंगी. आज की तारीख में वो आत्मनिर्भर भारत या वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर जो हमें जोर देना था वो कहां रह गया? हम तो 13% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की कंट्रीब्यूशन रह गई है.
देखिए, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है आपकी जीडीपी पे, वो करीब 18% है. अभी उसको बढ़ा के 25% करना आवश्यक.
अब तो वो 13 आ गया.
हाँ, उतने नहीं, 13, वो आपकी जो फिगर है 13% की, वो बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं, करीब 18% है. और उसको बढ़ा के 25% करना है. उसके लिए काफी काम हुआ है. देखिए, जो एक ये भी समझना जरूरी है कि गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज टैक्स, एक टैक्स आया, इंसॉल्वेंसी एंड बैंक्रप्सी कोड आया. उसके साथ साथ आपने ईज ऑफ डूइंग में कम से कम 2200 लॉज हटाए, रूल्स रेगुलेशन प्रोसीजर्स हटाए,
तो उससे तो और गति मिलनी चाहिए थी, या जीएसटी जैसे इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ, या नोटबंदी लागू ने कमर तोड़ी एमएसएमई की।
पर जो आपकी, देखिए, आप कम से कम 2.5 वर्ष तो कोविड के लिए हटाइएगा ना। कोविड ने जो डैमेज किया ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी को, भारतीय इकोनॉमी को, उसको भी हटाइएगा। मेरे विचार से हम राइट ट्रैक पे हैं। हमें कॉस्ट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, क्योंकि हमारे इंटरेस्ट रेट हाई है, हमारे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी रेट हाई है, उस पर अब फोकस, ईज ऑफ डूइंग पर काफी काम हुआ है, कॉस्ट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पर काफी काम करना बाकी है। और दूसरी चीज, मेरे विचार से स्टेट्स पे फोकस करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि हमें अगर भारत को करीब 30+ ट्रिलियन डॉलर इकोनॉमी बनना है, तो लॉन्ग रन में हमारे कम से कम 12 स्टेट्स ऐसे होने चाहिए जो 10% की ग्रोथ पर ग्रो करें।
सिर्फ टारगेट सेटिंग से काम बन जाता है, क्योंकि अगर मैं 2024-25 का डेटा ही बताऊं, भारत ने कुल मिलाकर जो टोटल एक्सपोर्ट्स किए, निर्यात जो किए 37 लाख करोड़ के, और आयात जो हमने किया है वो 61 लाख करोड़। वी स्टिल हैव a negative balance of trade of 24 lakh crores.
Because you import oil. आप बेसिक चीज तो देखिए ना कि आपके पास ऑयल है नहीं, तो इसलिए आप 180 बिलियन डॉलर का तेल इंपोर्ट करते हैं। आप तो, आपकी जितनी इंपोर्ट है वो तो ऑयल की वजह से है ना। आप मैन्युफैक्चर्ड गुड्स तो एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, पर आपका सारा इंपोर्ट तो ऑयल की वजह से है।
चाइना से हम कौन सा ऑयल इंपोर्ट करते हैं सर? 9,60,000 करोड़ का हम आयात करते हैं चीन से, और वहां उनका निर्यात करते हैं सिर्फ 1,21,000 करोड़।
बिल्कुल सही आप कह रहे हैं, पर आप ये बताइए कि यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका हो, यूरोप हो, चाइना एक ऐसा देश है जो कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपिटल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है। वो लोएस्ट प्राइस पॉइंट पे सबके लिए, अपने साइज और स्केल के लिए मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करता हो। एप्पल हो, डेल हो, सिस्को हो, दुनिया की जो 20-22 जो सबसे बड़ी कंपनी है, उनका 58%, 98% उनकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग चाइना में होती है। तो ये इंडिया के लिए नहीं कह रहे हैं आप, ये अमेरिका भी करता है, ये यूरोप भी करता है, क्योंकि ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन और ग्लोबल वैल्यू चेन का अर्थ यही था कि आप लोएस्ट कॉस्ट पर इंपोर्ट करिए और आप दुनिया को एक्सपोर्ट करिए। तो ये तो इंडिया ने अभी करीब 30% एप्पल का प्रोडक्शन वहां चाइना से लेकर इंडिया शिफ्ट किया है, प्रोडक्शन लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम्स की वजह से। तो धीरे धीरे ये सारा
नहीं, मैं ये, चलिए चाइना एक अपवाद भी हो सकता है, आई कैन टेक दैट एज एन एक्सेप्शन, बट द न्यू ट्रेड डील, द डिटेल्स ऑफ व्हिच आर स्टिल येट टू बी मेड पब्लिक, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ द सुप्रीम कोर्ट्स ऑर्डर ओवर देयर, अब वो टैरिफ वॉर तो खत्म हो गया, वो अवैध करार हुआ। नाउ अनदर 10% which was later increased to 15% duties. We don't know the details as yet, but the biggest thing that has come out is over the next 5 years, India is going to import $500 billion worth of American goods into the country. $500 billion, मोटा मोटा 45 लाख करोड़, यानी कि 9 लाख करोड़ हर साल हम आयात करेंगे। अभी तक तो हम सिर्फ 3 लाख करोड़ कर रहे थे, 6 लाख करोड़ का तो हम निर्यात कर रहे थे। वी हैड अ पॉजिटिव बैलेंस ऑफ ट्रेड विद अमेरिका। अब अमेरिका भी यहाँ पे माल ही बेचेगा तो हम आत्मनिर्भर कैसे बनेंगे सर? ये कैश 22 है क्या?
नहीं, देखिए, ऐसा है कि आप अपनी डील जो अमेरिका कर रहा है, अब अमेरिका ने क्या किया कि वो सारे यूरोप हो, जापान हो, सारे के साथ अपनी ट्रेड डील्स रिस्ट्रक्चर कर रहा है। वो कह रहा है मैं फ्री ट्रेड पे, जिसपे ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन, जिस जो फ्री ट्रेड वर्ल्ड था, उससे मैं हट के सबके साथ ट्रेड डील्स करूंगा। उसने हर देश के साथ यही किया। चाइना के साथ अभी नहीं किया, चाइना की ड्यूटी रेट्स हाई है, पर बाकी यूरोप से लेकर जापान से लेकर सारे देश के साथ उसने किया। उन सबकी ट्रेड डील्स अगर आप देखते हैं, क्योंकि आप अपनी ट्रेड डील तो उनके साथ कंपेयर करिएगा ना, और 50% आपके ऊपर ड्यूटी लगी हुई थी, जिसपे आपको टेक्सटाइल पे इंपैक्ट कर रहा था, लेबर, जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी पे इंपैक्ट कर रहा था, फुटवेयर एंड लेदर पे इंपैक्ट कर रहा था। 50% ड्यूटी, 50% ड्यूटी का क्या मतलब है संदीप जी? एम्बार्गो, मतलब आप कुछ एक्सपोर्ट ही नहीं कर सकते, और ये सारे के सारे आपके लेबर इंटेंसिव सेक्टर हैं। आप 50% से 18% पे उसमें लाते हैं, जबकि नेबरिंग सारी कंट्रीज पे 19 से लेकर 25% तक है।
सर,
वो डील अच्छी है कि खराब है?
नहीं सर, इसमें एक क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहूंगा। पहली बात तो ये 50 से चलिए 18 आ गए, तो हम 17% जो पहले उन पर लगा रहे थे आयात शुल्क, उसको हमने 0 कर दिया। हम जो 3.3% दे रहे थे, उसको 18 पर उन्होंने रख दिया, तो इसमें हमें फायदा हुआ कि
नहीं?
नुकसान
देखिए,
हुआ?
इस पे आप ये जो डील है, ये आप कंपैरेटिव डील देखिएगा विद ऑल अदर कंट्रीज। एक चीज बेसिक समझना आवश्यक है आपको कि अमेरिका दुनिया में अभी भी ग्लोबल जीडीपी जो है उसमें 27% जीडीपी का कंट्रीब्यूशन अमेरिका से आता है। 48% मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन अमेरिका की है, 4% जनसंख्या पे। कोई भी देश हो, जापान, कोरिया, चाइना, मैंने 3 देश बताए ना, और चौथा आप एक छोटा देश लीजिए सिंगापुर, ये सारे के सारे बड़े हुए बाय एक्सपोर्टिंग टू यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका। क्योंकि दुनिया का अगर 27% जीडीपी अमेरिका में है, कोई भी देश ग्रो नहीं कर सकता। अगर आप सोचते हैं कि 30% ट्रिलियन डॉलर इकोनॉमी बनना है,
exactly my point,
विदाउट एक्सपोर्टिंग टू अमेरिका तो नहीं कर सकते।
बट वी आर importing more from America rather than exporting more to America.
इंपोर्ट तो अभी किया नहीं है ना आपने, तो
आपने टारगेट तो मान तो लिया, $500 बिलियन करेंगे,
500 बिलियन ओवर अ स्टैगर्ड पीरियड,
5 years,
over a staggered period, because you will be shifting your oil procurement from other places to the United States. The intention is that you buy 180 billion worth of fossil fuel oil. You will shift your oil procurement from other places to the United States of America. That's the intention. To my mind.
But another thing that you said, that the our neighbors, they are paying more duties compared to us. But there is also a generalized system of preferences. They get a waiver of 5%, and there are these reciprocal trade agreements between the US and Bangladesh, which have been made public now.
No. What?
Textile will be 0%, apparel.
So, Commerce Minister has gone on record to say that what has been done for Bangladesh is, this thing is only if they buy cotton from the United States of America. Now, I don't see Bangladesh buying any cotton from the United States of America. That part of the deal is totally irrelevant to my mind. And the same will be, he said, the same will be made applicable for India. I don't see India buying cotton from, in its raw form, from the United States of America. So that is irrelevant.
That is irrelevant, but there is another factor.
Yeah.
You spoke about disruption in the supply chain.
Yeah.
Now the disruption, earlier you were buying oil, like we were talking about oil right now, or arms and other things. The supply chain in the near future, and as of now, in fact, even today it applies, is based more on supercomputers, the chips, and AI. And there, the rare earth material also comes into play. How is that panning out, and how prepared are we, Mr. Amitabh Kant?
So let's look at emerging technologies. China today controls over 90% of the battery market worldwide. I mean, it controls about 80%, 81% of the solar market. It controls almost about 74% now of the electric vehicle markets. And it controls about 68% of the wind market. That is what China has done. Last time when Trump came into power, he moved away from clean technologies. China took the lead, and they became the global leaders in emerging clean technology. Now, what China does is, on critical minerals, it's not critical minerals which are important. Critical minerals are available, but the processing technology of critical minerals are only with China. You must understand this. And what it does is, it makes the raw material prices very expensive. The processed raw material prices very expensive, makes the end product cheap, and therefore it weaponizes clean technology. The challenge for everybody else, including India, is to become a master of process technology, which is what India is aiming to do through semiconductor, through the artificial intelligence mission, through the quantum computing mission, through the green hydrogen mission. This is for the first time in India's history that you've got into cutting edge technology areas of growth. You are saying that today green hydrogen is $4.50 per kilogram. By 2030, I'll bring it down to $1 per kilogram. I will not be importing fossil fuel, but by 2030, we should become an exporter of clean energy to the rest of the world. That is what your aim is. Now, getting into these new areas, getting 10 getting 10 different manufacturers, and tomorrow Prime Minister is inaugurating Micron plant in India, which is the biggest designer of chips across the world, is basically that getting into new age technology, new areas of growth. The results of all this will come in the next, it'll take you another 5 to 6 areas, 5 to 6 years, but these are areas which will create real value, which will create growth.
These are very encouraging signs, और एक आशा, एक उम्मीद की किरण जागती है। पर दरअसल एक बड़ी ही रोचक बात, मैं थोड़ा रिसर्च जो कर रहा था उसमें जो निकल कर आई, we were talking about सुपर कंप्यूटर्स एंड चिप्स। भारत में सबसे पहला सुपर कंप्यूटर, सुपर कंडक्टर प्लांट जो लगा मोहाली में 1984 में, and this was much before the biggest chip manufacturer, as we can call it in the world, TSMC. That plant came into existence in 1987. हमारे वाले में 89 में आग लग गई, उसका पता नहीं लगा क्या हुआ क्या नहीं। क्या वो भरपाई हम कर पा रहे हैं कान साहब? हम एक समय में हमने we had made the right footsteps, we were going in the right direction.
आपने रिसर्च बिल्कुल सही की है। मैं मोहाली प्लांट कई बार जा चुका हूँ। वो मोहाली प्लांट अपने जमाने में काफी एडवांस था, पर वहां आग लग गई थी। उसके बाद हमने सेमीकंडक्टर में पिछले 20-25 वर्ष कुछ नहीं किया। दुनिया एक जमाना था कि इंटेल आया इंडिया, इंटेल ने कहा मैं इंडिया में प्लांट लगाऊंगा। हमने कहा हमने मना कर दिया उस समय इंटेल को। इंटेल फिर गया पेनांग, मलेशिया, और पेनांग में जब इंटेल ने अपना प्लांट लगा दिया, उसके बाद वहां पूरा पेनांग का जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ वो सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री की वजह से हुआ। तो और इंटेल को ये कहा गया कि हम पानी नहीं दे पाएंगे आपको, तो इसलिए आप यहां पर लगाइए, वहां लगाइए। पर ये कटिंग एज एरियाज ऑफ ग्रोथ में ये पहली बार है इस देश में कि हम एआई को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हम क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। एआई मिशन क्या कर रहा है? देखिए, आपने 10 स्टार्टअप्स को सपोर्ट किया कि आप सॉवरेन लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स बनाइए। आपने एआई कोच की तरफ से अपने डेटा को छोड़ दिया उनके लिए। आप उनको कंप्यूटिंग पावर प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं 50% ऑफ द कॉस्ट जो कि अमेरिका और यूरोप में मिलती है उससे सस्ते पावर में। और वही वजह है कि सर्वम ने मल्टीलिंगुअल मॉडल यहां खड़ा किया, क्योंकि अगर एआई का फायदा हमको लेना है तो हमें अपने लर्निंग आउटकम्स इंप्रूव करने, हमने हेल्थ आउटकम इंप्रूव करने, हमें स्टंटिंग, वेस्टिंग और न्यूट्रिशनल स्टैंडर्ड को हटाना है। हमें कोई वो एआई फिट फॉर पर्पस तभी होगा अगर हम उसका एडवांटेज यहां ले पाए।
और अगर कठिन है और रास्ता आसान भी बनाया जा सकता, थोड़ी मेहनत करनी है। बिल्कुल। इसमें मुझे वो फेमस वर्ड्स हैं अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के, देश के प्रधानमंत्री रहे, कथनी और करनी में समन्वय बनाना भी होता है। एक टारगेट सेटिंग बड़ी अच्छी लगती है, मिशंस खड़े कर देना। मैं सर क्यों पूछ रहा हूं ये जरा आप समझिएगा। भारत का इंडियाज ग्रॉस एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ये 0.6% से 0.7% है हमारे जीडीपी का, और ग्लोबल इनोवेशन इंडेक्स में हम 38वें नंबर पर है। बाकी दुनिया 3 से 4% रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में लगा रही है। हम पैसा नहीं लगाएंगे रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऐसे ही हो जाएगा।
तो संदीप जी, ऐसा है कि गवर्नमेंट ने अभी 1 लाख करोड़ सैंक्शन किए हैं R&D के लिए, और उसमें ये जो कम R&D का खर्चा है ये इसलिए है क्योंकि हमारा प्राइवेट सेक्टर R&D नहीं करता है। और गवर्नमेंट ने जो कहा है 1 लाख करोड़ में हम पैसा तभी देंगे जबकि आप 50% प्राइवेट सेक्टर लगाएगा उसमें। जैसे
but they are sitting on a pile of money, not going to invest it.
नहीं, but
they kind of hoarding money.
आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं कि 3 साल पहले जो कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स कम किया गया, बैलेंस शीट तो सारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर की अच्छी है। भाई टाटाज ने रिस्क लिया, और मैं मिस्टर चंद्रशेखर की तारीफ करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने रिस्क लेकर नई टाटा की एक डिजिटल कंपनी बनाई और धुलेरा में एक नया सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट लगा रहे हैं, और वो एप्पल के लिए विस्ट्रॉन और पेगाट्रॉन लिया। इसी तरह LNT ने इनवीडिया के साथ पार्टनरशिप की। तो नए नए एरियाज में रिस्क लेना आवश्यक है। तो हमारी कई जो टॉप 300-400 कंपनियां हैं, इन सबको रिस्क लेना पड़ेगा न्यू एरियाज ऑफ ग्रोथ में जाने के लिए। तो हमारा R&D कैपिटल कम है, पर मेरे विचार से जो 1 लाख करोड़ सैंक्शन हुआ है इसकी वजह से इसका मल्टीप्लायर इंपैक्ट होगा जरूर अगले 4। जैसे स्टार्टअप इंडिया हमने शुरू किया 2016, आपके पास 156 स्टार्टअप्स थे, अभी करीब 1,70,000 स्टार्टअप्स है, टाइम लगा कि नहीं? थोड़ा 5-6 साल लगे। मेरे विचार से अगले 5-6 साल में हम एआई के चैंपियन होंगे। मेरे विचार से हम कंप्यूटिंग पावर में, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग में आगे बढ़ेंगे, हम सेमीकंडक्टर के चैंपियन बनेंगे।
यहाँ पर ताली भी बजा रहे हैं लोग।
मेरे विचार से आप बहुत ही ज्यादा पेसिमिस्टिक है। एबीपी को इतना ज्यादा पेसिमिस्टिक नहीं होना चाहिए।
सर हम पत्रकार हैं।
नहीं
क्या करें?
तो मेरे विचार से
यहाँ पर आदमी को कुत्ता काटे कोई खबर नहीं है।
तो मेरे
आदमी कुत्ते को काटने लगे हमें खबर दिखाई देती है। अब आपने एआई पे और तालियां भी यहाँ पर बजी। तो अभी एआई समिट हुआ, एक समिट G20 हुआ था, फैंटास्टिक। और आप यहाँ बैठे हैं इसलिए नहीं कह रहा हूं। और इस बार एआई समिट होता है तो एक यूनिवर्सिटी वो रोबोडॉग को जो चीन में बना हुआ है, ऑनलाइन 2.5 लाख रुपए में मिल रहा है, उसे अपना बताकर और पब्लिक ब्रॉडकास्टर उसे चला भी देता है।
देखिए मैं एआई
इस तरह की चीजों से हमें गुरेज करना होगा।
नहीं संदीप जी, मैं गया था एआई समिट में, मेरे 4-5 सेशंस थे। मेरे विचार से एआई समिट में बहुत एनर्जी थी, बहुत वाइब्रेंसी थी, बहुत ज्यादा युवा वर्ग था वहां। और जो एआई का टेक्नोलॉजी डिफ्यूजन होना था, जो कि 10 साल लगते, वो सारे युवा वर्ग में एआई क्या होता है और उसका टेक्नोलॉजी डिफ्यूजन बहुत हुआ है। इसमें एक किसी यूनिवर्सिटी ने गलती कर दी, उसको मीडिया इतना ज्यादा हाइप अप कर दे, वो भी ठीक नहीं है।
IIT IIM से भी ज्यादा बड़ी चौड़ी स्टॉल मिल जाए, the responsibility has to be fixed ना।
तो मेरे विचार से हमें
इनोवेशन को, मतलब इनोवेशन को, नकल को इनोवेशन को कतई नहीं मान सकते
तो मीडिया जो है ना, अब जैसे बॉम्बे IIT ने लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल किया, उसको तो ABP हाईलाइट नहीं करेगा, उसको तो आप पब्लिसाइज नहीं करिएगा। एक कोई यूनिवर्सिटी ने आकर चाइनीज इंपोर्ट पर एक वो कर दिया, उसको आप लोग बार बार अब हो गया जो हो गया। अब आप कम से कम जो नए लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स बने हैं देश में, जिनको लॉन्च कर दिया गया एआई समिट में, 3 नए लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स इंडिया ने बनाए, कम से कम उसकी तो तारीफ करिए आप।
तारीफ भी की जाएगी जहां पर होगी। एक आखिरी सवाल, क्योंकि टाइम साहब वो फिर वरना कहने लगेंगे कि टाइम ज्यादा ले लिया है। आपने युवाओं की बात की और डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड की हम लगातार बात करते हैं। 35 साल की उम्र से कम 65% हमारी आबादी है। बट अगेन यहां पर मैं अब प्राइवेट सेक्टर के उदाहरण एक ले लेता हूं। टॉप 5 IT कंपनीज इन द कंट्री, पिछले 9 महीनों में उन्होंने 26 नई नौकरियां इजाद की। हाउ डू वी ओवरकम दिस चैलेंज, स्पेशली इन एन AI वर्ल्ड? कल अभी शशि थरूर एक सेशन को मॉडरेट कर रहे थे, उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया कि BYD, वो बिल्ड योर ड्रीम्स जो कंपनी है, वहां पर 8 इंजीनियर्स हैं सिर्फ, पूरा प्लांट चल रहा है, सारा AI चला रहे हैं, और वो भी सिर्फ रोबोट्स को कंट्रोल करने के लिए। तो युवाओं के लिए कितनी बड़ी चुनौती और देश के लिए कितनी बड़ी चुनौती, डेमोग्राफिक जो डिविडेंड है वो डेमोग्राफिक लायबिलिटी में कन्वर्ट ना हो जाए।
देखिए मैं इसके बारे में बड़ा ऑप्टिमिस्ट हूं कि इंडिया का जो डेमोग्राफिक, अगर अगला डेकेड भारतीय डेकेड होगा, अगले 10 वर्षों के अंदर ये भारत अगर ग्रोथ करेगा, उसका खास कारण ये है क्योंकि हमारा डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड हमारे फेवर में है। और हमारी एवरेज एज करीब 29 है, और जब हम 100 साल के होंगे 2047 में, तब भी हमारी,
बिहार जैसे राज्य की तो 22 है।
तो मैं कहता हूं तब भी हमारी एवरेज एज 34 होगी। देखिए दूसरा खास कारण ये कि हमने डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से बहुत तरक्की की है। कोई दुनिया में ऐसा देश नहीं है जो कि फास्ट पेमेंट, क्रेडिट, स्टॉक मार्केट, इंश्योरेंस, सबका सब अपने मोबाइल पे 30 सेकेंड, 30 सेकेंड। और जब हम इसको DPI फॉर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कर देंगे, क्योंकि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का कंप्यूटिंग पावर, डेटा हम अपने स्टार्टअप्स के लिए खोलेंगे और जो खोल रहे हैं, तो इसका बहुत इम्पैक्ट होगा। दूसरी चीज, आप ये भी तो देखिए ना कि महिंद्रास, टाटास, ये सारे के सारे इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी में जो इन्होंने,
महिंद्रा की इलेक्ट्रिक चलाता हूं, टेस्ला से बेहतर है।
मैं भी चलाता हूं, मैं मेरे विचार से भी टेस्ला से अच्छी है वो गाड़ी, और टाटास भी बनाते हैं बहुत बड़ी अच्छी इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल। मेरे विचार से पॉलिसी शिफ्ट्स ऐसे किए जा रहे हैं जिससे कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी लीपफ्रॉगिंग करें इन क्षेत्रों में। और मेरे विचार से कई नए एरियाज में नई जॉब्स आएंगी, जैसे सेमीकंडक्टर में नई जॉब्स आएंगी। जब भी टेक्नोलॉजी डिसरप्शन होता है तो हम नई तरह की जॉब्स क्रिएट करते हैं, और वो जरूर होगा, इंडिया में भी नई तरह की जॉब्स होंगी। हमें स्किलिंग ज्यादा करवानी पड़ेगी, वो आवश्यक है, पर ये देश तरक्की करेगा और हम $30 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बढ़ेंगे, हम 8 और 9% की एनुअल ग्रोथ से ग्रो करेंगे। उसका खास कारण ये कि न केवल डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है, पर कि ये बताइए कि कौन देश है जो कि 30 किलोमीटर रोड और 12 किलोमीटर रेलवे लाइन हर रोज बना रहा हो। आप ये बताइए कि कौन ऐसा देश है जो नो मेट्रो सिटीज हर साल बना रहा हो। कौन ऐसा देश है जिसने अपना सोलर पावर 32 गुना बढ़ा किया हो पिछले 7 वर्षों के अंदर। और कौन ऐसा देश है जो कि 50% अपना फास्ट पेमेंट मोबाइल पर करता हो। कोई ऐसा देश नहीं है। तो मैं ऑप्टिमिस्ट हूं, आप भी मेरे तरह आप भी ऑप्टिमिस्ट बन जाइए इंडिया।
आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर, और मैं तो जानू घी और शक्कर बहुत अच्छा लगता है मुझे।
थैंक यू,
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया,
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद
अमिताभ कांत साहब। सो द रोड is not rosy, but we'll reach over there. That is what Mr. Amitabh Kant said.
We'll have to do a lot of hard work, and which we are doing, and we'll have to technologically leapfrog.
Thank you so much for sparing your time and coming on this platform, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. If I can request you to please remain on stage as I call on Mr. Mayank Agarwal, CEO of the Gallant Group of Industries, as well as Ms. Divya Karani to join us on stage and present Mr. Kant with the memento. What a spirited conversation this has been, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Kant, for answering our questions with so much clarity and your informed perspective. दोस्तों, let's hear it for Mr. Amitabh Kant. तालियां नहीं बज रही हैं दोस्तों। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Many thanks once again, Mr. Kant, for your time, and thank you, Sandeep ji. Like I said, a very spirited and engaging conversation this has been. दोस्तों, एक बार फिर एक reminder आपको देना चाहेंगे that we are trending on social media, and if you want to engage with us, please feel free to post from this event and interact with us. The hashtags we are using are hashtag ABP Ideas of India and hashtag ABP IOI 26. So those are the hashtags. और अब आगे बढ़ते हैं and let's talk about something extraordinary. दोस्तों, जब हम लीडरशिप की बात करते हैं तो दिमाग में आता है बहुत शाइनी से ऑफिसेज, एक कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड, सूट बूट वाली दुनिया। बट अगर हम ट्रू चेंज मेकर्स की बात करें, दे आर एक्चुअली फाउंड right here in the middle of the crowd. Our next session is a tribute to those people, ordinary people with extraordinary achievements. और ये सेंटर करता है around 3 leaders who have been featured in a new podcast on ABP Live. It's called Lead Inc. तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें. First, we are joined by Dr. Uday Kumar Shirurkar, a man who redefined the role of a civic officer at the BMC through tireless grassroots action. He is a former assistant commissioner of the BMC. Uday Kumar ji, स्वागत है आपका. I'd also like to welcome Rohan Mahajan, an advocate who is bridging the gap between the complex halls of justice and the common man through lawrato.com. We also welcome the woman who proved that vision has nothing to do with eyesight, the vice captain of our Indian women's blind cricket team, Ganga Sambaji Kadam. A very warm welcome to our panelists. And to lead the session, we have someone who is a global champion of inclusion and leadership, from the University of Oxford to being an author of 6 books. She has spent her career mentoring the leaders of tomorrow. As the founder of Maya Care, she has been recognized as a national agent of change in the UK for her work with visually impaired and wheelchair-bound leaders. What a brilliant conversation this is going to be. Let's show some appreciation for our extraordinary heroes. It's over to our moderator.
Very good afternoon to all of you. We are going to do something different to start with, which is the reason why our panel is not up here yet. They're here. So first we have Rohan. Rohan, if you want to come right up in front. Rohan, as we know, is the person who was holding the hands of Nirbhaya's parents when the verdict actually came through. And he's going to tell us a little more about it. So he's an advocate. Then we have Uday Shirurkar, who's there. Uday Shirurkar, if you want to come a little more in front. Uday Shirurkar was brought to life by none other than Ashutosh Gowarikar in a recent movie called Ata Thambaitsa Nine in Marathi. And we're going to hear a little more about Uday's story from him. I'm going to ask them to wait right here because we have Ganga, the vice captain of the Indian women's cricket team, but also the captain of Maharashtra, who's very much there. And behind her, we have Savita, who has come to help. She's not on the panel, but she's come to help Ganga to stay here and to do everything else. Why are they not here yet? We're going to ask them, give them a task. We are going to give them a real leadership task. And the leadership task is to climb a tree in 3 seconds and climb it in English. Do you think that's fair? Climb a tree in 3 seconds and do it in English. Same task for all the leaders. Does anyone think it's fair? Not fair, right? All of you, please come on stage. I think we have our answer because that is the basis of leadership and inclusion, really. That we are all asked to do the same thing in the same way, and with the colonial hangover, everything also has to be done in English. So given that we are where we are today, we are about to begin. Right. So we're about to begin. The first task is over. We are now going to look like, what does leadership sound like, look like in our new podcast, which is called Lead Inc. Inc, as we know, stands for Incorporated, but Lead Inc here also stands for Leading with Inclusion. We are featuring leaders in this series where leadership need not look like what we always thought it might look like. It doesn't always have to be a boardroom. It doesn't always have to be a courtroom, though it's a pleasure to have Rohan with us. It can look and sound like so many other things. Our recent podcast is What Does Leadership Sound Like? It's an interview with Raman Roy, the person who made BPO happen in India, the father of BPO in India, at a time when calls were not possible. So leadership can look like and sound like so many other different things. We have a tribute here to Uday Kumar because for him, leadership looks like something completely different. He's been the assistant commissioner of the Brihan Mumbai, that is Bombay Municipal Corporation. For him, leadership in the hot sun has looked like standing outside a drain while his people are down there. Actually standing outside, and it is chilling to hear from him that you're not very sure if your people are going to come back, if you actually send people down there. That's what leadership could look like. And for Ganga, of course, it can look like the cricket pitch with all of us, I hope, giving her a great applause when she wins again for our country. So this is where we begin. Let's have the first question for you, Rohan. And Rohan is going to tell us, we have only 30 minutes, and we actually have the whole podcast with all three of them for us to watch later. But Rohan, the first question, if you want to take us down back to the first time Nirbhaya's parents, Ashaji, Badriji, they went to the Supreme Court, at the gate of the Supreme Court, and what happened, and they realized they didn't have to be there, they were not supposed to be there, and how they approached you.
So hi, good evening, everyone. Quite a moment back then. It's been a long time though, but still I recall that day very well. When so I run this platform Lorato, and we have a helpline number where people can call for any questions they have for the legal problems. And my team calls me one day saying Nirbhaya's parents have called. We just started about a year ago, and I told them that somebody's messing with us. It's a joke. Why would Nirbhaya's parents call us? They have pretty much, I guess, the entire country's legal support for them, right? Isn't it? And I said, still, let's take a chance, and why don't you call them tomorrow to meet us? Next evening, I'm sitting in front of Asha Devi ji and Badri uncle, as I like to call him. And I said, what's the issue? I mean, the case, I'm talking about 2016. when the case had gone to Supreme Court. So they said that we had our hearing, the first hearing in Supreme Court, and we went to the Supreme Court thinking it's our case, it's our daughter's case, and we were not allowed to enter the premises. And I said, why? They said that we got a letter which reads that you are not a party to the case. And that moment was when I realized that technically it was correct, because in Supreme Court, all cases are supposed to be, the criminal cases are a party against the state. So the parent's name wasn't there in the states, so they were not a party to the case, technically. But emotionally and logically, I thought if they are not a party, then who else is? So that's where we started supporting and helping them. Got them implemented in the Supreme Court through some senior counsels, which we got for them pro bono. And that's how the journey started.
Thank you for that, Rohan. And when we spoke about the Nirbhaya case, it has been so long, but even today, my team was doing research and we were doing research on this case. Even today, it is so painful to hear the details of this case. It has shaken the country, it's shaken the world. It's something, December 16, 2012, probably doesn't mean anything to any of us, but for Nirbhaya's parents and people like Rohan who were with them, it changed things forever. There can't be a silver lining with something like that. But yet, despite the fact that what happened, her parents stood by, they with courage, they pushed on, and we have gone through the whole timeline of how things work, because what Rohan tells us is this is historically within 9 months, the first verdict was out in the trial court. Very soon in the High Court it was out, then it came to the Supreme Court, then it went to the President, then finally the hanging happened. But through this journey, the one good thing that happened, it's really one good thing that happened, which is what collectively is called the Nirbhaya Act of 2013. And let's hear from Rohan what that act or collection of what it means, what the Nirbhaya Act means for us today.
So, as you rightly said, there's nothing called as Nirbhaya Act. It's a collection of changes that were brought into the criminal law together. The IPC changed. There were changes brought to the CRPC and the Evidence Act. So, essentially, as per the changes, the definition of rape was enhanced. Before the Nirbhaya Act, so-called, happened, rape was just penile vaginal penetration. After this act came out, it increased the ambit to digital and objects penetration as well. Voyeurism, sexual harassment at workplace, acid attack was brought into the ambit of sexual violence, and the punishment got stricter. Death sentence was introduced for rape, heinous rape crimes. So these are the larger changes that happened in the legal structure per se. Apart from that, a lot of other changes happened as well, in terms of the Nirbhaya Fund being announced, which there was 181 Women Helpline which was introduced. Apart from that, fast track courts were launched. So, the severe cases go to fast trials right now. As you said, Nirbhaya case in trial courts, actually it was exemplary. The trial court gave punishment in 9 months flat in the Nirbhaya matter. That's exemplary in Indian legal history. So that's what happened, and that led to a lot of changes after that.
Right. Apart from the outrage we all felt, as just reading the news, watching the news, the outrage we felt, the other thing was the Juvenile Act. I think a lot of us will remember that it was one of the accused, precisely 17 and a half years old, and he was let go very easily that time. And it was not by design or it was not by mistake. That was what the law said at that time, and that's what the Delhi police did. So among everything else in the collection of things which Rohan mentioned was the change of this within 16 and 18. And why is that important? And why is that so very important? Because it was that human being, 17 and a half years old, not in a position to vote yet in our country, but in a position to take a decision on a bus, that something so horrific can be done to a woman's body that only 5% of her intestines remained inside. I mean, how horrific can that be? And that was the change that Rohan is talking about, which the Juvenile Act.
Right, so that was the Juvenile Justice Amendment Act 2015. As which now under heinous crimes, adults, I mean, after between 16 and 18 are also tried as adults now. So that's a change, yes.
Thank you for that, Rohan. We'll come back to you later. Let's go on to Uday Shirurkar. And what has this man really done? I mean, he can actually make several movies on his life, like he admitted. He also carries a gun for his own safety, which has been given, because one of the many things he's done, he's also the demolition man. And when we met him for the podcast, I told him he reminded me so much of Mr. Khairnar, who I had interviewed 20 years ago. Very much like, what Khairnar used to do. He actually demolished an 11-story building. But let's not talk about that today. What we're going to talk about is this wonderful story of 2017. And let's hear it from him, what really happened, why it happened, and how the lives of 23 of his team members, sanitation workers, and everyone else who serve us in Mumbai, how that changed, how life changed.
Namaskar. Basically, I am an engineer, and I was fortunate to work on very, very diverse systems in BMC. You may not be aware what drainage system is. I worked for 14 years, 12 months a year in night shift to change the scenario. I changed the system and I made that the workers working for past 26 years before I joined to make a change that so that they can work in first and second shift. So now today no one works in night shift. So I got many opportunities to make changes in life of our corporation's employees. शायद आप लोगों को मालूम नहीं है कि सिस्टम क्या होती है. There are manholes on the road which are having more than 40 feet depths. जब कोई बंदा नीचे उतरता था और वहां पे ऑक्सीजन नहीं है, गैसेस है, टॉक्सिक गैसेस है, एनवायरनमेंट इज नॉट फ्रेंडली, देयर इज नो लाइट. ऐसी सिचुएशन में अगर कोई बंदा नीचे उतरता था तो ऊपर बैठा मैं पूरा गैस पे रहता था. सो आई वांटेड टू चेंज दैट सिस्टम. आई वांटेड टू रिड्यूस दैट कॉन्टैक्ट टाइम, क्योंकि दैट टाइम देयर वाज नो ऑक्यूपेशनल हजार्ड्स का कोई मायना ही नहीं था बीएमसी में. आज अभी तो एक्ट आ गया है, नाउ स्कैवेंजिंग एक्ट इज देयर, सो दे आर नॉट अलाउड टू गो इनसाइड द मैनुअल. लेकिन ये सब मेरे लेबर्स लोगों का जो लाइफ मैंने नजदीक से देखा है, वो दे वोंट लिव मोर देन 45 इयर्स. मेरे ये बदलाव की वजह से आज मैं बहुत अभिमान से कहता हूं, मेनी ऑफ देम आर टेकिंग देयर पेंशंस एंड दे आर लीडिंग अ वेरी नाइस लाइफ. बेसिकली इनके साथ में काम करते वक्त आई वॉज नेवर अ बॉस, आई वर्कड विद देम. लेकिन उनको एक विश्वास की जरूरत थी कि वो आज नीचे उतर रहे हैं तो बीएमसी के लिए उतर रहे, मेरे लिए उतर रहे हैं, बिकॉज इट वॉज अ रिस्किंग लाइफ एवरी नाउ एंड देन. तो ये सब देखते हुए आई गॉट अपॉर्चुनिटी टू बी देयर एज एन असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर फॉर लास्ट 25 months ऑफ माई सर्विस. एक अभी पूरे इंडिया में शायद एक प्रॉब्लम है, 10वीं की हर्डल. ये सालों से चलते आया है कि इफ यू आर नॉट क्लियर्ड एसएससी एग्जाम, यू विल बी नॉट गिवन एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू गेट प्रमोशन. इसके सिवाय जो नॉन मैट्रिक लोग है वो सेम काम करते हैं. अगर प्लम्बर है, कोई ड्रेनेज पे काम कर रहा है, कोई रोड पे काम कर रहा है, कोई पीसी पे काम कर रहा है, कोई हेल्थ में काम कर रहा है, लेकिन when they are having a similar duties, they won't get payment 6,000 as compared to SSC pass employees. So ये एक चीज थी. और दूसरी चीज ये थी कि ये जो कामगार थे उनको क्लास 4 से क्लास 3 में जाने का प्रमोशन चांसेस नहीं थे. अगर इफ ही इज नॉट हैविंग अ क्लियर एसएससी, he has to work throughout his life as a class 4 employee only. दो चीजें हो गई. आज के पेपर में आज लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा कि नाइट स्कूल जो है, जहां से 2 सीएम अपने पास महाराष्ट्र को मिले हैं, तो ये नाइट स्कूल बंद होने की कगार पे है। तो जब मैं मेरे जो एम्प्लॉयज को लेके गया वहां पे, उस वक्त भी वही सिचुएशन थी। सो व्हेन आई केम टू नो दैट दैट स्कूल इज गोइंग टू गेट क्लोज्ड बिकॉज नॉन अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स, और मेरे लिए तो ये प्रॉब्लम था ही कि जिसको मैं सॉल्यूशन ढूंढ रहा था। सो आई केम टू माय ऑफिस। उनको मनाना कितना मुश्किल था ये मैं अभी बयान नहीं कर सकता हूं। 32 to 55 इयर्स की उम्र वाले मेरे कामगार, दे आर ऑलरेडी हैविंग जॉब, दे आर सेटल्ड। मैं अगर उनको बोलूं कि आप आज शाम से स्कूल में जाके बैठना है आपको, एक बीएमसी में एक बहुत अच्छी बात है, अगर हमारे लोग अपने बॉस पे विश्वास रखते हैं तो ब्लाइंड फेथ की वजह से आगे आ जाते हैं। एंड दैट वाज द प्लस पॉइंट फॉर मी। और मैंने उनको सब लोगों को ले जाके स्कूल में बिठाया। आई टुक केयर ऑफ देम, उनको स्टडी करने के लिए प्रॉपर टाइम दे दिया। फॉर्चुनेटली वन एनजीओ कॉल्ड मासूम, दे केम फॉर मेरे हेल्प के लिए आगे गए। उन्होंने जो दिन भर काम करके जाते थे तो खाने का कभी वक्त मिलता नहीं था, तो उनको नाश्ता चाय वगैरह उन्होंने एवरी डे प्रोवाइडेड टू देम। और इसी तरीके से स्कूल तो चालू हो गया, लेकिन असल परीक्षा आ गई व्हेन देयर वाज एन एग्जाम। अभी इतने सब मुश्किलों के बावजूद ये लोग स्कूल तो गए, लेकिन एग्जाम का जो एक टेंशन था, तो मुझे पता था कि ये यहाँ पे आके गाड़ी रुकेगी। सो आई पर्सनली वेंट विद देम फॉर द फर्स्ट डे। और बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि ऑल 23 persons passed with 55 to 70% marks। और अभी ये सिलसिला यहाँ रुका नहीं है। अभी मैं मैम से पिछले फ्राइडे की बात कर रहा था, इसके ऊपर पिक्चर बनी, इंस्पिरेशनल मूवी है, जिसमें से मैंने दो चीजें साथ देखी। नॉर्मली बीएमसी क्या करती है, लोगों को पता नहीं होता है। जब घर में पानी आता है, अच्छी तरह से पानी डिस्पोज हो जाता है, उसके पीछे लोगों की क्या मेहनत है, हाउ मेनी पर्सन्स आर वर्किंग ओवर दैट सिस्टम, ये किसी को मालूम नहीं होता है। लेकिन ये पिक्चर की वजह से लोगों को एक महापालिका क्या करती है ये मैसेज गया। मैनुअल में उतरने वाला आदमी कितना डेंजरस सिचुएशन में होता है। अगर मैनुअल से वो क्लीन करके ऊपर आ जाता है तो उसके बदन को जो वास आती है, वो साइकोलॉजिकली भी लोगों को लगती है कि इसके बदन को वास आ रही है। सो एवरीथिंग इज टेकन केयर इन दैट मूवी बाय आवर डायरेक्टर। स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग बहुत अच्छा हो गया क्योंकि आई वाज इन्वॉल्व्ड, दैट वाज अ ट्रू स्टोरी ऑफ माय एक्सपीरियंस। So whatever I gained during this service, that is reflected in the movie. तो बड़ी खुशी की बात ये थी कि जब ये पिक्चर रिलीज हो गई तो नवी मुंबई के एक डॉक्टर, प्रशांत पुरात नाम के एक डॉक्टर ने, हु इज आई सर्जन, अपने रैक पिकर्स होते हैं जो प्राइवेट रैक पिकर्स है, उनके लिए एक शो अरेंज किया। और वो शो में जब वो रैक पिकर्स वेर इन थिएटर, दे वॉच द मूवी फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन देयर लाइफ। और उनके साथ में बैठे थे जितने भी बड़े डॉक्टर्स थे नवी मुंबई के, दे वर शेयरिंग द चेयर। वहां से बाहर निकलने के बाद कुछ लोगों ने इंटरेस्ट जताया कि हम लोगों को भी एसएससी पास करनी है। डॉक्टर टुक इनिशिएटिव, ही स्टार्टेड क्लासेस ऑन संडेज। मैं बड़ी गर्व के साथ उनका मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, डॉक्टर लोगों ने, दे टुक केयर ऑफ देयर लॉस ऑफ वेजेस ऑन संडे। वॉलंटरीली टीचर्स केम, और मैं शुक्रवार की बात कर रहा था, देयर वाज द फर्स्ट पेपर, they were appearing for the first time exam after, and they are also in the range of 30 to 50 years. तो मैं मेरे एक मित्र है भतेगा सर, उनको साथ में लेके हम लोग सुबह सुबह वहां पहुंचे। इतना अच्छा नजारा था, उनका सब लोग अक्षन कर रहे थे आरती उतार रहे थे, उनको कुमकुम लगा रहे थे, हल्का ये सब कर रहे थे, और उनको मैं जाके एग्जाम के हॉल में खुद जाके हम लोग जाके क्या क्या है, दैट वाज अ मोमेंट कि जिसमें आनंद क्या होता है, खुशी क्या होती है, वो महसूस करने की वो घड़ी थी। करोड़ों रुपए से भी कोई खरीद नहीं सकता, इतना आनंद हम लोगों को मिला। और ये तो 12 लोग मेरी जानकारी में थे। आज इस चित्रपट की वजह से, पिक्चर की वजह से महाराष्ट्र में अराउंड 1000 लोगों ने एडमिशन लिया है, और जब रिजल्ट आएगा तो अपने आप अभी कितने लोग इसके वजह से पास हो रहे हैं, वो रिजल्ट के बाद में अपने को पता चलेगा।
धन्यवाद, बहुत ही सुंदर काम है आपका, excellent, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is, as he said, a slice of all that he has done. Let's move on to Ganga. And we didn't know this about Ganga, that all of you know about 007, right? Who's this guy? She's also 007. Let's hear from her why. Right? So let's talk to Ganga about why 007. The question to Ganga is that आपको Ganga कुछ cricketers अच्छे लगते हैं, right? कुछ cricket leaders अच्छे लगते हैं, क्योंकि आज आप यहाँ पे बैठी है leader के हिसाब से, right? You are the leader of the Maharashtra cricket team and the vice captain of the Indian cricket team. There are a lot of, I would say, eyes and ears on Ganga and how she behaves. Let's hear from her. कौन से आपको 3 क्रिकेट, आपने बताए थे 3 क्रिकेट प्लेयर्स आपको बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं और उनकी लीडरशिप स्टाइल आपको अच्छी लगती है, और आपने क्या सीखा, क्या सिखा रहे हैं?
मुझे हरमन दीदी की लीडरशिप बहुत अच्छी लगती है। जब वो लीडरशिप करती है ग्राउंड में तो सबको एक साथ लेके चलती है, सब प्लेयर के साथ अच्छे से बात करती है। थोड़ा ग्राउंड में एग्रेसिव रहती है, लेकिन बाहर आके वो उतना ही कूल रहती है। और जब ग्राउंड में किसी को कैच छूटता है या कुछ होता है तो उनके पास जाके उनको अच्छे से समझाती है कि ठीक है, अभी नहीं हुआ, नेक्स्ट तुम्हारा ही है, तुम अच्छे से कर सकते हो। तो मुझे उनका लीडरशिप बहुत अच्छा लगता है और उनको देख के मैं भी थोड़ा थोड़ा सीखती हूँ। और मुझे रोहित शर्मा सर भी बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं, क्योंकि वो प्लेयर के साथ, मतलब वो कैप्टन है या वो लीडर है ऐसे नहीं रहते, वो भी नॉर्मल प्लेयर है उनके जैसे ही, तो उनके नॉर्मली बात करते हैं और सबको समझा के एक साथ लेके चलते हैं।
वेरी गुड। और 007 तो रह गया, बताइए क्यों?
007 मतलब मुझे 7 नंबर पसंद है, और धोनी सर का भी है और हरमन दीदी का भी है, लेकिन हमारे टीम में मतलब B1, B2, B3 को अलग अलग नंबर मिलते हैं। तो मुझे 7 नंबर नहीं मिला था, तो 777 भी नहीं मिला और 777 भी नहीं मिला था। तो मैंने मेरे सर को बोला कि सर मुझे 7 नंबर चाहिए लेकिन नहीं मिल रहा है। तो मेरे कोच एशल के सर, उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है 007 ले लो, क्योंकि उनको 007 पता होगा लेकिन मुझे पता नहीं था। तो ठीक है, सर ने बोला है मैं ले लूंगी करके सोचा। फिर 2023 में हमारा IBSA वर्ल्ड कप चल रहा था इंग्लैंड में, तो मैं मैच खेल रही थी, तो अंपायर ने बोला कि 007 जेम्स बॉन्ड, तो मुझे पता नहीं था का 007 जेम्स बॉन्ड। तो मैंने बाहर आके पूछा कि मैम, मतलब हमारे मैनेजर मैम ने शिखा मैम मेरा जर्सी नंबर 007 है, तो उन्होंने मेरा नाम जेम्स बॉन्ड क्यों लिया, मेरा नाम तो गंगा कदम है। तो मैम ने मेरे को हंस के जवाब दिया।
बहुत अच्छा, तो ये तो खुशी की थी तो स्टोरी। एक छोटी सी स्टोरी है जो बहुत दुखदायक है अबाउट गंगा। तो गंगा, आपने जब श्रीलंका में खेल रहे थे आप, और प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच मिला था आपको, याद है? तो प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच जब मिला था तो वो मम्मी को, हम सब अपने मम्मी को बताते हैं ना, और मेरा चल रहा है कोच, आप देखो। गंगा जी ने भी बताया था, लेकिन मम्मी ने तो मैच देखा नहीं। क्यों नहीं देखा और बाद में क्या हुआ वो बताइए।
मेरी मम्मी दूसरे के खेत में काम पे गई थी, क्योंकि हमारे फैमिली में हम 8 सिस्टर है, एक भाई है और मम्मी पापा है, लेकिन अब भी मेरे पापा नहीं है। तो मम्मी और सिस्टर दूसरे के खेत में काम पे जाते थे। लेकिन एक दिन पहले मेरे मम्मी ने को बोला था कि कल हमारा मैच है, वर्ल्ड कप स्टार्ट हो रहा है और इंडिया श्रीलंका मैच है, आप देख लो। लेकिन मेरी मम्मी खेत में गई तो उसने मैच नहीं देखा, क्योंकि हमारे घर में टीवी भी नहीं है, तो खेत में चली गई। फिर हमारा मैच चल रहा था, उसके बाद मैच खत्म हो गया और उसी मैच में मेरे को प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच मिला। तो मैंने खुशी खुशी फोन किया, तो मेरी बहन ने उठाया और बोले हम खेत में, हमने नहीं देखा, क्या हुआ तुम बताओ। तो मुझे बहुत रोना आया कि मैंने उनको डांट के बोला कि मैंने इतना अच्छा मैच खेला, मैं प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच बन गई और आपने देखा भी नहीं। तो मम्मी को डांट के मैं भी रोई, उसके बाद मेरी मम्मी भी रोई। तो थोड़ा टाइम में मैं अकेले बैठ के फिर, मतलब मम्मी, मेरी दीदी ने फोन करके बोला कि तू मम्मी को क्यों ऐसा बोला, मम्मी रो रही थी। तो मुझे बुरा लगा क्योंकि उनकी मजबूरी थी कि दूसरे के खेत में जाना। मैं उनको कैसे डांट लेकर के मुझे ही बुरा लगा। तो नेक्स्ट डे मेरी मम्मी ने, जब तक हमारा मैच नहीं खत्म होता तब तक वो खेत में नहीं गई, दूसरे के घर में टीवी जाके देखती रही।
Very nice. We are going to end the panel with somebody from ABP coming up, who I believe also used to play cricket. The RCFO, Mr. Pushan Chakrabarti, is going to come up with a gift which Ganga has given to me actually. So I'm going to take it back from you after this is done. But please come up. We are going to end with this game. And while he's coming up, I'll just do a quick round of thank yous. And I have just two thank yous to say. One is to our own team of Maya Care and Elephant Connect. I'm extremely proud to tell you that this panel and the show has been curated by my team. And everybody in the team is either using a wheelchair or they can't see. And even getting all of these people here, making sure everything happens till the last moment has been done by this team of Maya Care and Elephant Connect. And one of them here, Savita. And Savita, who's our Mumbai coordinator and Nepal coordinator as well. And also a huge thank you to the management team of ABP, especially Rajiv Khandekar and Manta, of course, who's not here, Tushar and Rifa and Sadarkar. Thank you for believing that this can be a panel at all. So we're going to end with this game. And the game is now, he's about to use this ball, which is a very special ball. This is the game changer. This is the game changer in blind cricket. Otherwise, that won't happen because it has, you want to just say that? Yeah. Yeah, so that's the ball she's given us, signed. But he's going to throw it, and obviously there's no way I can even catch anything. So I'm not even going there. Do you want to try? Aapko try karna hai? So there's only one person who can catch it, so right there. And that's how we end. 2 to 6 feet is what B3 stands for. 2 feet.
Here we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful panel. बहुत धन्यवाद आपका उदय कुमार जी, रोहन जी और गंगा जी, and thank you Manjari. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for some very extraordinary people on this dais. Can I request Mr. Jogesh Bhutani, founder Nexus Alliance, and Sumanta Dattaji, CEO ABP Network, to please join us and present all our speakers with a memento. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you for your hard work. और आप सभी से हमें से बहुत लोगों को प्रेरणा मिलती है. धन्यवाद. Can we have a big round of applause, please, as we wrap up this session? Thank you to our wonderful speakers. Just get one more memento to the stage. A very special panel indeed. Thank you very much. और दोस्तों इसी के साथ हम आगे बढ़ने ही वाले हैं, but just a quick note on what's to come later tonight. We will be joined by two powerhouse performers towards the evening. Pankaj Tripathi ji, आप बहुत familiar हैं. And like I was saying in the morning, we'll also be joined by a man who has been 25 for the past 40 years. We will be joined by Anil Kapoor as well. So those sessions coming up for sure. But now an equally important session coming up, which essentially talks about the very foundation of India. जब हम विकसित भारत का सपना देखते हैं दोस्तों, हम ग्लैमर वर्ल्ड की बात करते हैं, टेक वर्ल्ड की बात करते हैं. But the raw truth is that real progress actually requires something which is much more solid. असली मजबूती तब आती है जब क्वालिटी, प्रिसिजन और एफिशिएंसी ये सिर्फ शब्द नहीं हो बल्कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री का डीएनए ही बन जाए. To discuss the literal building blocks of our nation, I am very pleased to invite onto the stage the CEO of Gallant Group, Mayank Agarwal. Let's give him a big round of applause. Please join us on the stage, and let's also welcome back our chair for this conversation, Chetan Bhagat. Applause is very welcome. Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Hi, a very good afternoon.
फोटो में और आपकी दाढ़ी अभी ये कब की फोटो है?
This is 3 years back.
Okay, this is a more intellectual look.
Yeah, that is why.
I also tried the same. It doesn't work, but since we are on a more intellectual platform, मैं आपसे वैसे पिछली बार भी मैंने आपसे बातचीत की थी, तो तब हमने स्टील की बातें की थी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बातें की थी, तो इस बार थोड़ी अलग बातें करना चाहते हैं हम आपसे. न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की बातें करना चाहते हैं कि दुनिया पूरी बदल गई है क्या? एंड सिंस वी आर लाइक, आई कांट बिलीव वी आर अ टीवी चैनल, देयर इज ब्रेकिंग न्यूज कि अभी यूएस Israel have attacked Iran. Iran has attacked US bases in Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, I don't know, somewhere else also, Kuwait, I think. So 7 countries are already in this war, or whatever you call it. And we've had these massive trade conflicts all over the world because of the US tariff regime. ये पूरा कर दिया है. तो दुनिया क्या बदल रही है? ये पूरा ये जो इतने सारे डिप्लोमेसी के यहाँ सेशन भी हुए हैं, मैंने देखा है, पर जहां तक मुझे लग रहा है तो भाईगिरी चल रही है. तो आपको क्या लग रहा है दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है? एंड टॉक अबाउट दिस ईरान थिंग, इससे भी क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? एंड जो ट्रेड का भी हुआ है, और इस समय इंडिया को क्या करना चाहिए?
First of all, a very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests here, and it is a great opportunity for me to be here speaking about such a subject. तो चेतन जी, पहले आपको बता दूं कि मैं इस सब्जेक्ट का बहुत एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूं, तो जो मेरा पर्सनल थॉट्स है वो मैं शेयर करूंगा. और की आपने बात की, इट इज सिंस लास्ट नाइट वी आर अवेयर क्या क्या हो रहा है वर्ल्ड में. ईरान ने भी अभी जैसे आपने कहा अटैक कर दिया वापस. तो वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर डेफिनेटली रिकैलिब्रेट हो रहा है, पूरा चेंज तो नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि हम लोग कोविड के टाइम से वी हैव बीन सीइंग द काइंड ऑफ जियोपॉलिटिक्स shifts are happening in the entire world. कुछ दिन पहले हमने वेनेजुएला का देखा. So I feel in the last 5 years geopolitics is broadly governed by geoeconomics. और दादागिरी तो बिल्कुल जैसा आपने कहा कहीं ना कहीं चली रही है. एंड इकोनॉमिक्स जिसके फेवर में है वो आज की डेट में कुछ हद तक डिक्टेट कर रहा है. एंड इन द सेम कंटिन्यूएशन वी सी व्हाट वी आर सीइंग सिंस लास्ट नाइट की अटैक्स हुए हैं. सबको पता है कि ईरान के अगेंस्ट अटैक करने का रीजन क्या है. ऑयल इज द मेजर रीजन. कंट्रोल ऑफ पावर ओवर ऑयल इन द गल्फ कंट्रीज इज द बिगेस्ट रीजन बिहाइंड दिस. वेनेजुएला में भी हम लोगों ने देखा दैट वाज द बेसिक रीजन जिसकी वजह से अटैक हुआ. सो डेफिनेटली न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर रिकैलिब्रेट हो रहा है, रीअलाइन हो रहा है, जहां पे जियोपॉलिटिक्स की जगह जियो इकोनॉमिक्स प्ले कर रही है. जहां पे पहले हम लोग द पॉलिसी ग्लोबल इकोनॉमिक्स यूज्ड टू वर्क, जियोपॉलिटिक्स यूज्ड टू रन ऑन हु इज एबल टू सप्लाई चीपर एंड एफिशिएंट प्रोडक्ट्स टू द वर्ल्ड, एंड विच वाज ब्रॉडली चाइना. और किसी को उसमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी चाइना से इंपोर्ट करने में. लेकिन आज की डेट में more than geo-economics, it's also about who's got the control on data, who has got the control on energy, who's got the control on chips, who's got the control on semiconductor. तो ये जो controlling atmosphere, precious metals और इन सारी चीजों पे create हो रहा है world में. So definitely more than cheaper product, what we are more interested, the world is more interested is an integrated approach, जहाँ पे सस्ता कम या ज्यादा कॉस्ट थोड़ी सी चलेगी, बट डिक्टेशन किसका चलेगा, गुंडा दादागिरी किसकी चलेगी, जैसे आपने कहा, ये डिफाइन करना ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया है. ऑब्वियसली दादागिरी कुछ हद तक तो यूएस की चली रही है, हम सब जानते हैं, एंड देयर इज नो डिनाइंग इन द फैक्ट. बट आई फील दैट अगर हम लोग इंडिया की पर्सपेक्टिव की बात करें, तो इंडिया इज वेरी वेल पोजिशन्ड right now, being democratic, having the kind of scale that we have in terms of land area, in terms of population, we have the scope where we can substantially enhance our product manufacturing base. Being democratic and being very stable in terms of politics, we have the environment which is disseminating comfort and confidence in the world. So, moving away from China as we see the world is trying to, definitely it's very difficult to decouple from China for anybody right now. आज की डेट में अभी हम लोगों के सेशन के थोड़ी देर पहले अमिताभ कांत जी के सेशन में मैं सुन रहा था कि almost 60 to 80% of various important things like precious metals or renewable energy are all broadly being controlled by China. So whether it be US, Europe or anybody, decoupling from China is definitely not possible. But the world is shifting in terms of trade specifically. The world is shifting towards de-risking, I would say. जहाँ पे China +1 या strategically alignment की policies पे लोग काम कर रहे हैं और जिसका benefit आज की डेट में definitely India is very well positioned कि वो बेनिफिट उठाए। और हम लोग देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से AI समिट हुई, जिस तरह से FTA साइन हो रहे हैं, इंडिया इज नॉट जस्ट ट्राइंग टू हैव ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स, बट इंडिया इज काइंड ऑफ क्रिएटिंग द ट्रेड कॉरिडोर्स इन द वर्ल्ड राइट नाउ, जो लॉन्ग टर्म में इंडिया को काफी सब्सटेंशियली सपोर्ट करने वाला है। और ये एक बड़ा शिफ्ट इंडिया के पर्सपेक्टिव से पॉजिटिवली मुझे दिखता है कि इंडिया के फेवर में जा सकता है।
ठीक है, कई सारी आपने चीजें बोली, बट मैं एक एक करके 2-3 कवर करता हूँ। आपने कहा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात की, काफी देर से ये हो रहा है कि चाइना से लोग चाइना पे डिपेंडेंस हटाना चाहते हैं। इंडिया इज परफेक्ट प्लेस कि भाई यहाँ बना लो फैक्ट्री में माल, बट व्हेन यू सी चाइनीज प्रोडक्ट्स, आई मीन एक तो जो उनकी रेंज है, फ्रॉम द चीपेस्ट टॉयज टू लाइक इवन हमारे दिवाली के आइडल्स भी वहां बन रहे हैं, और देयर वेबसाइट्स लाइक टेमू विच इतना सस्ता उसमें माल मिलता है कि ऐसे हैरानगी होती है। राइट फ्रॉम देयर टू BYD के कार्स हैं विच आर गिविंग टेस्ला कॉम्पिटिशन, दे आर मेकिंग रोबोटिक्स, थिंग्स लाइक दैट, एंड द मैसिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बेस, राइट। हमारे यहाँ वो हम नहीं, आप क्योंकि इंडिया में आपके बड़े बिजनेस हैं, आप इतने बड़े बड़े बिजनेस यहाँ खोले अपने चलाते हो, यहाँ हम क्यों नहीं हम क्यों नहीं ये सब बना पाते? क्या चक्कर है? हम महंगे हैं, हमें काम आता नहीं, कुछ यहाँ के लॉज गलत हैं, क्वालिटी हमें नहीं पता क्या होती है, क्या मतलब, क्योंकि अब टुडे चाइनीज गुड्स हैव गुड क्वालिटी आल्सो, देयर आर सम गुड चाइनीज टीवी ब्रांड्स, फोन ब्रांड्स। व्हाट इज इट? आपको क्या लगता है कि हम क्यों नहीं वो पकड़ पा रहे? उसका 20-30% भी हम नहीं कर पाए अभी।
देखिए, अगर इफ ये जो कंपैरिजन चलता है चाइना वर्सेस इंडिया या चाइना वर्सेस एनीबॉडी इन द वर्ल्ड, सो आई थिंक दिस कंपैरिजन इज नॉट फेयर। अगर इंडिया की बात करें या किसी भी यूएस की भी बात करें, तो चाइना आज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर का लीडर है। China is the god of manufacturing sector, where 60 to 80% is the market share in different segments, especially the important ones mentioned. So, उसमें अगर आप पूरे वर्ल्ड का 60 से 80% मार्केट शेयर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में कैप्चर कर रहे हैं, तो और आप ये सोचो कि ये शिफ्ट हो जाएगा इंडिया की तरफ, तो ये कभी नहीं होने वाला है। वी हैव टू एक्सेप्ट द फैक्ट कि चाइना से हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में काफी, हम नहीं, पूरा वर्ल्ड काफी पीछे रह गया है। और आई थिंक अब कैचअप करने के लिए हमारे पास बहुत ज्यादा कुछ बचा नहीं है। हैविंग सेड दैट, मेरे को लगता है कि इंडिया को चाइना के को कॉम्पीट करने की या चाइना के बराबरी करने की जरूरत भी नहीं है, क्योंकि इंडिया के चैलेंजेस डिफरेंट हैं, चाइना के चैलेंजेस डिफरेंट थे। इंडिया को अपने चैलेंजेस देखने पड़ेंगे कि इंडिया की ग्रोथ स्टोरी में क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं और हमको उस हिसाब से चलना पड़ेगा। Having said that, आप जैसे बोल रहे थे BYD की गाड़ियों की, तो अभी JSW ग्रुप है साइंड अप विथ MG, और MG की गाड़ियां हम लोगों को बहुत ही जल्दी रोड पे दिखेंगी। टाटा ऑलरेडी इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स कर रहा है, तो शिफ्ट तो काफी बड़ा आया है इंडिया में भी, ऐसा नहीं है। आई वुड से दैट द पॉलिसीज आर करेंटली इन इंडिया वेरी वेल अलाइंड विद द फ्यूचर ऑफ इंडिया। प्रॉब्लम है कि उसको हम कितना फास्ट, कॉस्ट एफिशिएंट उसको स्केल अप कर सकते हैं। स्केल अप करने के लिए पॉलिसी का ग्राउंड पे अलाइनमेंट होना चाहिए, friction कम होना चाहिए between the policymakers and the investments that are happening in terms of companies or in terms of whatsoever. So policies are very strong. Growth story India की future is very very strong. जरूरत है कि थोड़ा सा हम लोग पॉलिसी को ग्राउंड पे कितना फास्ट उतार सकते हैं, कितना फास्ट उसको स्केल अप कर सकते हैं, कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी को इंक्लूसिव कर सकते हैं उसमें, और कैसे इसको हम फ्रिक्शन फ्री एटमॉस्फेयर में बिटवीन द पॉलिसी मेकर्स एंड द पीपल हु हैव टू अडेप्ट टू इट, उसके फ्रिक्शन को हम कैसे रिमूव कर सकते हैं.
ओके, इन टर्म्स ऑफ जॉब्स आल्सो, अब एआई कह रहे हैं इतने सारे जॉब्स लेगा, स्पेशली वाइट कॉलर जॉब्स, जो यहाँ पे हर मिडिल क्लास पेरेंट्स में अपने बच्चों के लिए सपना है. अभी टेक सेक्टर में बैंगलोर में जो बड़ी बड़ी आईटी कंपनियां हैं, पूरी दुनिया में एक्चुअली जो एक्चुअली सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनीज हैं, दे आर फेसिंग मेजर क्राइसिस जस्ट बाय द लास्ट 2 months में जो एआई में डेवलपमेंट हुई है. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग आप कह रहे हो हम चाइना के लेवल नहीं, छोड़ ही दो, वो नहीं, अब हार गए हम वो रेस, एक तरह से आपने यही कहा है. तो अभी जो हमारे बच्चे हैं, जो हमारा डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड है, वो आएंगे, वो कहाँ नौकरियां करेंगे, कैसे उनके लिए जॉब क्रिएशन होगा, या आपको थोड़ा ब्लीक फ्यूचर दिखता है या ब्राइट दिखता है?
फ्यूचर इंडिया का बहुत ही ब्राइट है. जैसे मैंने कहा, जब आज से हम लोग छोटे थे तो सुनते थे कि नई चीज आई है कंप्यूटर जो दुनिया के सारे जॉब्स खा जाएगा. उसके तो टेक्निकल एडवांसमेंट्स 40 साल में, हर 5-10 साल में एक एरा आया. आप देखोगे इंटरनेट आया तो लोगों ने कहा कि जॉब चले जाएंगे, फिर सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ. सो जैसे जैसे टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट्स आए हैं, इतिहास गवाह है कि इट हैज नेवर कॉज्ड अ प्रॉब्लम इन टर्म्स ऑफ अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ जॉब्स. द इशू इज कि हम लोगों को अपना स्किल डेवलपमेंट इंप्रूव करना पड़ेगा और वेन्यूज चेंज होंगे वेयर द जॉब्स वुड बी अवेलेबल. इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी. अब जैसे आज की डेट में आईटी कंपनीज की आपने बात की, वी आर सीइंग अ मेजर फॉल इन द स्टॉक मार्केट एंड एल्सवेयर इन द आईटी फर्म्स. उसका एक रीजन है, आईटी फर्म्स हम लोगों के यहाँ मेजरली सर्विस ओरिएंटेड जॉब कर रही हैं ड्यू टू चीपर लेबर. दे नेवर माइग्रेटेड एंड दे नेवर डिड R&D. अभी लास्ट सेशन में अमिताभ कांत जी कह रहे थे कि 0.5-0.6% इंडिया का R&D पे एक्सपेंडिचर है, जबकि बाकी डेवलप कंट्रियों का, जापान है, कोरिया, इन सब का 3 से 4% के रेंज में है. सो वेयर आर वी लैकिंग? सो प्राइवेट पीपल, IT सेक्टर और अदरवाइज, दे आर नॉट इन्वेस्टिंग ऑन R&D. So what we need is the need of the, अभी गवर्नमेंट ने 1 लाख करोड़ का R&D पे पैकेज भी दिया है कि 50% अगर आप लगाओगे तो 50% गवर्नमेंट उसमें सब्सिडाइज करेगी. सो द होल आइडिया इज कि वो 1 लाख करोड़ गवर्नमेंट देने तैयार है, प्रोवाइडेड कि 1 लाख करोड़ प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी लगाए R&D में. So going forward, the top 200-300 companies, they need to come forward, they need to spend money on R&D, take the initiatives or the policies given by government to quickly on to another level to scale up the operation in a very inclusive way with technology and everything else. So India का growth story बहुत strong है. जरूरत adaptation की है, जरूरत scalability की है, और इसको fast करने की है. जितना the window is open, currently the window is open, हम इसको कितना encash कर लेते हैं वो हमारे ऊपर है. देखिए, अपॉर्चुनिटी ग्लोबली अवेलेबल है, इंडिया में चैलेंजेस लोकल है, तो वो हमें अपने अंदर सही करने हैं. पॉलिसी में मेरे हिसाब से देयर आर नो चैलेंज एज ऑफ नाउ.
ठीक है, अभी ये इतने सारे FTA फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स हो रहे हैं, अभी यूरोप के साथ हुआ और बहुत हिस्टोरिक बताया जा रहा है, US के साथ भी होने वाला था, फिर रुक गया है, अभी ऑलमोस्ट इन द प्रोसेस है. पहली बात तो ये इतने सारे क्यों सडनली हो रहे, और इसमें भी मैंने जहां तक एटलीस्ट प्रिलिमिनरी जो FTA यूरोप आया कि काफी सारे टैक्सेस उनके गुड्स के कम हो जाएंगे, उनकी गाड़ियां यहाँ सस्ती हो जाएंगी, और तो उससे हमारे यहाँ फर्क पड़ेगा. फ्रेंच वाइन, कई लोग जो वाइन पीने वाले हैं शायद वो एक्साइटेड है कि फ्रेंच वाइन अब सस्ती हो रही है, पर हमारी नासिक वाली वाइन्स कौन पिएगा फिर, है ना? मैं ये नहीं कह रहा किसी को पीनी चाहिए शराब, पर मतलब मैं वैसे कह रहा हूँ, ये सब भी इंडियन बिजनेसेस को सडनली यूरोप का माल आ रहा है, चीज आ रही है, अमूल चीज, फिर पे impact. Really, they are talking of 100% से 10% duties on many of these products. Maybe not on cheese, but definitely wine. There was talk. Cars, there were talk. इसका क्या impact होगा और ये क्यों हो रहा है अभी? Is this the new world order? ये दादागिरी है या ये हम खुशी-खुशी कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, ये दादागिरी नहीं है. I think we are already late with these kind of FTAs. It should have happened before. इंडिया की स्ट्रेटेजी हमेशा डिफेंसिव ट्रेड पॉलिसी की रही है, जहां पे वी आर ऑलवेज स्कैर्ड दैट यूरोपियन और अदर डेवलप्ड कंट्री वुड फ्लड अस विद चीपर प्रोडक्ट्स एंड हमारी इंडिजिनियस इंडस्ट्रीज उसको केटर नहीं कर पाएंगी. इसलिए हम लोग हमेशा अपनी ट्रेड पॉलिसीज को लेके काफी डिफेंसिव रहे. And currently, however, India is proactive where it is more inclusive policy that we are trying to do, more structural policies. We are dealing with the policies in a very smarter way. We are very sector specific, phased out manner में हम लोग चीजों को ला रहे हैं. We are we know exactly what we want. जो भी आप FTAs में देखेंगे, तो जहाँ पे हमारे मेन सेक्टर्स हैं, जहाँ गवर्नमेंट को सेफगार्ड करना है ब्रॉडली, फार्मर्स हैं या AI है, टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, जो हमको बाहर से लाना है और हमें वहां से भेजना क्या है. So that clarity on a very broad level, on a very deep level, the government has. So while these policies will definitely put pressure on the industries or on the small scale industries, especially which are manufacturing in India, government unko safeguard kar rahi hai to a great extent, and it is high time that we need to improve our efficiencies. We need to adopt to technologies. Obviously, wherever required, government will definitely intervene, and it is already ये होता रहा है पिछले 10 सालों में भी. अगर मैं specifically steel sector की भी बात करूं, so anti-dumping duties वगैरह regularly government on and off लगाती है wherever required. But this is not the final solution. The final solution is that we are competitive, we adopt technology, we scale ourselves, we should be able to provide the best products at the least possible price, and these FTAs will somewhere smoothen out the integration of these projects in terms of making it cheaper, in terms of availability of technologies, raw materials, whatsoever, wheresoever required in different segments, and make us fitter. तो अगर हम हाथ पे हाथ धरे बैठे रहेंगे नटशेल में, तो डेफिनेटली चैलेंज आने वाला है. बट ये सारे जो FTAs हो रहे हैं, these are in a way an opportunity even for SMEs to adopt to the things which will be available through these FTAs and rewrite their story progressively.
ठीक है, वन टाइम खत्म हो गया. एक लास्ट छोटा सा आंसर फटाफट देना कि अभी ये जो पंगा हो रहा है ईरान में, तो इंडिया के लिए क्या बेस्ट स्ट्रैटेजी है? हमें उनको लड़ने देना चाहिए या हमें बोलना चाहिए गलत बात है लड़ना, या साइड लेनी चाहिए, दोस्तियां लगा लेनी चाहिए, झप्पी कर लेनी चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए हमें?
देखिए, इंडिया को तो ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि इस वॉर का इम्पैक्ट जो इंडिया के ऊपर एनर्जी सेक्टर में आएगा इन द शॉर्ट टर्म फ्यूचर, एंड ऑलरेडी पीपल आर अवेयर in terms of the numbers already spoken कि करीबन 180-190 बिलियन डॉलर्स का फॉसिल बेस्ड इंपोर्ट है. तो इंडिया को तो नियर टर्म में इमीडिएटली ये सोचना है कि हम अपनी एनर्जी को सिक्योर कैसे करें एट अ रीजनेबल प्राइस. एंड डेफिनेटली इट विल दिस वॉर विल इम्पैक्ट इंडिया, आई थिंक मोस्टली इन एनर्जी सेक्टर, व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड, एंड दैट इज वन प्राइम एरिया वेयर वी नीड टू इमीडिएटली फोकस. एंड अपना जो सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट है उसको वॉच करना चाहिए. एंड आई डोंट थिंक इंडिया हैज मच टू से इन दिस बिकॉज इन बिटवीन ईरान एंड दिस वॉर. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, ऑब्वियसली वॉर nobody likes and nobody wants, and India is not a war supportive country. Having said that, there is no need to get into unnecessary troubles.
ठीक है सर, अब आप स्टील बनाना छोड़िए और अब आप ब्यूरोक्रेसी, पॉलिटिक्स वगैरह के बारे में सोच सकते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. ग्रेट सेशन.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Some very important insights from this conversation. Please do stay on the stage as I invite Sumanta Datta, CEO, ABP Network, and Ms. Mona Jain, President of Revenue at ABP, to please come onto the stage and present Mr. Agarwal with a memento from Ideas of India. Some important takeaways from this conversation. He says that India is not just signing FTAs, India is creating trade corridors globally. And how important is that to create opportunities for Indian businesses? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mayank Agarwal, CEO, Gallant Group. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chetan, once again. Thank you very much indeed. दोस्तों, भारतीय बिजनेसेस की ही बात करते हैं और अक्सर बिजनेस की दुनिया में प्रॉफिट और पर्पस ये माना जाता था कि ये दोनों रास्ते अलग अलग हैं, बट इन द न्यू इंडिया ग्रोथ स्टोरी दे आर बिकमिंग द सेम रोड. असली तरक्की वो है जहां ग्रोथ के साथ साथ गिविंग बैक भी बिजनेस का कोर बन जाए. To discuss how India's corporate giants are balancing these two forces, we have a leader who is at the forefront of this ESG revolution. She is driving some of the most ambitious social impact and sustainability initiatives at one of our largest natural resources conglomerates. Ladies and gentlemen, she's delivering a very special keynote for us today. Please put your hands together for Priya Agarwal-Heber, Non-Executive Director at Vedanta. Please join us on the stage. A very warm welcome. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, ABP Network, for having me here. Today, I'm sharing the stage with some of the most prominent global individuals, so thank you very much. Before we begin, this is my first appearance after I lost my brother last month, so I'd like for all of us, if you wish, to just take 5 seconds to remember him. His name was Agnivesh. And that's really something that is very important, because when we talk about ideas of India, one of the most powerful and the biggest strengths of India is family, and something that we really, really hold closely, and we must continue to hold closely, because that really is one of the reasons for India's success. When I first heard the name Ideas of India, I paused, because it's such a generous word, ideas. Not one idea, not the correct idea, ideas, plural. Simultaneous, sometimes contradictory, we've seen that, but all valid. And that felt right to me, because India has never been one thing. In my own home, it certainly isn't. For my daughter Mahi, an 11-year-old, she's already much more moral than most of the adults I know. India is uncomplicated kindness, a country where every human being, and yes, every street animal, is treated with dignity. She doesn't see why that shouldn't be difficult. For my husband Akash, India is a digital frontier, a nation being rewired in real time, where technology is not just changing what we do, but who we've become and who we can become. For my father, Anil Agarwal, India is the unstoppable nation, a Viksit Bharat, not someday, now, always now. I used to think that these were three separate Indians, the compassionate India, the digital India, the ambitious India. But they're not separate at all. They're the same India seen through different windows. An India that uses ambition of industry and the power of technology to deliver the equality my daughter already assumes as matter of course. As I stand here today, because I work in one of the industry that literally builds that India from below the ground up. I come from the mining and natural resources sector, an industry that rarely gets invited to conversations about imagination, but it quietly enables it. So when I think about India's future, I think about the foundation beneath it. But let me tell you a paradox that keeps me up at night. A lot of this conversation just happened before me. We're living through a resource revolution. India is committed to 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy capacity by 2030. But for this, we require wind power, solar power, battery storage, electric vehicles. And here's the paradox. Electric vehicles uses 2 to 4 times more copper than traditional cars. Solar plants require 4 to 6 times more minerals than fossil fuel plants. Wind power requires 9 times more mineral resources per megawatt than gas. The clean energy transition is not a post-mining world, it is a mining-powered world. The World Bank said that for the energy transition to happen successfully, we need $1.7 trillion in mining investment worldwide. Zinc, aluminium, copper, silver, oil and gas. These are not relics of the past. They are the raw materials of the future. And yet, in India, one of the stark initiatives that keeps me up at night is that barely 6% of this workforce building the foundation are women. 6%. And with International Women's Day just around the corner, I thought this was the right room to say this plainly. In an industry that will define the next 50 years of human civilization, we are building it with half our people standing outside the door. If India has to become a $10 trillion economy, if Viksit Bharat 2047 is to be the real and has to be real, we cannot grow at 6 or 7% while engaging only a fraction of our potential. Female labor force participation in India has improved, but it remains far below what our talent pool demands. Global studies consistently show that closing the gender gap could add hundreds of billions of dollars to India's GDP. Inclusion is not a social add-on, it is economic acceleration. I grew up in the shadow of mines and in the heat of the smelters. There has always been a certain drama to mining, grit, scale, men emerging heroically covered in dust, very 1970s Amitabh Bachchan style. But proximity to an industry is not the same thing as belonging in it. Few years ago, when I visited our smelters and mines, there was always this slight double take. A lot of times when I used to walk around, people used to say, "Good morning, sir." "Sorry, ma'am." That subtle recalibration that told me this space was not designed with me in mind. The exclusion was not intentional. It was structural, inherited. Mining was physical, physical was male, and male was default. But that assumption is already today obsolete. Mining today is satellite imaging mapping ore bodies from space. It is AI predicting equipment failure before an alarm sounds. It is remote operated machinery controlled from digital rooms. It is data scientists, environmental engineers, robotic specialists. The future of mining is technology, and technology does not have a gender. So we asked a simple question: who is the best person for this job? And we answered it honestly. We built India's first all-women underground mining team. We built India's first underground all-women mine rescue team. We built India's first underground all-women aluminium potline. We built India's first all-women locomotive operators, and we built an all-women power unit across our power teams. This is not symbolism. This is strategy. Today, women make up 23% of Vedanta's workforce in an industry where the average is only 6%. This is not cosmetic change, this is structural redesign. But 23% is not our destination. It is only proof of concept that we can do this. And these women, trust me, are really driving and have made the productivity better, have made the cost more efficient, and are ensuring sustainability and safety standards to a different level. As we embark on a historic demerger that we are creating at Vedanta, creating 5 independent world-class companies, diversity is not an afterthought. It is architecture. Our primary goal is 35% women across every entity at Vedanta, at entry level and beyond. And the final goal is 50% of women working across our workforce. Not someday, not selectively, across the board. Because the companies that unlock 100% of talent will outperform the ones that don't. I remember visiting a night shift at one of our mines. At the safety briefing stood Bhavna. Very calm, very composed, very like she belonged, completely at home. Afterwards, a senior operator with 20 years of underground mining experience said something I will never forget. He casually said, "Priya, we have stopped noticing who is women and who is not. We only notice who is good. We only notice who is good. And that really is the goal, not celebration, normalization. But transformation cannot stop at the factory gate, because the women who will lead our minds and our boardrooms in the future, many of them are sitting today in villages across Rajasthan, across Orissa, across Goa, wondering whether engineering or science could ever belong to them. We decided we didn't want to wait for them to find us. We wanted to go out and get them. This year alone, through our community outreach initiative, over 10,000 women and girls have been benefited from our STEM-linked programs. In the past 3 years, that number exceeds 50,000. 50,000 doors opened just by us reaching out. Each one of those interactions is a door being opened that might otherwise have stayed shut. A girl who learns that mathematics is not just a male subject, a young woman who sees a complex piece of machinery and thinks, I can build this. A mother who begins to believe that her daughter's ambition is not a problem to be managed, but a future to be invested in. Because inclusion is not just about who works in your company, it's about who imagines that they can. We're not just changing who works in our industry, we are changing who imagines working in it. And that is where transformation actually begins. I want to tell you one more story about a young girl, Sakshi. Sakshi was the first woman in her family to ever work outside her home. When she told her father she wanted to join an underground mining team, he said, this is not the kind of work women in our family do. What was her reply? She told me very proudly. I said, I told my father, then I will be the first. Today, Sakshi operates heavy machinery and trains cohorts of new joinees. She has changed her family's story. Now, no one can tell her children or her grandchildren, women can't do this job. When I was young, I would travel with my father to the sites. I was welcomed, but I never thought I belonged because I didn't see anyone else like me there. So today, to that little girl in the back seat of her father's car who wanted to be part of this world, she was right to want it. And what she couldn't have known then, what I know now, is that the world was already beginning to change to make space for her. And for Bhavna, and for Sakshi, and for the 50,000 girls who are right now beginning to imagine something larger than what anyone around them has yet attempted, we are rewriting the story of an Indian history. We're demonstrating with real numbers and real people that 50,000 lives and counting, that profit and purpose are not a trade-off. They are the same mission, and they always were. To every woman engineer, scientist, and dreamer in this room, and to everyone who's beyond this room as well, this is your moment, this is your time. You don't have to wait for permission. You are here, you are ready, and so are we. My daughter believes dignity is a default. My husband believes possibility is infinite. My father believes in relentless ambitions. But we must believe in all of it. We have to believe in 100% India. Because when anyone asks us at Vedanta how we get from 23% to 35% to 50% women in mining, we only have one answer: watch us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Certainly given us a lot to think about. So many takeaways there. Technology does not have a gender. I think we have to lead with that. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Priya Agarwal Heber. Can I please request Sumanta Datta, CEO, ABP Network, and Saurabh Yagnik, COO, ABP Network, to join us on the stage and present our guest with a memento from Ideas of India. Some really inspiring work being done when it comes to representation of women in an industry dominated by men for centuries. Thank you for your work. I think we can do with a better, more energetic round of applause, especially the women in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Because if you're looking for a Viksit Bharat, not someday, but now, women are going to be a big part of it. Thank you so much for those inspiring words. दोस्तों अब हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं and we will talk about a world where supply chains can break overnight and volatility is the only constant. We are seeing this as of this afternoon. Today we are talking about the new trade winds. To guide us through these turbulent waters, we have a man who has mastered the balance between diplomacy and development. He has represented India's interests in the highest offices of France as our ambassador, and today he is the force leading the India Trade Promotion Organization. Please warmly welcome to the stage Shri Javed Ashraf ji. A very warm welcome, sir. And can I also request Veer Sanghvi ji to please join us on the stage? And I will begin this session with an apology to both Javed Saab and Veer sir. We are ridiculously behind time, ladies and gentlemen. So our sincere apologies to you, Ashraf Saab. But we do know that this is going to be another beautiful conversation, which will be steered as only Mr. Sanghvi can. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Javed Ashraf and Veer Sanghvi, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I think if you look at your program, you'll find that we're going to discuss trade because my guest is chairman of the India Trade Promotion Organization, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're actually not going to discuss trade because we've had a chat and we've decided that at a time when the world is in such ferment, we'll discuss diplomacy, we'll discuss the Middle East, we'll discuss the war that looks like it's starting, and we'll discuss where India fits into all of that. So let me start, Javed, by asking you the obvious question. Is this war going to affect us? And it looks like it's going to be a war.
Well, every war, first of all, I think, word of congratulations to the audience. This is the second day, and I see everyone still here very enthusiastically, but a wonderful presentation by Priya, and I think we deserve to really congratulate her for it. I wanted to start on a pleasant note. But the war, every war affects everyone. But look, this is a war in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, Chabahar is just 540 nautical miles from Kandla. It gets as close as that. We've got 10 million people living in the Gulf region. We've got, our third largest export destination is UAE. It's the main source of energy. It's of great geopolitical importance to us. We envision a future in which we will carve out, we will create this IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. So the vision is large, our stakes are very high, and the proximity is very close. And look, this war is not one of inoculation where, you do a little pinch. We've seen that happen last year when Israel and United States attacked Iran. But this time, the kind of force that has been amassed, the manner in which the negotiations took place, in which really Iran was presented with an possibility, with an option that it had to refuse. So it set the ground for this attack today. And as you can see, Iran is retaliating not just against Israel. It has also fired missiles at the US bases across the Gulf region, which will obviously have a collateral damage. So you're already seeing great volatility in the world. And certainly this is going to make a big difference to us. Oil prices, trade flows, energy access, everything is going to get affected by this.
Does it affect where we stand? Because despite recent problems, we've generally been friends with America. We've been friends with Iran historically for the last 30 years or so. And the Prime Minister has just finished a visit to Israel. So it's really a battle between people with whom we have no enmity. What are we going to do?
Well, historically, first, we had 50 years of estrangement with the United States, 25 years of transformation, and last 1 year of turbulence in the relationship. But the fundamental premise of that partnership doesn't change. The efforts to go past some of our challenges continue. We've always managed our relationship in the Middle East, and I would rather call it Gulf and the West Asia region, pretty well. We've always had excellent relations with the Gulf countries, the Sunni Arab world. We've had a very strong and steady relations despite all kinds of challenges with Iran. And we've maintained and continue to build very strong relationship with Israel. The reason we've been able to do that is because we've not used one relationship against another. We've not turned any one of those relationships into an instrument of geopolitics. have maintained transparent, consistent approach in our relationship, and each one knows that this relationship is not directed against any of the other two. In many of our conversations, as I've told you, I've worked with both prime ministers and so have been there in many of the summits, and the conversations don't get into these issues about why you have a relationship with Iran, or why do you have a relationship with Saudi, why do you have a relationship with Israel. They know where we stand on each of them, and that position will not change going forward. Managing this is complex. Geopolitical space is shrinking, but I think we will continue to do as well as we can.
What do you think America expects from us? You remember during the second Gulf War, Mr. Advani, who was then Deputy Prime Minister, was asked by the Americans to send forces, commit forces to the invasion. The idea was considered by the government of India. The opposition objected. I think Sonia Gandhi wrote a letter to Mr. Vajpayee, and ultimately India didn't. Do you think we'll be asked to make that kind of choice again?
Yeah, I think first let me clarify this. What had happened is that the United States expected us to send peacekeeping forces after the war ended in Iraq, and that was to go to the Mosul sector in the north. I think wisdom prevailed at that point of time. This would be around, I'm saying, June and July of 2003. Yeah. This is well before insurgency began, which really began around a few months later. So wisdom prevailed. There was great foresight, and also reflected political DNA of the country, which stands for autonomy and not getting involved in anyone else's conflict. So I think that today, I don't think that they are looking for us to go and send peacekeeping forces. First of all, we are not there yet. This is the early stages of war. Are they looking for regime change there? If they are looking for regime change in Iran, it would take a Herculean effort. And we have a history which is very recent for us to remember. That was Libya, melted into chaos when Gaddafi was removed and killed. And the entire Sahel region, that is Western Africa, is in turmoil, hit by insurgency and militancy. You've seen that in Iraq, what it went through. You've seen that in Afghanistan. So I think a regime change is an ambitious idea. It could lead to an extraordinary turmoil in the region, and one that will affect us badly. But we are not at a stage there. And I think that when that situation arises, and if there's any even hint of us having to send our troops or forces there, I think the answer will be the same again.
Let me ask you about the balancing act that this government has done, which is actually quite impressive, that while in India there's a lot of criticism of its handling of the Muslim minority, it has actually managed to improve relations with the Muslim world. While in India it's always been said that if you take the side of Israel, the Arab countries will turn against you, it's a choice. They've broken that as well. The relations with the Arab world seem unaffected, yet we've got closer to Israel. First of all, how did we achieve that? And second, can we sustain it?
Well, I think we broke through some of the myths about, or presumptions about how the Gulf countries would react to the deepening of the relationship with Israel, or it coming out of the closet. Remember that at different points of time, the Arab world has also tried to find modus vivendi with Israel, or at least try to build relationships. You've seen the Camp David happened, you've seen Oslo in the 90s, and the Abraham's Accord more recently in President Trump's first term. So there is an interest also in the Gulf world, in the context, and the Arab world, in the context of the changing geopolitics, and in the region particularly, of finding a way to at least re-engage with Israel and start normal relations there. Now, the street sentiments may be very different in the Arab world to what the leadership thinks about it. But I can tell you that they have, despite October 7 and the ensuing Gaza conflict, the desire for the Arab world at some stage to find a way to normalize relations with Israel. Because the Arab world, and particularly Saudi Arabia and UAE, do not see themselves confined to this region. They have much higher global ambitions of where they want to take their country. And they see normalization of Israel strengthening of partnership with the United States is an important part. They are a very cosmopolitan culture, going back to centuries of countries that have been on the trading routes throughout. And that's another subject I can discuss later. But for us, I think we broke that myth. Second, I think we've intensified our strategic partnership on its own merit with the Arab world. But what we did, particularly different now, is that we were not hesitant, defensive, or diffident about our relationship with Israel. And so Prime Minister's visit in 2017 set the tone, and it has not had an impact on the relationship that we have with the Arab world and the Gulf countries at all.
Let me talk a little bit about this war. As far as we know, the United States has bombed military installations in Iran. Iran has retaliated in sort of low-cost, low-range sort of way. But Trump has used the term, I think, combat operations as the US, which suggests that this is not like the past limited strikes. So how is this likely to go?
Okay, so the easiest thing to do is to use air power and start destroying the scaffolds, literally, of the regime. You can, first of all, destroy whatever remains of their nuclear facility, destroy their ballistic missile facilities, destroy their armed forces. That's one. Air defense, suppress their air defense systems, their military lines, their production facilities. That's all easy to do. Then you can, I'm sure they're not going to send troops on the ground, but they can put militia on the ground, and they can use that to try and incite both internal protests, which is an assumption that is questionable, and use this militia or people who have been inserted, special forces, to try and locate the heart of the leadership and try to decapacitate it, and in which case try to bring the regime down. That could be one scenario that I can think of when he says combat operations in Iran, because the other thing to say would be we have launched airstrikes, which is very different.
So you're saying, given US domestic opinion, boots on the ground is unlikely, but the war escalating is not impossible?
Yeah, the war escalating is not impossible. Look, why would they be launching these strikes now? Okay, two objectives could be there. One, a limited one. Limited one could be that let me completely decimate whatever remains of their military and strategic capabilities. That's one objective, in which case it would be limited, right? It could last for 5 days, 7 days, etc. The other objective, which could be a more probable objective, would be that once and for all bring about a regime change. That's a far more problematic issue. I mean, you've seen that happen even in Afghanistan in 2001. I mean, they were able to drive Taliban away, but they were never able to get rid of them. And 3 years later, they were back. And it takes a huge toll of people and resources to try and even do that. And Iran is a very large country, and it's a country which has a very proud tradition of resistance. So it's going to be something which is not easy.
Also, this assumption that there will be local uprisings. If you remember during the Second Iraq War, when they put all their faith in people like Chalabi, they had this view that the Americans would arrive and they would be garlanded by the locals who would say, please install somebody, run our country. The world doesn't work like that, does it?
It doesn't work like that. And as I said, that and particularly invasions can have a great impact on bringing the society together, the country together. There's nothing like war to bring about cohesion back. They've also got a pretty strong state apparatus, state security apparatus, and have had opportunities to deal with that. That they are very proud. They have a great sense of history, a great sense of martyrdom, and a tradition of sacrifice. So their capacity for resistance was very evident during the Iraq-Iran war, which started in 1980, when Iran was completely in a meltdown after the 1979 Shiite revolution. But they regrouped, and they fought not just against Iraq, but all the forces backing Iraq, and they lasted for 8 years. It took an extraordinary toll of human lives and things, and it ended in a stalemate. But yes, so it is something they've got into which can have very serious consequences. And by the way, Straits of Hormuz is still a very, very important supply line for the rest of the world. I mean, it may have become less important than it was in 17s and 80s, but it still makes an enormous difference. But I think what US is looking at after its successes elsewhere is that can we completely reorder the Middle East in its own imagination? And by the way, this was the vision of the neocons in the 1999
Wolfowitz
2000,
and gang, yeah.
Yes, Paul Wolfowitz and Dick Cheney and others, is to remake the Middle East in its image with the most governments that are compliant and supportive, and therefore that is the way to manage that region. Now, this is easier said than done, but I think after last year's successes against Hezbollah, against Hamas, some success against Houthis, though not all, they feel that they have weakened, against Assad, that they have weakened and certainly diluted the strength of Iran and its what they used to call the Shiite crescent, and that it may be the last stroke that can completely remake that region's political geography.
Do you buy that? Do you think it's likely to happen?
Well, US has never been short of ambition, even if it has not been always successful on the ground.
But, I said that we are performing a difficult balancing act. We've done it with great skill so far. But what I wonder is going to be the attitude of America's old and now new friend, Pakistan. Are they going to support America and Israel against Iran?
I do not think so at all. I mean, I'll say this, that Pakistan tries to ride on several boats at the same time. And as usually happens when you try to ride on multiple boats at the same time, you fall somewhere in the river. Last year when Iran and the United States attacked Iran, there was a very interesting different sets of reaction in Pakistan. And this, by the way, I'm quoting the Iranian ambassador to Delhi. He said that the public sentiment was extremely outraged. The civilian government wanted to articulate and echo the public sentiment. The Pakistan military wanted to sort of keep it under check. And I think that they will be a combination of public condemnation, public rage, but also a degree of private understanding for the action that is taking place. I think what the United States will expect Pakistan is to at least keep its borders closed so that there's no one fleeing from Iran into Pakistan to take shelter. There may also be a clandestine secret use of airspace for surveillance, etc. So there are different ways that the military can be useful without it coming out in the public domain. And I think that's what they might try to do. But in return for which they will expect US support for the war in Afghanistan, where the Pakistan is waging now a battle against Afghanistan. Remember, there was a period where Pakistan, US and Iran Pakistan, Israel and United States cooperated with each other, and it's been beautifully brought out in a book by Trita Parsi, an American-based Iranian scholar, called Treacherous Allies. It's a nice title to have. So
here's my concern, that two things are different from the old days. The first is Pakistan could say we condemn America and our thoughts are with the people of Iran. And there was a time when America would say they have to say this for public consumption, and behind the scenes something else would happen. First question, is Trump going to be that sophisticated and take that attitude? Is he going to support somebody who criticizes him publicly?
Well, I think
he's a different kind of president.
Yeah, but I mean, this is, as I said, you can split the difference. You can have the civilian government, which is toothless in Pakistan, do all the chest thumping and criticism. The army says it's not my job, it's politics. It's for international relations is run by the Foreign Office and by the civilian government. We look at security, they keep quiet about it, and everyone knows Pakistan's history has been that whether directly or indirectly, it's the armed forces that rule the country. And therefore, you can play that game. But how long does that work out? As I said, it often usually doesn't end well for Pakistan. And I can, if we had time, I can tell you specific instances where it didn't end well for Pakistan when they overplayed their card, including with us in regard to the United States.
So is there a possibility, because that's something you raised, which is that the Pakistanis, in return for covert support, use of military facilities, if not that, then at least airspace, closing borders, will demand a price, and that price will go beyond Afghanistan and affect India?
Well, that's something which Pakistan always does, even when it was when it was supposed to be the frontline ally from 2001 to 2012 for the war against terror in Afghanistan. And I can tell you that, more than asking anything for themselves, General Kiani and his entire team would usually ask or what the US should not do with India, including, push India to close down its consulates in Afghanistan, etc. The US didn't go down that path. I mean, it did not try to use that to in any way dilute. And you've seen the relationship has actually continued to prosper through those decades, through those years. I mean, starting from, including from 2001 all the way up till now. And I don't see that this is an end of the story. It will continue to grow in the future as well.
Now, you attribute a certain amount of sanity to American foreign policy, which we've usually seen. But is that still the case under Trump?
Well, I think as I mean, President Trump has, now you've come to a very complex question.
Right.
And I'll say this to start with, that in many ways, President Trump, in terms of policy, it may be an extreme expression or even a culmination and not an aberration of the trends in US broader strategic approach globally. But in terms of his personality, in terms of his impetuosity, in terms of the way he approaches issues, I think he may be a little different from the others. But I think you cannot in any way say that this is a complete departure from the trends I've been seeing in the US policy from the beginning of the 2000s, but particularly sharpened from 2008 onwards. And that is basically because the United States, I mean, it's a long, complex history. But the thing is that the first wave of globalization, 1870 to 1914, concentrated power in the Western hand, made US the global power it is. The second wave of globalization, 1970 to 2008 onwards, consolidated US power, but also led to the emergence of China as a peer competitor or a potentially peer competitor. And now you see that has made the United States feel today that the global system that it sort of created after the Second World War is no longer useful to it, no longer attractive, and that it is much better for the United States to exercise its unmatched power unilaterally in pursuit of its interest. And because there is a gap between, its economic dominance is slipping somewhat, but its military power remains absolutely unrivaled. And this is something which this is leading to temptations for coercive exercise of power, whether it is military. And then with regard to tariffs, it's a different story, because he also believes that tariffs are punishments that he inflicts on other countries for having carried out theft. He doesn't believe deficits are macroeconomic outcomes. They are thefts, that allies are freeloaders, and that international rules are basically fetters and not frameworks of engagement. But having said all this, there are certain continuity in US policy, but also a certain exercise, much more the pretense that the United States used to have. And I'm being a bit cynical, but it is true. The pretense that the United States used to have, that whatever it did was in pursuit of the larger public interest, and that it was delivering international public good. That was the genius of the American-led international order. But no, it has dropped that pretense. It just speaks for its interest now. And that may be, in some sense, a more honest world in which we know what the US intentions are, what its power is, how it is going to exercise it, whether it is in military terms, political terms, or trade or finance terms. In any case, now we are entering into a new battle, a new geopolitical competition, which will be centered around technology, trade, investment, etc. It will lead to a sense of fragmentation. Already 3/4 of the investments, FDI, are now aligned along geopolitical lines, not driven by market calculations, and that's also affecting trade. So the geopolitical impact of trade is already visible. All of this is a reflection of the way the US has been adjusting to the new global realities. Trump has, in a sense, as it often happens in any development, accelerated it, has been disruptive, and in some way been an extreme manifestation of it.
We have time for just one last question. We talked at the beginning of what this means for India, this coming war. What does it mean for the average man and woman in this hall? Does this mean that the stock market will be in trouble? Does this mean that oil will become more expensive? Does it mean that economic growth all over the world, including India, will be affected if this conflict goes on? What does it mean for us?
So I've never invested in stock market, I must tell you this. So I have no idea how it works. But I'll tell you this, that yes, its economic impact is obvious. It's going to be there. I mean, as it is, you are seeing the overall tensions in the world, the unpredictability, uncertainty, the technological disruptions, the AI age, all of that is had some serious impact on the world. And I think any conflict, and particularly a conflict like this, if it goes beyond the next 5-6 days, and if it gets into a more regional conflict, will certainly have impact on the economy, and therefore on markets, on trade, then it will obviously be priced into the stock market as well.
So we live in dangerous times, and we could be on the edge of something pretty bad, right?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, it is a truism to say that this is a period of turbulence, which is always the case when an order ends and a new one is yet to form. So you disturb an equilibrium, however that equilibrium is established, either through the power of one and the submission of others, or by the collaboration of others. Whatever be that equilibrium, if you disturb it, before you reach the next equilibrium, you are going to have a period of turbulence, turmoil, uncertainty, volatility, all of that we are experiencing, violence, and till people are able to adjust to a new order. Now, what that will be, nobody really knows. And we don't have to reflexively think in terms of 20th century orders of bipolarity, unipolarity, multipolarity. For much of human history, the world was neither unipolar or bipolar, nor did it have a global architecture of institution, laws, mechanisms, treaties, etc. For much of human history. This might just have been an aberration in human history, and we are moving away from the 300 years of industrial age into now an AI age. That transition in itself is something of great importance and have a great consequence on the shape of the world going forward.
We're out of time, Javed, but
yes,
thank you so much for making sense of events as they unfold at what is a difficult time for the world and perhaps for India. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Many thanks indeed, sir. Please do remain on stage as I welcome Prabhat Mahapatra, COO, Navi Mumbai International Airport, and Kapil Batra, CFO, Navi Mumbai International Airport, to felicitate our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best possible, most comprehensive view of the big breaking news that's consuming the world today, how the events in the Middle East impact the world, and of course, their impact on India. Can we have a huge round of applause for Javed Ashraf, Chairman, India Trade Promotion Organization. And our thanks always to Mr. Sangvi for steering another wonderful conversation. Many thanks once again, sir. Thank you. My friends, yesterday on day one, we saw Dr. Tharoor in the moderator's chair. He was navigating a heavyweight debate between some of the world's most formidable geopolitical thinkers. After hearing from the giants of Chicago and Beijing on the shifting new world order, it is only fitting that we now turn to a man who has lived at the very heart of the system. As a former Under-Secretary General of the UN and a consistent voice on India's global destiny, he has seen the machinery of international cooperation from the inside, and he's seen where the gears are starting to grind to a halt. To discuss the end of multilateralism, negotiating a new world, please welcome onto this stage, Member of Parliament, prolific author and one of the sharpest diplomatic minds of our time, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who at the moment is conversing with our previous guest. So we will give him just a minute to join us on the stage. Dr. Tharoor, a very warm welcome. Let's also put our hands together for Megha Prasad, who is today in the moderator's chair.
Hi, Megha.
Hi, sir. Good evening, everyone.
Mr. Fadnavis a rough time yesterday, so I'm not looking forward to this.
And I'm not going to be that nasty to you, I promise. Now, good evening, everyone. Since I'm chairing a session where Dr. Tharoor is my guest, I'm going to take some risks today with some very fancy words that I've never used in my life before. So please bear with me. Please bear with me. Joining us is a man whose sesquipedian eloquence often leaves his political rivals in a state of bewilder, floxy knots and hillification. I got that right, Dr. Saab. As he navigates the friction between decrying kakistocracy and offering constructive praise for the treasury benches, we are here to find out if Dr. Tharoor is the Congress's last intellectual bastion or its most articulate bridge to the BJP. But before we do that, Dr. Tharoor, it's always a delight and extremely enriching to hear your views on what's happening around the world and where India stands in all of that. And so, sir, first, welcome to Ideas of India. And it's been fabulous listening to all the sessions that you have chaired. I am only going to try to be as good as I can. I want to begin by asking you, sir, see, whatever's been happening around the world, whatever's unfolded in the last 24 hours, it's like the entire Middle East has plunged in a conflict. After the attack that US and Israel mounted on Iran, we have reports of explosion from 4 different countries. Dubai, the cities are Dubai, Doha, I think Abu Dhabi,
and
Riyadh.
Bahrain.
Yeah, so I mean, there are multiple countries that have all of a sudden gotten involved, sir. My question to you, what do you think from your understanding, whatever is happening in Middle East right now, does it have the potential to sort of turn into a much bigger problem, maybe take the shape of a world war?
Well, world war is a bit dramatic. I mean, nowadays the fashion seems to be regional wars all over the place. But there's no question that from what we're hearing, that the Iranians have lashed out at every country in the region which is hosting a US base. And all these countries, all these places are being targeted for that reason. They in turn have objected vehemently, saying that they reserve the right to retaliate against Iran as well. So it could get very nasty. The Americans and Israelis have been building up to this for quite some time, and we've seen this happening. The signs were available in the public space. For example, yesterday, a number of people were tweeting the advisory issued by the American ambassador in Israel, asking Americans in his embassy staff to leave. And they said this is a very clear signal. There cannot be any other interpretation but that war is imminent. And sure enough, it started the next day. So in many ways, this has been so widely telegraphed. There are 2 things one can assume. One is that the Israelis and the Americans had done all their preparations and targeting, and they know what they're trying to do. But the other is that the Iranians are no fools, and they also had enough time to prepare both to protect themselves and to retaliate. I mean, the 2 principal towns attacked in Iran appear to be Tehran, where the president lives, and Qom, where the Ayatollah lives. And there are also 3 or 4 other towns which are hosting ballistic missile bases and so on in Iran. Now, how much they have been able to achieve with that, it's too early to tell. But we will soon find out, I think, in the course of the rest of this evening and night, we will know what kind of damage has been done and how much Iran's capacity to retaliate has been crippled or not. As I say, given how long and how publicly telegraphed the buildup was, the Iranians must have taken appropriate steps on their side. So I don't think it's going to be that easy, but we'll see.
No, but the retaliation has happened in multiple countries, and that's concerning, isn't it?
The multiple countries targeted are all hosting American bases. So Iran will argue they're not targeting those countries, they're targeting the bases. Now, the countries are not going to be happy about that because already, for example, in Abu Dhabi, one person described as an Asian national has died. That could be an Indian, Pakistani, whatever an Asian national is. And that could be something which has nothing to do with an American military base. We have a very incomplete picture. I was watching television till a few minutes ago, till I came down, the international channels, and I don't think people have a great idea of what's going on. Yeah. And I don't think that in any case, the outcome of what has happened, people know missiles are flying here and there. We have a pretty clear idea that the Americans have targeted the two leaders in Iran, as well as the ballistic missile sites, and that Iran in turn wants to use ballistic missiles to hit back at these targets. There have been reports on international channels that some missiles were intercepted in midair. There was apparently some dramatic footage of a missile being intercepted above Doha, Qatar. Another story of one being intercepted above Jordan, which is on its way to Israel, I'm assuming, and yet another about Israel. So all we're getting is these sporadic, dramatic stories. You know the breaking news culture better than I do, Megha. But though the news is broken, what else is broken remains to be found out.
Absolutely, Dr. Tharoor. But you would say that it's too early for us to try and understand if these countries will eventually get involved in this, because cities are being targeted, cities are within these countries.
Look, cities are being targeted, and cities where Indians live in large numbers. As soon as the news broke out, I contacted the foreign secretary at the MEA and asked why no advisories had gone out immediately. He said they were being prepared. So I've issued a tweet saying that all Indian nationals will be receiving advisories in these various Gulf countries. My common sense advice tells me that they should stay away from American military bases and hunker down. I mean, what more can they do? Yeah. At this stage, there are other frustrations. We have, for example, all the flights across the Gulf coming to India have been cancelled. Emirates has cancelled their flights. Qatar Airlines cancelled their flights. Turkish Airlines has cancelled their flights. There's a lot of cancellations taking place. And people are already being affected in that sense. There will therefore be interruptions in travel, in commerce, in normal relations. And because Indians are represented in such large numbers in the Gulf, we have 4 to 7 million people depending on where, I think you're looking at something that cannot leave India unaffected and Indians unaffected. So we have to watch it very carefully.
Watch it carefully. So the theme of this conclave is the New World Order. And you've argued recently that the international law has been reduced to just a polite fiction.
Yeah.
That's how you've described it.
Yeah.
And you've said that this new rule, then if you have to follow this rule, then nothing stops Russia from treating Ukraine as a historical correction.
That's right.
Or India or China using perhaps might is right policy in their neighborhood.
But that's the example that has been set for us by the others. Russia marches into Ukraine because they have the strength to do so. America decapitates the Venezuelan regime because they can. Now, America and Israel are attacking Iran without a proximate casus belli. I mean, the whole logic in the old days was you have a right to self-defense. But if you want to look at the classic principles of the UN, and what was upheld, including in our Panchsheel and other international doctrines, what were they? Sanctity of states, the sovereignty of states, the respect for the UN Charter, the inviolability of borders, the inadmissibility of the use of force to settle international disputes, the unacceptability of initiating conflict. All of these things, one after the other, had just been tossed aside, thrown to the winds. Increasingly, since the Iraq war of 2003, there have been violation after violation. Today, as Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, pointed out in Davos, I mean, the fact is that to some degree, international law always required a certain level of hypocrisy. Now that hypocrisy has been cast to the winds. If the people who are the guardians of international law are the ones violating it, then what is left? As I wrote in one of my articles, the only rule now appears to be that there are no rules, in which case, You don't calculate anymore, am I violating international law? Am I violating a border? Am I violating sovereignty? You just ask, can I afford the cost of hitting them? Can they hit me back? How badly can they hit me back? And as long as they can, this is the law of the bully in the schoolyard. This is the law of the jungle as well. And that's what we're living with today.
In that case, the turmoil that you're describing, and actually the turmoil that we are living in today's day, what should be the main objective of India's foreign policy, and how do you suggest we should go about achieving that target of ours?
Well, look, I think what we are trying to do, and I think it's the right thing to do, is to dance very carefully on a tightrope, not take sides with anybody or against anybody in any of these conflicts, but at the same time, keep our lines of communication open everywhere and do whatever we can to protect our people and our national interests. This is the core approach that we have to follow. Okay. So if you look at something like the Ukraine war, we never condemned Russia. I was against that. I spoke in Parliament against it. But you can see that the merits of that approach, where we have our Prime Minister going to Moscow one day and hugging Mr. Putin, and 2 weeks later going to Kiev and hugging Mr. Zelensky. I mean, there are not too many people who can do that and get away with it. We've done it. Similarly with Israel and the Arab world, the Arab foreign ministers were all in Delhi 2 weeks before Mr. Modi went to Israel. So, we're trying to keep communications open with all sides. We have close relations with some of the Arab countries, particularly in the Gulf. And we have obvious challenges in our neighborhood. I mean, last year, what we saw at the time of Operation Sindoor was a concerted effort by Pakistan and China together, which we can't overlook. But it was only 4 days. We've come out of it. But we draw lessons from all of this. Bottom line, we are a country that is focused on our growth, our development, our trade, our well-being and prosperity of our people, our new technology. We have no interest in being dragged into warfare, either in our neighborhood or in larger circles, larger forums elsewhere in the world. I think, as far as I can tell, and I'm not in the government, don't forget, my view is that the Indian government will try and stay out of trouble as to the extent possible, but try and keep doors and windows open to all parties in all of these issues.
Just curious, since you mentioned Russia, US, at the time of the SCO, whatever happened around that time, sir, when we were slapped at 50% tariff, and all of a sudden we decided we wanted to go and shake hands, which Putin was there.
That wasn't a sudden decision. It actually had been planned all along. The SCO invitations are issued months in advance.
But we were not sure if the Prime Minister is going to make it. The clarity happened after the 50%.
I'm sure that the decision that the PM would go, and the manner in which he conducted himself, and the photo ops that were engineered, all of those were to send a signal, and that signal was clearly received where it was intended to be, because we've seen what happened thereafter in terms of Washington's willingness to rethink the 50%. Exactly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, sir. So, the growing unilateralism that we are now seeing in the world and the erosion of multilateralism. In fact, you, one of the institutions, United Nations, where you worked for 29 long years, do you think that it's now actually getting very irrelevant? It has no control over anything that's happening across the world. And do you think that the smaller organizations, maybe BRICS, G20, it's time that those are going to replace what UN once used to do?
I know that's a tempting analysis. It's a little more complicated than that, Megha. First of all, the UN is not only the Security Council on Peace and Security. If you look at the Security Council and its role in upholding international peace and security, I agree with you that the UN has become essentially irrelevant to a very great extent. If you look at the fact that they were pretty much irrelevant when it came to the recent conflicts in Syria, in Libya, in Ukraine, and now in Gaza, and now, of course, in Iran too. I mean, what can they do? The US has a veto and they're sitting on the Security Council, just as the Russians had a veto when Ukraine came up. The Council will be helpless when a permanent member decides to do what it wants to do. So to that degree, on peace and security, the UN is, I'm afraid, currently irrelevant. And it will remain irrelevant as long as the permanent members are divided, or as long as one or more permanent member decides to do what it wants to do. The others are not able to stop it because it has a veto. Having said that, the UN is more than that. The UN has a convening power on global issues that has served the world well since 1945. Everything from decolonization to disarmament to issues of of development. The conference is convened on everything from the environment to human rights to urbanization to you name it, wildlife, all sorts of issues. The UN is the one forum that can bring all the countries of the world together. So when people talk about let's scrap the UN, it's no use, I'm reminded of a wonderful old story that used to be told by a late Soviet ambassador to the UN in the early 60s, a man called Yakub Malik. And he would always say, whenever I hear this about the UN being useless and so on, he says, I'm reminded of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. When Adam finds one day that Eve is becoming indifferent to him, and Adam says to Eve, Eve, is there someone else? You ask that question, just as there was no one in the Garden of Eden apart from Adam, there is nothing in the world apart from the UN. There is no other platform that brings every single country together on one forum where they can actually talk to each other, meet, convene, discuss. And that is an indispensable role. So I would preserve the UN at the very least just to have a forum where everyone can come together. Churchill's old line about war is worse than jaw. Let them talk. They move their jaws, but let them not fight. Now they are fighting, but they can talk about everything else. And I think, as my late boss Kofi Annan used to say, the world is full of problems without passports. There is problems that cross all frontiers uninvited and that no one country or group of countries can solve on their own. And therefore, you need a forum where you can tackle these global problems. Environment, nobody can fence their own climate off in the sky. It's a common issue. We have to deal with it commonly. That sort of thing. So the bottom line that I would say is, preserve the UN. It's been through dark times before, it'll come out of them. And right now we're going through a particularly bad time. And of course, Mr. Trump's Board of Peace for Gaza, he's often made statements suggesting it'll kind of supplant the UN, the UN Security Council as a peacemaking forum around the world, not just in Gaza. And I don't think that every country in the world is signing up for that.
But so you would still agree that it's safe to conclude that as far as the conflicts across the world are concerned, UN has terribly failed in containing that.
I mean, the truth is, currently it has. Look, there have been success stories and there have been failures. But by and large, there's a very simple formula to assess them. Where the members of the Security Council can agree and where the permanent members don't directly have a vested interest, the UN has been hugely effective in stopping all sorts of wars, including the earlier Middle East wars and so on. And it's been very effective in Africa, Latin America, and in Southeast Asia, Cambodia, East Timor, and Namibia. I can name a number of examples of conflicts in my own time at the UN where the UN was effective. It's won a couple of Nobel Peace Prizes for its effectiveness. So don't write off the mechanism because currently it is indeed ineffective.
Okay. All right. So what do you think about India joining Pax Silica, sir?
I think that's a very good thing. You see, when Pax Silica was first announced and India wasn't in it, I thought that was bad news.
Okay.
Because the whole idea was they were trying to create a mechanism, an international coalition, targeting the world of technology in the dawning AI era. And for us not to be part of that would really have been a setback. Now that we're in it, I see us very much as part of the construction of an alternative supply chain in technology that is going to be indispensable for us to be part of.
Okay. So, we talk about America, we talk about Europe. America has always had its sense of exceptionalism. And Europe is currently rediscovering its unity despite the bitter wars that it is facing at this moment. But in all of this, where do you see India standing with its newfound aspiration of wanting to be a Vishwaguru, which is what the Prime Minister very often talks about?
Yeah, I'm not big on the Vishwaguru label. I'd
You're
rather
not,
think
or are
of
you?
being a Vishwabandhu, being a friend to all, which has traditionally been our approach and which is consistent with what the government is really doing. They're trying to be friendly, as I said, with both Israel and the Arabs, both with Russia and Ukraine, both with America and China, and in their own ways.
How many world leaders can really pull this off? Be in Ukraine one day, in Russia the other day.
There you are.
Okay, so what's your assessment of the Prime Minister then in that context, if I were to ask?
No, so in that context, I would say what he did was a very, very wise thing. Had he not gone to Ukraine after going to Russia, he would have positioned himself and India in one corner of the conflict. By going to Ukraine as well, he managed to balance it, and he has not, in the process, antagonized the Russians, because it was well after his visit to Ukraine that President Putin came calling in Delhi. So this is India's strength, that we can manage to keep that Vishwabandhu role with everybody. And that's something that I would support.
Okay. So let me ask you this, that if you were still serving as India's external affairs minister, how would you have dealt with President Donald Trump's absolutely inexplicable flip-flop with tariffs?
With great deal of shock and consternation, I think is the answer, because I don't think any of us saw it coming. It really came out of, the American expression came out of left field. No one was expecting it. And I think that in my case in particular, I had just been in Washington 3 weeks previously, where we had had meetings with everybody short of Mr. Trump. I met the Vice President, Mr. Vance. I met pretty much every member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and a few other senators besides. I saw a number of congressmen. I saw all the principal think tanks. I can't tell you, right across the board, we were given so much sympathy, understanding, and support for our stand on Sindoor, on terrorism, on Pakistan. To come back and suddenly have Mr. Trump 3 weeks later saying things that simply didn't match what we had heard. In fact, I can say to you openly now that in our meeting with the State Department, I was so stunned when the Deputy Secretary of State said everything that I had gone there to get him to listen to. And the ambassador and I were joking in the lift on the way down, was he reading from my talking points? So it really was that positive. I cannot tell you how positive it was. None of us had any reason to expect that we would be blindsided.
What do you think happened?
Well, I think, first of all, America is a very different system from most other countries. The president has outsized power and authority to act on his own whims, his own choices, his own prejudices, his own ideas. I mean, there is a certain idiosyncrasy there that I think, I'm trying to put it as politely as possible, that I think has unsettled lots of other countries as well before us and will undoubtedly unsettle others after us.
Let me ask you then, I want to know Dr. Tharoor's assessment of the President Donald Trump, Dr. Tharoor's assessment of the man Donald Trump.
Unpredictable, unfiltered, what more can I say? He's like an unfiltered coffee. The truth is, look, this is a gentleman who obviously has enormous amounts of power. And any government has to deal with that reality. I think you have to accept that you can't, in any case, have your own way with somebody who is a law unto himself. Yeah. And you just have to adjust as best you can. I thought India handled itself pretty wisely in, what did we do? We did not overreact publicly. There were no overt condemnations of what the Americans had done. Instead,
we were restrained.
There was a certain amount of resilience in our response, but equally, we started dramatically multiplying our alternatives. Yeah. The free trade agreement with the UK followed. The free trade agreement with the EU was expedited. Another one was signed with Oman. Another one was signed with New Zealand. Now we're talking about even the US coming back to another free trade agreement. So this is a way of showing, look, we will make up. If the Americans are going to deprive us of a good chunk of our market, $45 billion worth of exports, well, we will try and find those 45 billion in some other market somewhere else. And that, I think, is the right, mature response. And it may have contributed to the Americans coming back and saying, let's talk. And the talking seems to have resulted, at least in principle, in a framework agreement. There are many things we can criticize in that. And I myself in Parliament have pointed out that there's too much of a commitment by India upfront to purchase American items without a corresponding guarantee from the American side. But these are things we can quibble about in detail. At least they've come back to the table after this rather shocking sort of 50% slap across the face.
That brings me into the topic of Russian oil. And do you think that India today finds itself in a catch-22 situation, sir, when it comes to our energy security? And also, let me add here, had you been in the government today, what would you have done, sir? Because we keep asking Dr. Jaishankar, and you know the kind of response. Then there's no response at all. No. I mean, you just keep going in circles and circles. You don't get a clear answer.
No, Jay is very good at answering and knowing how to answer without answering.
Not on this topic.
But all I can say is that ultimately the purchase decisions are actually made by companies. And the American sanctions were de facto not being applied on companies that were importing Russian oil until Mr. Trump suddenly decided it was going to apply. Now, at that point, if you are an Indian company that's refining oil in India, and you want to sell the products of your refinery to countries around the world, in Western Europe, in America, and so on. And they say that if you buy oil from Russia, we will not only not buy your refined products, we will sanction you. What is your interest in continuing? Because you as a company have to remain viable in the international marketplace. Therefore, I think that any Indian company facing that reality will be very reluctant to get itself into that
That's
kind
exactly
of
what happened, because those companies in Russia got sanctioned, and so the Indian companies backed out.
dialed down dramatically. It takes time because a lot of these oil contracts are established 2-3 months in advance. So it's not that they can switch off the spigot overnight. But I would say that in the course of these last few months, you've seen a perceptible decline in Indian companies importing Russian oil. And I suspect that decline will continue until such time, as long as the sanctions exist, I don't see us buying a lot. The same thing happened with Iran, and I might add happened with Venezuela earlier. Look at our imports from Venezuela up to 2017. We were buying a lot of Venezuelan oil. Suddenly the Americans sanctioned Venezuelan oil. Boom, it came down very fast and ended up at zero. Same with Iranian oil. And one day, if Russian oil is going off the market, Venezuelan oil has come back. So now we're going to buy from Venezuela and we're going to shut down Russian. I mean, this is unfortunately a measure of the power that America has by its capacity to sanction others. Everyone wants to do some business with America. And if America is going to sanction you, your business becomes unviable.
Pretty much helpless we are, aren't we?
But this is, frankly, the might is right world that we are living in.
Well, okay, Dr. Tharoor, now let me get a little closer home. Since India's independence, the nation has grappled with intractable border disputes with two nuclear-armed neighbors, China and Pakistan. And frankly, we've really not been able to solve those problems. There have been multiple wars that we faced. So I want to understand, maybe just pick your brain a little. Tell me, I mean, these problems have gone on for decades, sir. Do you really see a practical solution in the offing anywhere?
Sadly, no. And I'm frankly disappointed by the fact that there is no movement. I mean, it's been 78 years since independence, and we still have two unsettled borders. That, to my mind, is deeply troubling. I've spoken to some Chinese. In fact, at one time, some years ago, the Chinese were pretending that they were willing to settle. It was us who were unwilling to settle. Today, there's not even that pretense anymore. I was chatting, for example, to Professor Yan, who was here, and he clearly indicates that Beijing has no interest in settling. They'd like to have, frankly,
an unsettled issue with its
border
neighbor.
they can use to keep us off balance from time to time. And his comment was, when I said, listen, when this border problem is solved, everything else becomes possible. He said, we have no border problems with America. We still have problems with America. So, I mean, the fact is, merely settling the border problem with India will not make everything good with India. So why should we solve the problem? I'm being very unfair to paraphrase it so dramatically, but we're running out of time. So I thought I will tell you that. That's basically the thrust.
We are not running out of time, and I'm not going to follow that clock here.
Okay.
So yeah, we
I
have
still
more
have a
time,
flight
sir.
to catch them. But anyway, let me just say that if you look at this objectively, the Chinese do not seem to want to settle the border in a hurry. They have been taking the line for some time that let's leave it for future generations to settle, by which I think they shrewdly calculated one generation ago that they were going to get richer and stronger and more powerful until the day would come and they could dictate a settlement and India would be in no position to argue. That was their calculation, and so far that's the way they're going. We, on the other hand, have every interest in settling because we needlessly are tying down an enormous amount of resources in preserving our territory in an area, in many areas where they're nibbling away at it. Now, with Pakistan, the situation, you may have listened to the conversation today between our two intelligence chiefs, retired intelligence chiefs, ours and the Pakistanis. And when I'm trying to push them, can we imagine a settlement that doesn't involve any change in territory? It's difficult to get a straight answer from the Pakistanis because they cannot relinquish their long-standing claim that Kashmir should belong to them from the days of partition. We're never going to give it to them. It's very clear. So is there a solution possible? I mean, I would like to think we can, and we apparently came very close in the Musharraf-Manmohan Singh back-channel negotiation. Didn't happen. Will we be able to revive it? Who knows? Because every time we try and talk peace with Pakistan, some terrorist attack happens, and the authorities in Pakistan seem unable or unwilling to prevent it. And so we go back to square one again.
Okay. I'll ensure that you don't miss your flight, but give me a little more time with you. And I'm getting now to an area of my liking, Dr. Tharoor. Now, you know, in the past few months, you've been often accused of being BJP's favorite congressman. Okay,
Only
that's,
on one
that's
issue.
how it is.
On
Huh?
one issue, I think there was some.
No. From Operation Sindoor, starting from Operation
that's the
Sindoor,
issue.
going on to the AI summit, sir. Going to the AI summit. I mean, Rahul Gandhi is there calling those guys who are being arrested for that shirtless protest. He's calling them mere babbar sher. And you are there praising the AI summit. So clearly, I mean, you keep contradicting your party's stand. I want to understand, are you providing a constructive opposition? Are you building a bridge for future crossing over to the BJP?
Listen, I mean, I think I have such a long paper trail. I'm surprised you would ask this question. I published my first book in 1981. I've had a consistent view.
You're getting closer to the BJP.
No. Look, my views have literally not changed. You can pick up any of my old books and see what I've talked about. I've consistently believed in a robust defense. I've consistently believed in a robust and strong independent foreign policy. I have consistently written and articulated a vision of India as a diverse civilization, which people of every religious background, every community, every language, every state have an equal stake and equal rights. I have never deviated from any of these principles. As far as economics were concerned, I was openly a Swatantra Party supporter. That is, I was in favor of laissez-faire economics along with social justice. Openly on civilizational issues, I have stood behind my Hindu faith, but as one that embraces an acceptance of all other faiths in our society. All of this has been consistent. I've written books to prove it. And the point is, if no one reads in our culture, what can I do?
No. Every time Prime Minister goes out of the way to praise you, of course, everybody gets talking.
No, listen, I mean, I am grateful when people are willing to see any merit in me, whoever they are, whether it's on that side or this side. And I'm not comfortable or happy if my party should feel somehow undermined by anything I've said or done. But do remember, in Parliament, I have never deviated from a party line. When I'm asked my personal opinion in a forum like this, I give it. But I stress it's a personal opinion. And I have no objection when the party hastens to say that's his personal opinion, because I've never pretended it's anything else. It is a personal opinion. I'm not a spokesman for the party.
You had a long discussion, a meeting with Rahul Gandhi pretty recently. What was the conversation all about?
Look, there's no point having a closed-door conversation if I'm going to talk about it on media, but it was a good conversation that in many respects cleared the air on any misunderstandings that might exist on both sides. And were
you able to clear them?
We concluded we were on the same page and we are moving ahead. I've got elections coming up in
You
my
have
home state.
elections, of course.
And I'm very busy campaigning there. I was just inaugurating a major halt in the yatra of my leader of the opposition in Kerala.
So I have to ask you, in the context of your upcoming election, Dr. Tharoor, you very recently stated that there is no question of me being the CM candidate. Hence, my question to you, Dr. Tharoor, is that, and you actually went on to say that my responsibility is towards Thiruvananthapuram. However, sir, just last year, you personally amplified a public survey on your social media handle that showed you as the most popular choice for the Chief Minister's post in Kerala. Dr. Tharoor, if you're truly just a humble MP, why would you do that?
Because somebody sent it to me, and what did I do? I just quote tweeted it with a namaskar. I didn't say a word. Did I say anything? Did I say this is my great ambition and passion? No. I just did a namaskar. You can interpret that as a namaskar.
Okay, so how should we interpret it? I'm asking you.
As an acknowledgement of something at a particular moment, a snapshot in time.
Why are you keeping yourself out of the race?
First of all, because I'm not an MLA, I'm an MP.
That's all right. That can be fixed.
No, not necessarily. And secondly, frankly, I mean, I think it's time to understand that in a party like the Congress, some decisions are not really in the capacity of any individual politician. They're made by the high command. The party has a high command culture. And it'll be foolish of anyone to project their own individual interests because they have no real say in the end as to what the high command decides.
Okay. All right, Dr. Tharoor, I will now wrap it up. Another 2 minutes. But Kerala now officially becomes Keralam. This added Dr. Tharoor, do you think that fixes anything for the state?
No, it doesn't. Honestly, you know, the state has been asking for bread, it got a suffix instead. I mean, it's really, we've been deploring. In fact, I already wrote a few pieces about invisible Kerala. I complained in my budget speech in Parliament about how completely my state has been neglected by the union government and the budget. We have been waiting. They promised an AIMS 12 years ago. We still haven't got it.
Though when I asked the finance minister, she said something that she's done for the coconut growers. And she said, oh, that really touches the masses in Kerala. She said that to me.
Well, she didn't mention Kerala in her speech. We've got to see the fine print and see where these coconut... The only thing where Kerala was mentioned was on a turtle trail. So the turtles of Kerala may have reason to be happy, but as far as the human beings are concerned, whether it's coconut growers, cashew growers, spice growers, rubber growers, there's lots of anxiety right across all these sectors in Kerala. The coastal people are facing the crisis of coastal erosion. No central funds have been forthcoming. Our public health has been waiting for an AIMS. Nothing has come. None of those things have been granted. But when the state government asks for a wasteful and pointless and empty symbolism of a change of name, central government is happy to grant it because it costs them nothing. They can have an easy win. And here we have the state government going around parading it as a great victory. What is the point? What is the victory? The only people who are going to benefit from this are sign painters, letterhead printers, people who are going to add an M everywhere. I mean, the whole thing, I started first making fun of it. But then I wrote a fairly angry public piece saying, I mean, this is empty political symbolism without any genuine substance, and that completely begs the issue of the real needs of the state of Kerala, which have been ostentatiously ignored by the central government.
Okay.
And now don't ask me about why I'm going to cross over to that same central government.
So that question's not going to go. I'm promising you that it's not going to go, perhaps till until you actually cross over. But Dr. Tharoor, let me wrap it up with a rapid fire now. So these are the questions that come your way. If you had to debate one leader in Hindi in Parliament, who would you want that face to be?
Anybody from the DMK, because I'm sure my Hindi will be better than theirs.
Imagine you had to conduct a one-day English speaking class for politicians inside the Parliament. Which three politicians would you want seated in the front row?
Oh, I would want people whom I can also learn from. So someone like a Mohua Moitra to learn how to be feisty in English. Someone like Piyush Goyal to teach us how, when you're asked a question in English, he knows how to reply in Hindi. And any number of BJP ministers who can speak in English at great length without actually saying anything.
And I thought you're going to pick people who do not know how to speak English so that you tutor them. And if you want to pick such three faces, would it be?
No, I have
Can I suggest few?
I have no pretensions of being a tutor. I'm still a student. I still want to learn.
Okay. So you've already written a book, Why Am I a Hindu? But given the kind of politics that you're currently doing, sir, is your next book going to be titled, Why Am I in Congress?
It'll be a very short book, my dear Megha, because honestly, the Congress is the party that comes closest to my lifelong convictions. There may be slight differences of opinion on some issues, but core, I mean, the core idea of India that the Congress upholds has been the idea that not only have I upheld, but I've written about and talked about for more than 4 or 5 decades. How can I find any other party that echoes that vision of my country?
If the Prime Minister were to offer you, Dr. Tharoor, please cross over to our side, what would you say?
I'd say to him very politely, listen, I'll be very happy to support you when you do good work, as I have done.
But you would decline the offer,
But I would decline joining the BJP because honestly, and I'm sure that they would not want me to join them. It's a media fantasy, this thing. They know what I've said and criticized them for.
It's clearly not a media fantasy, sir.
No,
it isn't. There's no smoke without fire, sir, please. So, okay, let's move.
Have you seen cigarettes?
If you were to become the Congress president, what would be the very first change or the new rule you'd introduce at the AICC headquarters the moment you take charge?
Well, look, I did run for Congress president, so I've already said what it would be. It would be decentralization. I would say that the only decision for the states that we need to make is to choose the local PCC president, thereafter make him or her accountable and let them choose their people, let them choose their district Congress leaders. It's absurd to me that DCC presidents are being vetted in Delhi. How would we know who's doing effective work in the grassroots? We must empower the grassroots. That's been my message throughout.
Why haven't you been able to drill all of this into Rahul Gandhi's head?
I think I have made my case. Who wants to listen and to what degree they want to agree is up to them.
So they don't listen to you at all?
Listen, don't put words in my mouth, Nick. I mean, come on.
Okay, going ahead, memorizing the most difficult word in the dictionary or understanding the decisions of the Congress High Command, which is harder?
No, neither is very hard. I mean, let's face it. Memorizing difficult words in dictionary, I don't actually need to look up the dictionary.
You don't need to,
I
actually.
come across the words elsewhere. But when it comes to understanding the decisions is not the problem, because the logic of the decisions is clear. I think the worry many people have in the party is the opportunity to participate in the formulation of those decisions, is whether various views are always taken into account. But certainly the decisions always follow an understandable logic. So understanding is not a problem.
Okay. Finally, what's the real secret behind your female following? Is it both on social media and in real life? I'm asking, is it your Tharoorian English or is it your intellectual swag or something else that we don't know?
Look, ask the women. If there is a female following, ask them about it. Look, I mean, the only thing I can say is that somehow, I think the one thing I do differently, perhaps, from many men I've observed in our society is I actually listen to women with respect. I mean, I don't actually treat them as objects, as unfortunately some people sometimes seem to do. I listen to them. I'm interested in what they have to say. I genuinely take pleasure in their company, and I perhaps communicate that instinctively when I'm around them. Beyond that, whatever else it is, only they can tell you.
Yeah, I think you are the wrong person for me to ask this question. But if that is all that makes them get smitten to you, sir, I'm doubting that. Okay, now my final 30 seconds with you. One word for these 5 people that I'm now going to name. Donald Trump.
Unpredictable, unfiltered, I already answered that.
Dr. Jaishankar.
Hyper-realist. He is a realist foreign minister.
Rahul Gandhi.
Resilient. He's taken a lot of knocks and he's still standing and moving. With
Narendra Modi.
I think performative, theatrical, but effective.
Finally, Kerala, for you.
Home.
Home. Dr. Tharoor, thank you so much. Such a
Not for
delight.
me.
Such a delight to have you here. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And since Dr. Tharoor really has to be on his way, I'd like to quickly invite on stage Akash Mishra, ABP Marketing Donier, Naresh Raheja, General Manager Marketing, State Bank of India, and Rajneesh Ahuja, Executive Vice President News Production, ABP News. Thank you very much, Dr. Tharoor. He is, as Megha said, always a delight to listen to, whether he is in the chair of the guest or the moderator. He has such a nuanced perspective. We always come away enriched. Thank you so much, Dr. Tharoor. There is a beautiful hamper being handed over to him as well by the gift studio. एक बार तालियां हो जाए दोस्तों. Thank you so much, Dr. Tharoor. Thank you very much. दोस्तों हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और रुक कर रहे हैं एक बार फिर बॉलीवुड का. बॉलीवुड में कहा जाता है अक्सर कि बाहर वालों के लिए दरवाजे बंद होते हैं, पर जो हमारे अगले गेस्ट हैं, जो हमारे बीच बैठे हुए हैं, इन्होंने सिर्फ दस्तक नहीं दी, दरवाजा ही तोड़ डाला है. From the gullies of Mumbai to the global stage, he has proven that बहुत hard मेहनत, well, उसका कोई alternative नहीं है. He is a young man who has turned a supporting role into a cultural movement. You will all remember, इन्होंने famously कहा था, जहां इनके सपने पूरे होते हैं, वहां हमारा struggle शुरू होता है. He didn't just find a seat at the table, he rewrote the rules for every outsider with a dream. To talk about making his mark and breaking the rules, please very warmly welcome on the stage the voice of the new generation, Siddhant Chaturvedi.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं दिबांग और एबीपी नेटवर्क के आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया में बेहद खास मेहमान सिद्धांत चतुर्वेदी, आपका स्वागत है।
थैंक यू सो मच। पहले तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आप सब लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं और ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही बड़ा सौभाग्य है एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सच अ ब्यूटीफुल इंट्रोडक्शन। सर, मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि मेरे पिताजी बहुत बड़े फैन हैं आपके, तो जब उन्हें पता चला कि आप मेरा इंटरव्यू ले रहे हैं तो वो बहुत एक्साइटेड भी हो गए और थोड़े नर्वस भी हो गए कि बेटा सब सही बोलना, ठीक ठाक बोलना। तो मैं
नहीं
देखते हैं फिर।
हाँ, नहीं अच्छी बातचीत होगी। मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि सीए की पढ़ाई कर रहे थे आप,
जी सर,
है ना, बॉम्बे से इतनी दूर बैठकर, और फिर टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया फ्रेश फेस
जी सर
का आपको में चुना गया,
जी सर।
और एक तरीके से पता नहीं आपके ख्वाबों को पर लग गए या एक उछाल आया, क्या हुआ? उसके बाद आपने पढ़ाई छोड़ दी, आपने पूरा नहीं किया वो कोर्स?
जी सर, ऐसा था कि शुरुआत में जहाँ से मैं आता हूँ वो सपने जो देखना होता है वो कहीं ना कहीं उसकी इजाज़त नहीं होती कि बड़े सपने कि बॉलीवुड में हीरो बनना, ना कोई आगे ना कोई पीछे, कोई बैकिंग नहीं। तो मेरे पापा का, पिताजी का ये हमेशा कहना था कि पहले पढ़ाई पूरी कर लो। मैं नहीं चाहता कि अगर यहाँ कुछ अगर ना हो तो फिर तुम्हें मैंने जो तुम्हें लाइफ दी है वो एटलीस्ट वो तुम मेंटेन कर पाओगे। और पढ़ाई की उम्र है, पढ़ाई कर लो, 21 साल तक पढ़ाई कर लो, उसके बाद तुम्हें जो करना है करना। एक एटलीस्ट ऑप्शन रहेगा, एक फॉल बैक रहेगा तुम्हारे पास। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है पापा, कर लेता हूँ, तो बीकॉम कर लेता हूँ। तो कहा कि नहीं बेटा, बीकॉम से क्या होगा, बीकॉम करो। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है पापा, बीकॉम और एमबीए कर लेता हूँ। उन्होंने बीकॉम और एमबीए से क्या होगा, बीकॉम और चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी करो। मैंने कहा पापा 21 साल की एज तक फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में सारी चीजें क्लियर करना मजाक नहीं है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि बेटा जो तुम सोच रहे हो ना, जहां तुम्हें पहुंचना है वो भी मजाक नहीं है। सो प्रूव योरसेल्फ, शो मी दैट यू रियली वांट दैट so bad, and you have to do something which you don't like or you're not fitting in. That's only when I know कि your passion for what you want to do is real. So मेरे लिए कहीं ना कहीं वो एक टेस्ट था। तो मैंने बीकॉम अपने 12th के साथ सीपीटी दिया, आईपीसीसी किया बीकॉम के साथ, और सीए फाइनल की तैयारी, 2 साल का इंटर्नशिप होता है, वो किया। उसी दौरान मेरे कॉलेज का आखिरी साल था, फ्रेश फेस एक इवेंट हुआ करता था। मैं वैसे डांस और शादियों में, मुंडन में बचपन से डांस वगैरह का शौक था, तो कहा कि एक बार पार्टिसिपेट करके देखो। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है। तो तब तक क्या है कि पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करके थोड़ा मतलब बाल बड़े बड़े हो गए थे, हल्की हल्की जो दाढ़ियां फूट रही थी यहाँ से, और थोड़ा सा पेट निकल गया था वो पढ़ाई कर करके, 14 घंटे पढ़ाई करके। तो मेरे पास 2 महीने थे, 2 महीने में मैंने तैयारी की, अपना गाना वाना बनाया और मैंने फ्रेश फेस में पार्टिसिपेट किया। वहां मैं पहले तो कॉलेज से जीत गया मिठी भाई से, उसके बाद मुंबई लेवल पे जीत गया, उसके बाद नेशनल लेवल पे जीता मैं जब, तो फ्रंट पेज पे बॉम्बे टाइम्स और टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया के मेरी फोटो आई थी। सुशांत सिंह राजपूत थे और जैकलिन फर्नांडिस थी। और वो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे मेरे पापा को भी कॉन्फिडेंस आया, मुझे भी आया कि यार इस कुछ कर सकता हूँ मैं। तो फिर वही वो पेपर को मैंने लैमिनेट कराया और उसके बाद मैंने कहा कि देखो पापा, सीए फाइनल तक तो मैं पहुंच गया हूँ, अगर कुछ नहीं हुआ तो हमेशा बस एग्जाम दे दूंगा, प्रोफेशनल एग्जाम है, कभी भी अगर ऐसी कोई नौबत आई तो अभी मुझे थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लोर करने दीजिए। तो फिर उसी से मैं फिर ऑडिशन की लाइनों में लगना शुरू कर गया, वो पेपर का कटआउट लेके।
तो एक तो आपने बताया कि आप डांस करते रहे और डांस करते हैं, तो एक तो वो एक रास्ता खुल गया हमारा डांस का, हम वो डांस बाद में देखेंगे। पर फिर आपने जो पहला काम किया एक तरीके से जिसके बारे में बात कर सकते हैं, वो है लाइफ सही है। क्या सही था उसमें?
देखिए उस टाइम लाइफ तो ऐसी थी कि सही नहीं जा रही थी। 3 साल हो गए थे सीए छोड़े हुए और काम मिल नहीं रहा था, तो कई बार ऐसे लगता था कि यार कर ही लेता हूँ पूरा। किताबें दिखती थी, किताबें फेंकी नहीं थी मैंने, किताबें सीए फाइनल की वहीं पड़ी होती थी मेरे शेल्फ पे। तो मेरे पास एक ऑप्शन था कि यार जब नहीं मिलता था काम, रोज तो ऑडिशन होते नहीं है, तो मैं किताबें देखता था, यार पढ़ ही लूं क्या। तो उस टाइम ऐसा हो गया था कि यार एक कुछ मिल जाए तो पहला मुझे ब्रेक उसमें मिला, एक छोटा सा, तब ओटीटी शुरू नहीं हुआ था, वेब शो कुछ भी, एक यूट्यूब पे मिनी सीरीज थी। तो मैंने कहा कि यार इसमें मैं कर लेता हूँ। तो किरदार प्ले किया था, 4 लड़कों की कहानी थी, वो काफी हिट हो गया, यूट्यूब पे काफी चल गया वो। 5 एपिसोड ही थे उसके, और फिर उससे थोड़ा सा और कॉन्फिडेंस आया कि यार कुछ किया जा सकता है, और वो की मैंने। उसके बाद मेरा था यार लेकिन फिल्म करनी है यार, सिनेमा कब मिलेगा, काम कब मिलेगा। तो फिर मैंने फिर वापस वही संघर्ष, फिर 2-3 साल लग गया उसके पहले, इनसाइड एज के पहले।
हाँ, और इनसाइड एज की जो पार्टी थी उससे एक तरीके से रास्ता खुला इनसाइड एज की पार्टी से।
जी सर, वो कहानी ऐसी, मतलब क्या बताऊं आपको, ये लंबी कहानी है, मैं बताता हूँ आपको, लेकिन शॉर्ट में कैसे बताएं, क्या टाइमर लगाओ। अच्छा, एनीवे देखिए, तो ऐसा था कि मुझे लाइफ सही है मिल गई थी। उसके बाद मैं फिर लग गया कि यार कुछ मिल जाए, इनसाइड एज मिल गया। इनसाइड एज में क्रिकेटर का रोल प्ले किया था मैंने, और उसके बाद अब ये 4-5 4 साढ़े 4 साल बीत चुके थे इस चीज में। कई बार मैं फिल्मों में सिलेक्ट होता था और रातों रात मुझे निकाल दिया जाता था। तो एक बार ऐसा भी हो गया था कि बहुत पहले मेरे घर में कोई शादी थी मेरे भाई की, मैं जा नहीं पाया था। क्योंकि मेरा था कि मैं वेट कर रहा था स्क्रीन टेस्ट देके शायद प्रोड्यूसर बुला ले, तो मैं रुक गया था। मैंने कहा मम्मी पापा को कि आप लोग जाइए शादी में, मैं वेट करता हूँ, और वो नहीं हुआ काम। तो मैंने जाके अपने बाल शेव कर लिए, क्योंकि मैं उसी किरदार में था, मेरा उठना बैठना उसी जोन में चल रहा था। तो जब इनसाइड एज हुआ और वो थोड़ा बहुत चल गया, तो उसके बाद एक और मेरे दूसरे भाई की शादी थी, तो मैं कलकत्ता में था उस समय, और तभी आया मुझे मैसेज कि इनसाइड एज की पार्टी है, आ जाना। टीम से आया था। तो मैंने कहा कि यार देखो यार, मैंने बहुत अपने घर की शादियां मिस की हैं, मैं नहीं जा रहा, मैं यहीं बारात में नाचूंगा, भाई की शादी है मेरे। तो मेरे पापा से मैंने बताया कि यार ये मुझे बुलाया गया है, तो पापा ने कहा जाओ। मैंने कहा कि क्या होगा पार्टी में जाके, क्या होने वाला है, कुछ नहीं होता, हर बार होता है, क्या है पार्टी में, तो मैं क्या ही करूंगा, ना कपड़े हैं ना कुछ है। तो कहा कि नहीं जाओ। रातों रात उन्होंने, मैंने शादी की बारात के पहले, उसके एक दिन पहले मेरे सारे भाई छोड़ने भी आए थे। उनको लगा कि यार बॉलीवुड की पार्टी है, एक्सेल एंटरटेनमेंट की पार्टी है, भाई जा रहा है, किसी को कुछ पता नहीं क्या होने वाला है। तो मैं गया, साहब छोड़ने आया एयरपोर्ट पे, मैं पहुंचा वहां पे, और जो भी कपड़े थे वो पहन के मैं उस पार्टी में गया। अब मेरा ये था यार कि मैं शादी में तो नाच नहीं पाया हूँ बारात में, तो यहाँ तो मैं मच के नाचूंगा। और मैंने वही किया, बहुत जोर से नाचा हूं मैं वहां पे, ऐसे जैसे कि पता नहीं क्या ही हो गया। उसी पार्टी में जोया अख्तर आई थी, और मैं कभी नहीं मिला था उनसे उससे पहले, और मुझे लगा मेरा शो देखा होगा, तो मैंने कहा कि मैंने ये प्ले किया। लेकिन नहीं, मैंने देखा नहीं, आज मैं फ्री थी तो मैं आ गई। मैंने बोला लो, अब मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कैसे करूं। खैर मैं अपना डांस करने लगा, उन्होंने देखा कि ये कौन लड़का है भाई, ये तो बहुत ज्यादा ही मतलब एनर्जी है इसमें। तो उन्होंने कहा कि यार तो एक पार्ट है, तुम ऑडिशन करोगे। और उनका शूट 1 महीने बाद गली बॉय का शुरू होने वाला था। वो लोग एमसी शेर ढूंढ रहे थे, एक किरदार, वो हो नहीं पाया था उनसे लॉक अभी तक। और मैं लास्ट मोमेंट वहां पे उनको मिला, उन्होंने कहा ऑडिशन दे दो। मैंने कहा कि यार ठीक है, ऑडिशन दे देता हूं मैं। और मैंने कहा कि अब मुझे ये इस फिल्म के बारे में पता था, क्योंकि ऑडिशन सर्कल में पहले ही पता होता है। तो मुझे पता था कि रणवीर सिंह और आलिया भट्ट हीरो हीरोइन है। तो मैंने कहा कि यार अब मैं क्या करूंगा इसमें, मैं बैठा हूं कि कोई हीरो बना दे यार। तो जोया ने कहा कि नहीं, एक पार्ट है। तो मैंने कहा कि मैं ऑडिशन दे देता हूँ, फिर देखते हैं कि क्या होता है। मैंने ऑडिशन दिया उसका, और फिर मुझे कॉल आ गया कि यार हमें अच्छा लगा ऑडिशन, तुम आ जाओ स्क्रीन टेस्ट, लुक टेस्ट के लिए। तो 2-3 पड़ाव थे, वो पूरा करके मैं फिर गया, और फिर लॉक हो गया। 15-20 दिन थे मेरे पास तैयारी करने के, पूरी जान लगा दी मैंने, और फिर जो हुआ वो हुआ।
और उसमें आप रैप
जी सर,
करते हैं, और आप वैसे भी आप कविता लिखते हैं, और उन कविताओं को एक तरीके से रैप में सुनाते हैं, और आप लिखते हैं, सुनाते हैं, ऑडियंस भी है, ताली भी बजा रही है। तो आपको सुनाना चाहिए कि नहीं सुनाना चाहिए? कुछ लाइनें सुना दीजिए।
देखिए, मैं जो लिखता था वो तो मैंने प्यार मोहब्बत में कविताएं लिखी थी। तो वो रैप जो होता है वो थोड़ा सा गली बॉय टाइप वाला, वो जोन नहीं था मेरा। मैं रोमांटिक लिखता था कविताएं। लेकिन अगर आप बोल रहे हैं तो मैं कुछ मैंने अपनी जिंदगी और अपनी जर्नी के ऊपर कुछ लिखा था, वो मैं आपको सुना देता हूँ।
जरूर।
कुछ ऐसा है कि सपनों की क्या कीमत बताऊं, बस रोज कम होता उधार मेरा। देखी मैंने जिंदगी है, कुछ मेरी और कुछ तेरी है, कुछ हवा में यूं उड़ी है, कुछ जमीन पर गिरी है। धूल सी लगी है इस पे आंसुओं से फिर धुली है, फिर उठी है, फिर हुनर है लेकिन कमी है तो जेब में, और ना वजन सरनेम में। पर हम वही हैं जो कल्पना से कल अपना संवार लें, मिट्टियों के पुतलों से रंगमंच को निखार दें। सपनों की क्या कीमत बताऊं, बस रोज कम होता उधार ये। तो थैंक यू।
वाह, लोगों को पसंद आ रही है आपकी कविता। लगता है एक आध और सुनानी पड़ेगी।
बाकी सारी रोमांटिक है।
अच्छा, पर फिर एक बड़ी फिल्म आई धड़क, और धड़क में एक दलित लड़के का रोल है। ये समझना चाह रहा हूँ संक्षेप में कि किस तरह से आपने उसकी तैयारी की, किस तरह से सिद्धांत अपने कैरेक्टर्स की तैयारी करते हैं?
देखिए, जो भी किरदार मैंने अभी तक किया है, चाहे वो गली बॉय हो गया, चाहे वो गहराइयाँ, वो खो गए हम कहाँ, जिसमें स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन, तो हमेशा मैं वो किरदार चुनता हूँ जो मुझसे थोड़े से दूर हैं और अलग हैं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि मेरी लाइफ में मैं इतना इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं हूँ, तो थोड़ा मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं कुछ किरदारों के जरिए जिंदगी को समझूं। तो ये मेरे ये उसके पहले फिल्में थी, लेकिन कुछ गहराइयाँ चल गई थी, ओटीटी पे खो गए हम कहाँ, बॉक्स ऑफिस पे कुछ इतना कुछ कमाल नहीं हो पाया था, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं वो बैठ नहीं पाई थी, पैंडेमिक आ गया था, बहुत सारी चीजें इंडस्ट्री में चेंज हो गई थी, जो सिलेबस की पढ़ाई करके मैं आया था वो सिलेबस ही चेंज हो गया पूरा। बिग एक्शन फिल्म्स, साउथ इंडियन फिल्म्स, पैन इंडिया फिल्म्स वर बीइंग मेड, और एज ऑन अ न्यू कमर जल्दी इतना कोई आपको अपॉर्चुनिटीज अमाउंट नहीं करता है। तो धड़क एक ऐसे समय पे आई जब मुझे इसकी बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत थी। मैं ऐसे एक पड़ाव पे था जिंदगी में जहां पे मुझे लग रहा था कि अब अगर कुछ एक इम्पैक्टफुल नहीं आया, तो शायद मैं अब इस चीज से निष्कासित कर दिया जाऊंगा, इस चीज से बाहर कर दिया जाऊंगा, क्योंकि हर एक फिल्म जो होती है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है, बार बार आपको चांस नहीं मिलता। तो ये फिल्म आई और कहीं ना कहीं मैं रेजोनेट कर गया था कि यार ये मुझे करना है, क्योंकि आई वॉज फीलिंग कि यार मैं मिसफिट हूँ, मुझे फील हो रहा था कि यार मैं आउटसाइडर हूँ, मुझे फील हो रहा था कि यार मुझे इंक्लूड और होना है और चीजें हासिल करनी है, लेकिन मुकाम मिल ही नहीं रहा है, कोई सीट पे तो बैठा है, कोई ये मौका तो दे। तो ये मौका मुझे मिला, और नीलेश BLLB जो है, वो कहानी भी उस लड़के की वही है कि वो एक बड़े बड़े सपने लेके एक छोटी सी बस्ती में कॉलेज में आता है और चाहता है कि मुझे भी बराबरी का मौका मिले, और जो वो संघर्ष से गुजरता है उसी की कहानी है। अब इस किरदार में जो उसका पैथोस था, जो उसका इंटरनलाइजेशन था, वो काफी में रिलेटेबल था मेरे लिए। जो एक्सटर्नल चीजें थी जैसे कि कास्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, ये सारी चीजों को लेकर ये मुझे बहुत ज्यादा स्टडी करना पड़ा, मुझे बहुत ज्यादा उसके अंदर घुसना पड़ा। हालांकि मुझे इस चीज से वाकिफ था मैं, लेकिन किस हद तक ये चीजें होती हैं वो उस चीज से मैं शायद मुझे नहीं पता था कि इस हद तक इस डेप्थ में ये चीजें हैं। तो जो रिसर्च होता है, हर फिल्म का मेरा होमवर्क होता है, वही मैंने किया। मैं गया भोपाल में बस्ती में रहा, अपने गांव गया बलिया, वहां मैंने देखी बहुत सारी चीजें और बहुत ही नॉर्मलाइज हो गई थी ये सारी चीजें। तो ये सारी चीजें मैंने समझी और बातचीत की उनके साथ, उनके बीच में रहा। लेकिन मुझे एक चीज समझ में आया कि आप जितनी भी कोशिश कर लो, आप वो चीज एक पूरी हद तक समझना वो तो मुश्किल है। तो मैंने अपना जो पैथोस है, जो मुझे एज फील होता था हमेशा से, जो एंग्स्ट था मेरे अंदर, वो मैंने, और जो नीलेश का एंग्स्ट था, वो कॉमन ग्राउंड ढूंढ के जो इमोशनल वाइज वो एग्जीक्यूट करने की कोशिश की। बाकी शाज़िया इकबाल का डायरेक्शन था और उनकी लिखाई थी, तो उन्होंने डायरेक्शन किया। बाकी जो मुझसे हो सकता था, रिलेटेबिलिटी, जो मेंटल स्टेट है, इमोशनल स्टेट है, वो उस पर मैंने ज्यादा फोकस किया था सर।
आपने अपने पिताजी की बात की, उनको नमस्ते मेरी तरफ से, सलाम है। और उन्होंने आपको ये कहा, एक तरीके से सूत्रवाक दिया अपनी जिंदगी का कि जो वही काम करना जो आपको मन में करे, जिसमें मन न हो वो काम नहीं करना। और ऐसा भी बताते हैं कि वो आपकी फिल्मों में भी चले आते हैं कि ये वाली फिल्म मत करो, ये वाले ऑफर मत लो, बड़ा इंटरफेयर करते हैं आपकी लाइफ में।
नहीं, वो इंटरफेयर नहीं है, एक तरह से मैं कहूंगा कि एक क्या बोलते हैं, जैसे कि कोई चीज बनती है, जैसे एक अगर आप एक उसको ढांचा देना, एक अगर मैं फूल हूं और एक पौधा हूं, वो उग रहा है, तो उसको एक तरह से शेप देना, नहीं तो वो तो उग जाएगा किसी भी तरफ। तो उसकी थोड़ी सी उसकी छांट करना, क्योंकि क्या होता है कि उनको उम्र ज्यादा है, उनको जिंदगी की समझ ज्यादा है, सिनेमा की भी बहुत ज्यादा है, उनको बहुत फिल्में पसंद है। तो उनसे मैं डेफिनेटली हर चीज में एडवाइस तो लेता हूँ, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं हम दोनों बात करते हैं हर चीज पे, कोई भी चीज चूज करने से पहले। तो इंटरफेरेंस तो नहीं कहूंगा अभी तक, मैं कहूंगा कि ही नेवर वांटेड मी टू शॉर्ट सेल माई सेल्फ। वो मुझे कहते थे, जो एक भरोसा होता है ना, खुद पे दिलाना किसी को, क्योंकि अगर कोई कहे कि यार नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन आपको फिर लगने लगता है कि शायद नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन कोई अगर आपके आसपास और कहे कि यार नहीं हो जाएगा, मैं जानता हूं कि तुम कुछ हो और कुछ करोगे तुम, तो वो भरोसा दिलाना एक जो होता है ना, वो उनका सबसे बड़ा, इट इज मोर टू डू विथ फेथ रादर देन स्क्रिप्ट चूजिंग। जब मुझे लगता है कि यार मैं कर लेता था, जब मैं शुरू मैंने किया था, तो मुझे लगता था यार जो काम मिल जाए मैं कर लेता हूँ, लेकिन वो कहते थे नहीं रुक जाओ, टाइम है, रुक जाओ।
तो इस वजह से आपने एक आध फिल्म मना भी कर दी, एक आध कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी मना कर दिए।
जी मुझे लगा कि यार वो
कह रहे हैं तो उनकी बात मान लेते हैं।
हाँ, वो हमेशा मुझे कहते थे कि बेटा देखो,
वो चाहते थे कि शाहरुख खान का रोल मिले। वो कैसा?
देखिए चाहते तो बच्चन साहब का है वो। उनके लिए तो बेटा तो मतलब सबसे बड़ा ही होगा। तो मेरे लिए उनका जो फेथ है मेरे अंदर वो बहुत बड़ा है। तो हमेशा एक चीज कहते थे कि बेटा देखो, जो एक्टर होता है ना सोडे की बोतल की तरह होता है, अगर उसका ढक्कन खुल गया, उसका फिज निकल गया तो बस मजा खत्म, बचा के रखो। ये जो जिंदगी तुमने अभी जी नहीं है, देखी नहीं है, संघर्ष देखा नहीं है, तुम जाके कुछ भी, तुम रुको, थोड़ा ठहराव लाओ अपने अंदर, देखो अभी तुम तैयार नहीं हो, अभी तुम तैयार नहीं हो। जब तैयारी थी, गली बॉय वो ऐसे समय पे आई जब मेरे अंदर का लावा फट के बाहर आने के लिए तैयार था, जो उसमें डायलॉग भी है, इसीलिए वो इतना पर्सनल लगता है, क्योंकि वो उस से मैं गुजर रहा था उस चीज से। तो वो जो होल्ड करना होता है ना कि कब मारना है तीर, तो मेरे कहूंगा एक तरह से कृष्ण है मेरे, कि जब बता रहे हैं कि ये अब तीर चलाओ या अब रुक जाओ, तो ये जो है ना, ये गाइडेंस मुझे लगता है मेरे लिए वो कृष्ण भगवान जैसे हैं। मैं अर्जुन हूं उनका, लेकिन इंटरफेरेंस नहीं है, एक तरह से गाइडेंस मैं कहूंगा।
देख रहे हैं आपका लड़का आपके बारे में अच्छी बातें कर रहा है, घर में भी अच्छी बातें करते हैं कि घर में लड़ भी जाते हैं कभी कभी?
नहीं, घर एक आम घर क्या होता है, लड़ाई झगड़े चलता रहता, नोक झोंक चलता रहता है। कभी हम गुस्सा जाते हैं कि पापा गुस्सा जाते हैं, कभी एक आध जी प्रणाम। अभी तो होता रहता है, आगे पीछे चीजें होती रहती हैं, डिस्कशन होता है, देयर इज एन ओपन डिस्कशन, जो कि मुझे बहुत सही लगता है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि बातचीत होती है, मेरी हर सुबह उनसे शुरू होती है। हम बैठता हूँ, मैं सुबह उनके साथ चाय पीता हूँ, चाय पे चर्चा होती है देश की, सिर्फ सिनेमा की नहीं, देश की भी होती है, बहुत सारी चीजों के बारे में पता चलता है मुझे सुबह सुबह।
पर अम्मा जरूर चाहती होंगी कि रोमांटिक रहे बेटा, ऐसा हीरो। अच्छा,
मम्मी को पसंद है राजेश खन्ना। मम्मी तो तो उनको वो उनके लिए ही तो है कि यार फैमिली ओरिएंटेड रोम कॉम प्यारी सी फिल्में करो। तो इसीलिए अभी हाल ही में फिल्म आई थी दो दीवाने शहर में, जो कि बंसाली सर ने प्रोड्यूस की थी। वो मेरी मम्मी के लिए मैंने वो फिल्म की थी, क्योंकि मम्मी को बड़ा पसंद है थोड़ा सा। मम्मी के लिए तो बबुआ होना मैं, मम्मी के लिए तो वो नहीं है, पापा के लिए कि भाई। तो वो अलग डायनामिक है, जो मुझे लगता है कि मैं काफी भाग्यशाली हूँ कि मुझे दोनों का एक बैलेंस मिलता है हमेशा।
तो मम्मी कहती नहीं है कि बबुआ 32 के हो गए, अब कर लो शादी करोगे तो फिर अच्छा भी होगा, कुछ ऐसा?
नहीं, बिल्कुल कहती है मम्मी, कहती है
ईमानदारी से।
अरे बिल्कुल, मम्मी कहती है कि देखो भाई, पापा चले जाते तुम्हारे काम पे, तुम चले जाते हो एक्टिंग करने, तुम्हारा भाई बड़ा हो गया कॉलेज चला जाता है, मैं अकेले ही रह जाती हूँ घर पे, यार कुछ करो, ब्याह व्याह करो। तो मैंने कहा कि मम्मी, अगर जो शादी करके जो भी आएंगी वो भी तो काम पे जाएंगी, वो जरूरी नहीं है ना कि घर में बैठेंगी। लेकिन नहीं बेटा, वो तो जाए काम पे, लेकिन कोई खिलाने के लिए छोटा बच्चा तो हो। मैं यहाँ शादी नहीं, शादी के बाद वाली सीधे मम्मी वहां जब मर जाती कि अरे मैं खिलाऊंगी ना, वो जाए काम करें अपना। मैंने कहा कि अरे उसके लिए शादी करने की क्या जरूरत है मम्मी।
तो इस पर फादर कुछ बोलते हैं, पिताजी कुछ बोलते हैं इस बारे में? नहीं, वो चुप रहते हैं।
नहीं, ये फादर वाला है ही नहीं क्वेश्चन, फादर ऑकवर्ड हो जाते हैं।
हाँ,
या अरे वो कहते हैं कि हमारी जल्दी शादी करा दी,
हाँ।
नहीं तो करो तुम करो, जो कर रहे हो करो, कोई ठीक है। तो वो तो कहता है कि नहीं हमारी जल्दी होगी शादी, नहीं तो यार। मजाक करते हैं।
आपका ये जो सफर रहा मुंबई में, एक ऐसा सफर जिसमें बाहर वालों को लोग बहुत शक की नजर से देखते हैं, और अच्छा काम करता हो तो थोड़ी दूरी भी बना के रखते हैं। जोया अख्तर ने काफी आपको इसमें सपोर्ट दिया, या एक तरीके, हाँ ऐसा कुछ है?
जी, देखिए मैं कहूँगा कि जब मैं इस इंडस्ट्री में आया, तो सबसे पहला मेंटरशिप और गाइडेंस मुझे 3 लोगों का नाम मैं हमेशा लेता हूँ, जो अभी तक मेरे साथ एक तरह से एक फैमिली किस्म का रिलेशन है, जिसमें जोया अख्तर हैं, फरहान सर हैं, और रितेश सर हैं, और जावेद साहब भी। तो वो उनसे मेरा ऐसा है कि बहुत ही प्यार, बहुत ही वेलकमिंग रहे हैं हमेशा वो। और इतना प्यार मुझे लगता है कि मैं कुछ भाग्यशाली हूँ कि ऐसा इतना प्यार मिला। और सिर्फ वो ही नहीं, धर्मा प्रोडक्शंस की भी 2 फिल्में की मैंने। करण जौहर, उन्होंने मुझे अभी तक की मेरी लाइफ की सबसे कमाल की इंटेंस परफॉर्मेंस वाली फिल्म दी, गहराइयाँ। उस समय दी जब मेरी गहराइयाँ पहली फिल्म थी जो मैंने साइन की थी दीपिका पादुकोण के साथ, शकुन बत्रा के साथ, अनन्या पांडे के साथ। तो उन्होंने भी बहुत, आदित्य चोपड़ा, उन्होंने मुझे बंटी बबली में रानी मैम के साथ, सैफ अली खान के साथ। तो मेरे लिए तो एक तरह से काफी वेलकमिंग रहा है। बहुत प्यार मिला है मुझे इस इंडस्ट्री से अभी तक, और मैं चाहूंगा कि ये प्यार बरकरार रहे। और मुझे लगता है कि मैं और ज्यादा कुछ बॉक्स ऑफिस पे भी कमाल हो तो और ज्यादा और प्यार बढ़ता रहे और जनता का भी प्यार ऐसे ही बरकरार रहे। लेकिन मुझे कभी ऐसा लगा नहीं है कि, शुरू में लगता था जब मैं बाहर था कि शायद पता नहीं कैसे, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। अगर आप में टैलेंट है और अगर आप में वो शिद्दत है और आपका ग्रेस है अगर आप में, तो फिर आई थिंक एवरीवन इज एज ग्रेसफुल एज इट कैन बी।
अब पिताजी क्या कहते हैं कि नैया पार हो गई बेटा, कि अभी मझधार में है?
जीवन ही मझधार में है सर। मतलब जब नैया कब पार नहीं होती कभी यहाँ, हमेशा वो सफर ऐसा होता है कि यू आर ऑलवेज चेसिंग योर फ्यूचर सेल्फ। हमेशा एक विजन होता है जिसको आप चेस करते हो। तो अभी तो बहुत कुछ करना है मुझे लगता है, और बहुत कुछ करने के बाद भी ऐसा लगेगा कि दुनिया आप देख ही रहे हैं विद ओटीटी एंड जो इंक्लूसिविटी जो आ रही है, तो ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म खुल गया है। कोरियन फिल्म्स आ गई हैं, हमारी फिल्म RRR राजा मौली सर अभी होम बाउंड ऑस्कर में गई थी। इनफैक्ट मेरी पहली फिल्म गली बॉय इंडिया की ऑफिशियल एंट्री थी। इनसाइड एज एमीज में नॉमिनेट हुई थी। तो अभी इंक्लूजन बढ़ गया है, तो कभी ये सिलसिला रुकेगा नहीं और रुकना नहीं चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि अभी बहुत कुछ हासिल करना है और करते ही रहना है।
हमारा टाइम सब दिखा रहा है काफी देर से। आने वाली फिल्में संक्षेप में जिनका लोगों को इंतजार रहना चाहिए, जो इंटरेस्टिंग हैं, इनके बारे में आप बताना चाहें।
देखिए, जैसे कि मैं हमेशा कोशिश करता हूँ कि हर बार कुछ नया लेके आऊँ, तो अगली जो फिल्म है वो विकास बैल डायरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, जया बच्चन के साथ हैं, वामिका गब्बी हैं। बॉलीवुड कोर कहते हैं ना जिसको, डांस, गाना, एक्शन, फैमिली सब कुछ है। और इसी वजह से मुझे एक्टर बनना भी था। तो एक पूरा फुल फ्रंट फुट पे आप मुझे देखेंगे। उसके बाद एक बहुत स्पेशल फिल्म है वी शांताराम, जो मुझे लगता है कि मैं बहुत लकी हूँ। बहुत ही प्रेस्टीज का मामला है वो, to walk in the shoes of the legend, which will also showcase the golden age of Indian cinema. तो वो मैं, उसकी तैयारी है, वो end of the year shoot होगी। और एक आध तो मुझे करनी है, अभी तक ऑफिशियल तो नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है यही स्टेज है, मैं बोल देना चाहता हूँ यार, मैं आई वांट टू गो बैक टू माय रूट्स। मुझे बलिया की कहानी कहनी है, मुझे कुछ कहना है जो मैंने जिंदगी एक देखी है वहां की। तो एक बहुत ही कमाल की कुछ चीज आ रही है, अभिषेक चौबे जो हैं,
अच्छा,
उनके साथ हम कुछ काम कर रहे हैं। बलिया की कहानी है और बहुत ही कमाल की कहानी है, उस पर कुछ चल रही है चर्चा, तो बहुत जल्दी आई थिंक आएगा आपके सामने।
देखिए, लोग ताली बजा रहे हैं, चाह रहे हैं कि वो जो डांस का वादा था, वो नाचने का वादा पूरा कर दी जाए। म्यूजिक भी तैयार है, म्यूजिक भी बजेगा, देखते हैं कौन सा म्यूजिक इनको चुन के लाए हैं। तो आप तैयार है ना? अरे वादा किए थे लल्ला।
अरे आप ही करेंगे ना डांस में सर?
मेरे को नाचना होता तो मैं आपकी जगह ले लेता।
ठीक है, चलिए कुछ
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Siddhant. Please, हमारे साथ स्टेज पर बने रहें. I'd like to invite Bhavita Yadav, Director at Oriole Advertising and PR Consultancy, and Rajat Uppal, Business Head before anyone else, ABP Network, to please present this young, talented performer with a memento from Ideas of India. His humility, his authenticity, his humor, also endearing to all of us, and we wish him the very best for a flourishing and long career in cinema. Let's hear one more round of applause for Siddhant Chaturvedi, ladies and gentlemen. और दिवांग जी, आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Another brilliant conversation. Thank you so much, Siddhant. दोस्तों, आगे बढ़ते हैं. एक बहुत बड़ी शख्सियत हमारे साथ इस समय इस रूम में ऑलरेडी आ चुकी है. और जब हम अपने नेक्स्ट गेस्ट की बात करते हैं तो इन्हें कोई फैंसी सेट नहीं चाहिए, इनको कोई लाउड बैकग्राउंड स्कोर नहीं चाहिए टू रियली कमांड द स्क्रीन. He just needs that small pause. There is that subtle neck tilt. And then there is the signature silence और वो deep आपकी आंखों में देखते हैं कैमरे के जरिए. कालीन भैया, उनकी खामोशी हो या माधव मिश्रा की दलीलें हो या सुल्तान का बेखौफ अंदाज, he has proven that you don't need to shout to actually be heard by your audience. He is the man who brought the real into real, reminding us that the most powerful stories are not in the Swiss Alps, पर वो बस्ती और बनारस की गलियों में खिलती हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a loud cheer the master of the subtle, the face of our heartland, Pankaj Tripathi.
तिवारी सब पर भारी, लेकिन हम दोनों का फैमिली बैकग्राउंड ऐसा है कि तिवारी का नाम बदलकर मेरी तो मां ने त्रिपाठी रख दिया और इन्होंने खुद अपने पिता के नाम के आगे त्रिपाठी लगा लिया है और अपने नाम के आगे भी पंकज त्रिपाठी. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका एबीपी न्यूज पर. प्लीज बैठिए. कुछ ऐसे कलाकार होते हैं जीवन में जिनका चेहरा अभिनय की इतनी बड़ी मिसाल होता है कि ज्यादा डायलॉग बोलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, जिनके एक एक शब्द सच्चाई के इतने करीब होते हैं कि देखने वाले मंत्रमुग्ध हो जाते हैं. बिहार के गोपालगंज के एक बहुत छोटे से गांव से मुंबई तक का सफर और ओटीटी में जो बड़ा धमाल आपकी ओर से किया गया, ऐसा लग रहा है आगे आने वाले वक्त में ओटीटी अपना नाम बदलकर कहीं ओनली पंकज त्रिपाठी ना कर ले, ओटीपी. बहुत स्वागत है आपका और बहुत अच्छा लगा इस मंच पर आपको देखकर. कैसे हैं आप?
धन्यवाद, मैं अच्छा हूँ, बहुत अच्छा हूँ और गुड इवनिंग आप सबको. आप सब भी अच्छे ही होंगे.
मिर्जापुर के कालीन भैया इसी साल बड़े पर्दे पर दमदार, जानदार, शानदार एक्टिंग के साथ आने वाले हैं. उसकी क्या तैयारी चल रही है?
उसकी तैयारी तो मेकर्स कर रहे हैं. मुझे तो जाना है और संवाद बोल के आ जाना है और लगभग ऐसे ही बोलना है जैसे अभी बोल रहा हूँ, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता इत्मीनान से. तो यस, फिल्मों की तैयारी तो कम समय लेता है, एक्टर की तैयारी में बहुत समय लगता है. तो वो जो एक्टर बनने का प्रोसेस है, तैयारी है, वो लंबी है. उसको 20-25 साल हो गए, अभी भी चल रही है. ये खत्म करके जाऊंगा. अब सिद्धांत पूछ रहा था फिट लग रहे हो, तो सिद्धांत तो अभी दौड़ूंगा जाके रात में. तो वो तो रोज की है तैयारी की, रोज आपको करना पड़ता है.
वैसे सवाल पर तो मैं बाद में आने वाली थी, लेकिन पहले ही आना पड़ेगा. अभी हाल ही में आपकी एक पिक्चर आई थी जो खुद आपने शेयर की थी. लाल रंग का आपने पजामा पहन रखा है, धोती जैसा, ऊपर आपने जो कोट पहन रखा है, कम्बल जैसा लुक देता है. लोगों के कमेंट जो हैं उसके आधार पर मैं बता रही हूँ. और रणवीर सिंह ने जो इस तरह के अतरंगी कपड़े पहनते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि गुरुजी हम लोग तो छोड़ने वाले थे, इस तरह के कपड़े पहनना आपने पहन लिया है. तो ये क्या था? मतलब एकदम रंग बिरंगे पंकज त्रिपाठी दिखाई देते हैं उसमें.
नहीं होना चाहिए ना, अभिनेता है तो अलग अलग रंग आने चाहिए. तो मैं भी अपनी सहजता से बोर हो जाता हूँ. अब तो मैं सिर्फ कपड़ों ही नहीं, विचारों को भी बदलने की प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ. तो
विचार कौन से बदलने वाले हैं?
मतलब विनम्रता बहुत हो गया है, तो थोड़ा एरोगेंस लाने का सोच रहा हूँ.
एरोगेंस कैसे लाने जा रहे हैं? घमंड कैसे आएगा?
अब इंग्रेडिएंट खोज रहा हूँ. घमंड में क्या क्या जरूरी है ये खोज रहा हूँ.
एटीट्यूड.
हाँ, लगभग वैसे.
हाँ, जरा मैं उसमें रणवीर सिंह ने जो कहा था, जरा मैं उसको पढ़ देती हूँ. उन्होंने कहा हम तो सुधर गए गुरुजी, आप इतना क्यों बिगड़ गए. और साथ ही वो ये कहते हैं कि ये रियल है या एआई, और कई अलग अलग कमेंट करते हैं कि आप ये कपड़े पहनने के बाद हमें दे दीजिएगा, अभी होली दिवाली आने वाली है, उसमें मैं पहन लूंगा.
हाँ, अभी एआई समिट दिल्ली में हुआ था ना.
हाँ,
तो वो भी एआई का ही था. और वो दरअसल एक प्रमोशनल कैंपेन का हिस्सा था जो बाद में हुआ. तो उसकी शुरुआत थी और मेरे पास समय नहीं था. मैं बनारस में मिर्जापुर फिल्म कर रहा था, तो लाख कोशिशों के बावजूद मैं मिल नहीं पा रहा था. मेरे पास टाइम की वो आए बनारस में शूट करें. तो उन्होंने बोला हम लोग ऐसा बनाते हैं, मैंने अपनी रजामंदी दे दी कि ठीक है बनाइए, अच्छा ही है, तो मुझे 2 घंटे नहीं देने पड़ेंगे। तो वैसा हुआ, बट वो कैंपेन का हिस्सा था और कुछ नहीं।
ठीक है, लेकिन वैसे अतरंगी हमने बहुत कम आप लोगों, क्योंकि आप गैंग्स ऑफ वसेपुर में जब आते हैं तो एक गुंडे का किरदार, मिर्जापुर में कालीन भैया जब बन जाते हैं तो केवल एक बार किसी को देख लें तो वो समझ जाता है कि भैया क्या कहने जा रहे हैं। आपको इस किरदार के तौर पर अलग अलग फिल्मों में हमने देखा है, लेकिन जब आपका अलग रूप सामने आता है तो यकीनन दर्शक शॉक्ड हो जाते हैं कि ये भैया तो बिल्कुल अलग नजर आ रहे हैं। लेकिन एक बार मैं आपको बिहार, आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं इस पर?
कुछ नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। अभिनेता है तो एक्सपेरिमेंट और बदलाव होने भी चाहिए, कपड़ों में, लुक्स में, वो जरूरी है। मैं इतना लगातार काम कर रहा था कि एक फिल्म अगर आज रात को खत्म किया तो कल सुबह दूसरी शुरू हो गई, या एक साथ में 3 फिल्में चलती थी मेरी, एक सीरीज 2 फिल्में। तो जो दाढ़ी की कंटिन्यूटी बनी है एक जगह पे वही चल रही है, वो भी नहीं कटा पा रहे थे। तो इसलिए अब थोड़ा ठहर गया हूं कि एक काम करूं, इत्मीनान से करूं, दिल से करूं और फिर दूसरे में जाऊं।
हाँ, अभी हाल ही में आपने कहा था कि थोड़ी देर के लिए मैं ब्रेक लेना चाहता हूँ।
हाँ।
दर्शक बिल्कुल परेशान हो गए कि नहीं भैया आप कहीं जा नहीं सकते, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। लेकिन पंकज त्रिपाठी में ऐसा क्या है? बड़े पर्दे से लेकर ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म तक हर जगह आप छाए हुए हैं, और कितनी बार मेरे खुद के न जाने कितने जानने वाले लोग हैं सोशल मीडिया पर, जो रिएक्शन आपके बारे में मैं पढ़ती हूँ कि अगर पंकज त्रिपाठी का चेहरा किसी पोस्टर में दिख गया तो उसे जरूर दर्शक देखने पहुंच जाते हैं, चाहे वो थिएटर में हो चाहे वो घर पे हो। क्या है पंकज त्रिपाठी खुद में?
भरोसा, आई थिंक भरोसा है कि ये अगर इस फिल्म का हिस्सा है तो कुछ इंटरटेनिंग होगी या कुछ बात होगी इस कहानी में, तो वो ट्रस्ट है, उसके लिए पहुंच जाते हैं। और उस ट्रस्ट को बचाए रखने के लिए ही मैंने तय किया कि थोड़ा कम काम करूंगा, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा भी ठीक नहीं है, वो बरकरार रहे भरोसा। तो वही है।
स्त्री 2 में और अब आगे की स्त्री की भी बात होने लगी है, मैं उस पर आऊंगी, लेकिन यहां से जरा आपको लेकर चलते हैं आपके जन्म स्थान बिहार के गोपालगंज। वहां से आपने शुरुआत की, एक बेहद साधारण पृष्ठभूमि आपकी। हाल की भी तस्वीरें हमने देखी जब आप गए हुए थे अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में वहां पर शिरकत करने के लिए। एक्टिंग का कीड़ा दिमाग में कब से आया, कैसे आपने शुरुआत की? बचपन में आप बड़े नखरीले थे, बहुत बदमाशी करते थे, मैं चाहूंगी जरा उसके बारे में बताइए, क्योंकि अभी तो बड़े शांत, धीर, गंभीर नजर आते हैं आप मुस्कुराते हुए। एक्टिंग की दुनिया को अगर हम छोड़ दें साधारण तौर पर अगर आपको देखें तो, लेकिन बचपन में सांप लपेट लेते थे आप, कीड़े मकोड़ों से खेला करते थे, जरा इसके बारे में बताइए, कैसा बचपन गुजरा आपका?
ये मेरा बचपन बहुत सुंदर था, चूंकि तकनीकी वहां इतनी नहीं पहुंची थी। 2-4 रेडियो सेट थे पूरे गांव में। मैं गोपालगंज में, यहाँ इनका नानी का घर है वहीं पे मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, तो ये जब चुनाव कवरेज में गई थी तो मुझे पता चला कि अपने उनके गांव गई थी, मामा गांव।
कोई सा भटवाना का घर है।
तो वहां पे कोई सुविधाएं, कोई 4 रेडियो सेट थे पूरे गांव में, और वो बिना का संगीत माला चारों लगा देते थे रात में 8 बजे, और वॉल्यूम बढ़ा देते थे। उस 4 रेडियो सेट से तकरीबन 150 घरों का गांव, पूरा गांव सुन लेता था। तो इतनी साइलेंस, इत्मीनान, सड़क नहीं, बिजली नहीं, कुछ नहीं। तो बच्चे खेले कैसे? तो खेलने के लिए ये सांप, बिच्छू और तारे होते थे रात में, कि वो कौन सा तारा कौन है, ध्रुव तारा किधर है, सप्तऋषि कहाँ है, तिंदोरिया कहाँ है। तो नेचर के बहुत करीब थे, तो हमारा एंटरटेनमेंट, मनोरंजन के साधन भी नेचर ही थे, इसलिए ये सब बचपन में किया है। नदी थी घर के पीछे, तो हम 6ठी-7वीं क्लास में तैरना सीख गए। तो अब वो अक्सर मैं कहता हूं कि जब आपके घर के पास कोई नदी हो और उसमें पुल ना हो तो आदमी तैरना सीख जाता है। तो मैं सीख गया, हमने कोई कंप्लेन नहीं किया कि ब्रिज नहीं बनवाई है सरकार ने यहाँ पे, हम तैरना सीख गए। तो ऐसा बचपन था बड़ा।
ये भी बताइए, तैरना सीखने के पीछे की भी दिलचस्प कहानी है।
हाँ, वो एक कीड़ा आता है मानसून के टाइम, बारिशों में पानी के ऊपर बड़ा तेजी से घूमता है। हमारे यहाँ पनडुब्बी बोलते हैं उसको गांव में। तो जो बच्चे थे, सीनियर लोग थे हमारे, बोले पनडुब्बी 2-3 पी लोगे तो सीख जाओगे तैरना। तो लिटरली नदी के पानी से पनडुब्बी उठा के पी लिया था मैं। ये
छोटे कीड़े,
छोटे कीड़े, हाँ,
वो पी गया।
हाँ, पी गए। तो क्या करें,
इस उम्मीद में कि कीड़ा पीने के बाद तैरना सीख
जाएंगे। ये जाएगा कुछ मेरे भीतर, कुछ केमिकल बदलाव होगा, जो फ्लोट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ वो फ्लोट करने लगूंगा मैं। बच्चे थे उस समय, मुझे यही लगता था ये सत्य है, तो हम पी गए।
पीने के बाद असर क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं हुआ, इम्यूनिटी हमारी अच्छी थी और अच्छी हो गई।
ये बेहद दिलचस्प है और वो इम्यूनिटी मुंबई में भी पूरा दमखम अपना दिखा रही है। लेकिन पिता का नाम कौन बदलता है? अक्सर हमने देखा है लोग अपने बच्चों का नाम बदल देते हैं या अलग अलग समय पर कुछ लोग अगर अंक शास्त्री बताते हैं तो वो कुछ नाम जोड़ लेते हैं। लेकिन आपने 10वीं की परीक्षा देने के पहले अपने पिता का नाम टाइटल जो है तिवारी से त्रिपाठी कर दिया। क्या है कहानी? इतनी बदमाशी कोई छात्र करे? पिटाई हुई थी पिता से? नहीं हुई थी?
बदमाशी नहीं है, आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया आपका जो कॉन्सेप्ट है ना, तो वो है, वो आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया है। और वो क्यों है, वो आइडिया आया ही क्यों? मेरे लिए आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया यही है कि रूरल इंडिया का, जैसे मैं गोपालगंज के बिलसण गांव का एक बच्चा, जहां पे अभी बता ही दिया कि ना कोई सुविधाएं नहीं थी, न्यूज़पेपर उस समय नहीं आ पाते थे, सिर्फ रेडियो सेट था। तो वो बच्चा अगर सोच ले, उसके मन में एक आइडिया आया कि मुझे एक्टिंग करनी है 9वीं 8वीं क्लास में, तो और वो फिर उस रास्ते पे निकल जाए बगैर गूगल मैप देखे, और वो अपने रास्ते बनाए और मुंबई में आके सिनेमा में जो आइडियाज उसके थे वो फलीभूत हों और एक्टर बन के आपके सामने बैठे, तो ये आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया है। ये एक रूरल भारत का बच्चा अगर कुछ सोचे और चाहे, हौसला हो उसमें, तो बन सकता है। मुश्किलें बहुत हैं। मेरे साथ 500 लोग आए होंगे मुंबई, उसमें से बहुत लोग अभी नहीं बन पाए हैं, मेरे से ज्यादा प्रतिभावान है, इसी शहर में है, मेरे साथ के हैं, लेकिन मैं बना हूं तो मैं होप हूं, उम्मीद हूं, आशा हूं कि कोई भी बन सकता है। तो उसी आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया के तहत मैं, मेरे गांव में 2 पूरे तिवारियों का गांव है, 2 लोग त्रिपाठी सरनेम लगाते थे। एक थे बाबा डॉक्टर रामनरेश त्रिपाठी, जो हिंदी के प्रोफेसर बन गए थे। उनके बदौलत मुझे हिंदी लिटरेचर पढ़ने की आदत गांव में शुरू हो गई। घुमक्कड़ शास्त्र राहुल संकीर्तन का मैंने 9वीं क्लास में उनके अलमी उससे लेके किताब से, बुकशेल्फ से पढ़ ली थी। दूसरे मेरे अपने चाचा थे काशीनाथ त्रिपाठी, वो बड़े अधिकारी बन गए बिहार सरकार में। तो ये बालमन के मन में ये आइडिया आया, जो मैं बालक के मन में, कि यार जो तिवारी लिखते हैं वो पंडिताई वृत्ति में है, खेती कर रहे हैं या जुमानी कर रहे हैं, और ये 2 लोगों ने त्रिपाठी लिखा है, दोनों बड़े व्यक्ति बन गए। तो 10वीं के एडमिट कार्ड भरते हुए उस बच्चे के आइडियाज ने अपना नाम तिवारी से त्रिपाठी कर लिया। अब उसको लगा कि अगर नीचे पिताजी के नाम में तिवारी रहेगा तो फिर कहीं रिजेक्ट ना हो जाए मेरे एडमिट कार्ड की, ये क्या है, 2 सरनेम, बहुत लोग नहीं जानते हैं। तो उनके नाम में भी मैं पहला पुत्र हूं जिसने पिता का सरनेम बदला है।
और जब पिता को इस बारे में जानकारी लगी तो उन्होंने क्या कहा?
उन्हें जानकारी नहीं लगी बाद में, तो उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। हालांकि ये बता दें कि दोनों सेम ही चीज है, तो उसमें फ्रीडम है, सेम सरनेम है दोनों, तो वो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। जैसे द्विवेदी और दुबे, चतुर्वेदी और चौबे, वैसा ही है। तो
इसी तरह का काम मेरी मम्मी ने भी कर दिया था। पापा मेरे भोलेनाथ तिवारी लिखते हैं, उन्होंने कहा चित्रा के साथ त्रिपाठी अच्छा लग रहा है, तो वो उन्होंने चित्रा त्रिपाठी, ये तिवारी और त्रिपाठी वाले लोगों में थोड़ी हमारे पास सुविधा है उसको चेंज करने की।
जी जी।
एक्टिंग की दुनिया में पटना में जब आप जाते हैं, वहां पर मेडिकल की पढ़ाई, डॉक्टरी करवाने के लिए, लेकिन फिर बन गए आप एक्टर, और आप तमाम मंचों से ये कहते हैं टर तो आखिर में है ना, डॉक्टर बनते तो भी था, एक्टर बनते तो भी था।
एक और टर है, ट्रैक्टर। क्योंकि हम ट्रैक्टर खरीदना चाहते थे, बहुत स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे बाबूजी हम लोग की ट्रैक्टर खरीद लें, तो न ट्रैक्टर आया न मैं डॉक्टर बन पाया, पर टर जुड़ा रहा, एक्टर बन गया।
एक्टर बन गया। इसकी शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई? पहला मौका कैसे मिला? पटना की वो कहानी जरा आप बताइए, जब आप नाटक देखने के लिए जाते थे और वहां पर मतलब आपको एक्टिंग का कीड़ा धीरे धीरे आपके भीतर चला आया।
मैं दर्शक था आमतौर पे हिंदी प्रदेशों में, हर जगह, हिंदी नहीं, भारत के हर प्रदेश में। आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया में एक वो भी मुझे आइडियाज लगता है कि हर प्रदेश का अपना फोक है, अपना थिएटर है, अपनी रंगमंच है। जैसे मैं बिहार का हूँ, मैंने बिहार का फोक किया है, बिहार में थिएटर किया है, पर ड्रामा स्कूल ने हमें सेकेंड ईयर में महाराष्ट्र भेजा था, तो मैं महाराष्ट्र का भी फोक थिएटर किया हूँ। यहाँ दशावतार है कोंकण में, कुडाल में, तो मैंने दशावतार कोंकण के एक मंदिर में रह के सीखा है और परफॉर्म किया है 2 महीने। तो कहाँ क्या किस्सा था आपका? सवाल मैं भूल जाता हूँ, मेरी एक समस्या है।
नहीं, मैं सवाल एक्टिंग की बात कर रही थी कि किस तरह से उसकी शुरुआत हुई।
हाँ, तो पटना में मैं पहले दर्शक था, कोई हिंदी, मैं बोला हर जगह थिएटर होता है, कालिदास रंगालय एक जगह है, प्रेमचंद रंगशाला एक जगह है, तो तो वहां मैं देखने जाता था साइकिल लेके। गांव में 2-3 नाटक किए थे सबसे पहले। छठ में बिहार में हमारे गांव में नाटक की परंपरा थी। तो उस साल में 9वीं या 10वीं 9वीं में था, 9th में ही। तो जो महिला पात्र करने वाले सज्जन थे वो छुट्टी पे नौकरी से आए नहीं थे गांव त्योहार में। तो अब महिला का रोल कौन करे? तो राघव जी डायरेक्टर थे हमारे, सुरेंद्र मास्टर। तो मैं बोला मैं कर लूंगा। तो उन्होंने बोला अरे तुम महिला का पात्र कर पाओगे? मैं बोला हाँ मैं ट्राई करूंगा, कर लूंगा। तो बोले नहीं नहीं, पहले अपने पिताजी से जाके पूछ लो, वो अनुमति देंगे तभी करना, नहीं तो उस दिन वो नाराज हो जाएंगे और मामला गड़बड़ हो सकता है। तो मैं पिताजी से तो नहीं, माँ से पूछा। तो माँ ने बोला हाँ करो, कोई बात नहीं है, लड़की का रोल करो अगर कर तुम्हारा मन है तो, लेकिन एक बड़े आदमी का रोल भी करना उस प्ले में। तो अब मैं बड़े आदमी का, तो मैंने डायरेक्टर को जाके बोला कि भाई मैं लड़की का पार्ट करूंगा, लेकिन मुझे कहीं एक छोटा सा बड़े आदमी का रोल दे दें आप। तो बोले हाँ है ना, प्ले के अंत में जज, एक कोर्ट रूम का सीन है कोर्ट का, तो जज जो आता है वो तुम बन जाना वापिस, लड़की तब तक गायब हो चुकी है, नहीं रहेगी। तो मैं बड़ा आदमी, मतलब बड़ा ओहदे का आदमी, तो मैं जज का किरदार उसी प्ले में आखिर में किया था और गांव वालों को बेहद पसंद आया। फिर उस सिलसिला के बाद गांव में एक संख्या थी लोगों की, जैसे मैं पहले बता चुका हूं कि ये टीवी, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया, अखबार नहीं था, ये 90s, अर्ली 90s की बात है। तो वो जब मेरा रोल देखे महिला पात्र का, तो अगले दिन गांव में चर्चा वो लोग करने लगे अपने चौपाल पे बैठ के खैनी खाते हुए, अरे मसूदन हाँ जाना तारा का कितना बढ़िया रोल कैले भाई हीरोइन का। तो बोले अरे तो आप क्या जानते हैं? बोले जितनी हीरोइनें हैं ना हिंदी सिनेमा में पुरानी, वो सब लड़के हैं। वो महिलाओं का रोल इतना बढ़िया बढ़िया करते हैं कि हम आज तक नहीं समझ पाए हैं, हम सब लोग मतलब फिदा हो जाते हैं, वो सब पुरुष हैं। तो ये गांव में मेरे 5-6 दिन तक गहन चर्चा का विषय था कि जो पुरानी जितनी हीरोइनें हैं सिनेमा में वो सब लड़के हैं जो नायिका का रोल करते हैं। मेरी परफॉर्मेंस देखने के बाद ऐसा चर्चा चला था 5-6 दिन गांव में। फिर कोई सज्जन आए, बोले नहीं नहीं भ्रम मत फैलाओ, वो सब महिलाएं हैं।
हाँ, जैसे उस जमाने के लोग आप जो दो फूल आपस में लड़ते थे तो उसको भी बड़े देर तक डिस्क्राइब किया करते थे एक जमाने में। गांव में ये चर्चा का विषय हुआ करता था। लेकिन पटना से आपने शुरुआत की, उसके बाद फिर आप दिल्ली पहुंचे, वहां पर आपने पढ़ाई की, फिर मुंबई में कदम रखा। मुंबई में कितना लंबा संघर्ष आपको करना पड़ा?
बहुत करना पड़ा। मैं 2004 में आया था, 16 अक्टूबर को। मेरा दोस्त है भानु, उसका जन्मदिन है इसलिए मुझे याद रहता है, भानु उदय। तो मैं 2004 में आया था, 12 में पहली फिल्म, मतलब थोड़ी नोटिस हुई थी, गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर। तो 8 साल का धीरज था। हालांकि गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर नोटिस होने के बाद अगेन फिर मुझे काम वाम उतने मिल नहीं रहे थे। तो 8 साल 9 साल तो हम ऐसे ही फाका मस्ती में घूम रहे थे, कोई काम नहीं था। अब लोग प्रश्न करते हैं कि 8-9 साल कैसे काटे होंगे, तो मुझे लगता है यार बड़ा बुरा समय था क्या मेरा? मुझे उस समय तो पता ही नहीं था कि खराब समय है। या लोग पूछते हैं कि कैसे रोक लिए अपने आप को, रेजिलियंस यही शब्द है ना। हाँ, तो मैं बोला यार मुझे नहीं पता कि उस आपको प्रतीक्षा करने के लिए कुछ और चीज चाहिए इंसानों को। हम तो किसान परिवार के बच्चे थे, जमीन में हम बीज डाल के 15 दिन इंतजार करते थे, 6 महीना इंतजार करते थे फसल आने का, गन्ना हो, आलू हो, चावल हो, धान हो, जो भी हो, गेहूं। तो ये आई थिंक इनबिल्ट था, मुझे कभी प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुई कि नहीं होगा तो मेरा क्या होगा, और मैं इत्मीनान से खुश रहता था। पत्नी स्कूल में पढ़ाती थी यहाँ बॉम्बे में। कल ही हम लोग एक प्ले देख रहे थे, तो अचानक एक लड़की दौड़ के आई उनके पास, तो बोली मैम आपको याद है आप मुझे हिंदी पढ़ाई है? तो बोली अच्छा क्या नाम है तुम्हारा? ये बड़ी हो गई है वो। तो हमें याद आया, अच्छा ये पुराना दौर अपना जब वो टीचिंग करती थी, हमारी जरूरतें बड़ी छोटी थी, तो कुछ मुश्किल नहीं हुआ। और आमतौर पे स्ट्रगल को बड़ा ग्लोरीफाई कर देते हैं। मेरे को ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ कि हमने यहाँ बिना मतलब खाने में तकलीफ हुई हो, कुछ नहीं हुआ। हम बड़े खुश थे, छोटा घर था और एक बाइक थी 125 सीसी की, टीवीएस की। अब मैं उसी कंपनी का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हूँ, उसी 125 सीसी बाइक का। तो हम खुश थे, बच्ची को बिठा के रोज चल जाते थे सब्जी मार्केट, सब्जी ले लिए, अगरबत्ती खरीद लिए, हाँ धूप बत्ती खरीद लिए, जो लेना है लेके घर आ गए। अभी भी मुझे चारकोप के हर वेंडर दुकानदार जानते हैं, और आज भी मेरा अगरबत्ती, मेरे ज्यादातर सामान उन्हीं दुकानों से आती है। तो ठीक था, बहुत अच्छा था। तो मेरे पास वैसा कोई नहीं है। हाँ, चुनौतियां थी, दूसरी चुनौतियां थी कि कब मौका मिलेगा या कितना बड़ा मौका मिलेगा। मेरे ड्रीम्स भी बड़े छोटे थे। ऐसा नहीं था कि मैं आया था यहाँ पे एक लग्जरी गाड़ी खरीदूंगा और मेरे पास 6 BHK का घर हो, ये सब कुछ नहीं था। मेरी जो रिक्वायरमेंट थी वो बहुत पहले पूरी हो गई थी। मुझे सिर्फ एक छोटी सी कार चाहिए थी और छोटा सा घर जिसमें चैन से रह ले, वो बहुत पहले परमात्मा ने दे दिया। तो आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि जब आप नहीं, सपने तो होने ही चाहिए लोगों के। हाँ,
सपने नहीं होते तो आप बिहार से मुंबई कैसे
आते
पहुंचते?
नहीं, बट नहीं, वो सपने फिर भौतिक ना हो कि मेरी जर्नी, मेरी अचीवमेंट, मेरा संघर्ष एक लग्जरी कार का है या एक बंगलों का है, मेरा वो नहीं था।
वो सपना आपको मानसिक रूप से बीमार ना करे।
हाँ, वो सब बाई प्रोडक्ट थे कि मैं अपनी जर्नी में जा रहा हूँ, अपना काम ईमानदारी से कर रहा हूँ, जो होना होगा हो जाएगा, नहीं भी होगा तो कोई बात नहीं है। बाबा नागार्जुन की एक कविता है, जो नहीं हो सके पूर्ण काम, उनको करता हूं मैं प्रणाम। आगे बढ़ जाइए।
आगे बढ़ते हुए अब मैं गैंग्स ऑफ वसेपुर का आपने जिक्र किया, उसमें मनोज वाजपेयी के साथ आपने शानदार किरदार निभाया था। हालांकि उसके बाद फिर दोनों आप एक साथ नहीं दिखे, बहुत लंबा वक्त हो गया। लेकिन एक कहानी ये भी है कि पटना में एक होटल में जब वो अपनी चप्पल छोड़ कर गए थे तो खड़ाऊ मानकर उनकी हवाई चप्पल आपने अपने साथ रख ली थी। क्या किस्सा है वो?
आधे लोग तो जानते ही होंगे यहाँ पे, नहीं जानते आप लोग?
जानते लोग नहीं जानते।
आप लोग रील नहीं देखते हैं क्या? ये तो
एक हाथ उठा है कि
बड़े भद्र लोगों को आप बुलाए हैं जनता में, वाह, थैंक यू सो मच। आप लोग मोबाइल से बचे हुए हैं, 6-7 लोग देखे हैं। अब मुझे लगा क्यों बताना है, वो तो इतने रील्स में वायरल है वो कहानी की, सब लोग बोलेंगे वही सेम कहानी रिपीट कर रहा है। थैंक यू सो मच। मोबाइल में कम, आप लोगों का स्क्रीन टाइम काफी कम है। हाँ, क्योंकि ऐसा संभव नहीं है इंस्टाग्राम पे जाए, फेसबुक पे जाए, यूट्यूब पे जाए, कहीं वो रील ना दिखे। खैर, तो किस्सा यूं है कि वो भैया आए थे, मनोज भैया, होटल में रुकने, और मैं बड़ा मानता था क्योंकि मैं जिस नदी में वो तैरने वाला कीड़ा पिया था, वो नारायणी नदी का सबसिडरी रिवर है छाड़ी, और नारायणी वो नदी है जो तिब्बत से निकलती है और नेपाल से बिहार में आती है और बिहार से सोनपुर में गंगा में मिल जाती है। मेरा नदियों के ऊपर बहुत अच्छा ज्ञान है और रिसर्च है। मैं ये भी बताता चलूं, भूगोल भी जानता हूँ।
नदियों को लेकर सरकार अगर कुछ कर रही है तो आपसे संपर्क किया जा सकता है।
नदियों का, नदियों से प्रेम भी है मुझे, बहुत प्रेम है, बहुत लगाव है। तो उस नदी के इस पार गोपाल मेरा गांव था और नदी के उस पार मनोज भैया का गांव था। तो मैंने अखबार में पढ़ा था, एक इंस्पिरेशन चाहिए होता है ना, कि बेलवा का एक लड़का, बेलवा से बॉलीवुड, आई थिंक जागरण या किसी एक अखबार में वो खबर आई थी, मतलब छपा था। तो मुझे लगा कि यार जब उस नदी के उस पार के गांव का एक लड़का जा सकता है तो मैं क्यों नहीं जा सकता हूँ। तो मैंने वो विचार अपने अंदर डाल लिया, आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया, कि मैं एक्टर बनूंगा। तो उसके 15-12 साल बाद वो होटल में मैं, लेकिन अब वो आइडिया एक्टर बनने की जर्नी में मैं होटल में नौकरी करने लगा और किचन में था। तो पता चला, खबर आई कि मनोज वाजपेयी होटल में आए हैं, रात को रुकेंगे। तो मैं किचन में सुपरवाइजर था उस वक्त। तो रूम सर्विस ने आके बोला कि उनके रूम से ऑर्डर आया है, फ्रूट्स एप्पल चाहिए और स्वीट कॉर्न सूप चाहिए। तो मैंने 50 किलो एप्पल में से बढ़िया एप्पल उनके लिए चुनवाए, 2-3-4 जितने बास्केट में जाने थे, और सूप अच्छे से बनवाया। और जो वेटर के साथ मैं खुद गया और उनको दिया और बोला कि एक लड़का है, वो मिलना चाहता है आपसे, हमारा किचन सुपरवाइजर। बोले हाँ बुला लो, कौन है, आओ। तो मैं गया, पैर छुआ, कहाँ घर है, हमारे गोपालगंज। अच्छा, भोजपुरी में बतियाने लगे। फिर मैं बोला मैं भी थिएटर करता हूँ और आप मेरे आदर्श हैं। तो उन्होंने पीठ थपथपाया, आशीर्वाद दिया, थोड़ी सी बात हुई, चला आया। अगले दिन चेकआउट करके निकल गए होटल से और हाउसकीपिंग वाले ने मुझे फोन किया। पूरे होटल को, हर डिपार्टमेंट को मैं हड़का दिया था कि भैया उनके रूम में कोई समस्या नहीं आनी चाहिए। तो बोला अरे मनोज भैया चले गए हैं, उनका एक स्लीपर हवाई चप्पल छूट गया है यहाँ होटल में, तो वो खोआ मतलब हाउसकीपिंग में जमा करना पड़ता है, गेस्ट आके क्लेम करेगा तो देना होगा। मैं बोला मुझे दे दे भाई, और अगर वो क्लेम करेंगे तो मैं नया खरीद के उसी कंपनी का दे दूंगा वापस, क्योंकि मेरे लिए था कि वो उनके खड़ाऊ में पैर रखने को मिल जाए। तो ये किस्सा है।
और आज जब मैं सोशल मीडिया का हवाला देकर ये सवाल पूछ रही हूँ गुस्ताखी के साथ, कि आज जब उनके मुकाबले आपकी हिट फिल्में ज्यादा हैं, जो लोग अलग अलग तरीके से रिएक्ट करते हैं, तो फिर पंकज त्रिपाठी को कैसा लगता है? एक वक्त पर आपने उनकी चप्पल को खड़ाऊ मानकर उसमें पैर रखा, एक्टिंग की दुनिया में कदम रखा और आज एक के बाद एक हिट फिल्में। और मुझे लगता है कुछ फिल्मों के नाम यहाँ पर, क्योंकि सारे नाम याद करना बहुत मुश्किल है। गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर हम सब जानते हैं। इसके अलावा पीछे आप चला भी दें, फुकरे हो गया, स्त्री, स्त्री 2, बरेली की बर्फी, फुकरे रिटर्न्स, लूडो, गुंजन सेना में शानदार हमने देखा, द करगिल गर्ल जो था, क्रिमिनल जस्टिस, मिर्जापुर, कागज। इसके अलावा तमिल और भी बहुत फिल्में हैं। समय चला जाएगा आपकी फिल्मों की फहरिस्त अगर मैं गिनाऊंगी यहाँ पर। तो अब कैसा लगता है आपको जब लोग इस रूप में तुलना करते हैं? तो
2 नेशनल अवार्ड भी हैं। बताइए। हाँ,
हाँ बिल्कुल।
एक न्यूटन के लिए और दूसरा मिमी के लिए। नहीं, बहुत अच्छा लगता है। और आज भी मेरे प्रेरणा है मनोज भैया, इरफान साहब थे, ओमपुरी जी थे। तो ये लोग प्रेरणा है और इंस्पायर, इनको प्रेरणा मान के मैं आया। आज शायद एबीपी के इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे हमारी बातें हिंदुस्तान के कोई एक बच्चा सुन रहा होगा तो ये कहीं ना कहीं हौसला का काम करेगा उसके लिए। इसीलिए मैं थोड़ी ब्रीफली थोड़ी डिटेल्स में बता रहा हूँ कि मैं गांव में कैसे सोचा और आया कि भाई कर सकते हो, तुम कुछ भी कर सकते हो, कुछ भी असंभव नहीं है। बस प्रण चाहिए, दृढ़ संकल्प चाहिए और उसके साथ साथ आप सेल्फ असेसमेंट चाहिए। तो यही सब प्रेरणा है। कल मेरे लिए कोई प्रेरणा था, आज मैं किसी और के लिए प्रेरणा बनूंगा। मैं अगर किसी के जीवन में थोड़ा सा हौसला दे दूं, किसी के चेहरे पे थोड़ी सी मुस्कुराहट दे दूं, तो यहाँ होने का, इस पृथ्वी पे होने का अर्थ पूरा हो जाता है।
ये बिल्कुल सही बात है। और आज करोड़ों युवाओं के लिए प्रेरणा है जो छोटे छोटे शहर से मुंबई का रुख करते हैं, जो अपने सपने को साकार करना चाहते हैं। पीछे इतनी सारी आपकी अलग अलग फिल्में हम दिखा रहे हैं, सबसे ज्यादा फेवरेट, दिल के करीब आपकी कौन सी फिल्म है जिसमें लगा होगा कि ये वाली फिल्म करके तो मजा आ गया, बस जीवन का ये उद्देश्य था?
ये प्रश्न कुछ वैसा ही है कि हलवाई से पूछेंगे तुम्हारा पसंदीदा मिठाई कौन सा है। कई बार बेस्ट सेलिंग जो होता है उसको बोल देते हैं, हाँ, लेकिन अक्सर हम कलाकारों की पसंदीदा चीज होती है वो कम लोग ही देख पाते हैं, कमर्शियली उतनी बड़ी नहीं हो पाती है। गुड़गांव नाम की एक फिल्म है जो कम लोगों ने देखी है, वो है न्यूटन है। न्यूटन मुझे बेहद पसंद है, मिमी भी पसंद है। तो ये सब है पसंदीदा, तो बाकी सब पसंद है। ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई बाकी ना पसंद है, पसंद की तुलना में ये जिनका नाम लिया वो थोड़ी ज्यादा है।
अब इतनी प्यारी प्यारी आप बातें कर रहे हैं, अब हमारे दर्शकों के ज़हन में सवाल होगा, जब ये बड़ी स्क्रीन पर आते हैं एकदम गुंडा बनकर ऐसे घूरते हैं लोगों को, तो उसके लिए क्या कोई खास एफर्ट करना पड़ता है? क्योंकि मैंने देखा है जिन फिल्मों में आप होते हैं या मिर्जापुर सीरीज की मैं बात करूं, तो वहां पर आपके फेस एक्सप्रेशन को ज्यादा क्लोज तरीके से दिखाया जाता है, जिसमें डायलॉग बहुत कम होते हैं।
जी।
तो कैसे डायलॉग की डिलीवरी होती है?
नहीं, वो किरदार वैसा है कि उसमें वो कम बोलता है, उसका खौफ है, उसका ट्रीटमेंट है, तो इसलिए वो किरदार वैसा है। बाकी तो अभिनेता है, अब जैसा चरित्र मिलता है हमें वैसा रूप धर लेते हैं और प्रयास करते हैं कि वैसा बिहेव करें ताकि देखने वाले सूधी दर्शकों को यकीन हो कि आदमी वही है। मतलब ये अगर आप मिर्जापुर में कालीन भैया को देखेंगे तो डरावना लगेगा, आपको डर क्रिएट होगा, लगेगा कि इस व्यक्ति को इग्नोर करना मुश्किल है अगर कमरे में हो तो। और सेम टाइम क्रिमिनल जस्टिस में एक किरदार है मेरा माधव मिश्रा, वकील का, उसको देखेंगे तो लगेगा इसको नोटिस करना मुश्किल है, वो अचानक भीड़ में खो जाता है, वो ऐसे वैसे निकल जाता है, इतना साधारण आदमी है वो। तो बतौर अभिनेता हम लोग पानी है, हमें जिस पात्र में डालोगे ना हम उसका शेप ले लेंगे, उसका रंग ले लेंगे, ये काम है हमारा। तो पानी का अपना तासीर क्या है? कुछ नहीं है, सादा है।
मतलब एक्टिंग शुरू से ही डीएनए में था कि जहां पर जिस किरदार में ढालिए उसमें हम पूरी तरह से चले जाएंगे।
नहीं, चित्रा जी लर्निंग से आया है, ये प्रैक्टिस से आया है, ये क्योंकि नहीं था डीएनए में। मेरे घर में कोई सुर में गाता भी नहीं है, कोई लिटरेचर और सिनेमा का एक किताब भी नहीं पढ़ा होगा। मैं पहला व्यक्ति हूँ जो इस लाइन में आ गया।
गाते हैं,
हाँ, नहीं, आर्ट लाइन में आ गया, ये कला के क्षेत्र में आ गया, वरना हमारे यहाँ कला के क्षेत्र में आना दूर दूर से कोई नाता नहीं है।
तो हमारे दर्शक कह रहे हैं या तो सुर में गाना सुन लीजिए, या तो एक्टिंग करवा लीजिए, या तो कुछ डायलॉग ऐसे जो आपके बहुत फेवरेट हो, वो जो आप बोलकर यहाँ पर दिखाना चाहें, क्योंकि आपके पहले देखिए सिद्धांत आके यहाँ पे डांस करके गए हैं।
आप में से किसी को कुछ सुनना है तो बोल दीजिए, वहीं बोल लूंगा।
जो आपका फेवरेट हो।
बड़े ठंडे दर्शक हैं यार आप लोग। हम सामने से ऑफर दे रहे हैं। या तो आप ठंडे दर्शक हैं या तो आपने हमारी फिल्म देखी नहीं है, दोनों हो
नहीं,
सकता
वो
है।
कह रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे हैं, हम कौन सा
हाँ, कौन
कहें
सा
जो
बोले?
आप
नहीं नहीं, आप सब लोग प्रॉड है। अगर यही चीज हुई थी पिछले दिनों, डीयू में गया था मैं, और वहां 10-15 हजार बच्चे थे डीयू लिटरेचर फेस्ट में। इतना शोर और डायलॉग का डिमांड कर रहे थे, मुझे ही समझ नहीं आ रहा था किसकी बात कर रहे हैं, कौन सी फिल्म का नाम ले रहे हैं, मैं सुन ही नहीं पा रहा था। बट आप सुधी दर्शक हैं सब, तो थैंक यू सो मच। मैं संवाद किसका बोलूं? आपका आपका कुछ पसंद
हम
है?
लोग उधर से डिमांड कर रहे हैं
ये
मिर्जापुर।
थोड़ा सा भ्रम, मतलब शर्म टूटा है उस कोने से। ठीक है, हाँ, नहीं नहीं, वो असंसदीय भाषा का उसमें थोड़ा सा प्रयोग है। तो ये तो जीईसी न्यूज चैनल जीईसी होता है ना? नहीं, जीईसी नहीं होता है, न्यूज चैनल
असंसदीय
होता है।
भाषा नहीं बोलेंगे,
हाँ,
वो हम
तो-
दिखा नहीं पाएंगे टीवी
हाँ,
पर।
कि मौर्य जी, दूसरा बोल देता हूँ, मौर्य जी, आप जिस शहर में नौकर बन के आए हैं, हम मालिक हैं उस शहर के।
क्या बात है, बहुत खूब, बहुत सुंदर। ये तो एक हो गया। आपके दिल के करीब कौन सा डायलॉग है?
जिसने खीर नहीं खाया वो मनुष्य योनि में पैदा होने का पूर्णतः फायदा नहीं उठाया। खाइए खाइए ना, आज पिताजी का जन्मदिन है। तो पूछती है, आप पिताजी के साथ रहते हैं? बोला, हाँ, मैं पिताजी के साथ रहता हूँ, पिताजी अकेले रहते हैं।
शानदार। मतलब उसकी इतनी लंबी फहरिस्त है कि कहीं पर मैं जाऊंगी तो शायद ज्यादा अटक जाना होगा। आगे बढ़ते हुए, अब आगे आने वाले वक्त में आप खुद के लिए वो कौन से सपने हैं जिसको साकार करना चाहते हैं इस इंडस्ट्री में? क्योंकि तकरीबन सभी बड़े कलाकारों के साथ आपने काम कर लिया, और एक वक्त पर सोचिए जहां पर 3 खान से बॉलीवुड की पहचान होती थी, उसके बाद कपूर फैमिली आई, लेकिन छोटे छोटे शहरों से जब लोग आकर वहीं बराबरी पर अपनी जगह बना लेते हैं, तो ये अपने आप में कम से कम भारत और इंडिया का जो फर्क है वो आपने मिटाने का काम किया है। तो इसके लिए भी आप बधाई के पात्र हैं। अब यहां से क्या सपना है आपका जो आप पूरा होते हुए देखना चाहते हैं?
पता नहीं, मतलब सक्सेसफुल तो हो गए, अब मीनिंगफुल होना है। क्योंकि मीनिंगफुल होने के लिए, मतलब कि अब हम, समाज ने हमें बहुत कुछ दे दिया है, अब हम क्या दे सकते हैं समाज को? उसके लिए राजनीति में ऑफ कोर्स नहीं जाना है, समाज को देने के लिए चुनाव नहीं लड़ना है। पर मेरे कुछ ऐसे एक्ट हो, मेरे ऐसे प्रयास हो बातचीत में सामाजिक स्तर पर, जिससे थोड़ा भी सामाजिक बदलाव हो। तो अब मीनिंगफुल होने का प्रयास है। मीनिंगफुल कैसे होया जाए, हो पाऊं, इसके बारे में सोच रहा हूं और वो एफर्ट कर रहा हूं। तो यही
आपने इस
है।
तरह की फिल्म भी की है, मैं अटल हूँ, अटल
जी,
बिहारी
जी,
वाजपेयी
जी।
की जिंदगी पर आधारित फिल्म, और एक दौर में आपने बड़ी मशक्कत की थी पटना में कि अटल जी को नजदीक से मैं देख लूं। उसमें आप कामयाब नहीं हो पाए, लेकिन ये फिल्म आपको मिली। तो समय हमें इशारा कर रहा है कि कार्यक्रम अब समापन की ओर आगे बढ़ चुका है, लेकिन उनकी कोई कविता, कोई डायलॉग या उस फिल्म का कोई किरदार जिसको इस मंच पर आप जीवंत करना चाहें?
अटल जी की कविता तो, हार नहीं मानूंगा, रार नहीं ठानूंगा, काल के कपाल पर लिखता मिटाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ। एक और छोटी सी कविता सुना दूं, रामदास मिश्र की कविता है, मुझे बहुत पसंद है और मुफीद लगती है मुझे मेरी जर्नी पे। कि बनाया है मैंने ये घर धीरे धीरे, बनाया है मैंने ये घर धीरे धीरे, खिले मेरे ख्वाबों के पर धीरे धीरे, किसी को गिराया न खुद को उछाला, किसी को गिराया न खुद को उछाला, मैं भी वहीं पहुंचा। भूल गया, लाइन ही भूल गया मैं। बनाया है मैंने घर धीरे धीरे, खिले मेरे ख्वाबों के पर धीरे धीरे, किसी को उछाला ना, किसी को गिराया ना खुद को उछाला, मैं भी वहीं पहुंचा जहां आप पहुंचे, मगर धीरे धीरे।
मगर धीरे धीरे, बहुत सुंदर।
मैं भी वहीं पहुंचा जहां आप पहुंचे, मगर धीरे धीरे। अनिल सर आ गए हैं और समय आप हो गया है। नमस्ते सर।
शानदार। बस अगला कार्यक्रम हम शुरू करने वाले हैं, जोरदार तालियां। हम बिल्कुल
उतर सकते हैं ना?
दोस्तों, what a lovely moment. Let's
ये देखिए मेरे पाँव पड़ गए हैं, मुझे बताना चाह रहे हैं कि मैं कितना बुजुर्ग हो गया हूँ। बहुत बड़ा मैं इनका फैन हूँ, बहुत जबरदस्त कलाकार हैं and I admire all your films and your work, man. Phenomenal, absolutely.
क्या बात है, थोड़ा जोरदार तालियां, इससे बड़ी बात नहीं हो सकती।
माफी चाहता हूँ
साहब, बहुत स्वागत है आपका, बहुत अच्छा लगा, आप अपनी बात को आगे बढ़ाएं। पंकज जी बड़े खुश हो रहे हैं, आप इतनी तारीफें कर रहे हैं।
मैं एक और बता दूं सर, मेरी हिंदी सिनेमा की शुरुआत सर के परिवार से हुई, बोनी जी की फिल्म से, रन, यस। और जब गुंजन सक्सेना देखी बोनी सर ने, तो मुझे रात में फोन किया, 1 बजे, कहीं ट्रायल में देखे थे और थोड़े भावुक थे, इमोशनल थे गुंजन सक्सेना की स्क्रीनिंग के बाद, और मुझे फोन करके बोले, पंकज मेरे से बढ़िया फादर का रोल तूने किया है जानवी के। उन्होंने
बहुत वाकई उसमें आपने बहुत ही कमाल का काम किया था।
थैंक यू
जानवी जी के साथ आपने जो किया था, इट वाज, आई लव द फिल्म, बहुत बेहतरीन फिल्म थी और आपका काम बहुत ही, आई थिंक मुझे ऐसा मैंने भी बहुत फिल्मों में फादर का रोल किया है, मगर आपने मेरे से बेटर किया।
अरे नहीं, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
चलिए इसी के साथ इस कार्यक्रम का समापन करेंगे। बहुत धन्यवाद इस मंच पर आने के लिए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, ये बहुत खास मोमेंट हो गया हमारे लिए। पंकज जी बने रहिए स्टेज पे, आपका आदर सत्कार करे बिना कैसे भेज सकते हैं आपको। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, I'd like to welcome Shashank Mane, founder bollylands.com, to join us on stage. Mr. Saikat Datta, Vice President Sales, and Mr. Gautam Datta, National Sales Director, ABP Network. पंकज जी जब भी बोलते हैं, जैसे बोलते हैं, हमारे दिल में बिल्कुल और बड़ा घर बना लेते हैं। His humility is endearing and we can't wait to see और क्या हमारी तरफ आ रहा है from पंकज त्रिपाठी। एक बार जोरदार तालियां दोस्तों for a wonderful artist and a wonderful human being. और द गिफ्ट स्टूडियो से एक खूबसूरत हैम्पर भी आया है पंकज जी के लिए। एक बार फिर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
को पहुंचा देंगे वो सामान के। हम बोले हम पंडित जी हैं, दक्षिणा खुद लेके जाएंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, व्हाट अ वंडरफुल सेशन एंड थैंक यू चित्रा। बस एक बहुत बड़े सुपरस्टार को आप ऑलरेडी स्टेज पर हमारे साथ देख ही चुके हैं, दो स्टार्स। दोस्तों इतना स्पेशल मोमेंट है, इतनी ह्यूमिलिटी है अनिल जी में, दैट वी हैव सीन। आई थिंक ही डिजर्व्स अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर दैट एज वेल। एंड ऑफ कोर्स वी आर वेरी ईगर to have Anil sir on stage. ये ऐसी इंडस्ट्री है दोस्तों जिसमें काफी बार हम कहते हैं what is the next big thing. अनिल जी जो है he has remained the big thing for the past 40 years. 80s के लखन हो या वो 90s के मिस्टर इंडिया हो या आज के नाइट मैनेजर, इनकी जो एनर्जी है वो जो डे 1 पे थी वो आज तक बरकरार है। And he has not just survived the changing tides of Bollywood, he has ridden them with a smile that stays famously Jhabkas. So ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about the secret behind being forever young, let's take a look at his latest powerful performance that is releasing very soon.
वो कोक नदी का घाट देखा है ना तुमने? ऐसे 5 घाट है दीदी के अंडर में।
एक ही बात सिखाई थी पिताजी ने, खौफ खत्म तो खेल खत्म।
दबंगई करते हैं दीदी के भाई प्रिंस। क्या हो गया? नाचो। जितने बचे कुचे सबको पालू में गाड़ देंगे। हो गया? अभी कहाँ, अभी तो तुम्हारी ज्वाइनिंग करानी है। हमारा नाम सुबेदार अर्जुन मौर्य है, रिटायर्ड। ये अपनी बॉडी गार्ड कर सकते हैं, कोई तकलीफ तो नहीं है? बीपी, गठिया, शुगर, ये बचुआ। और ये है हमारी दुनिया, रोज छिड़कने। बिग एंजॉय। कौन उल्लू ने मौसा जी को लगाया डायबरी पे? हमारा घर जरा बचना कहे थे ना, हमारा शहर। गाड़ी हटाओ जल्दी, भैया की लगेगी। जा तो बुरा मान गए। यहाँ हमारा बहुत सम्मान है। सुधा देवी अपनी घरवाली है? अपनी घरवाली है या किसी और की? बीडी जॉन। फौजी हैं, सीने में गोली झेल सकते हैं, बेइज्जती नहीं। को मना गई थी। इस सड़क में पेल क्या हो तुम? अपनी दीदी के भाई को। ये साला चलत गुंडा ना है, गैंग है गैंग।
आप क्या कर रहे थे, क्या कर रहे हैं, हमें कोई
और फौजी सब ठीक? एकदम टिप टॉप।
मम्मी हमेशा बोलती थी कि पापा तुम्हारे आफत है।
क्या बात है, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the man who defines reinvention, Anil Kapoor. Please join us on the stage, sir. And can I also request Dibangji and Chitra Tripathi to join Anil sir on the stage for what's going to be a riveting conversation that we've been looking forward to. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, ladies and gentlemen, for Anil Kapoor.
बैठने की आदत नहीं है। जो बैठ के इंटरव्यू होते हैं ना, मुझे बड़े कोफ देते हैं।
कोफ तो दिया?
हाँ या
अच्छा,
मतलब कोफ मतलब आई हैव टू डू इट। कभी कभी ऐसा किरदार भी मिलता है कि पूरी फिल्म में वो बैठा रहे तो बैठना पड़ता है। बट आई लाइक स्टैंडिंग, आई लाइक वॉकिंग, आई लाइक रनिंग। बट ठीक है, आज बैठ कर करते हैं, तो मैं खड़े होकर भी कर सकते हैं।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं दिबांग और मेरे साथ चित्रा त्रिपाठी, अनिल कपूर। आपने देखा कि किस तरीके से इंटरव्यू शुरू होने से पहले ही इनका भौकाल रहता है।
हर चीज अलग होनी चाहिए ना, क्योंकि अभी तो सुबह से इंटरव्यू देख रहे हैं, कुछ मजा होना चाहिए। ज्यादा सीरियसली लेंगे नहीं। As you know, I feel कि जो इतना कुछ हो रहा है दुनिया में आजकल, तो लोगों को मनोरंजन चाहिए, थोड़ा सा प्यार चाहिए, थोड़ा सा कि you know they need little more joy in life. So let's give some joy.
अगर आप खड़े होकर करना चाहते हैं तो हो सकता है
नहीं, मैं
देर के लिए फ्रेम में दाएं बाएं बाहर हो जाए, तो हम लोग तैयार है खड़े होने के लिए।
नहीं, ऐसी एक माहौल बना रहा था, ऐसी बात ही बैठ कर करते हैं।
नहीं, ये कोई माहौल नहीं है, क्योंकि अभी जिस सूबेदार को आपने देखा है बड़ी स्क्रीन पर, इस सूबेदार के एक सीन को इन्होंने अपने हिसाब से चेंज करा दिया और 1.5-2 घंटे तक पूरे क्रू मेंबर जिन्होंने सबने ओके कर दिया था, बट आपने कहा कि नहीं, मैं दोबारा करना चाहूंगा। तो सूबेदार से शुरुआत कर लेते हैं, जोरदार तालियां। 40 सालों से ऊपर का जिसका इतना लंबा बॉलीवुड का करियर रहा हो, अनस्टॉपेबल, बॉलीवुड से लेकर हॉलीवुड तक, और हर समय एवरग्रीन। और आप ये कह सकते हैं कि अनिल कपूर अपनी उम्र नहीं बढ़ा रहे, बल्कि वो अपनी एनर्जी को हर दिन और ज्यादा बूस्ट कर रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है इस मंच पर आपका सर।
अब मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ। आपका मैं काफी सालों से आपको देख रहा हूँ और हमारी मुलाकात भी हुई है। आपने कहा कि मैंने आपको चेस किया, पर एक्चुअली मैंने आपको चेस किया था कि आप मेरा इंटरव्यू ले लें। और मैं आप दोनों का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ, आप सबका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ। ये राम लखन, मिस्टर इंडिया और कौन सी फिल्में हैं भैया?
मुझे लग रहा है हम लोग खड़े ही हो जाते हैं सर, अगर आप
नहीं, बिल्कुल। और स्लमडॉग मिलियनेयर। थैंक यू। एबीपी नेटवर्क में आप सबका जितनी भी इस इनके इस एबीपी नेटवर्क के साथ जुड़े उन सबका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों ने मुझे यहाँ आने का मौका दिया और आपसे बात करने का मौका मिला है।
सर, मेरा अगला सवाल सूबेदार हम सब लोगों ने देखा और बहुत जल्द अब इसको देखेंगे अमेज़न पे भी। मेरा ये सवाल आपसे ये है, आपके भीतर ऐसा क्या था कि ठेठ बुंदेलखंडी पृष्ठभूमि में उसी तरह के किरदार में अपने आप को ढालकर, और हालांकि उम्र बताना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन अनिल कपूर जी आपकी फिटनेस देखकर कोई ये मानेगा भी नहीं कि बहुत जल्द आप 70
मेरी उम्र के पीछे क्यों पड़ गए सब लोग? मेरी एनर्जी के पीछे, मेरी उम्र के पीछे। मुझे लगता है कि मैंने अच्छा खासा काम किया है।
अभी काम करना बाकी है
क्या, और कर रहा हूँ और करता रहूंगा। तो डेफिनेटली सूबेदार एक बहुत ही स्पेशल फिल्म है मेरे लिए, बहुत ही एक वन ऑफ द मोस्ट चैलेंजिंग रोल्स हैं। और मैं आप सब जो आप यहाँ आए हैं और जो ये इंटरव्यू देख रहे हैं, और मैं चाहूँगा कि आप फिल्म देखें और उसका लुत्फ उठाएं। फिल्म का मुझे अच्छी फिल्म है, और मगर आप लोग डिसाइड करेंगे कि कैसी है। हम सब ने हर फिल्म में मेहनत करते हैं, मगर इसमें कुछ ज़्यादा की हम सब ने मिलकर।
एक मेहनत तो आपने ये की कि इसमें ना आप मुस्कुरा रहे हैं ना आप हंस रहे हैं, एकदम बड़ा कड़ा सा आपका चेहरा है बिल्कुल। ये
क्योंकि एक फौजी है, रिटायर्ड फौजी है, और एक फौजी जो होता है वो दिखावा ज़्यादा नहीं करता है, वो बहुत ही डिसिप्लिन होता है, बहुत ही उसको प्रोजेक्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं होती। जो उसकी जो रिस्पेक्टेबिलिटी, उसकी जो डिग्निटी है, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। और वो डिग्निटी रखना ऐसा नहीं कि वो हंसता नहीं और स्माइल नहीं करता है, पर डिपेंड करता है क्या सिचुएशन के हिसाब से। वो कैजुअल नहीं है, इट्स अ वेरी, और जिसने अपनी पूरी जिंदगी यूनिफॉर्म पहनी हो, उसका एक अलग, और पूरी देश की उसने सेवा की है, सबकी सेवा की है। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो बहुत ही अंदर से एक बहुत ही उसके अंदर एक ऐसा ठहराव होता है, एक ज्वाला होता है, एक ज्वालामुखी होता है। वो दिखाता नहीं है, इट इज नॉट वेरी लाउड, इज वेरी इंटरनल। सो दैट्स व्हाट द रोल, ये किरदार जो मेरा था सूबेदार अर्जुन मौर्य का।
किस तरह की परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ा, क्योंकि बिहार के इलाकों में जाकर आपका ये पूरा
बिहार में नहीं, हमने इसमें यूपी में, लखनऊ में, कानपुर में, आगरा में, वहाँ भी हमने शूटिंग की। बहुत ही हमने कोशिश की है, क्योंकि आजकल बहुत सारी फिल्में, अच्छी फिल्में और बहुत कामयाब भी हो रही हैं। जो सारी फिल्में हैं वो स्पेशल इफेक्ट्स, VFX, वो सब ग्रीन पर्दे लगाकर, और एक्शन भी, आप जो एक्शन नज़र आता है वो भी थोड़ा सा आप उसको लार्जर देन लाइफ बता सकते हैं विद स्पेशल इफेक्ट्स, और लोगों को मज़ा भी आता है। मगर इस फिल्म में हमने कोशिश की है कि सब चीज़ रियल रहे, लोकेशन, परफॉर्मेंसेस, एंड इवन द एक्शन व्हिच यू सी इन द फिल्म इज वेरी रियल, very which people I feel today wanting to see honesty, truthfulness in a film, in a story, and in the character. They should connect with it, they should relate with it, and that's what we have tried to do.
आपकी जो फिल्मों के डायलॉग हैं वो लोग अभी तक याद रखते हैं, याद करते हैं, लगातार आपस में कहते हुए नजर आते हैं। सूबेदार की बात करें, नई फिल्म है, ताजा फिल्म है, कोई ऐसा डायलॉग जो आप लोगों को भी सुना सके?
ये आपने इस ट्रेलर में देखा, मैं दोबारा दोहरा सकता हूँ। फौजी हूँ, सीने में गोली झेल सकता हूँ, बेइज्जती नहीं। आई थिंक इट्स दैट शोज द कैरेक्टर, कि ये फौजी जो है ये सीने में गोली झेल सकता है मगर बेइज्जती नहीं। एंड मुझे लगता है कि हर इंसान को ऐसा होना चाहिए। यू शुड बी वेरी सेल्फ रिस्पेक्टिंग मैन। दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एवरीबॉडी। वो सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट होनी चाहिए कि ही कैन डू एनीथिंग फॉर हिज फैमिली, ही कैन डू एनीथिंग फॉर हिज फैमिली, फॉर रिलेशनशिप्स, व्हाटएवर ही डज, जो भी वो करना चाहता है, मगर कोई उसको ह्यूमिलेट करे, उसको उसको उसकी इज्जत नहीं दे, तो वो मुझे लगता है कि वो सहन नहीं करना चाहिए।
आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि रील में रियल बातें ज्यादा होनी चाहिए। अभी एआई का जमाना, दिल्ली में समिट भी हुआ था, एआई से फिल्में भी तैयार की जा रही हैं, बहुत ज्यादा इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। आपको लग रहा है कि फिल्मों के इमोशन को, क्योंकि हम खुद जानते हैं आप एक बहुत भावुक व्यक्ति हैं और आपको कुछ ऐसी किक चाहिए होती है अगर आप किसी फिल्म को करना चाहते हैं एक भावुकता से रिलेटेड, तो आपको लग रहा है एआई उन चीजों को खत्म कर रहा है या वास्तव में बॉलीवुड के लिए या हॉलीवुड के लिए एक बड़ा मौका भी लेकर आ रहा है?
नहीं, मुझे तो अभी इट्स टू अर्ली। अभी जो कुछ ऑब्वियसली दैट इज द फ्यूचर, एक रिवोल्यूशन है which we have to all उसको पॉजिटिवली लेना चाहिए एंड इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, पॉजिटिवली इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए। एंड आई एम श्योर इट विल बी ग्रेट फॉर द एंटायर, नॉट ओनली फॉर आवर कंट्री बट फॉर द एंटायर वर्ल्ड, फॉर द एंटायर प्लैनेट। एंड इट विल ओनली हेल्प, इट विल बी वेरी वेरी, आई थिंक फॉर anything which is new, anything when there is a new revolution and innovation or invention, it's always great for the nation, it is great for the world. And AI is going to be phenomenal, absolutely. You have to use it positively, you have to use it as a tool. And where if entertainment का है, I think उसको भी हम अच्छी तरह इस्तेमाल करेंगे और अच्छी फिल्में बनाएंगे, अच्छी फिल्में बनाने का उससे we can make films and use it correctly and make better films and entertain the audience, yeah.
एआई की तो बात हो गई, लेकिन आप अगर टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें, जो हमने, जब मैं आपको चेस कर रहा था उसके बाद आज
मैं आपको चेस कर रहा था,
मैं उस पर भी आऊंगा। पर आज अगर देखें अनिल जी, देखिए ना, आप किसी से मिलने जाते हैं, कोई बर्थडे पार्टी होती है, 3 मिनट के बाद हर कोई डूब जाता है मोबाइल में।
3 मिनट आपने ज्यादा बोल दिया
अच्छा,
मेरे ख्याल से, आई थिंक, बट आज ये यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं सब बहुत अटेंशन से देख रहे हैं और फोन पर नहीं है। आई मस्ट गिव देम अ बिग हैंड प्लीज, व्हिच इज फैंटास्टिक। यस, डिपेंड करता है। यू सी द थिंग इज, आपकी कॉन्वर्सेशन कैसी है, आप किस किस्म की फिल्म बना रहे हैं। अगर फिल्म भी अगर आप देखने जाएंगे, कोई अच्छी फिल्म हो और उसकी कहानी अच्छी हो, स्टोरी टेलिंग अच्छी हो, परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी हो, तो लोग फिर वो दिल से देखते हैं, फिर वो फोन पर नहीं जाते हैं। डिपेंड करता है कि हाउ व्हाट इज, अगर एक रूम है, अगर वो कॉन्वर्सेशन अच्छी है और अगर बच्चे हैं, अगर वो डिसिप्लिन से उन्हें इफ यू look after them, you teach them, and if you educate them properly and discipline them. And जैसे कि हम लोग जिक्र कर रहे थे कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भी ऐसा हुआ है कि they are coming out with something where
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में तो कानून है कि सोशल मीडिया पर 16 साल के कम के बच्चे नहीं जा सकते। चीन में सिर्फ 1 घंटे जा सकते हैं,
1 घंटे जा सकते हैं,
वो भी सैटरडे और संडे को।
हर चीज के लिए एक डिसिप्लिन होना बहुत जरूरी है। और इस चीज में भी अगर जैसे सेंसर होता है हमारे लिए, करेक्ट है ना, सेंसर को हम फॉलो करते हैं, हम फिल्में बनाते हैं, they are censored. So if there is anything like this for social media also, if you can come out with something like that, it will be great. मैंने अपने आप को सेंसर किया हुआ है टेक्नोलॉजी से। मैं भी जब शाम को घर जाता हूँ तो मैंने एक जेल जैसा, उसको जेल बोलते हैं, फोन का जेल है, तो मैं रात को जब सोने से पहले उस फोन को उस जेल में डाल देता हूँ और बंद कर देता हूँ। और जब मुझे नहीं, ताकि आई कैन हैव प्रॉपर स्लीप, एंड पूरा दिन मैंने काम किया हुआ है और मैं अच्छी तरह मैं अपने आप को रिलैक्स करना चाहता हूँ, माइंड को रिलैक्स करना चाहता हूँ, सोना चाहता हूँ, ताकि सुबह फिर एक नया दिन है और मैं जद्दोजहद में लग जाऊं, मेहनत करूं। तो उस वजह से मैंने वो जेल बनाया, तो मैं फोन उस जेल में रख देता हूँ। सो देयर इज ऑलवेज सेल्फ सेंसरशिप ऑल्सो, एंड ऑफ कोर्स फॉर चिल्ड्रन एंड फॉर लॉट ऑफ अदर पीपल यू कैन हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ सेंसरशिप। आप अपने ऑफिस में कर सकते हैं। आप कितनी, हम लोग इवेंट्स पे जाते हैं, वहां आपको फोन बाहर रखना पड़ता है, तो ये सब चीजें हम कर सकते हैं। You can do it, definitely you can do it, and we should do it also. We should try to censor it. We should try to control this whole thing so that there are certain people who are, उनको बच्चों को especially, if we can educate them, if we can, if the, like for example, what Australia has done, what China is doing, we can also do it. Why not? And we must do it.
बिल्कुल, हमें ये करना भी चाहिए। और यकीनन फोन एक नशे की तरह हो गया है। आप कितने
एडिक्शन हो गया।
बिल्कुल,
एब्सोल्युटली।
कितने घंटे उस पर गुजारते हैं आपको पता भी नहीं चलता और ज्यादातर आपका समय खराब हो रहा होता है। अनिल जी, हम मुंबई में बैठे हुए हैं, यहाँ पर आपने पढ़ाई लिखाई की, एक्टिंग और उसके बाद जबरदस्त तरीके से 40 सालों से ज्यादा का ये शानदार करियर, कोई भी फिल्म आपकी उठाकर देख लें, उसमें अगर अनिल कपूर हैं तो उनके चाहने वाले उस फिल्म को जरूर एक एक बार नहीं कई कई बार वो देखते रहे हैं। लेकिन जब आप अपनी जर्नी को पीछे पलट कर देखते हैं, तो अभी सूबेदार की हम बात छोड़ दें तो कौन कौन सी वो फिल्में हैं जो आपको लगता है कि ये फिल्म करके बड़ा मजा आ गया और वास्तव में अनिल कपूर इसी के लिए बने थे?
मैं वैसे खुशनसीब रहा हूं, मेरी बहुत सी फिल्में हैं जो मैं तो अपना काम करके मैं तो हमेशा पीछे मुड़ के कोशिश करता हूं कि पीछे मुड़ कर नहीं देखूं, मगर कुछ ऐसी मेमोरीज हैं, ऐसी जर्नीज हैं जो फिल्म के कामयाबी से ज्यादा जो मेरी मुलाकातें हुई हैं, जो रिश्ते बने हैं उस फिल्म के दौरान, वो मैं ज्यादा वैल्यू करता हूँ। सक्सेस फेलियर तो लगा रहता है, कुछ फिल्में चलती हैं, कुछ नहीं चलती हैं, मगर जो लोगों से मुलाकात होती है। मैं ऋषिकेश मुखर्जी के साथ काम कर रहा था, उनके साथ मैंने एक फिल्म की थी झूठ बोले कौवा काटे। तो बोला एक फिल्म की जर्नी जो होती है वो जैसे आप रेल में जाते हो, ट्रेन में जा रहे होते हैं, तो आप कंपार्टमेंट में बैठे हुए हैं और कुछ लोग बैठे हुए हैं, राम की उनकी दोस्ती हो जाती है, फिर आप स्टेशन पर उतरते हैं और बोलते हैं हम मिलेंगे, हम ऐसा करेंगे, तो आपको वो सब मेमोरीज रहती हैं, यू एंजॉय सो मच, और बाद में आप अपने जद्दोजहद में लग जाते हैं। बट देन सर्टेन मेमोरीज रिमेन। सो आई हैव अ लॉट ऑफ फिल्म्स व्हिच आई हैव मेड ग्रेट फ्रेंड्स, और मैं जितने भी मेरे डायरेक्टर्स रहे हैं, प्रोड्यूसर्स रहे हैं, कोस्टार्स रहे हैं, टेक्नीशियंस रहे हैं, मेरी आज भी उनके साथ मैं कोशिश करता हूं अपनी तरफ से कि उनसे मेरी वैसी ही दोस्ती रहे, रिश्ता रहे, एंड दैट इज मोर प्रेशियस फॉर मी देन व्हाट द फेट ऑफ द फिल्म इज। सो देयर आर सर्टेन फिल्म्स जो लोग जब मुझे बोलते हैं कि हमने आपकी वो फिल्म देखी और बड़ी अच्छी है, आज भी हम फिल्म देखते हैं तो हमें मजा आता है, सो दैट मेक्स मी फील हैप्पी। ऑफ कोर्स आई एम वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट इट, बट देयर आर क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ माय फिल्म्स, सो आई डोंट
बॉलीवुड
वांट
में
टू।
सबसे अच्छा दोस्त कौन है आपका?
जी,
बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री में सबसे अच्छा दोस्त कौन है आपका?
आई थिंक बहुत सारे हैं। अभी मुझे हो गए अभी काम करते हुए इस इंडस्ट्री में 1977 में मैंने अपना काम शुरू किया। सो 1977 एंड 2026, तो कितने साल हो गए सर? हाँ जी 49 या 47? 49 साल हो गए। सो विच इज आई थिंक, तो काफी सालों से, तो उस फिल्म के दौरान से लगा अब तक कितनी दोस्तियां हुई हैं, कितने रिश्ते हुए हैं, कुछ इस दुनिया में हैं, कुछ इस दुनिया से चले गए हैं, और एंड अभी मैंने फिल्में की है, सूबेदार की है, उसमें भी मेरे अच्छे रिश्ते बने हैं और दोस्ती बनी है। सुरेश त्रिवेणी साहब इस फिल्म के डायरेक्टर हैं, विक्रम साहब उसके प्रोड्यूसर हैं, राधिका मदन जिन्होंने मेरी बेटी का रोल किया है, उनके साथ अच्छा, आदित्य रावल, परेश रावल के बेटे, बहुत ही बेहतरीन काम किया, उसके साथ एक अच्छा रिश्ता बन गया है। तो ऐसी बहुत सारी फिल्में हैं, और जिसमें तो बहुत सारे दोस्त हैं, ऐसा कोई, एंड इट्स सच मैं अपने आप को इतना खुश नसीब समझता हूँ कि मैं इस बिजनेस में हूँ, इस शो बिजनेस में हूँ, इस फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में हूँ, इस फिल्म फ्रेटर्निटी में हूँ, और इतने सालों से दर्शकों ने लोगों ने इतना प्यार दिया है, और इतना कुछ मुझे दिया है कि जैसे कहते हैं कि बहुत दिया देने वाले ने आंचल में नहीं समाए।
क्या बात है,
दिस इज व्हाट आई फील। या
दोस्तों का
तो
नाम
ये जो
लेने से-
फिल्म जो ये मैं आपको जो चेस कर रहा था, वो 33 साल पुरानी बात है, 1993।
हाँ जी, कौन सी फिल्म थी
एक
वो?
बहुत बड़ी फिल्म, उस समय उस साल की सबसे ज्यादा बजट वाली फिल्म, और पहली बार की
आप रूप की
मर्चेंडाइज,
रानी चोरों का राजा की बात तो नहीं कर रहे हैं? सबसे बड़ी। हाँ?
और सबसे पहली बार हिंदी सिनेमा में मर्चेंडाइज बने, डॉल्स बने बड़ी बड़ी फिल्म के लिए। वो आपका जो सफर है उसमें उस फिल्म को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
I think that was the best part, I think the most turning point उस फिल्म से जितना मैंने सीखा है मेरे ख्याल से, क्योंकि लोग कहते हैं और मैं भी ये समझता हूं कि आप कामयाबी से ज्यादा, जो फिल्में कामयाब नहीं हुई हैं, आप गलतियों से ज्यादा सीखते हैं। आप जो आपने गलतियां की उससे यू लर्न लॉट। फेलियर्स टीच यू मोर देन सक्सेस। सो रूप की रानी चोरों का राजा से मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा, एंड जो हमने उसमें गलतियां की हैं, हम कोशिश करते हैं कि वो गलतियां हम दोबारा ना करें, मगर फिर भी गलतियां करते रहते हैं और फिर उससे सीखते हैं. तो रुखी रानी कचौरों का राजा was a turning point in my career. Yeah, in terms of I will take it very positively, very very positively. It really helped me grow as a person, as a human being, as an actor, as a in every which way. You know, this stardom है, career है, हर चीज is very fragile. It's very temporary. What remains permanent is your hard work, is your discipline, is your consistency. This is permanent. Otherwise, everything is very temporary. So that film was, in a way, taught me a lot. बहुत कुछ सीखा मैंने उस फिल्म से.
बहुत चीज किया मैंने आपको. मैं आपसे एक और सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ कि एक बहुत अच्छी बात आपके अंदर है कि रीइन्वेंट करते रहते हैं खुद को. इस दौर में जब आप हैं, आप किन बातों का बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान देते हैं जी?
Obviously ये लफ्ज आजकल बहुत ज्यादा मेरे साथ, जब भी मैं कहीं किसी मंच पे जाता हूँ तो लोग कहते हैं कि मैं रीइन्वेंट करता हूँ. मैं तो मुझे लगता है कि हर दौर में मैंने अपने आप में I have tried to do my best and I have to adapt with new directors, new talent, new co-stars, new storytelling. मैंने वही किया है और सरवाइव करने की कोशिश की है मैंने इतने सालों से. एंड उसको अगर आप रीइन्वेंशन कहते हैं तो आप कह सकते हैं, मगर अगर मैं अगर इन अच्छे कलाकारों के साथ, यंगस्टर्स के साथ जो मेरे साथ काम अभी करना चाहते हैं, अगर वो नहीं करते तो शायद, तो आई थिंक हर दौर में, हर 15 साल में कहीं ना कहीं बस मैं काम करता रहा. I think that's, and I just want to work and do good work and do it consistently with honesty, with all my heart and soul. And अगर उसे आप reinvention कहते हैं तो समझ लीजिए कि मैंने reinvent किया, मगर मैं तो बस काम करना चाहता हूँ और काम करता रहूंगा. लोग बोलते हैं कि अब हो गया, मैंने बोला अभी तो मैं शुरू हुआ हूँ. I have to just start it.
इस पे तो तालियां होनी चाहिए. अभी तो पिक्चर बाकी है बहुत सारी मेरे भीतर. नायक से सूबेदार तक का, उसके पहले भी बहुत सारी फिल्में आपने जिक्र किया. 1977 से आपने शुरुआत की. नायक एक ऐसी फिल्म जिसने हर युवा के भीतर एक अलग तरह का जोश भरा और ये पैदा किया कि अगर एक दिन मुख्यमंत्री बनने का मौका मुझे मिल गया तो मैं चेंज करना चाहूंगा. मौजूदा वक्त में उस सवाल को मैं दूसरे तरीके से पूछना चाहूंगी. अगर अब आपको एक दिन मुख्यमंत्री बनने का मौका मिला तो कौन सा राज्य है जिसको आप चूज करना चाहेंगे?
मैं बिल्कुल बनना नहीं चाहूंगा. मैं सोचता भी नहीं इसके बारे में. मैं I respect all the, I think there are much more superior people who know and who are doing a great job in all the states and in the country, and especially in our in our country. And we are progressing and doing so well for in every which way. And so मैं कभी इसके बारे में सोचता नहीं हूँ, बट मैं अपनी तरफ से पूरी कोशिश करूंगा कि मैं as an actor, as a person, as a citizen of Mumbai, of Maharashtra, of India, of this planet, of this world, what I can do my best to make it a better place to live in every which way, where environmental, where climate change is concerned, where pollution is concerned, where happiness is concerned, to spread joy, entertainment. जो मेरी तरफ से हो सकता है मैं करने की कोशिश करूंगा. मगर मैंने कभी ना सोचना चाहता हूं, ना मैं इसका इस सवाल का मैं क्या जवाब दूं जब इसके बारे में मैंने सोचा ही नहीं, मैं सोचना भी नहीं चाहता. बट आई विल डू व्हाटएवर इज पॉसिबल टू, इफ एनीबॉडी इज ऑन दैट जॉब, कि हाउ आई कैन बी ऑफ इवन ऑफ अ लिटिल, कैसे मैं उसको और बेहतर बना सकूं. दैट्स व्हाट आई वुड लाइक टू.
आप आपके बेटी के करियर पर आप कितना इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं, कितनी सलाहें देते हैं कि बेटा ये करो, ये मत करो? इसमें
मेरी 2 बेटियां और एक बेटा है. तो जो हर पिता अपने बच्चों के साथ करता, मैं वैसे ही, आई एम नॉट, आई थिंक जितने भी यहाँ हैं सबके अपने बच्चे होंगे, और जैसे उन लोग बिहेव करते हैं मैं भी वैसे ही बिहेव करता हूँ. और जब वो खुश होते हैं, बच्चे कुछ अच्छी चीज़ करते हैं तो हम खुश हो जाते हैं. कभी ऐसा लगता है कि थोड़े से वो उदास नजर आते तो हम उदास हो जाते हैं. बट हमारा हर यही होता है कि आप encourage करें और वो जो करना चाहते हैं, जो उनकी ड्रीम है उसको फुलफिल करने के लिए आप जो करना। अगर मैंने कभी ऐसा नहीं कोशिश की अपने बच्चों के साथ कि I've never been a very dominating or a very strict father. I'm more like a friend, and I would love to be like that. And I would love, मैं चाहूँगा कि वो अपनी गलतियां खुद करें और उस गलतियों से सीखें। That's what I do.
ये बहुत शानदार है और तमाम ऐसे पिता हैं, खासतौर से हमारे उत्तर भारत वाले, उनको ये बातें जरूर सीखनी और सुननी चाहिए कि अपने बच्चों के साथ दोस्ताना व्यवहार करेंगे तो वो भी खुलकर आपसे अपनी बात कर पाएंगे।
कभी कभी स्ट्रिक्ट होना पड़ता है, ऐसी बात नहीं है, बट
उस समय क्या करते हैं फिर आप?
पत्नी ज्यादा करती है। she is the headmaster of the house. She is the boss.
आप उनकी बहुत तारीफ भी करते हैं। पहली मुलाकात आप लोगों की क्लास 10th में हुई थी और उसके 10-11 सालों के बाद आपने फिर शादी की और तब से लेकर आज तक जब भी सफलता का श्रेय किसी एक व्यक्ति को देना होता है तो अनिल कपूर उनको देते हैं।
52 साल से हम साथ में हैं, तो और क्या कह सकते हैं, we are together since 52 years and और आज मैं अगर आप लोगों के यहाँ हूँ और जिस तरह मैं लग रहा हूँ, लोग बोलते हैं कि तू अपने आप you're looking fit, looking positive, जैसे आपने कहा कि आप में एनर्जी है, तो ये सब कहाँ से आता है? अगर आपका हर परिवार सुखी है तो वो आपके चेहरे पर आ जाता है। एंड इफ यू हैव अगर आप हार निकले और आपकी पत्नी ऐसी है तो एक कॉन्फिडेंस अलग आता है। When you have that kind of wife, you get that there is someone who's standing by you. उसका एक नूर जो है ना, that is पावर का भी एक नूर होता है, सक्सेस का भी एक नूर होता है, मगर ये कॉम्बिनेशन अगर आपके पास आ जाए कि आपके पास थोड़े बहुत पैसे भी हैं, आपके पास सक्सेस भी है और आपके पास एक ऐसा दोस्त है, एक सोलमेट है जो आपके साथ दुख सुख में खड़ा है, तो इट इज समथिंग एल्स। आई फील उससे बेहतर कोई चीज ही नहीं, दिस व्हाट आई फील।
पर एक बात है कि अनिल कपूर हैं, बड़े स्टार हैं, पर घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर हो जाती है।
मेरे ख्याल से वो इसलिए तो वो एक ये कि ये क्यों बोलते हैं घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर, इतना फेमस क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि मेजॉरिटी पीपल आर लाइक दैट, घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर, मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल, यस। तो उसका दिस इज आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल मस्ट बी फीलिंग दैट कि बाहर आप कुछ भी हो, बॉस हो, ऑफिस में, कंपनी में, सेट पर, यहाँ वहाँ, जो भी हमारे घर पर जाकर, तो दे आर द बॉसेस, यस, ऑफ कोर्स, मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम।
सवाल पूछते हैं बहुत
जी,
सवाल पूछते हैं, कहाँ जा रहे हो, क्या कर रहे हो?
तो मैंने कहा था कि उनको मैं अभी भी उन्होंने यही सवाल किया, कहाँ जा रहे हो? उनको पता ही नहीं होता मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, तो मैं जा रहा हूँ अपना यहाँ, इन कॉन्वर्सेशन है, आपसे मुलाकात होगी, आपसे चित्रा जी से और आपसे मुलाकात होगी, तो मैंने कहा कि मैं जा रहा हूँ, आज जा रहा हूँ। बोले ठीक है, जल्दी आ जाना।
और हम इस मंच से उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे कि आपने इन्हें सही समय पर बिल्कुल भेज दिया और इतने सारे दर्शकों के सवालों के जवाब भी आपसे जानने हैं। अगला मेरा सवाल यह है, आपकी फिल्मों के लिए घर में सबसे ज्यादा सलाह कौन देने का काम करता है? क्योंकि आप सक्सेसफुल तब हुए जब उसके ठीक पहले आपको जीवन का एक ऐसा पार्टनर मिल चुका था जिसने हर वक्त आपको सपोर्ट किया, उसके बाद बच्चे। तो अगर फिल्मों को लेकर सलाह लेनी होती है तो घर में सबसे आगे कौन रहता है अनिल कपूर को सलाह देने वाला?
ये तो मैंने बेसिकली इट्स माय फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, मैं सुनता हूँ सबकी उम्र, करता हूँ अपनी, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कैमरा के सामने तो मुझे ही काम करना है, तो आई गो विद माय इंस्टिंक्ट। लोग बोलते हैं कि तेरे चॉइसेस फिल्में, ये लोग गलतफहमी में है कि मुझे बहुत कुछ लोगों को स्क्रिप्ट का बहुत शौक है और हमें किसी को भी इस इंडस्ट्री में पता है कि कौन सी पिक्चर चलेगी कौन सी नहीं चलेगी, किसी को कुछ नहीं पता है। यू हैव टू गो विद योर इंस्टिंक्ट। सुनो सबकी, मत करो अपनी। आई लिसन टू एवरीबॉडी, आई स्पेशली यंगस्टर्स, एंड आई लिसन टू पीपल हु, और मैंने हमेशा कोशिश की है कि मैं अपने आसपास ऐसे लोगों को रखूं जो मुझसे डरे नहीं और मुझे कह सके अगर मैं कुछ गलत कर रहा हूं तो दे शुड बी एबल टू टेल मी इफ आई एम गोइंग रॉन्ग। सो आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट इट इज। सो जैसे कि जो भी फिल्में आप देख रहे हैं आज जो पुरानी फिल्में हैं, कामयाब फिल्में हैं, यादगार फिल्में हैं, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं मैंने ऐसे बड़े डायरेक्टर्स थे, इतने अच्छे फनकार थे, इतनी अच्छी लिखत थी, और मैंने उनकी बातें सुनी और उन्होंने मुझे मोल्ड किया, क्योंकि मैं तो एक क्ले की तरह हूं ना, so you're like a clay in everything, as an actor, as a person, as a human being, as a countryman, and depends who's your leader, who's your director, who's your the person in the house, your children, youngsters, and you should be able to adapt yourself to everybody, learn from everybody, and you should be a good listener, and that's what I've done in my life.
एक बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि बहुत अच्छा सा एक एसोसिएशन था आपका गीता बाली जी के साथ। उस बारे में आपने शायद कभी बात की भी नहीं है, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे?
दर्शकों, गीता बाली जी जो थी वो उनका मेरे परिवार पर बहुत उन्होंने जो हमने फिल्में बनानी शुरू की, मेरे पिताजी ने, फिर मैंने और बोनी और मैंने फिल्में प्रोड्यूस की, और फिर मैंने जो एक्टिंग शुरू की, तो बचपन से ही मेरे ख्याल से 5, 6, 7 साल का था तो हम लोग शमी कपूर जी की पहली पत्नी का नाम गीता बाली जी, तो उन्होंने मुझे थोड़ा बहुत डांस सिखाया कि कैसे डांस करते हैं। तो पहला माउथ ऑर्गन उन्होंने मुझे खरीद के दिया। फिर मेरे पिताजी ने जो पहली फिल्म शुरू की एज ए प्रोड्यूसर, तो वो बहुत ही, मेरे पिताजी बहुत ही ऑनेस्ट और शरीफ किस्म के इंसान थे। तो उन्होंने कहा कि मेरा नाम था सुरेंद्र कपूर, सुरेंद्र तुझे फिल्म शुरू करनी चाहिए। उन्होंने उस फिल्म उन्होंने मदद की फिल्म शुरू करने के लिए। अगर देखेंगे हमारी जब भी फिल्में शुरू होती हैं, जो भी मिस्टर इंडिया वगैरह, तो पहले गीता बाली जी की तस्वीर आती है। तो उनका बहुत से लोगों का मेरे करियर में, मेरे ख्याल से हर इंसान क्या कोई ना कोई ऐसा इंसान होता है जो कहीं ना कहीं आपको इनकरेज करता है और सपोर्ट करता है और आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश करता है, और वो आपके जहन में रहता है। तो गीता बाली जी जो है वो एक बहुत ही कम उम्र में इस दुनिया को छोड़ के चली गई। बहुत ही कमाल की एक्ट्रेस थी, बहुत ही कमाल की डांसर थी, एंड शी वाज अ लवली ह्यूमन बीइंग एंड अ ग्रेट ह्यूमन बीइंग। और वो उनका चेहरा मेरे ख्याल से 60 साल से भी ज्यादा हो गया। मुझे पहले ये सब चीजें मुझे सिखाई थी और मुझे अब तक याद है। तो गीता बाली जी का बहुत योगदान रहा है पूरे परिवार।
यकीनन ऐसे अनगिनत किरदार होंगे जिन्होंने आपको इस तरह से गढ़ा, और आप हमारे सामने इस रूप में हैं। आपकी किसी भी फिल्म को उठाकर देख लो, यकीनन उसमें आपका जो किरदार होता है वो लोगों को भावनाओं से भर देता है। कई ऐसी फिल्मों में आंसू बहाते हुए अनिल कपूर जी ने अपनी फिल्मों के जरिए लोगों को प्यार करना सिखाया, प्यार का मतलब सिखाया। अब मैं आ जाती हूँ, चूंकि आज की जो जेन ज़ी है वो बहुत जल्दी निराश हो जाती है, परेशान हो जाती है, सफलता बहुत जल्दी वो चाहती है कि हमारे जीवन में मिल जाए। तो अनिल कपूर, उनके लिए सफलता का मंत्र क्या है जो देना चाहेंगे?
यार, एक तो मेरे को ज्ञान देना नहीं आता, मैं जेन ज़ी से सीखना चाहता हूं। एंड जेन ज़ी ये हमेशा कहते हैं उनको हमसे ज्यादा मालूम है, हमेशा। एंड यू हैव टू लर्न फ्रॉम देम। एंड मैं खुद जेन ज़ी हूं, क्या ज्ञान दूं? तो मुझे लगता है आपने गलत सवाल मुझसे किया। ये जेन ज़ी का कुछ ऐसे बहुत से लोग हैं जो अच्छा ज्ञान दे सकते हैं और एडवाइस दे सकते हैं। मैं एडवाइस लेना चाहता हूँ, जैसे मैं दे नहीं सकता कि जेन ज़ी क्या
एडवाइस देने के लिए आपकी फिल्में देखनी पड़ेंगी हमें, सूबेदार में जैसे कि बेहतरीन शानदार डाला।
मैं फिल्मों के these are things which we do best, as how you lead your life, and that's what I have done, with discipline, with professionalism, with integrity, with honesty, with the consistency. This is my advice to Gen Z. बोलने से आप क्या advice देंगे? They should, when they know how I have gone in my life, I think that will be my advice to them. They, कि मैंने गलतियां भी की हैं, but तो दे शुड नॉट डू द मिस्टेक्स आई हैव डन, द यंगर जनरेशन, कि वो गलतियां ना करें, वो जो मैंने सही चीजें की है उसे फॉलो करें। आई थिंक दैट्स विल बी माय एडवाइस, रादर देन मैं यहाँ कहूँ कि माँ बाप की इज्जत करें, जो हमने की है, जो मैंने की है, और परिवार से प्यार करें, दोस्ती निभाएं, क्योंकि आप जो तेरे रिश्ते होते हैं वो तो हैं आपके रिश्ते, और दोस्ती एक ऐसी चीज होती है जो वो हो जाती है, तो उसको यू हैव टू हैव फ्रेंड्स इन लाइफ, अदरवाइज यू बिकम वेरी लोनली, यू नो। दोस्ती होनी चाहिए, और जहां आप काम करते हैं और जिसके साथ आप काम करें उनको दे शुड वर्क विद एवरीबडी एल्स, बट व्हेन दे आर नॉट वर्किंग दे शुड मिस यू शुड, क्या अगर आपको 100 रुपए मिल रहा है किसी काम के लिए, तो कोशिश करें कि आप उनको 200 रुपए का काम करके दें। सो दिस इज व्हाट आई फील। मैं बहुत ही सरल अंदाज में कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी बड़ी बातें नहीं करना चाहता हूं। दिस इज व्हाट आई फील। इतनी चीजें हैं जो जेनजी को यूज करना चाहिए। एंड कितने लोग हैं इस देश में, पूरी दुनिया में, जिनको वो फॉलो कर सकते हैं, जो कामयाब हुए हैं, जिन्होंने इतना किया है अपने परिवार के लिए, अपने नेशन के लिए, अपने दोस्तों के लिए, अपने कंपनी के लिए, अपने इन्वेंट किया है, बिजनेसेस किए हैं। हम अभी मेरे ख्याल से दुनिया में 18, 19, 20 साल के लोग हैं जो बिलियनर्स बन गए हैं। अभी बिलियनर्स, इतना जबरदस्त दौर चल रहा है। यू कैन बिकम अ बिलियनर, यू कैन बिकम मिलियनर तो छोड़ दो, अगर आपने सही सोच समझ के कोई चीज आपने की तो आप, स्काई इज द लिमिट, स्काई इज द लिमिट इन एवरीथिंग। दिस इज द बेस्ट टाइम। ऑब्वियसली देयर आर लॉट ऑफ जंग बहुत हो रही है हर जगह आजकल, मगर ये लाइफ है, क्या करें, चलता रहता है, सेंचुरीज और सालों से चल रहा है और चलता रहेगा। और मैं तो हमेशा ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रहा हूँ, पॉजिटिव रहा हूँ, ये इससे बेहतर होगा, ये दिस इज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, इट विल बिकम बेटर एंड बेटर एंड बेटर।
आप इस बॉलीवुड के सूबेदार हैं और उम्मीद यही कि जिस फिल्म, जिस सोच के साथ आप आ रहे हैं उसमें पूरी तरह से कामयाब रहें। और ये बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने कि आसमान की कोई लिमिट नहीं होती है, और वो पंक्तियां है कि कौन कहता है आसमान में सुराख हो नहीं सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो। वही कोशिशें लगातार सबकी होनी चाहिए, आपकी जिंदगी को देखकर, आपकी फिल्मों को देखकर, आपकी सरलता सहजता को देखकर और आपकी फिटनेस को देखकर। बहुत धन्यवाद इस मंच पर आने के लिए।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं चाहूंगा कि यहाँ दर्शक बैठे हैं, लोग बैठे हैं, ऑडियंस बैठी हैं, 2-3 सवाल वो भी मुझसे कर रहे हैं तो बेटर रहेगा। व्हाट डू यू फील? क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि हाँ, ऐसा भी होना चाहिए ना, am I right? उनके दिल में भी होगा कि वो मुझसे कुछ पूछना चाहेंगे।
Can we have mics, please?
या बस पॉलिटिक्स और रिलीजन के बारे में बात मत करना।
राजनीति और धर्म से परे सवाल पूछें। धन्यवाद।
उसमें मेरा नॉलेज बहुत कम है।
सर आपकी
है, मगर
पूछिए। सर आपकी कोई मूवी की सीक्वल आ सकती है, जैसे मिस्टर इंडिया 2, राम लखन 2?
ऑफ कोर्स, क्यों नहीं आ सकती है, डेफिनेटली आ सकती है।
तो कुछ प्लान है आपका?
मैं थोड़ी डिसाइड करूंगा, वो फिल्म मेकर्स डिसाइड करेंगे। मैं तो कलाकार हूं, अगर कोई अच्छी कहानी आएगी तो जरूर करूंगा।
Who has been your inspiration your whole life?
My inspiration keeps on every day. Every decade, every time, there are different people who are my inspiration. You know, it depends in what field you're talking about. किस field में आप बात कर रहे हैं? Overall, yeah, there are a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of great men today in this world who are my inspiration. Great actors, great leaders, they're all my inspiration. Yeah.
Sir, I'm a big fan, and it's been one of your difficult movies to work with you whilst working. You thought that it's so difficult. You really had to work hard, and you were thinking whether I'll portray this character correctly or
I think
not.
when I find something difficult, that's the time I enjoy the most. Because I feel difficulty is what motivates me. कि अगर कोई चीज आसान हो तो फिर उसमें मुझे मजा नहीं आता काम करने. It has to look difficult. It has to make me uncomfortable. It has to pose a challenge to me. Then I find it exciting. अगर कोई चीज मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि डिफिकल्ट नहीं है, फिर क्या करके फायदा वो फिल्म करके. वो चलो, अपनी करियर आपने जब शुरू किया था तो यू कुड नॉट मेक दोज चॉइसेस कि जो मिला वो आपने कर लिया. एंड वो आपकी खुशनसीबी है कि कुछ इतनी फिल्में ऐसी हैं उन्होंने मुझे डिसाइड किया फिल्म में काम करने का. पर अब तो जब मुझे उसमें सिचुएशन में हूँ कि मैं चूज कर सकता हूँ, तो अगर कोई चीजें ऐसी हैं जहाँ मुझे ऐसा चैलेंज मिलता है, डिफिकल्ट लगता है, तो जैसे सूबेदार उसमें से एक फिल्म है. इट वाज अ चैलेंज फॉर मी. यस.
ये आखिरी सवाल रहेगा सर.
आखिरी सवाल होगा.
एक आखिरी सवाल प्लीज.
आखिरी सवाल.
गुड इवनिंग अनिल जी.
क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी मुझे डांट पड़ने वाली है.
गुड इवनिंग अनिल जी. काफी ऑडियंस यहाँ पे हमारी और आपकी एज से कम है. ना जाने वो आपका राम लखन का जो स्टेप है 1 2 का 4 देखा है कि नहीं देखा है, बट अगर आप हमारे लिए वो स्टेप,
मुझे लगता है वो कुछ गाने यहाँ पर बजा दिए जाए. वैसे भी अनिल जी ने शुरुआत में आकर यहाँ पर कहा था कि खड़े होकर जो बात करने में या उस एक्शन में जो बात है वो हो नहीं सकती है, तो फिर बिना इसके ये मंच अधूरा रहेगा. गाना प्ले करें आप.
Thank you for giving us time today. Can I request Reshuk Davra and Mrs. Ruchi
आज मैंने
Davra?
प्रोटोकॉल तोड़ दिया. पहले तो मैं पहले स्टेज पर आ गया और मैंने सवाल भी पूछे, तो ये ठीक है ना, मैंने किया, कोई बात नहीं.
सर, हमारी खुशकिस्मती है ये.
हाँ, चलो, थैंक यू वेरी मच.
आपके आने से मंच की गरिमा बढ़ी है, हमारी
मुझे
खुशकिस्मती
जब
है.
तक जॉय नहीं मिले मेरे को मजा नहीं आता.
So you give us a lot of joy, sir. Thank you for being here.
मेरे लिए ये बड़ा मेमोरेबल डे है. I'm going to go back very very happy with this conversation. Genuinely.
So grateful to you, sir. तो दरख्वास्त करूंगी इसे एक बार फिर से रेशुक दावरा और रुचि दावरा जी से, फाउंडर एंड डायरेक्टर SD Paints, and also Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, National Sales Director, ABP Network. Please join us on the stage, and we'd love to present Anil Kapoor ji with a memento from Ideas of India and a special hamper from the Gift Studio. जोरदार तालियां. मिस्टर इंडिया से लेकर सूबेदार तक की जर्नी, और पिक्चर अभी बहुत सारी बाकी हैं. Something we can all learn from him is his energy and his yearning to learn more, do more. What an inspiration, ladies and gentlemen. मुझे लग रहा है अनिल कपूर सर में इस ऑडियंस से ज्यादा एनर्जी है. आप लोगों की एनर्जी दिख ही नहीं रही. लेट्स हियर इट. Thank you so much once again, sir. What a wonderful final session this has been. We couldn't have asked for a better finale to Ideas of India 2026. Dosto, at this point, I'd like to invite Sumanta Datta ji, CEO, ABP Network, for a vote of thanks. Can we please welcome Mr. Sumanta Datta?
Good evening. Wow, what an amazing 2 days. It's really flown by. It's been exhilarating. You know, as I thought about how to end this evening and this year's Ideas of India, I was reminded that it is such a refreshing change to switch off from the online doom scrolling and sometimes a sheer brain rot and really focus on ideas. Ideas that have learning from the past, but also have thoughts to change the present and to drive us forward confidently into the future. Yesterday, we started off thinking about the new world order. And immediately we were challenged because there's a complete lack of world order as what has happened last night and today. And yet we carry on. John Mearsheimer, a leading thought provoker, I would say, challenged us that this world order will continue to evolve, and yet a lot will stay the same. And at the same time, Professor Yan Shutong said we should forget any order. The world has moved on, and in this world of AI and cyber reality, there will be no world order. So it is going to be a very, very interesting time in the years to come, maybe even the months to come. But as we debated what is going to shape us, we took joy in what really matters. What really matters in inclusivity, in seeing the bravery and the courage of people around us, of sports people who have overcome challenges, of differently abled individuals who are beating and meeting expectations that surpass even our own. We learned that life is full of struggle, but there is joy within that struggle. We were blessed to see Pankaj Tripathi and Anil Kapoor end the session today, and one has been around in the movies for 47 years, and in his own words, he's just getting started, while the other one dreamt of coming from Bihar to Bollywood with very small dreams, but most importantly, he continues to dream. We learnt yesterday from the Badshah of Bollywood, from the king of romance, that it isn't what he does, but what really inspires him as he looks around for everyday heroes. So even as the new world order emerges, it is important that we find inspiration and drive ourselves forward to what we believe is a brilliant future. At ABP, we are indeed very, very privileged that over 500 million viewers, listeners, and readers tune in to us every month. To all of you who are watching us here today and online, I thank you. I thank you for your unwavering support. You are our inspiration. You are our strength. And we remember you every day as we look to our motto, Aapko Rakhe Aage. We are here for you. And thank you for that. Thank you that you have traveled with us through every point in the roads that we have traversed so far. And we are so excited of the roads we will travel together in the future. These 2 days would not have been possible without our amazing, amazing sponsors. And I would be amiss if I do not recollect each one of them and thank them for their support through not just this year, but some of you have come here year after year. Ideas of India has been sponsored this year by Adani Enterprises, Gallant Group of Industries, The Gift Studio, Jack Olive Oil, SD Paints, Seco App, JK Super Cement, Tata Power, JSW MG Motor, Adamus Tech Consulting, Shanti Gold, Apollo Tires, Mittal Electronics, PNG Jewelers, Hamdard Food India, International Institute of Hotel Management, Sharda University, and Panasonic. A big round of applause to our sponsors. In addition, I would like to thank our partners across India from the government who have come together. Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development Corporation, the government of Uttar Pradesh, Goa Tourism, GAIL India, the Maharashtra government, the government of Punjab, Gujarat Tourism, and government of Chhattisgarh. Another big round of applause for them. Truly, it is not just ABP's ideas of India, it is the ideas of India of all our partners who come together and make this possible each year. I would like to thank each and every one of our guests, our esteemed speakers who came here from here in Mumbai, from across India, and from across the world. You have inspired us. I would like to thank each one of you in the audience who've been here for the last 2 days and who've been online with us with record viewership in the last 2 days. And finally, it's a privilege to have hosted all of you at the 5th Ideas of India. And we, all of us from the ABP family, look forward to hosting you again in the 6th edition next year. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful recap of all that has happened in this edition of Ideas of India, ladies and gentlemen. An invigorating and gratifying 2 days. And we've had so many wonderful conversations and ideas. A big thank you to the leadership team at ABP, all our editorial teams at ABP, the sales team, our digital team, the production team, our camera crews, our photographers, our editors. वो जो console आप देख रहे हैं, that has actually been the nerve center of this mammoth operation. So kudos to that team. The outreach team, ladies and gentlemen, that has been managing all the brilliant speakers that you have seen on this platform as well. And of course, all our session chairs, our ABP anchors, again, our ABP editorial leadership team, the events team, the venue, and most of all, ladies and gentlemen, all of you, our wonderful audience that has been with us through these 2 days. Your support, your applause makes it all the more meaningful for us to put this event together year after year. शाहरुख खान इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे थे, तो उन्हीं के शब्दों के साथ खत्म करूंगी. ये सेशन खत्म हो गया, ये 2 दिन खत्म हो गए, पर पिक्चर अभी बाकी है दोस्तों. See you next year for Ideas of India 2027. Thank you very much.